Chapter 1, Orphan in the Mist. The waves of the Thames slapped against the rocks, rolling up layers of spray. The sky was mottled in the gloomy grey fog, and in the distance, the towering Big Ben stood tall in the thick industrial smoke, no different from 50 years later. In 1938, the Woos Orphanage in London. This is a square, gloomy, and old-fashioned building. The origin of the orphanage is untestable. Some people say it is to help the children of soldiers who died in World War I. Some people say it is the place where the Black Death prisoners were held in the medieval church. The divergent origins only show one thing. It's broken here. Dense wires are entwined in the sky, and houses are stacked on the grey stone ground in a mess, with no sense of beauty at all. A big iron gate completely isolates this place from the busy street outside. The ground is filled with foul white smoke, the rusty manhole cover is gurgling out with water vapor, and even rainwater will jam in front of the sewer. Room in the basement of the orphanage. A little boy closed his eyes tightly and seemed to be sleeping. He was only about 11 years old, with short black hair, pale skin, and a somewhat mixed-race face that was pretty delicate, but his bruised forehead completely destroyed his appearance. He lay on the bed, twitching from time to time, as if suffering great pain. Boom boom. Outside the door, there was a polite knock on the door, and the boy did not wake up. After a while, boom boom boom. The knock on the door was louder. Hoffa woke up from the nightmare. He suddenly got up and stroked his head and his crotch. He breathed a sigh of relief after discovering that there were no missing parts. I'm still alive. Sniffing his nose, he smelled a sour, musty smell. In front of him was not a scene of the explosion of the cinema, but a dirty and gloomy room. Hoffa looked at his palm in shock, pale and thin. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his forehead. He rolled his eyes and fell straight down again. Dimly, he seemed a little anxious to hear the knock on the door outside. I don't know how long it took before Hoffa slowly eased from the pain. There is a part of his mind that does not belong to him at all. He is still called Hoffa, but he is no longer the Hoffa on Earth. The Hoffa on Earth is an ordinary student of Earth China, a lonely family. No house, no car, no money. My only hobby is to save money to buy some books, watch movies, and so on. But while watching an IMAX movie, the theater suddenly exploded, and he came to this ghost place. Now his full name is Hoffa Bach. He is a child who grew up in an ordinary orphanage. Some surviving memories told him that the original owner of this body was tricked into a cave by the sea during a picnic organized by the orphanage, fell down a cliff, and fell into the cold water. After being carried back to the orphanage, he was dying, and this allowed Hoffa to take advantage of it. All this child remembers is the sewage-filled streets of London. Apart from this, he never went anywhere else. I don't know what phone and computer are, and I don't know the internet. He has only seen classic cars with black smoke on the street, and black umbrellas everywhere. Hoffa thought hard, trying to find some useful information from the broken memory. Shaking his head, some scattered memory fragments surged up again. The father of this life was a native Chinese, a Chinese who escaped the war and came to Europe, but died in a foreign land during the First World War. The Bach surname behind his name is probably related to a foreign mother. It's just that Hoffa didn't have any memories of his mother at all. The orphan, actually passed through. Hoffa rubbed his head and exhaled a foul breath. He doesn't care about crossing, after all, he has nothing to worry about in the previous life, but this starting template is a little too inferior. He looked at his surroundings more closely. A dirty bed, a broken wooden table, and faded soldier posters on the wall. There is also a British short blue cat hanging from the ceiling. That's right, the cat hanged from the ceiling stiffly, miserably. The cat's name came to Hoffa's mind. Addo. He is the best friend of his own body in the previous life. An inexplicable irritation appeared in his heart, and Hoffa developed a mood of extreme disgust. Who is it? To hang an innocent poor cat here, it is better to hang it in front of his master. before he had time to look up the culprit from his memory. There were soft knocks and the sound of keys opening the door. Click! Suddenly, the closed door bounced open, like someone kicked it hard. Hoffa took a step back in fright. Two people stood outside, a man and a woman. He was very familiar with women, and Hoffa recalled her identity the moment she saw her. It's Mrs. Cole, the administrator of the Wu's orphanage, a skinny, always a little anxious woman. And beside her stood a very unexpected visitor. This was an odd old gentleman, Hoffa could only think so. Because this person's dress is incompatible with the environment here. He has blue eyes and a long nose, which seems to be broken. He has a long auburn beard and long hair neatly tied up, dressed in an elegant velvet suit, holding a cane and a top hat in his hand. Hoffa had no doubt that the clothes were made by Seville Street, but it was not the attire of the old gentleman that surprised him. It was his beard and hair. He always thought this man looked a little familiar. "Tom, someone came to see you," the scrawny Mrs. Cole said casually, but then she jumped up like a cat whose tail was trampled on. "Wait a minute, why are you?" "Hoffa. Did he steal your room?" Hoffa was still wondering who the familiar old man in front of him was, and he didn't react to Mrs. Cole's words for a long time. The old man had walked into the room, looked around, and sighed in front of the hanged cat. Standing in front of Hoffa again, his long nose and dark blue eyes looked at Hoffa calmly. Then he stretched out his long fingers and gently stroked the bruise on Hoffa's skull. Poor child! There was a feeling of healing from the wound on his forehead, and a flash of lightning flashed through Hoffa's mind, and he looked at the door plate on the room inconceivably. It says in crooked English, "Tom Marvolo Riddle. I rely on." Hey! Harry Potter's world? I am Voldemort? Hoffa's brain was a little confused for a while, but soon he found that he was thinking too much. He was Hoffa, just staying in Voldemort's room. As for the reason, he knew from memory immediately. This is an orphanage. In his previous life, he was a well-behaved child. He was very much loved by the orphanage administrator. His room was on the first floor and could be exposed to sunlight. And Tom's room is in the basement. Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, coveted his room, so he tricked him into the cave, and after insulting him to no avail, he pushed Hoffa down the cliff. It was too late to express too much emotion about his predecessor's tragic experience, worldview, age, story, all kinds of complicated information flooded his brain. Hoffa's eyes widened. The old man helped Hoffa heal the wound a little, so he turned to look at Mrs. Cole and sighed, "Take me to see Tom." Mrs. Cole nodded, preparing to take him away. The two walked to the door, and Hoffa finally reacted. He pointed to the back of the old man and almost blurted out, "Dang! Dang! Dang is not good." The auburn-bearded Dumbledore turned around in surprise, his head wrinkled several times, and his blue eyes widened. "The air is a bit quiet." Hoffa quickly covered his mouth. I'm still not careful enough." He didn't control his mouth in shock. "You know, the other party is the world's top wizard, and there are 100 ways to expose yourself to secrets. Veritaserum, hard-catching curse." Although he thought Dumbledore would probably disdain those methods, it's always right to be careful. If he was found to have come here, God knows what this mysterious magical world will do with him. But Dumbledore didn't intend to let Hoffa go. He asked softly, "Have we met?" Hoffa covered his mouth and turned his head into a rattle. "Then how do you know my name?" With that, Dumbledore took a step forward. Hoffa took a step back. Dumbledore was dumb. He turned his head politely and said to Mrs. Cole, "Wait a minute, I want to talk to this kid alone." Chapter 2, Butterfly Wings. In 1938, Dumbledore was not yet the principal of Hogwarts. At that time, he was just a teacher in a transformation class at Hogwarts, probably in his 50s. But it was this year that he did a trivial thing. and this little thing completely changed the magical world in the future. He recruited the future great demon Lord Voldemort to Hogwarts, and since then opened the way for Tom Marvolo Riddle to pursue his ambitions. Hoffa has seen the original work, and he was once a fan of it. But he couldn't think that he would actually travel to this world after his death, and also traveled to England in 1938, and as soon as he woke up, he faced one of the world's super popular wizards. He didn't know what it meant, but after Mrs. Cole left the room, Hoffa had retreated to the corner. He looked at Dumbledore, for fear that he would have a calming mind on himself, or forget it all. Neither result was acceptable to him. After all, he had just experienced death and memory confusion, and his nerves were still in a fragile state of tension. But Dumbledore didn't do that. Obviously, there was only a light of interest in his eyes. He is very interested in the children who can call his name in this orphanage. He did not rush to talk to Hoffa, but untied the cat hanging from his head, leaned on the broken table in the room, and looked at Hoffa with a smile. "Muggles don't know my name, Hoffa." He had already remembered Hoffa's name. "Oh." Hoffa replied dryly. In his previous life, he was a young man who lived 20 years old. Dumbledore is at least 56 years old now. Faced with an old wizard who has lived for so many years, he hasn't the slightest sense of superiority. "You didn't even ask me what a muggle is." Dumbledore stared at Hoffa happily with blue eyes and said, "What is your full name, Hoffa?" "Hoffa Bach." Hoffa sighed and decided to tell the truth. In front of this level of existence, he can only play a good role as an honest child. "Bach, it sounds like a family from the French side." Dumbledore groaned. Then he took out his magic wand and lay it flat on his knees. Hoffa flinched instinctively, his eyes were secretly wary, he had been relieved from the initial shock. Now he just wanted to ask Dumbledore to go early, and then sort out his thoughts. Face a new life well. Dumbledore was keenly aware of Hoffa's fear, so he raised his wand and pointed it at Hoffa. The vigilant look in Hoffa's eyes was great, and he took a step back and clung to the corner. What is he going to do? What is Dumbledore going to do to me? Are you coming? Forgotten spell? Dementor? He was in a state of confusion. Just when he was extremely nervous. Boom! A glass on the table suddenly exploded, as if responding to Hoffa's nervousness. Then, puff! Accompanied by a crackling sound similar to a low-quality horn, it was like a cheap Halloween salute. Several ribbons emerged from Dumbledore's wand, and floated softly from the sky, with a few dots of light falling on Hoffa's face. Hoffa stuck to the corner dumbfounded, letting the ribbon fall and hang on his head. What's going on? There is no such drama in the original book. What should I do? Dumbledore coughed slightly, put away his wand and muttered, "Am I that scary?" Hoffa didn't speak, he looked at the cup on the table, and then at Dumbledore's cheerful look. Completely speechless. "Did Booth Batten send you an invitation, Hoffa?" Hoffa shook his head silently. "So. I know." Hoffa doesn't know what he knows. With that, he stood up, put the top hat on his head, and spoke to Hoffa gently. "Maybe you should change your environment. By the way, I also like short-hair cats very much. Find a better environment and bury this little guy." After speaking, he blinked a little at Hoffa, turned and walked out the door. After Dumbledore left, Hoffa sat down slowly against the corner. For a while, his brain was a little down, and after a while, he confirmed his coordinates in time and space. An orphanage with Tom Riddle in London, England in 1938. What Dumbledore had to do now was to enroll the future Dark Lord in school. Not long after, Hoffa heard a slight click from the upper floor, like a nest of mice gnawing on a table. The sound is so subtle that you can't hear it if you don't listen carefully. But that was not a mouse, Hoffa knew what was going on. In 1938, when Dumbledore recruited Tom Riddle, who was only 11 years old, to enter Hogwarts, he was dissatisfied with Tom's bullying of other children. At this moment, he calmed Tom with a burning wardrobe, and forced the future great demon to make the only confession in his life. The Harry Potter story is very long, but if you really want to say it, maybe this paragraph is the real beginning of the whole story. After all, if Tom Riddle did not enter Hogwarts, he would not become Voldemort, and if Voldemort hadn't killed Harry Potter's parents, nothing would happen afterwards. And now, this historic moment happened on the top of his head. There was a faint voice of conversation from upstairs. A certain boy, I have no money. Dumbledore, that's easy to solve. Hogwarts has a fund specifically for those who need to subsidize the purchase of textbooks and school robes. I am afraid that some of your magic books can only be bought second-hand, but... Boy, where can I buy a magic book? Dumbledore, in Diagon Alley, I brought your bibliography and school supplies list. I can help you buy everything. Boy, you want to accompany me? Dumbledore, of course, if you... Boy, I don't need. 5 minutes later, the conversation ended, and the door closed upstairs. Just when Hoffa thought that the first meeting between Dumbledore and Voldemort was over, Dumbledore's voice came again. By the way, the kid who was snatched from the room by you is also a wizard. If you know London well, I hope you can help him. Tom Riddle let out a sarcastic laugh. Hoffa, just him. Dumbledore stopped answering, closed the door and left. Downstairs, after hearing all this, Hoffa completely collapsed on the bed. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. There is no doubt that he is talented in magic, and Dumbledore has just tested his talent in a completely unexpected way. No matter what it was, the current Dumbledore was much stronger and sharper than he thought, perhaps because he was younger now. And Voldemort was far more terrifying than he had imagined. His predecessor was already dead. Killed by Tom Riddle, who was only 11 years old, just for a room. If Dumbledore knew that he was facing an 11-year-old murderer, he would probably not be recruited to Hogwarts. Lie on the bed in a big letter, and sighed. Hoffa habitually wanted to take out his mobile phone and send a WeChat message to complain about reality. But when he touched his pocket, he smiled more wryly. Now that Jobs is more than 70 years away from the release of Apple IV, that guy is still a single-celled creature. He still has the idea of playing mobile phones. After finishing his thoughts, Hoffa picked up the cat that had been hanged by Tom Riddle, dug a hole in the corner of the orphanage and buried it. Looking at the bags piled up with a few small pebbles in front of him, Hoffa pressed his chest and said softly, "I'll take your share and live well." It didn't take long for the orphanage to hear the sound of cooking. Hoffa adjusted his mind, and the gloomy expression on his face disappeared. He has a gift for magic and is likely to enter Hogwarts to study. Isn't this what I dreamt of in my childhood in my previous life? In that case, what can I complain about? There was only a piece of yellowish-white bread on the plate, 2 slices of bacon, half a broccoli and a glass of orange juice. This was Hoffa's first meal in London in 1938. The food in the orphanage is not very good, it can only be regarded as keeping the children hungry. In addition, the British cook was notoriously perfunctory, and Hoffa felt that the bacon in his mouth was very old. But before he could barely swallow the bacon in his mouth, a plate was heavily placed on the opposite side of Hoffa. Clang! Hoffa looked up with half a bacon in his mouth. A tall boy with black hair, pale skin, and a very handsome appearance. At least Hoffa thought he was much more handsome than his life. He belongs to the kind of ordinary boy next door, and the other person is the kind of handsome man who can attract scouts when he grows up and walks on the street. Your forehead healed very quickly, Hoffa. The boy narrowed his eyes and said softly, his eyes seemed to be looking at some novel toy. There is no doubt that the handsome boy in front of him is the famous Tom Marvolo Riddle. Such as fake replacement. The most powerful dark wizard in the history of European magic, Voldemort. 50 years later, his name cannot be mentioned. Hoffa hated him. No one likes a kid who dared to kill at the age of 11, and did whatever he could for his own ends. And this child will never repent. But Hoffa was an adult, and he didn't fear the other person. At this time, he was not Voldemort, and no matter how awesome he was just a child. He swallowed the bacon in his mouth and stood up slowly. He looked at the young Voldemort in front of him, and was full of emotion in his heart, just what kind of person he was willing to turn this handsome face into a snake face. "Go away, Tom," Hoffa said calmly. His momentum was not lost to the opponent at all. Tom was taken aback, then his face suddenly paled, and a red light flashed in his eyes, looking like a hideous beast. But then, something unexpected happened to Hoffa. He didn't rush over to beat himself or use magic, but he smiled and drew close to his head, as if the previous brutality was just an illusion. "You and I are the same kind of people, Hoffa." He pointed to the kids who were eating dinner next to him and whispered, "People who are different from these idiots." Hoffa was shocked. He can only say that he is a young Voldemort after all, the future generation of heroes. This kind of zinxing is not comparable to an ordinary child. The front foot pushed himself off the cliff, and the back foot began to pull up with him. No wonder the later generations can pull up such a huge team of Death Eaters. To be honest, if I didn't know a little bit of the future direction, I'm afraid I would really be confused by his very infectious smile. "Tom, if you are willing to be my friend, I can take you to a magical place." After speaking, he even stretched out his left hand to Hoffa with a smile. But Hoffa just sneered at the palm of his hand hanging in the air. "I will go to Hogwarts by myself, but I will not hold a dirty hand that kills innocent animals." As soon as he finished speaking, Tom Riddle's little face was filled with disgust. All the light bulbs on the ceiling of the orphanage flickered, the air suddenly tightened, and the orange juice in the dinner plates of all the children nearby burst open. "Cry loudly." Hoffa frowned, a strong wave of magic. Although he hasn't been exposed to magic yet, he can feel the terrifying talent of the opponent only by instinct. Hoffa was pale, but he did not retreat. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. But he is also an ordinary person with his own perseverance, let alone that this person is doomed to fail. Even if he will succeed, Hoffa will never shake the opponent's hand. The palm is retracted. The light bulb on the ceiling returned to normal. Mrs. Cole ran into the hall in a panic and calmed the crying child. At this moment, Tom has returned to his normal state. "I will look at you, Hoffa." He finished speaking lightly and turned to leave. It was calm, but the killing intent was unabashedly naked. Hoffa snorted, shook his head, and threw a piece of bacon left on the plate into his mouth. Offended the Dark Lord on the first day of rebirth, what a death! To be honest, Hoffa doesn't like to offend people. The traditional Eastern education in his previous life taught him the importance of low-key life, but it is precisely because of this that he can't wait to get rid of Voldemort's relationship. Standing well in the team and making a fortune is the kingly way, with huge ambitions like him, and unabashedly opposed to the world. A talent that is 100 times stronger is the consequence of being killed, even without Harry Potter. Thinking of this, Hoffa couldn't help but shudder. Although Voldemort was destined to fail, he did not want to be a victim of the Wizarding War. It's not the time when Harry was born, and no one's father was born yet. There is no way for him to use the protagonist's aura to follow behind the savior. Not to mention the historical trend, pick up and miss everywhere. What Philosopher's Stone, what Secret Room, what Azkaban's prisoners, those things are half a century later. My eyes are black now. The road ahead is chaotic. Chapter 3, Broken Cauldron Bar. Tom Riddle did not come to trouble Hoffa. In fact, after receiving an invitation from Hogwarts, he behaved very low-key. Hoffa is not even going to trouble the other party stupidly. All he has to do is eat, exercise, and get familiar with the environment. A month later, Hoffa basically wandered around the area around the orphanage. He also figured out the approximate location of the Broken Cauldron Bar. At this moment, Hoffa was holding a paper map of London and walking on his way to the Broken Cauldron bar. He was wearing a worker's hat, and the socks on Martin's boots on his feet were dirty. Dressed up like a child labourer selling newspapers. The streets of London in 1938 were not as prosperous as later generations. The roads here were paved with grey bricks and bumpy. On the road, some classic cars with their canopies drove past, emitting black exhaust. They are monotonous in colour, not at all as colourful as later cars. Many people who can't eat enough to eat are hanging around holding up job hunting signs, and some decadent young people are smoking cigarettes on street corners. This is a sequelae of the economic crisis of 1929, and the decline of the empire after the First World War is undoubtedly obvious. On the corner of the street, Hoffa saw a group of workers painting the wall with their pipes in their mouths and paste. He approached and saw that these people were putting up black and white posters of the British royal family's conscription. Seeing this poster, Hoffa felt cold. At this point in time, he forgot the most important thing. This incident did not come from the wizarding world, but from the Muggle world. That is when the Second World War is about to start. Hillard is still alive. A large number of Demon King level characters in the same period are all alive. Hideki Tojo, Mussolini. Compared to the Dark Wizard Voldemort, who has not yet grown up, these guys are real demons. The destruction and killing caused by Voldemort may not be as much as a fraction of others. Hoffa doesn't know much about history, but he knows that World War II began in 1939, and it is only a year since the present. After seeing the poster, Hoffa was stunned on the spot holding the map. He was a little bit weeping without tears. God thief, what era is not good, why must we come to this era of war and chaos? Toot toot. The horn of the car pulled Hoffa back from his loss. He turned around and saw that an old-fashioned motorcycle drove over. The last time he saw the motorcycle was in the anti-Japanese drama. It's the kind of motorcycle that drives by one person and rides in the bucket alone. Two soldiers dressed in dark green stopped in front of Hoffa, and a smoking soldier lay down in the carriage and asked loudly, "Is it Hoffa Bach?" Hoffa was taken aback for a moment, looked at the two young soldiers in wonder, thinking that he didn't know these two guys. Could it be that he had names on his face? He nodded, "It's me." Suddenly, the soldier sitting on the wagon pulled out a stack of tied letters from behind his buttocks. He dipped in his saliva, turned it over, and drew one out and handed it to Hoffa. "Your letter, kid, take it and don't lose it." After that, as soon as the driving soldier stepped on the pedal, the motorcycle drove off again. Hoffa turned the letter in amazement. London. Bonington Market Street. 532 meters west of Broken Cauldron Bar. Second corner. Mr. Hoffa Bach received. As in the case, the words are written in emerald green ink, no stamps are attached, and they have a heavy touch like parchment in the hand. Hoffa opened his mouth to look at the two soldiers who had long since disappeared, and then flipped through the letter. "I saw a wax seal, a shield crest, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounded by the capital H." Well, although he estimated that he would receive a letter after Dumbledore had spoken to him that day, he didn't expect it to be in this situation at all. He looked up at the sky, wondering, how did these guys position themselves so accurately? Putting aside his doubts, Hoffa opened the letter with excitement. In his previous life, he fantasized countless times that it has become a reality today, and he couldn't be more excited. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Armando Dipet. Vice President of the International Federation of Wizards, Royal Honor Magician, Chief Wizard of Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Bach, we are happy to inform you that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl before July 31st to bring your reply. Vice Chancellor. Yours sincerely, Adby Gozak. Hoffa tossed over the paper several times, and there was no doubt that this letter was the same as the one in it, but it was completely different. In this letter, he got 3 pieces of information. 1. His principal was not Dumbledore, but a man named Armando Dipiter. 2. The vice principal is not Minerva McGonagall, but a stranger named Adby Gorschak. 3. The Muggle world is not completely separated from the Wizarding world, at least in the Royal Room. Some people know the existence of the Wizarding world. For example, the 2 soldiers just now are likely to be wizards. Otherwise, he won't pass this strange letter to himself so peacefully. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility of them being cursed. However, after seeing the title of Principal Armando Dupit's honorary magician of the Empire, Hoffa felt that his previous conjecture was a little more true. This is not surprising. People at the top of the world must have more information than ordinary people. For such a large group of wizards, without the cooperation of the top Muggles, it is impossible for a Ministry of Magic to completely conceal the traces of the existence of wizards. Secretly writing down the information he had obtained, Hoffa took out a second page. This sheet of paper looks very ordinary. It only records some of the necessary textbooks and props for Hogwarts, which is similar to what I saw in my previous life. But after reading it through, Hoffa was amazed. He remembered something very important. That is, he has no money. Yes, it is. He is truly in a state of extreme poverty. One is poor and the other is white. All meals are funded by the orphanage. Neither the dead parents left their own property, nor did they know where to apply for the Hogwarts Poverty Fund, and there was even no relative like Uncle Vernon in this world. He can't ask the people in the orphanage to read Hogwarts for money. Those people are also poor people, and it's not easy to raise themselves at this age. Standing on the streets of London in 1938, Hoffa was blown by the cold wind of reality, and he felt chilly on his body. A penny stumps the hero, even if it is a traverser. At this moment he feels extremely helpless. "Would you like this, boss?" gave Hope and let it dashed. Hoffa sighed to himself and put the letter in his pocket. No way, Hogwarts must go. It was his childhood dream in a previous life. Even begging for a part-time job. He also has to collect the tuition fees. Gritting his teeth, Hoffa walked to the Broken Cauldron bar. If you want to beg for work, you have to go to the Wizarding world. After all, the Wizard's Jinjialong Muggle world does not. The only good news is that he already knows the location of the Broken Cauldron on the envelope. The Broken Cauldron bar is now located in the middle of a suit shop and an umbrella shop. The surrounding Muggles walked around, turning a blind eye to it. Hoffa put the map in his pocket and walked in. This legendary bar is the same as the one described in the book, dark, broken, and mixed. The drinking wizard, the smoking witch, and a few creatures that looked like fairies played cards in the corner. The table is full of coins. The only difference is that the boss in front of the counter is not so hunched and old. Although the Mediterranean on his head has shown his fate of rags, at least he is not a bald now. On the wall of the bar, rows of dark oil paintings are particularly eye-catching. Everyone in the oil painting moves. Hoffa looked over slowly, and at the end of the group of oil paintings, he saw an oil painting of an elderly woman. In the painting, she wears a wooden hairpin and smokes a pipe, just like a charter wife. Seeing Hoffa, she vomited smoke fiercely. "What do you look at, poor devil?" Hoffa frowned. "I saw it underneath the painting." Broken Cauldron bar founded by Daisy Doddridge. 1467 to 1555. Hoffa didn't want to care about an oil painting. He went to the bar of the boss Tom. The young boss, Tom, was wiping the glass in front of the bar at the moment. He just raised his head and glanced at Hoffa, who came in by pushing the door, and then stopped paying attention. Hoffa thought of the grand occasion when Harry Potter entered the bar for the first time in the future, and compared to his dilemma that no one cared about, he could only lament that people are more popular than others. "I really don't have the legendary protagonist halo." He glanced at Jinjialong in the hands of a few card game fairies, and then walked to the bar with a serious face. The bar was so high that Hoffa had to stand on tiptoe and let out a clear cough. "Hello. Hello." The response of the bar owner Tom was neither enthusiastic nor indifferent, just ordinary. "Hoffa, I want to ask, do you hire workers here?" Tom put down the action of wiping the cup and glanced at Hoffa with a slightly surprised look. "What are you talking about?" "Hoffa, excuse me, I want to find a job, a short-term one." Tom was surprised. Merlin's beard, will the wizard kids come out to look for work when they are so young? Hoffa was crazy, but the situation was better than others. He could only sigh. "No way, isn't there an economic crisis outside?" Tom grinned and shook his head. "Sorry, we don't hire child labor here." After speaking, he turned to the other side of the table and continued to wipe the glass. Hoffa didn't give up, he also followed. "Wait a minute, do you know there are other shops that recruit workers in Diagon Alley?" Tom was upset, he frowned and put down the rag again. "Hey! You kid, don't go to Hogwarts to go to school, learn something, come out to find a job. Do you think work is such a simple thing? I rely on..." Hoffa cursed inwardly. "You think I don't want to go? How can I stick to your cold if I have money?" How could this old guy be so snobbish, so enthusiastic when he saw Harry Potter, seeing himself like a plague god, wishing to rush out? Tom's voice attracted several wizards. Among them, one of the witches turned around, smoking a pipe and smilingly and asked, "Little guy, are you short of money? Do you want to go to Knockoff Alley with your sister? Look." Before he finished speaking, Hoffa quickly replied, "No, thank you for your kindness. I still want to find it in Diagon Alley." Of course he would not agree. This guy who can be his grandmother actually claims to be his sister, which is not normal at first sight. The tall witch curled her lips and blew a mouthful of smoke into his face. Hoffa lowered his stance and said to his boss Tom, "I want to go to Diagon Alley. Can you open the door for me?" "Open the door, this matter is Tom's job, his bar is open here, he is also regarded as a half-keeper." He did not refuse, and said lightly, "Come with me." Hoffa thought in his heart that there might be one of the many shops in Diagon Alley that would offer his own job. Standing in front of the wall, Tom said, "Count up 3 pieces, count 2 pieces in, and finally knock 3 times. Remember to use some magic when you strike, if you have a magic wand later." Hoffa quickly nodded and said yes, but what he thought was that he didn't have a dime, and Ollivander probably wouldn't credit him with a wand. Seeing that Hoffa's attitude was okay, Tom replied, "What is your kid's name and why is it looking for a job?" Hoffa felt that things seemed to have turned around, and said quickly, "My name is Hoffa. I am looking for a job to earn some book money." In the bar hall, one of the goblins who played cards suddenly turned his ears and his eyes floated over. The boss, Tom, frowned, "If you don't have money, write to Hogwarts to apply for a subsidy. I don't miss the money. Also, if you want to find a job in Diagon Alley, I advise you to die hard it. They are all official stores registered by the Ministry of Magic, and children under the age of 16 are not allowed." The hope that had just ignited in Hoffa's heart was suddenly dashed, as if a balloon pierced the epidermis and frustrated. "Write to Hogwarts to apply, he wants to write too." The letter said that he was expecting his owl to reply, but the problem was, there are no owls in Hoffa. Of course, owls can be bought in Diagon Alley, but he has no money either. No one. However, just as Hoffa was a little desperate, a card goblin jumped off a stool and squeezed from the waist of a few chat wizards. The goblin beckoned, "Wait a minute, little wizard, what's your name?" Hoffa turned his head somewhat curiously, and saw a goblin with unilateral glasses, a cowhide jacket, leather shoes and a suit on his arm approaching. He is only half the height of a normal person, which is about the same height as himself. With a bunch of fashionable blonde hair on his forehead, and 2 earrings hanging from his ears, he looked pleasing to the eye compared to the other pot-bellied old fairies. "My name is Hoffa, what's the matter?" The goblin nodded and pushed his one-sided glasses. "The last name is Bach, isn't it?" "Yes." Hoffa was surprised. "Why are you here?" "I have been waiting for you for 3 days." The fairy complained, "My name is Induo, please take care of me." He stretched out his hand skillfully, like a salesman. Hoffa shook the opponent's hand and looked up and down at the goblin dressed up by the clerk. He thought, what he did can make a goblin wait for 3 days. "You must know that these creatures are extremely stingy, do you owe him money?" But Inder quickly said, "A wizard asked me to do something a few days ago, and asked me to wait here for a child named Hoffa." With that said, Yinduo coughed, flipped through the pockets of his trousers, took out a crumpled letter from a pile of cyan copper coins, and handed it to Hoffa. "This is the letter that wizard asked me to send you." Hoffa quickly took a look. The letter was unsigned, only a few circles in English. "I didn't prepare 2 grants last time. I will ask Inder to take you to Gringotts. He is a nice fairy. Get along with. See you at school." Very concise words, but Hoffa knew at a glance who wrote the letter. It was Dumbledore. It turned out that he hadn't forgotten himself. Hoffa couldn't help but warm up, and he was relieved. Anyway, there is another person in this world who is thinking about himself, and he doesn't have to go to work. After reading the letter, Hoffa looked at the goblin in front of him more pleasingly. "Wait, why is this guy suddenly rubbing his hands and smiling so arrogantly?" Hoffa suspiciously asked, "What are you laughing at?" The goblin pushed his glasses and smiled, "This is the situation, but something unexpected happened." "What's the accident?" Hoffa had a bad feeling in his heart. "The accident is that this guy has been playing cards in my shop for 3 days, and has lost 3 days. It was Tom who answered Hoffa, and the bar owner sneered with his arms, then turned and left. No longer pay attention to Hoffa. Look at the ashamed goblins in front of him, then at Tom's back, and look at the few goblins who are collecting money at the poker table." Hoffa felt that several dementors were kissing him, and a trace of soul slowly floated out of his 7 orifices. "What do you mean? My enrollment grant?" "Induo, yes, I have been lost by the next." Chapter 4, Mystery Exploration. "Are you still a human?" Hoffa grabbed Inder's collar angrily, and roared, "Why use my subsidy to bet?" Induo was taken aback, and quickly patted Hoffa's bare hands, and said, "I'm not investing in disguise?" "Right, that little money is not a problem." "Oh, how come our fairies are short of money? Look at you. In a hurry." Hoffa panted and let go, he almost died of anger by the goblin. "Are you serious?" "Trust me," Yinduo slapped his chest. "I promise you to get the books and magic wand before sunset, as long as you do what I say." Hoffa glanced at the goblin coldly. No matter how unpleasant he was, fortunately Dumbledore would look for this kind of stuff to do things, and even said that he was a good goblin. "What am I going to do?" Hoffa asked. "First, we are going to Diagon Alley," Inder said with a smile. He stretched out his slender fingers and tapped 3 times on the wall in front of him. The wall immediately shook like a living thing, and in the rustling dust, it quickly separated a wide archway, leading to a winding cobblestone road with no end in sight. And at this moment, suddenly an inexplicable voice rang in Hoffa's head. Ding! The secret realm of wizards has been discovered and the system has been activated. This system is a compulsory education system. The existence of this system has only 2 purposes. 1. The host must complete the 7-year Hogwarts magic education. If it can't be completed, coercive measures will be taken when necessary. 2. Help the host better explore and record the world. Whenever the host completes a secret exploration, the system will reward it. Current Wizarding Secret Realm London Wizarding Market. Complete 50% of the mystery exploration, you will get 1/3 of the spell fragment. 1/3 of the spell fragments contain peculiar energy. You can upgrade one of your spell abilities after obtaining 3 pieces. Complete 100% of mystery exploration. You will gain Great God's knowledge. The knowledge of the Great God is mysterious and unpredictable. Before you have it, you don't know its possible power at all. Hiss. Hoffa stood still for a while. Fortunately, his heart had become much stronger after a series of changes. He carefully scanned the information in his brain several times. It's not surprising that he has a system on his body. The function of the system is satisfactory: complete the task, and then get the reward. It's just that the name of this system seems a bit weird. The compulsory education system must complete the 7-year magic education. Hoffa always feels weird. Would anyone refuse to study at Hogwarts for 7 years? As tough as Voldemort, they stayed in the school for 7 years before leaving, which shows the charm of this school. But the system also said that if it cannot be done by itself, it will take coercive measures when necessary. Funny, I haven't missed class in my previous life, all right. He tried to ask the system, but the system did not answer. The only change was that after acquiring the system, an empty green slot appeared in Hoffa's sea of consciousness. It shows, current secret realm exploration 0%. Looking at the empty slot, Hoffa knew it, and it seemed that he could only get rewards if he continued to explore. There are 2 kinds of rewards: spell fragment and Great God's knowledge. It's just that I don't know the purpose of these 2 things for the time being. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Hoffa withdrew from the sea of knowledge. Inder watched Hoffa stand stupidly on the spot for a while, thinking that it was the first time he came to Diagon Alley, and was shocked. After waiting a while, he pushed Hoffa, "Don't look, let's go, we still have a lot to do." After studying the system, Hoffa nodded to Inder. The 2 walked into Diagon Alley. Compared with the decadence and tension of the Muggle world outside, the Wizard's world is extraordinarily laid back and colorful. In each window are all kinds of materials, baskets of red feathers, blue bat eyes, and weird silver instruments. Various auspicious wind chimes hanging at the door. Those wind chimes all have small mouths, and whenever someone passes by, they will jingle a cappella together. What he sang is not to solicit business words, but some good old sayings that Hoffa cannot understand. Some stores are very hidden. After he has to go in, the systematic exploration of green slots will increase. For example, in a corner store, there is only a small wooden cabinet with a broom at the door. If you didn't look carefully, Hoffa almost thought it was a warehouse for storing miscellaneous goods. When he walked in, he discovered that it was a wizard's restaurant with gorgeous decoration, and the house elves shuttled back and forth. Of course, the one that impressed Hoffa most was a shop named Porcius Weather Blanket, with a row of small letters under the big gilded letters on the sign. Are you still worrying about uncomfortable water and soil? Are you still worrying about the day and night? As long as 50 gallons, you can choose your favorite weather. It can be fun at home, can travel and carry, only 50 gallons. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. Weather blanket? Hoffa had never seen such a shop, nor in the original work, so he walked in as a matter of course. He was stunned when he entered, and this shop is really good looking. On the blanket on the left side of the shop, it was a thunderstorm with lightning and thunder, and a dark cloud was raining in the sky, smashing. On the blanket on the right is an arid desert area, and several mini camels are walking around in the desert. The front of the desert is a rainforest climate. There are lush woods everywhere. The parrots in the woods are lively and vigorous, and their faces are full of moisture as soon as they approach. Hoffa also saw a wizard with sunglasses lying on a lounger by the side of the rainforest, basking in the sunday. A shopkeeper next to him was recommending his product with a smile on his face. How is it, realistic enough? I promise you will never experience the feeling of basking in the rainforest in other parts of the UK. The wizard basking in the sun got up from the recliner. Yes, it's almost as I expected, but I think I will increase the humidity a little bit. Increase the number of parrots in the middle of the forest. Okay. The shop owner waved his magic wand, and immediately, amidst the singing of a parrot, the entire rainforest was rolled into a blanket. Neatly folded. After paying the money, the wizard walked away contentedly with the blanket. Hoffa was surprised to watch all the way. There are all kinds of weather in the store, endless grasslands, snow-covered glaciers, scenic islands, and even volcanoes that are about to erupt at any time. The shop owner came over and asked, "Hello, are you planning to buy a weather or customize a weather you like?" Hoffa Hauran. "I'll just take a look." Induo clutched his head and shook his head. 10 minutes later, Hoffa and Inder walked out of the Perseus weather shop. The wizard's ability made him feel more and more miraculous. Of course, as he walked, the green troughs in the sea of knowledge slowly increased. 13% exploration. 22%. 29%. 37%. Inder was dissatisfied with Hoffa's sloshing posture, and he kept reminding Hoffa that time is money. Finally, an hour later, when Hoffa stopped in front of a clothing store, the green trough rose to 40%. Mojin Robe Shop. Hoffa looked up at the sign, which he knew very well. Because one day many years later, Malfoy and Harry Potter met for the first time in this store. As for now, it is estimated that Malfoy's dad Lucius was born more than 10 years ago. With a secret sigh, Hoffa was forcibly pushed through the door by Inder. In the shop was a hunchbacked hawk-nosed man. He was dressed in an elegant purple robe, his eyes swept the door gloomily, and a pair of squinted eyes stayed on Hoffa's torn shoes and socks for a long time. Induo didn't care, he jumped to the counter with a grin. Then he took a gold watch out of his arms and threw it to the humpback man. "The same way, Morkan, rent a suit." Morkan took the gold watch, his eyes fixed on Hoffa. "Your guests this time don't seem to have much potential." Induo said, "You can't control this, Morkan. According to the rules, if you can't come back within an hour, I will leave you with my grandfather's watch." "Hey!" Morkan shoved the gold watch under the counter and yelled over his head. "Polina, come out to work." Hoffa didn't know what they were talking about, but it seemed that this shop was a family shop, and the humpback owner didn't know what it was to do with the future Mrs. Morkan. However, he knew the answer in the next second. With the yelling of old Mojin, a pink little loli pushed aside the counter and jumped out. "Come on, Daddy, don't shout so loudly." She was half a head shorter than Hoffa, and she looked only 8 or 9 years old. Although she was small, she was very quick in her movements. As soon as she saw Hoffa, she immediately pushed him onto the wooden bench. "Stretch your hands straight." Hoffa straightened his hand obediently, wondering if this little girl named Polina was the future Mrs. Morkan. It's natural to be the material for this line of business. He just didn't change his husband's surname, and I don't know if he ever married. Hoffa thought with interest. Polina didn't know what the boy was thinking. She measured the size of Hoffa's body up and down, and asked, "It's a freshman, are you here to customize the school robes?" Before Hoffa spoke, Inder quickly yelled, "Hey, girl, we are not here to buy school gowns. You have to dress my client as handsome as the ancient Persian prince." Old Mojin snorted disdainfully. Balina stretched out her tongue and made a grimace at Inder, then turned her head and whispered to Hoffa, "Why are you messing with him? There is nothing good about fairies." Hoffa sighed, "It's hard to say." Although Laomojin looked very snobbery, the tailor's strength was still there. 10 minutes later, Hoffa was completely renewed. He was wearing a luxurious red robe with dark gold lines, knee-length calfskin boots on his feet, and his black hair neatly combed. Inder even snatched Laomojin's ring and put it on Hoffa's hand. Now he seems to be the offspring of a big pure-blooded family. Hoffa stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself, suddenly wondering how handsome Voldemort would be if he put on this one. Induo rubbed his pointed chin with long fingers, and suddenly he turned to ask Polina, "Do you like him now?" The future Mrs. Morkan blushed, kicked Inder hard, covered her face and turned and ran away. It seems that the effect is almost achieved. Induo snapped his fingers. Let's go, Your Royal Highness, we are very busy today. After Hoffa admired himself in the mirror, he suddenly looked at Inder with his arms around him, and smiled. You want to wrap me up and drag me to Gringotts for a loan, don't you? Inder took 2 steps back in fright and almost fell to the ground without a butt. The old Mojin who was next to him was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly he burst into laughter. Goblin, ah goblin, you also have today, how does it feel to be seen through by a hairy kid? Hoffa sneered, let me tell you that you lost my bursary, but your gold watch is also worth a bit of money, or you just got that watch for me. It's a compensation for me. Induo jumped up high, as if he had a spring under his feet. Absolutely not, there are more ways to get money, but I only have one watch, absolutely not, absolutely not. Really? Then tell me, what is the interest rate at Gringotts? How much are you going to take me to borrow when you dress me up? And how much will I have to repay the money I loan now? Hoffa stood calmly in front of the goblin, looking at him condescendingly. I believe you because of Dumbledore's face, but your actions make it difficult for me to continue to believe in you. Old Mojin murmured softly, Merlin's beard is up. The cold sweat on Inder's forehead fell off. He looked at Hoffa in front of him and murmured, Gore, who is running wild, are you really only 11 years old? Hoffa untied his tight neckline and sat on the stool. You only have 2 choices, 1, pay me the gold watch, and 2nd, tell me your plan clearly. Induo gave a wry smile and rubbed his hair. 10 minutes later, Hoffa and Inder walked out of Mrs. Morkan's shop, dressed in costumes. They were on their way to Gringotts for a loan. No matter how hard Hoffa spoke, Inder did not agree to pay him the gold watch. But he told Hoffa about his plan. The situation in Europe is now tense. Gringotts is taking the opportunity to expand to other European countries. It needs a lot of foreign partners. Hoffa's mixed-race face can bring him a lot of convenience. If done properly, he can use Hoffa. Pack it into a foreign nobleman, and then a venture capital fund from Gringotts. Indeed, these tactics of Inder are nothing to Hoffa, who has experienced the information explosion in his previous life. But I have to say that this guy is indeed a little clever, and he dares to exploit the leaks of this big bank. And it seems that he has not done this for the first time. It was because Inder slapped his chest to ensure that he had succeeded many times, and that the risks belonged to him. Hoffa agreed to take a risk with him. I really need funds to study at Hogwarts. Chapter 5, Liar in Duo. Gillen Pavilion is located in the middle of a row of commercial streets. It is a very tall white building. Compared to the surrounding buildings, it is very conspicuous. No matter what world you are in, banks are very grand. In front of the shiny bronze gate, there were 2 solemn fairies wearing scarlet and gold uniforms. After seeing Hoffa coming, the 2 goblins leaned slightly at the same time. According to legend, this store is the first store in Diagon Alley. 1 person and 1 demon walked into Gringotts. After arriving here, Induo was wearing a suit with his head high and his chest tall, completely devoid of the previous trivial character. Passing through the second silver door, some warning signs were written on the door. Please come in, stranger, but you have to be careful. What is the end of insatiable greed? Blindly ask for, get something for nothing. Will receive the severest punishment. So if you want to take it from our underground vault, a wealth that never belonged to you. Thief, you have been warned. Beware that it's not treasures, but bad retributions. These slogans are in Old English, which is very chronological. After seeing this row of slogans, Hoffa, who was originally calm, would inevitably have his heart beaten up and down like a bucket. At the first stop of the rebirth, he came to Gringotts to cheat money to study, and he was really crazy. Looking at Inder's self-confident appearance, Hoffa can only calm down. This is the end of the matter, and it is useless to complain. Only by playing your own role can you gain more trust. In the bank, trust is money. Inder said, your name is now Silby Spencer. You are a descendant of a French nobleman, understand? Hoffa mocked, you really have prepared enough. Passing a group of fairies who weigh gems all the time, Hoffa and Inder came to the counter. Yinduo's lips squirmed and said softly, Silby doesn't speak English. From now on, leave everything to me, understand? Hoffa nodded silently. Yinduo looked up at a bald old goblin with glasses in front of the counter. This time the guest came from France. He came to discuss investment matters with us on behalf of the family. This is the proof of the Spencer family's foreign industry. With that, Yinduo didn't know where he changed a piece of paper and gave it to him. The old demon had a solemn spirit, crossed his fingers, first glanced at Hoffa up and down, and nodded slightly at him. Hoffa also nodded to him reservedly. Then the old fairy took out a magnifying glass and studied Inder's paper carefully. Hoffa tickled his teeth when he saw the paper. Obviously, Yinduo had been prepared for a long time. Maybe he had made up his mind from the beginning and scammed the money with him, and then he deliberately lost his tuition. After studying the paper, the old fairy beckoned, and a fairy secretary came over behind him. The old fairy said, take them to room 103. The fairy secretary nodded immediately. He took Hoffa to the elevator in Gringotts, and after a few presses, the old-fashioned sliding door elevator floated up automatically. Hoffa thought that the first time Harry Potter and Hagrid came to Gringotts was to go underground, but he was walking up with Inder. This unknown feeling made him uneasy. On the 10th floor, the elevator opened. Inder immediately leaned at the door, and Hoffa passed by with the appearance of a waiter. To highlight the dignity of his identity, Hoffa sneered in his heart, he was a professional liar, and he acted in full. He also did not refuse, learning the appearance of the nobles seen in the movies in his previous life, and walked with restraint. The corridors on the floors exude the fragrance of high-class roses, the floor is covered with red carpets, and the walls are illuminated with gilt magic lighting, which is very high-end. The fairy secretary sent Inder and Hoffa into room 103 and retreated. Outside is broad daylight, the fireplace in the room is burning with flames, and the walls are full of silverware and oil paintings, dim but luxurious. Mr. Ralpha, see who I brought this time. Yinduo cleared his throat happily and said loudly. In front of the fireplace, a wheelchair turned around. On the wheelchair, there was a fairy, an old fairy, and a dead old fairy. He was wearing a red blanket, his head trembling slightly, and his nose was as long as Hoffa's forearm. Hoffa swears that he has never seen such an old and paralyzed goblin. This is simply Stephen Hawking among goblins. Yinduo walked over and gave a loud kiss on the old goblin's forehead with only a few hairs left. Trojan horse! Hoffa saw a chill. The old fairy opened his mouth and pointed to the red sofa aside. Hoffa sat down quietly. Yinduo walked to the cabinet to the side and took out a glass of red wine by himself. Said while pouring the wine. Ralpha, the wizarding world in France is now facing problems, and Germany's ambitions are unstoppable. This Mr. Sebastian is willing to mortgage some of his family's properties in France in exchange for asylum by the British Ministry of Magic. Ralpha mumbled, "Scareful talk, Inder, you are always like this." The voice was hoarse like a broken gong. Inder handed the parchment over. "Believe it or not, this is the title deed, look at it." Ralpha took a look, and then muttered, "Delphina Spencer, really is a land of no one." The old goblin glanced at Hoffa. "I don't know whether this person is with Delphi. Miss Na's relationship." Yinduo patted his chest and promised, "Brother, blood brother, the only heir to the Spencer family. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem." The old fairy nodded. "It's just the price." Inder raised a finger. $10,000 plus a security agreement. This is the price. If feasible, you can get a large amount of land including the port of Bordeaux, and the delivery will be completed within 2 years. The old goblin's muddy eyes lit up and looked at Hoffa without speaking. Induo, don't worry, he doesn't speak English. The old fairy immediately bargained with Inder. Watching the two wrestle with each other in front of them, Hoffa smiled, and his mother bowed approval. Inder, the goblin, was a beast who lied and didn't blink. How did Dumbledore get such a good evaluation in the eyes of Dumbledore? Dumbledore is a rare wise man in the Harry Potter world. Is this fairy so thick-skinned that even Dumbledore can be fooled? Or is Dumbledore not old enough and suffered a lot from Inder? That's why it became so wise? Finally, the wrangling is over. The old goblin looked at Hoffa expectantly. With a sullen face, Inder came to Hoffa's side, whispering in his ear, "Is this old guy's nose funny?" Nodding yes, shaking his head no. Hoffa looked at the old fairy's huge rosacea in silence for a while, and finally, in the old fairy's expectant eyes, he nodded solemnly. The old fairy smiled with satisfaction. Induo stood up and cursed, "Damn it, 5,000 is 5,000. You old fellow, Granddad is not as vicious as you." Ding! With a clear voice. 10 minutes later, Hoffa and Inder stood at the exit of Gringotts. A thick gold coin bounced between Inder's slender fingers. He looked at Hoffa with a small leather bag and smiled, "Why, I'm right, a fairy will never be short of money." Hoffa looked at his small purse, which did not look big, but it had a traceless stretching spell in it, and it contained at least 5,000 jinjialong. 5,000 jinjialong, I'm afraid that Harry Potter's small vault does not have so much money. Hoffa asked, "So you forged all those property titles?" Inder shrugged, "Otherwise, do you really think you are a French nobleman?" Hoffa sighed, "You are not afraid of being found by these people? This is a naked fraud. Boy, if your vision is long enough, you will never worry about gold coins." Inder grinned and strode forward. Times are about to change. Until these greedy guys take over the business, the land will turn into scorched earth. All the prosperity will disappear. At that time, the title deed will be true or false, meaningless. Hoffa looked at Inder's back in shock. If you change to an ordinary 11-year-old child, you don't know what he is talking about. But Hoffa knew that the Second World War was imminent, and France would be the first to fall into a war zone. Not to mention that Inder took the false land deed to sell it to the fairies. Even if he really took the land deed to the Palace of Versailles, those fairies would not get it. This guy is purely making a fortune from the time difference. Hoffa, who was puzzled, ran after him. "Hey, how did you know? Why do you dare to conclude that there will be a war in the future, or what if these guys found out before the war started?" Induo turned his head, and a strange glow flashed across his face. "Of course I know that I am a fairy from Helgoland, Germany. As for being discovered, rest assured, no one dares to go to Hogwarts to find the trouble of a freshman." With that, Inder threw a calfskin bag directly to Hoffa. Hoffa grabbed the cowhide bag and sank his hands. When I opened it, there were sparkling jinjialong inside. "Inder, 1 gallon for 17 silver kerosene, 1 silver kerosene for 29 nats, I gave you 100 gallons, much more generous than the Hogwarts bursary, enough for you to buy some books and magic wands, and it's not second-hand." After playing with the wizard's coin for a while, Hoffa raised his head slightly annoyed. "We work together, why did you take 5,000 gallons and I only have 100 gallons? Inder blinked, "You didn't do anything." Hoffa curled his lips, did not speak, and placed the small leather bag next to him. 1 gallon can be exchanged for 5 pounds, if converted into later renminbi, it is worth 45 yuan. 100 gallons, 4,500 yuan. For the current self, it is already a huge sum of money. Although Hoffa likes money, he also knows that it is better to take less ill-gotten gains. This time he was forced to take this strange risk, and he won't do it the next time he is killed. He didn't want to test the power of Gringotts. Returning to the Morkan clothing store, in the unwilling eyes of old Morkan, Inder took back his gold watch. And Hoffa took off his costume and put on his dirty clothes, just like Cinderella, who was beaten back to her prototype after 12 o'clock. Fortunately, he bought school gowns, which are not second-hand. After buying school gowns, accompanied by Inder, Hoffa went to Lihen bookstore to buy his own Hogwarts textbook. Although he wished to open it now, he knew it was not the time yet. When he finished most of the Diagon Alley, in Hoffa's sea of knowledge, his exploration of the secret realm was as high as 45%. As long as it is increased by 5%, he can obtain the first reward of the system, 1/3 of the spell fragments. But compared to the spell fragments, there is something that makes him more excited and looking forward to now. Magic wand. Something he dreamed of. Under Inder's leadership, Hoffa went to Ollivander's wand shop, a red-eyed shop in all over the world. As described in the book, as the most mysterious shop in the world, this place seems rather inconspicuous. A small storefront with peeling golden paint signs and dusty showcases. He had just walked to the door, and suddenly, Induo by his side stretched out his hand to stop the eager Hoffa. As for the reason, Hoffa knew immediately. A huge wave of magic suddenly came from the store, accompanied by crazy laughter. Yes, that's it, that's it. Chapter 6, Semi-Finished Products. The voice was very familiar, and the frantic laughter had just ended. A lanky body smashed into Ollivander's shop door, and the handsome boy walked out of the shop door. His eyes were red, his body trembling slightly, and his expression was extremely excited, admiring a U-wand in his hand, standing opposite. Hoffa and Inder at the door turned a blind eye. The air was full of violent magical energy, and Hoffa's hair was blown torn. Looking at the boys leaving back with lingering fears, Induo asked in a low voice, "Who is that? How come there is such a powerful magic power at this age?" Of course Hoffa knew who it was. Tom Marvolo Riddle. The future demon Lord Voldemort has already got his first assistant in his life, a powerful U-wand. No wonder the excitement was like that, but it was a pity that after having been with him for more than 50 years, that wand was still ruthlessly abandoned by him. Shaking his head, Hoffa said to Inder, "Shall we go in together?" Inder shook his head, "Go in by yourself. The fairy doesn't need a wand, and won't enter this kind of shop. The old guy's wand-making materials also include fairy bones. I'm afraid I will kill him if I see him." Hoffa was dumb and had to push Ollivander's shop alone. Just as soon as I entered. Ding! System, the current Mystery London Wizarding Market. The exploration degree reaches 50%, and the spell fragments are obtained, 1/3. In the sea of knowledge, there was a hazy fragment. Hoffa wanted to explore the fragment, but it was completely unavailable. He can only give up this idea and deal with the current scene instead. In front of him, thousands of boxes were densely packed from the ground to the ceiling, and the air was full of silence and quietness. The Ollivander Wand Shop is a family shop. The history of making magic wands in this family can be traced back to 382 BC. The original meaning of the surname Ollivander is, a person who owns an olive wood magic wand. Therefore, some people, including this generation of Ollivander himself, believe that their ancestors followed the Romans to England. The owner of this generation of Ollivander is Garrick Ollivander. He doesn't seem to be as old as described in the book 50 years later, but a middle-aged man with good spirits. It's just that the middle-aged man looks a little sluggish now. Ollivander did not notice Hoffa's arrival. He still opened his mouth, standing among the scattered piles of wooden boxes, immersed in the horror just now. Until Hoffa reached out his hand and shook it before his eyes. "Hey, hello." Garrick Ollivander turned his head in a spirited way, and when he saw the new client, he rubbed his face quickly. "Sorry, lost, you absolutely don't know what just happened." Hoffa said calmly, "I know, I want to buy a magic wand." Ollivander murmured, "Of course, I come to my shop to buy magic wands. Left hand or right hand?" "Right hand." "Raise your arms." He measured the size of Hoffa, first from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, shoulder to the floor, knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. As he measured it, he said, "Every Ollivander wand has super magical substances, and this is its essence. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and fire dragon heart nerves." Hoffa chuckled, "Are you going to say the same thing to everyone?" The interrupted Ollivander was slightly angry. "I'm rude boy, I'm a businessman, do you understand? A businessman." With that said, he quickly picked up the boxes on the ground, and then stuffed Hoffa's wands one after another. "Hollywood, phoenix feathers, 11 inches, no way, no way. Unicorn hair, rosewood, 13 inches, no way, no way. Fire dragon's tendons, walnut, 9 inches, no, still no. Beech, Vila's hair, 10 inches, no, of course not, what am I thinking?" Ollivander smashed his mouth and moved the box quickly. The magic wands turned around in Hoffa's hands like a revolving lantern, but he felt that holding these wands was like holding an ordinary wooden stick, and nothing happened. Apple wood, 17 inches, no way. Acacia, 14 inches, no way. Cassia, 9 inches, no way. Ashwood, no way. Sorbus, no. Fir trees, no way. Cedar, no way. Cherry wood, no way. Black prickly pear, oh, still not good. As time passed by, and the empty boxes under his body were piled up higher and higher, Hoffa couldn't help but yawn. If it hadn't been for the notice from Hogwarts, Hoffa would almost doubt whether he really had a gift for magic. He glanced outside the store, and Yinduo turned around impatiently. Finally, when Ollivander and Hoffa were both standing in the waist-deep pile of boxes, Ollivander could not run. He breathed out and asked, "Are you really a wizard? Or are you actually? It's a dumb gun." Hoffa, who was overwhelmed by the pile of boxes, said helplessly, "Do you want to read my Hogwarts notice?" Ollivander whispered annoyedly. How could this happen? It shouldn't be. This incident also went beyond Hoffa's expectations. He didn't expect that he would not match so many wands. But to go to school you must have a magic wand. Hoffa scratched his head and asked hesitantly, "Are there any other staff in Diagon Alley?" This sentence pierced Ollivander's nerves, and his pale grey eyes stared. "What? You doubt my skills? I tell you, from 100 BC until now, there has never been a wizard's wand Ollivander could not make, even Merlin has used our family's wand." Hoffa didn't speak, and the two stared in the pile of boxes. The air fell into an extremely awkward silence. Looking at each other for a while, suddenly Ollivander asked softly, "You don't seem to be English." "Half and half, I am not sure, but my father is from China." Hoffa said. "East." Ollivander smashed his mouth, "So that's it, their habits are indeed different from ours." After speaking, he waved his wand, all the boxes put away the wand and returned to their original positions. "Follow me." Hoffa followed Ollivander to the back of the shop. Here, piled up a lot of various materials, feathers, hair, nerves, hearts, spider legs, wood of various trees, and even a fairy skeleton. Hoffa wondered why Yinduo didn't want to come in, and it was cruel to talk about stick making. Under the pile of materials, Ollivander bent and drew for a long time, and finally pulled out a crumpled grey box. He blew a huge amount of dust up. The grey box became a black box. Ollivander stood before Hoffa solemnly and opened the box. In the box, there is a magic wand lying quietly. It is wrong to say that it is a magic wand, because there are still some branches on its body, which look a little rough, not as delicate as the magic wands outside. It's like a branch cut directly from a tree. A magical feeling appeared in Hoffa's heart. It is looking at me. Hoffa realized this. It was a bit agitated. Hoffa stretched out his hand without hesitation and grabbed the quaint branch. At this moment, a touch of blood connection appeared, and a kind of vicissitudes and gentle warmth flowed through his body, and the 1,000 years of lonely waiting almost made him almost want to cry. Nothing happened, but Hoffa knew that this was his destined partner. He let go of his hand, something strange happened, and the wand did not fall. It floated above Hoffa's palm. While floating, he saw the only artificial trace on the wand. On its tail, there is a deep notch. It was painted with slightly faded red paint. That is a square font. Seal. After admiring the whole picture of this magic wand, it fell back into Hoffa's palm. A smile appeared on Hoffa's face, and he looked at Ollivander with joy, hoping he could explain it to himself. But Austrian Fanda was full of suspicious eyes. He turned around with his hands behind his back. How could this be? How could this be? What the is going on? Hoffa asked. How much is this wand? I want it. Money. Ollivander coughed. Forget it. Choose the owner of the wand, that's it. But I have to remind you that this wand is an unfinished product. If something happens, I will not be responsible. What? Hoffa was surprised. Unfinished products, what do you mean? Ollivander whispered. More than 100 years ago, my grandfather Gabord Ollivander once went to India with the Queen of England's ship. There was a very high snow-capped mountain on the border between the Qing dynasty and India. There was a tree under the mountain, the local people call it the linden tree. Where did my grandfather stay for a while, and when he left, an old monk gifted this branch to his grandfather, saying that it contained magical power. My grandfather didn't feel any power, he just brought it back as a souvenir. My father didn't discover its peculiarities, nor did I. A few years ago, I wanted to make it into a magic wand, but found that it couldn't be matched with any wand core, dragon heart, phoenix feather, unicorn hair, etc., so I kept it here all the time. As he said, Ollivander sighed, I always thought that what my grandfather brought back was just a piece of wood without magic. Now it looks really strange. There is wood that can be used to cast spells without relying on magical substances. Hoffa was surprised, so this product is just a branch? Yes. Ollivander shrugged, but it is my precious souvenir. If you want to buy it, you have to pay me double the price. Hoffa. When I walked out of Ollivander's shop, it was almost dark. In the distance, there are red clouds of burning fire, and some wizards walking hurriedly on the road. Looking at their outfits, many of them were purchased from Diagon Alley after get off work from the Ministry of Magic. Hoffa stood outside Ollivander's shop, looking at the Bodhi branch with the word Feng engraved with joy. I thought I finally had a magic wand of my own. After spending 20 gold gallons, Hoffa got his wand. And Ollivander gave Hoffa a calf leather sleeve very generously, which can be tied to his arm. Used for daily wand bumping and maintenance. Inder was waiting outside and was almost falling asleep. Seeing Hoffa came out, he couldn't help cursing, did you kid fall in love with the old man? Going in for so long. Hoffa was in a good mood and didn't want to care about him. He put away his wand and patted the fairy on the shoulder. Well, young demon, don't be so impatient. Do you want to have a drink together? Drink? Yinduo said grimly, I'm waiting for you to come out, just want to tell you. I promised you to get the book and the magic wand before dark. Now I have done it, so our contract is over. Hey, Hoffa was taken aback, where are you going? Where I am going, I have said that I am a fairy from Huggoland, Germany, and now I am going home. Inder said. Germany. Hoffa was in a good mood and couldn't help but utter a little more, then don't get into the war. Why, do you think there will be war? Induo looked at Hoffa. These British guys don't think so. There is a word in Muggle to say, so what? Induo tilted his head thinking. Appeasement, Hoffa sighed, there is no way, everyone wants peace, even the peace in fantasy. Yes, it's just appeasement. You know a lot. Inder muttered, don't worry, I don't like war either. After speaking, he raised his finger. Hoffa took a step back. Is this an action to prepare to cast away? However, there was no response. Inder looked at Hoffa with a hesitant expression. Hey, can you go at King's Cross Station? Hoffa nodded, I will. The platform is between the 92 platforms. You have to run all the way to get across. Hoffa smiled. Of course he knew all these things, but he always felt strange when he said this from the goblin's mouth. Maybe this guy is not as he looks. I see, thank you for telling me, it was a great help. Hey! Induo proudly said, you are a little clever, but you are only 11 years old after all. Okay, let's go back to your Helgoland island. Hoffa said helplessly. Inder raised his finger, but finally put it down. Hoffa was speechless, what are you doing again? The goblin did an incredible thing. He took off one of his silver earrings, and then put it in Hoffa's ear with a click. The pain caused his tears to come down. Hoffa glared at Induo. What are you doing? Inder laughed loudly, I admire the man who dares to come out to find a job at such a young age. If you want to find a job in the future, you can come to me instead of looking for Diagon Alley. There is no job here. After speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The figure of the fairy disappeared into the air instantly. Only Hoffa rubbed his bleeding ears and yelled in place, asshole. Chapter 7, The Knowledge of the Great God. At night, after Inder left, Hoffa did not return to the orphanage. Instead, he rented a small bedroom in the Broken Cauldron bar and ate some wizard barbecue and fresh fruit for dinner. He has 100 gallons, he plans to buy magic wands and book flowers, and he has more than 70 gallons. He is rich enough for an 11-year-old child. Of course it is only temporary. He wants to stay at Hogwarts for 7 years, but this little money is not enough. However, in the future, think of a way to live the life in front of you. This is Hoffa's creed. He didn't feel anything when he was busy during the day. After the night fell silent, the excitement in his heart was always uncontrollable. He kept taking out the new magic wand and looking at it over and over. Carefully experience the feeling of magic flowing in the body. In the second half of the night, he couldn't hold back anymore and pulled out the book of the spell class. After trying a few simple spells, this magic wand did not disappoint him. The semi-finished wand that Ollivander said is not in good working condition. The levitation charm that had embarrassed Ron Harry for a long time was almost thoroughly studied by Hoffa in the blink of an eye. He sat on the bed, pointed his wand to the pillow, and said another spell. Yugatim Leviosa. The pillow flew around on the bed. After playing for a while, Hoffa was worried that people from the Ministry of Magic would come to trouble him because of the spell casting outside of school. So he spent the whole night in anxiety and excitement. However, it turns out that he thinks too much, and no one comes to him at all. A few days before the beginning of school, Hoffa exchanged a few gold gallons for a little pound, and bought himself some civilian clothes, some jeans, and a white shirt in London. His previous clothes were a bit too torn. Then, he bought some more fruit and a few bottles of gin, and gave it to Mrs. Cole as a parting gift. Although his soul is not the same Hoffa before, his body has been taken care of by others for a long time. For the rest of the time, he stayed in Diagon Alley, hoping to complete 100% of the system's exploration missions. Get the so-called the knowledge of the great god. But unfortunately, because he was too young, he couldn't enter Knockout Alley. There were several other dangerous dark magic shops, and his exploration level could only stay at 60%. This made Hoffa quite regretful. He only now realizes the benefits of Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. If he can be invisible and the world can go as far as possible, these exploration tasks are simply easy to come by. It's a pity that now even Harry Potter's father is not born, and the ghost knows where that invisibility cloak is. Hoffa also wanted to try the phantom spell with his newly acquired wand, but that spell did not exist in the school's primary spell book. Hoffa read all the spell books and found that most of the spells in it were life spells, and there were no more advanced spells. Maybe I can find a way about the phantom spell in the school library. Hoffa comforted himself like this. As for the earrings that Ender gave him, Hoffa was stunned by studying it for several days but did not find out its peculiarities. And what's even more troublesome is that he can't take this earring off yet. The earrings look like they have grown on the ears. Hoffa can only pray that Hogwarts is not a middle school in the previous life, and he can allow students to have a little personality. If in a previous life, I wore earrings to school, I'm afraid I would have to be kicked out by the teacher on the first day of school. The time in Diagon Alley was fast, and it was not long before it was time to go to school on September 1st. On this day, he woke up very early, almost before dawn. He was afraid that he would miss the bus because of unexpected lateness. Hoffa didn't have a lot of things. He didn't push any carts. He bought a canvas bag and suitcase for £2, put clothes and books in the bag, and put the folding cauldron in the suitcase. Fortunately, he got up early. It was raining heavily today, and Hoffa unfortunately encountered a traffic jam in London's morning rush hour on the road. He traversed several roads in a row before arriving at the subway station. Fortunately, London already has a subway in this world. Although it is not as developed as later generations, it is also directly connected to King's Cross Station. The London Underground in 1938 was not as prosperous and efficient as the later generations of Beijing and Shanghai, and the speed was not fast. There are also some knitted cushions in the subway that smell of pungent cat feces. Some soldiers wearing green metal helmets and rifles were standing in the subway car, shaking. They got together, joked and laughed at each other, and some people looked around curiously. They look very young, probably soldiers just recruited by the British royal family, ready to report somewhere. Hoffa looked at these soldiers in the corner with his bag on his back, feeling full of emotion in his heart. By this time a few years later, I am afraid that most of the soldiers I see now are no longer there. Sometimes knowing the future is not easy. Especially in this turbulent age. King's Cross Station is located in the King's Cross area of central London, on the site of Camden District at the junction of Camden District and Islington District. When Hoffa walked out of the subway station, there were already many people here. They are mostly Muggles dressed up. There are also wizards who are unfamiliar with Muggle customs and dress indecently. Hoffa saw a few big men dressed in women's clothing standing next to the station picking up their noses and chatting. Hoffa knew how to do it. Naturally, he didn't need to ask people on the side of the road like Harry Potter. After finding the correct 9 and 10 stops, even after finishing his backpack, he rushed straight to the middle stone wall. As he charged, he closed his eyes. The speed is getting faster and faster. Then, boom! There was a loud noise. Hoffa, who rushed wildly with his eyes closed, bumped his head into a soft object. Then there was a chaotic ringing of dingling bells. Hoffa was caught off guard and rolled to the ground, rolling twice in a row. Damn, what international jokes are you making? This was Hoffa's first thought. Don't kill me. He got up very embarrassed and raised his head to look at what he had hit. It turned out that instead of hitting the wall, he hit a silver-haired girl. Pushing the cart, the girl suddenly lay in the middle of the wall of 9 stations and 10 stations. She almost knocked her head over in her arms, knocking the luggage on her cart to the ground. Hoffa felt like scolding his mother, "This girl is so immortal, why is she lying in the middle of the road?" And she was obviously not a Muggle, because there was also a white owl flapping in the cage that hit the ground. Others are going in vertically, do you want to go in sideways? Feeling annoyed, Hoffa hurried forward, pulled the girl up, and then quickly began to help her pack things up. "Excuse me, are you okay?" Hoffa asked without looking up as he cleaned up. After the silver-haired girl stood up, she folded her arms and watched Hoffa help her pack her things. It didn't mean to help in the slightest. There is only silence in the air. Hoffa felt something wrong when he cleaned up half of it. "I did hit you, but you don't have to say nothing, will you die?" He raised his head and looked at the girl carefully. At first glance, he was amazed. What a beautiful little girl, she has fair skin, a face with melon seeds, silver hair on her shoulders, wearing a simple white dress, and big blue eyes staring at herself without blinking. It's like a ghost. After being amazed for less than a second, Hoffa was enraged. The girl said, "Pack up, why don't you move any more?" Her ghostly blue eyes were filled with pride and dissatisfaction. Hoffa's face turned gloomy. Although his temper was good, it didn't mean he was willing to be used as a house elf. Besides, she obviously touched porcelain first. "Why are you here?" Hoffa got up and asked coldly. "I'm looking for platform 9. "Do you know where it is?" the girl asked indifferently. Oh, it turned out to be a freshman just like himself, and he didn't understand the ball and was so crazy. Hoffa looked at the other person's ignorant but arrogant look, and deliberately played with her. He pointed behind the girl and said, "Look, isn't that just the platform?" The girl turned her head away. Hoffa took advantage of this gap, dived into the wall without hesitation, and disappeared in front of the girl. The girl looked back, frowned and said, "Where is it?" No one answered. The girl quickly turned her head again. In front of him was empty, only half of his luggage was packed, there was an owl squeaking in the cage, and there was the boy just now. The girl's face darkened. When he got out of the wall, Hoffa cursed inwardly. "Stupid, tell you to pretend to be in front of the young master." Slightly punished the arrogant girl. Hoffa saw an old brass metal plate inlaid on a stone brick pillar next to the corridor exit. Platform 9 3/4 beginning in 1849, founder Evangeline Orpington, 15th Minister of Magic. It was not useful information. Hoffa just glanced at the sign and walked out of the tunnel. There are huge crowds in front of them. A crimson steam locomotive parked next to a platform crowded with passengers. The sign on the train said, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The smoke of the steam locomotive was lingering in the sparse rain, and cats of various colors were pierced under people's feet. In the buzzing voice of the crowd and the noise of dragging heavy luggage, the owl also screamed harshly, "And you called me." I haven't had time to appreciate this scene more. Suddenly, there was a soft noise in my mind. Ding! Discover the secret realm of wizards. Current wizard secret realm 9. Platform. Complete 50% of the mystery exploration. You will get 1/3 of the spell fragment. 1/3 of the spell fragments contain peculiar energy. You can upgrade one of your spell abilities after obtaining 3 pieces. Complete 100% of mystery exploration. You will gain Great God's knowledge. The knowledge of the Great God is mysterious and unpredictable. Before you have it, you don't know its possible power at all. Can this also trigger an exploration mission? After Hoffa was taken aback, he was overjoyed. It seems that as long as it is a wizard settlement, it can trigger an exploration mission. This time it is no better than the London Wizard Market. There are Knockdown Alley and the Black Magic Shop. This is just a platform. If you walk fast, you will be able to explore soon. Right now, Hoffa did not hesitate to start exploring. He ran from the front to the rear of the car. On the way, he saw all kinds of children with pets, such as frogs, owls, cats, mice, snakes, and birds. He also saw the handsome Tom Riddle in the city. In front of a senior girl in a green gown, chatting and laughing happily. But these have nothing to do with Hoffa, all his spirit is placed in the sea of knowledge. As he ran and explored, the green trough in the sea of knowledge grew almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. 20%, 30%, 45%, 50%. Ding, get the spell fragment, 2/3. 60%, 70%, 90%, 100%. Ding, get the knowledge of the great God. Standing at the back of the steam train, Hoffa was agitated and a chill rushed into his forehead. A lot of unknown knowledge came to mind. Within a few seconds, Hoffa shuddered, and a mysterious text appeared in his mind. Meditations of Marajba Travelers. You can continuously improve your spiritual strength through mysterious meditation, strengthen your beliefs, and quickly replenish magical power. Chapter 8, Annoying Girl. Such a simple and quick reward caught Hoffa off guard. He couldn't wait to practice one or two according to the great god's thoughts immediately, but it didn't work. The train honked its whistle, and it was about to depart. As they got into the carriage of the train, countless wizard children waved goodbye to their parents at the window. Some children even shed tears, while those older wizard children kept playing and screaming in the carriage, happily. Hoffa had no parents and no friends to greet him. According to the practice of other travelers, Hoffa should go to the Audio-Technica at this time and hug the Savior's thighs, but this era has also cut off his idea of looking for the Audio-Technica. In fact, if you were to tell the truth, Hoffa didn't care about the Iron Triangle or Harry Ron. All he was looking for was Hermione. It's pitiful in the sky. Whenever he thinks about coming to HS World but can't see Hermione, when he can see Hermione, he is probably too old to lose his teeth. Hoffa wanted to lie down on the rails like a salted fish, letting the Hogwarts train run over him to death. I am born before the king, and the king is born, I am old, and I hate if I am not born at the same time. He was muttering Chinese, with the resentment of not seeing the goddess. The unloved Hoffa now just wants to find a place where he will not be disturbed, and try his new meditation method. Although the train was big, there were many people. Hoffa spent a long time searching for it, and found an empty room almost at the back of the train. At this time, the train has already started. The steam locomotive spewed out a thick smoke, whistle sound, and began to advance. Putting down his luggage, Hoffa sat down comfortably and wiped the rain from his face. He sat cross-legged and looked out the window. The train quickly drove out of London and entered a field full of cattle and sheep. There were occasional bare grey boulders on the road. Soon after, the train drove into the green highlands of Scotland. The endless highland does not have the endless forests of northern Europe, nor is it a lonely desert, but is covered by soothing undulating low green grass and moss. That kind of low, sparse vegetation grows desolately. The bare rocks and clear air always remind you that this is the plateau on the island. Milarepa's meditations tell Hoffa that he should not feel nature, simplicity, and harmony at all times. So he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Follow a certain route and start breathing slowly. The knowledge of the great God is indeed extraordinary. As soon as he began to meditate, he felt clear and empty, his thinking gradually became sensitive, and many physical desires began to slowly leave him. However, Hoffa Gang meditated for less than 3 cycles. Patter. The sliding door of the carriage was pushed open. Hoffa, who was interrupted in meditation, opened his eyes a little unhappy and looked at it. Yuanjia has a narrow road. A little silver-haired girl carrying a bag stood at the door, looking at Hoffa coldly. She was wearing a bowler hat and a white owl crouched on her shoulder. It was the arrogant girl who had been knocked down by him before and had been teased by him again. The girl was not prepared to say hello to Hoffa, nor did she mean to talk to him. She sat down across from Hoffa, threw her bag aside, took off her hat, and looked at him coldly with her legs up. The owl on her shoulder was the same as its owner, grunting and staring at Hoffa with big eyes, wishing to eat him. Hoffa didn't expect the girl to come here, she was still asking her for a crime, and he wanted to scold her for being insane. But no, because you have to be humble when you first arrive in a new place. This is a traditional virtue of China. Hoffa nodded at her calmly. Hello there. The girl gave a sardonic smile, a hypocritical guy, scolding me in his heart, but on the surface he wants to pretend to be in harmony. When did Hogwarts start to ignore the nature of students enrolling? You. Huo Fa's anger stagnated. He didn't expect the other party's eyes to be so sharp, let alone the other party's venomous tongue at a young age. He was going to sneer at the girl, but when the words came to his lips, he laughed at himself for being too naive and comparing himself to a little girl. Could it be that when the body is young, does the mind follow the young age? So Hoffa shut up. Yes, he not only closed his mouth, but also closed his eyes, and continued to run the meditation thoughts of his Marajba traveler. The girl actually closed her eyes when she saw the other party, no longer paid attention to herself, and she sprang up from her lower abdomen with annoyance. She squinted her eyes and asked dangerously, "What's your name?" During the meditation, Hoffa snorted softly with his nose, indicating that he did not want to answer. The girl sneered, "Do you think I don't know if you don't say it? Believe it or not, I will immediately guess your identity." Hoffa felt that the opponent was mad. So he sneered, "Please? Girl, wearing the earrings of the goblins of Helgoland, Germany, but came to Hogwarts to go to school. The Ministry of Magic does not admit students from outside the British Isles, so you must be a descendant of an immigrant family. But if you calculate according to time after 1918, the Ministry of Magic has issued a policy to prohibit immigrant wizards, so your family must be from before 1918. After a minute. In history, there were 5 families of pure-blood immigrants in the British Isles, Riostet, Bariat, Malfoy and Alasset, and 12 families of mixed immigrants, Baird and Cooper, Byron, Davis, Ian, Goshawk. After a minute. Most immigrant families have died out in history, and the existing families have to be reduced to half. It depends on whether you are a freshman or a second grader, and these immigrant families still exist. It just so happens that there are 11 or 12-year-old boys whose scope will be reduced to 1/3. They are de Laussetis, Byron, Baird and Gorsuk. But there is only one family from Helgoland, the Goshawk family. There is only one freshman in the Gorsuk family who will be enrolled this year, Miller Gorsuk. The girl talked endlessly in her seat, and she spoke for 3 minutes before she stopped. She looked at Hoffa proudly with her arms folded, as did the owl on her shoulder. Hoffa sighed lightly and opened his eyes sympathetically. "You know so much, but why don't you even know how to get in King's Cross Station?" The girl raised her head and said, beyond her arrogance, "Because life is too boring if there are no challenges. After I got the notice, I cut off any channels to get information. I want to find the station by myself. Humph, even without your help, I came in, Miller classmates." Hoffa spread his hands and smiled, "Yes." Subsequently, he continued to close his eyes and rest his mind. Hoffa has confirmed the other party's character. He is really arrogant and selfish. He doesn't like such a girl. He doesn't like the other person no matter how beautiful they are. I have to say that he even hates him a little bit. After guilty of pretending to be forced, the girl was not as angry as when she first came in. She asked curiously, "Hey, Miller, which college do you want to enter?" Hoffa didn't want to pay attention to the girl, and he didn't call anything Miller at all. But the question she asked Hoffa had been thinking about for a long time these days, but the answer was that he himself didn't know which college he would enter. For Hoffa, the best result is to enter Gryffindor. After all, that college has the protagonist's luck, and Dumbledore is Gryffindor. But because of the absence of Hermione, Hoffa didn't care if he could not enter Gryffindor. After all, he knew Gryffindor well in his previous life, and he was still going to other colleges to explore. To be honest, Hoffa thought the 4 colleges were good, and he didn't even mind entering Slytherin. "I heard that their common room is under the Black Lake." Out of courtesy, Hoffa answered the girl lightly, "Gryffindor." "Gryffindor? Humph. The girl shook her head from side to side as if she heard something funny. The owl on the shoulder followed her humanely and shook his head. That group of arrogant people who think they are the children of destiny, but in fact they have empty brains, they will only wield their wands and wield like fools. It's sad that you didn't expect you to like this kind of academy. Hoffa is completely speechless. Is it really good to say so unbearably about the protagonist's academy? You can also talk about others in this critical tone, and you are ashamed to say that others are arrogant. The girl opposite is probably a Slytherin through and through. Hoffa, what about Slytherin? He thought the other party punched Gryffindor, and he might blow Slytherin. Never thought, she flicked her hair and sneered. Girl, the group of idiots who wish to put their genealogies on the shrines are only ambitious but don't know how to be humble, for their own ends, but they are unscrupulous. Such people cannot escape the destiny of being cast aside even if they succeed. They are truly ignorant. Hoffa's eyes widened, then. Where's Hufflepuff? The girl smiled. Just as she was about to speak, there was a loud clicking noise outside the door. A gentle-looking woman wearing an apron pushed the car door. Hey, do you want to buy something to eat? I have a lot of delicious food here. Hoffa jumped up with an excitement. He immediately left behind the arrogant girl next to him, the snacks on the train. In the world of H, how can I not eat snacks on the train? The woman's small cart is filled with a lot of delicious food at first glance. Chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, crucible cake, licorice wand. Hoffa is not short of money for the time being, so he, like Harry, didn't settle down and bought a little. Satisfied and returned to his seat. The gentle flight attendant just wanted to leave. The silver-haired girl stopped her suddenly. Wait a minute, did you graduate from Hufflepuff? The flight attendant turned his head in surprise, and smiled in surprise. Hey, how can you tell? The girl shrugged, it's okay. I'll just ask, you can go ahead. The flight attendant smiled and said, okay, you can call me if you need it. After the female flight attendant left, Hoffa also became interested. He handed the girl a chocolate frog and curiously said, how did you see it? There was a bit of sarcasm on the girl's pretty face. Because only Hufflepuff graduates can do this inferior job. Chapter 9, Miranda. Hoffa's expression was frozen, and his body was petrified. This man was simply poisonous. He took a deep breath and silently took the chocolate frog back. The girl's desire to eat food was messed up by the girl. 2 lives, he had never seen such an arrogant guy. He was even more arrogant than Draco Malfoy. I think you will probably be assigned to Slytherin, Hoffa said flatly. He said that as he packed snacks into his pocket, he didn't want to stay in this carriage at all. How is it possible? The girl sneered. How can an eagle soaring in the sky be with a snake in the ground? The owl on her shoulder neighed proudly. Girl, I can only go to one college. That's the college with the least number of people at Hogwarts, and it's also a place for smart people to stay. As long as you are happy. Hoffa put all the food in his pocket. Then he walked to the door without looking back, opened the door, closed the door, and walked away. Hoffa didn't want to listen to her. He didn't know which college he would go to, but he already knew which college he didn't want to go to. He didn't want to go to any college this girl entered. Leaving his car, Hoffa dangled in the hallway eating snacks all the way. In the room, all kinds of children are talking and laughing, promoting each other's friendship. Passing a section of the Slytherin carriage, Hoffa saw Tom Riddle leaning on his seat and chatting and laughing. Among other things, this guy's personality charm is really not covered. The old clothes could not conceal the leader's light on him in the slightest. Hoffa had a bit of resentment, and speaking of it, he hadn't even found a friend in Hogwarts. It's normal to think about it. He was neither born of a wizarding family nor a famous savior like Harry. He doesn't look as handsome as Tom Riddle, and of course he can only be honest and transparent. After shaking for half an hour, he was a little embarrassed. Because Hogwarts was approaching, everyone pulled up the curtains on the carriages and began to undress and change their school robes. There are basically people in the carriages here. Hoffa looked at the denim and t-shirt on his body, thinking that he could never take off his clothes in the corridor. As for going back to change, it was impossible. Hoffa didn't want to see the silver-haired girl's face at all. So Hoffa trot down the corridor, looking for an empty carriage. After searching for a long time, he did not find a suitable car. Because either is the girl's carriage, you have to avoid suspicion. Either it is a car with a lot of people, which is very crowded. Hoffa ran from the rear to the front of the car. Only then did I find the only suitable one. There was only one person in this carriage. A girl in a black robe was sitting quietly in the carriage reading a book. Although she was also a girl, there was only one, and Hoffa, who was short on time, couldn't pick and choose. Hoffa knocked on the glass door. The girl raised her head and glanced at him calmly. This is a pretty girl with round glasses, fair skin, short black hair, grey pupils, and a slender figure. Hoffa raised his school gown apologetically. The girl knew. She closed the book, got up and opened the door. Hoffa got into the carriage and smiled and said, "Sorry, the other carriages are full, and I have no place to change clothes. Can I borrow your carriage for a while?" The girl nodded. "Change it, it's almost there." With that said, he helped Hoffa pull up the curtain. "Get up and walk out of the car," leaning back against the door. Hoffa quickly changed his clothes. After changing his clothes, he opened the door. "Okay, thank you." The black-haired girl nodded, got into the carriage, and continued to read. It didn't mean to say a lot. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the carriage, and Hoffa thought it might be her body scent. There was only the sound of books turning pages in my ears. After being quiet for a while, Hoffa was a little curious, so he asked, "The other cars are full, but why are you sitting in the car alone?" "Girl, because I'm reading, they don't want to disturb me." Hoffa looked down and found War and Peace on the yellow cover. The book Hoffa is very familiar. "War and Peace, do you also read Muggle books?" Hoffa asked. Of course. The girl glanced up at Hoffa a little, seemingly reluctant to take up the subject. She turned a page and asked, "Are you also a new student?" "Yes." Hoffa stretched out his hand. "Hoffa, Hoffa Bach." The girl nodded and stretched out her hand. "Miranda Gozak." Hoffa feels a little strange. Goshuk. What did the proud silver-haired girl say to herself? Miller Gorschak. So Hoffa asked, "Do you have a brother named Miller?" The girl looked up, pushed her glasses, and smiled gently. "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of this person." "Oh." Hoffa murmured and didn't care. To be honest, he has almost forgotten that arrogant girl. Pulling out her palm, the black-haired girl took out her magic wand and waved it casually. The clothes that Hoffa took off were all neatly folded, like pieces of tofu. After finishing her work, she put the book back in the box and said to Hoffa, "No need to bring things, someone will help us get it through." Miranda looks like a jade from beginning to end. Not irritable nor dry, let alone showing off. Such talents are suitable for being friends. In the last few minutes in the car, Hoffa and Miranda chatted casually. The most talked topic among freshmen was the college. But Miranda doesn't seem to matter which college she goes to. In fact, the college is not the same except for the lounge location. In fact, everything else is the same and the courses are the same. Miranda said. Hoffa curiously said, "You seem to know Hogwarts very well." Miranda smiled and said, "Someone in my family works here. I have been to Hogwarts since I was 3 years old." Hoffa always felt that the surname Gorsuch was a bit familiar. He hurriedly reached into his pocket, and as expected, he saw Adby Gozak's signature on his freshman admission notice. He was the vice principal. "Vice principal, Adby Gozak, he is you." "He is my grandfather," Miranda sighed. "Excuse me, Can we not talk about this? 10 minutes later, the sky outside was completely dark. The train slowly stopped at a dark and small platform. The young passengers shoved and rushed to the door. Hoffa and Jin Thai, whom he had just met, walked all the way off the train, and the cold at night made him shiver. The old lanterns dangled above the students' heads. He thought he would see Hagrid here, but he didn't. There is an old one-eyed hunter on horseback here. He turned his horse's head and shouted very domineeringly. First-year freshman, come with me. This must also be a hunting ground guard, Hoffa sighed. Probably the hunting ground guard before Hagrid. As for Hagrid, he is now estimated to be just 9 years old, and it will take 2 years before he can enter school. Through the dark forest path, the one-eyed guard of the hunting ground led a group of chirping children to the dark lake. By the lake, there are a lot of small wooden boats parked. On the other side of the lake, a towering castle stands on a high hillside. The top of the castle is lined with spires, and windows are shining under the stars. At this time Hogwarts is almost exactly the same as described in the original book except for the person. System. Ding. Discover the secret realm of wizards. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Complete 50% of the mystery exploration. You will get 1/3 of the spell fragment. 1/3 of the spell fragments contain peculiar energy. After obtaining 3 pieces, you can upgrade one of your spell abilities, currently collecting 2/3. Complete 100% of mystery exploration. You will gain Great God's knowledge. The knowledge of the Great God is mysterious and unpredictable. Before you have it, you don't know its possible power at all. Rarely, Hoffa ignored the system prompts. He looked at the castle, feeling agitated, but it felt like this was a dream come true. The hunting ground guard jumped off his horse, picked up the bow and arrow and raised the oil lamp. Shouted, 4 people in a boat, don't grab it. The children noisily board the boat. Miranda sat beside Hoffa, and 2 strange students sat across from Hoffa, talking and laughing. He breathed a sigh of relief. The lingering silver-haired girl did not follow. This was better than any news. The crowd sat firmly, and the boat moved automatically in the black lake. The children next to each other were very excited when they pointed at the surrounding scenery. Hoffa plunged his hand into the cold lake water. The sound of splashing water made him feel very comfortable. Suddenly, there was a shallow tingling in the fingers, and when he raised his hand, Hoffa was startled. It was a little mermaid rolled around his finger. It had the appearance of Thumbelina, but its lower body was a fish tail. After being found, the little mermaid sprayed a jet of water on his face. Hoffa quickly inserted his hand back to the black lake. The mermaid left his finger. Miranda smiled. Scottish lake monster, a magical creature, can become as big as a human as an adult. There are many here. Hoffa curled his lips and didn't put his hands in the lake again. As we got closer to the castle, everyone held their breath. Only the sound of water remained in the air. Go through a few bridge holes with dense ivy. Along a dark tunnel seemed to come to the underground of the castle, and finally reached a place similar to an underground dock, and then climbed up to a ground of gravel and small pebbles. Came to the opposite bank of the lake, at the feet of Hogwarts. I don't know if it is his illusion. This school is much larger than he thought. The dark walls are endless, with no end in sight. The tallest towers seem to be inserted into the clouds. When he reached the door, Hoffa noticed something different. Because he remembered the original book saying that the gate of the castle was an oak gate, but the gates he saw now were all engraved with black metal, with various strange patterns and words carved on it. It looks very old and solemn. Has there been any unknown changes in the past half a century? Hoffa thought secretly, touching his chin. The door opened automatically, revealing a luxurious marble staircase, and a group of people filed in. The one-eyed old man riding a horse dismounted at the door of the stairs to keep up with the new life. He stretched out his hand in the hall to stop the freshman and said, "Wait here, don't talk." But his words were of no effect. How could a group of children stay together in a cluster and not speak? Everyone was whispering, talking, and laughing. Hoffa also wanted to talk to Miranda, but she just closed her mouth and shook her head slightly, beckoning Hoffa not to talk like others. Chapter 10, The Eagle and the Snake. Sure enough, 10 seconds later. Quiet. With the faint and old voice, all the children whispering around quieted down. It seems that someone has pressed the volume off button. A thin, gray-haired old man slowly turned out from behind the burning hall. He was wearing a bronze robe, his hands behind him, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. This is an unknown teacher at the school. Hoffa's breathing was a bit depressed, and I don't know why. At the moment he saw this old man, he felt that Hogwarts now might be much stricter than 50 years later. The old man walked slowly in front of the freshman with his hands on his back. You will learn a lot at Hogwarts, but first of all, what you have to learn is not magic, but discipline. Where the old man's eyes swept across, the new students lowered their heads without exception. The sorting ceremony will begin soon. Which college is assigned to, which college is indisputable? Follow me. The old man finished speaking very concisely, without explaining to them more. With one hand behind him, he turned to the hall, walking rather aggressively. A group of freshmen, led by the old man, passed through a Gothic corridor tens of meters high, and the walls burned with blazing flames every 10 meters. Several students around whispered. Is that the vice principal Adib? So fierce, even fierce than the legend. SHHH. As soon as they said a few words, someone hurriedly told them to shut up. They looked terrified and even shivered. Adbi Gozak, it turned out to be him. Hoffa glanced at Miranda, whose face was calm. In that case, is this old man her grandfather? He seems to be really strict. While thinking, Hoffa looked at the surroundings. There are no ghosts walking around here. Only the footsteps of new students were quiet, and the oil painting eyes on the wall slowly moved with them, but most of them didn't say a word. Across the corridor, a group of freshmen came to the Hogwarts auditorium. The solemn and dim auditorium is covered with a blue carpet on the floor. The surrounding voices were a little louder, but they were talking very restrained and quietly. Not at all like on the train, talking and laughing freely. There is no romance as written in later generations, there are no hundreds of burning candles, and no prefects to warmly welcome. The lighting here is provided by the brazier. There are braziers on the surrounding walls. Every time a new student walks, the brazier lights up and the hall becomes brighter. Above the ceiling dome, thousands of bright stars slowly rotate in the darkness. Like ancient and obscure astrology, unpredictable, serious and rigid. Hoffa looked at the classroom seats in the crowd. In the middle of the classroom seats was an old man with white beard. He had dark eyes, thin body, and half-bald hair. Armando Dippet, the current principal of Hogwarts. One glance at Hoffa confirmed that this guy was not a principal like Dumbledore at all. There is no kindness in his eyes, only scrutiny. It is said that once the emperor and the courtier, no wonder the whole school is filled with a breath of rules and order. Of course, Hoffa also saw Dumbledore. At the moment he was sitting on the left side of the faculty bench, talking in a low voice with a fat dark-haired man next to him. Hoffa saw the fat man and immediately understood his identity. Slughorn, Dean of Slytherin College. The man who taught Voldemort the secret of soul-splitting. More than 50 years later, he returned to the same position. Walking to the statue of a giant eagle in front of the staff seat, the vice principal Adbi Gorshak turned around. Beside him is a blue padded high stool. There was a grey and wrinkled hat on the stool. In a row. Serious Professor Gorshak said coldly. His voice was flat, but all the freshmen immediately followed the order and stood in a row. Professor Gorsuch took out a long roll of parchment from his cuff. If you hear the name, come up and wear a sorting hat. Ikaran mit. A boy trot over, clasped his hat on his head hurriedly, and the sorting hat immediately shouted. Gryffindor. A faint applause sounded from a table on the left-hand side. When these people clapped, they were quite restrained. Not as intense as described in later books. Alphad Black. Goshawk continued to announce his name. The surname Hoffa is very familiar. Black is a member of Sirius's family. He looked up and saw that a cold-faced boy in a black robe separated from the crowd and sat on a high stool. The Sorting Hat hesitated on his head for a long time, then assigned him to Slytherin. This Black frowned, as if he was still a little unhappy. Hoffa watched the boy who was his age walk by, wondering what the relationship between this person and the future Sirius Black was. Not long after Alphad left, Hoffa heard another familiar name. Eileen Prince. Prince? Irene Prince? The half-blood Prince Snape, the fuck? Hoffa immediately raised his head. It was a black-haired girl with pale appearance, greasy hair, freckles around her nose, and a sad expression on her face. She trod a little nervously before the Sorting Hat, which quickly assigned her to Slytherin. Hoffa thought to himself that today he has long eyes, and these people here are all the ancestors of celebrities in the future. He even wondered if he could become Snape's father if he soaked that Irene Prince just now. Hoffa shook his head quickly. He felt that it was not good to think about this kind of ghost in such a serious auditorium. Besides, Irene is not pretty. The Sorting Hat is sometimes very fast, sometimes very slow. Fast people will be fine in a few seconds. Some people waited slowly for up to a minute. During this time, everyone in the hall also waited silently without making any noise. The crowd came forward one by one, of course, except for the surnames of some later generations. It is difficult for Hoffa to hear familiar people in this sorting ceremony. Suddenly, as Goshawk yelled, "Aglia est a las s." A blue-eyed silver-haired girl walked out of the crowd and sat on a high stool blankly. Hoffa stared. It turned out that her name was Aglia est a las s. What a stinky long name! As soon as the Sorting Hat touched her silver hair, he yelled, "Ravenclaw!" Damn it, Hoffa shook his head secretly, but it was a pity that he was not a Sorting Hat, otherwise he would definitely assign the goods to Slytherin. Aglia put down the Sorting Hat, walked down the steps, and gave him a mocking smile as he passed by Hoffa. As if mocking his judgment on the train. Hoffa thought that if he were Harry Potter, this guy would definitely be a character like Malfoy. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A name from the vice principal interrupted Hoffa's thoughts. He raised his head, wanting to witness this historic moment. The radiantly long Tom separated the crowd and walked slowly to the Sorting Hat. He seemed calm, but Hoffa keenly observed that his hands were clenched, and the veins on the back of his hands were violent. Obviously, I was very excited. Only 1 second. Sorting Hat, Slytherin. Applause broke out from the rightmost table, 3 points more eagerly than the applause of the others. In this serious atmosphere, this is already very difficult. In less than an afternoon on the train, Tom Riddle gained the favor of most people in Slytherin. The boy put down the Sorting Hat. Hoffa actually saw a little relief on his face. It's strange that Voldemort also had this sentiment. After a dozen more people left, Vice Principal Gorshak finally gave out his name blankly. Hoffa Bach. Miranda pushed Hoffa a little, and Hoffa walked out of the crowd. Nobody else reacted. For them, this was just a common name. But one person's eyes widened. Aglia, who was sitting at the corner of Ravenclaw's table, was still expressionless and lacking in interest. But when she saw Hoffa coming out, she was a little puzzled. Then her face was ashen, a humiliated anger hit her forehead, and she knocked on the table with a punch, causing the Ravenclaws beside her to look sideways. Asshole! Aglia gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words. Only then did she know that this boy was not Miller Gorshak at all. It's called Hoffa Bach. In her opinion, the Bach's ignorance of her on the train was the biggest insult to her. Of course Hoffa didn't know that his actions on the train had offended a Ravenclaw. He sat on the high stool and put on his hat a little nervously. It sounds casual, but at this moment, he can't help but be nervous. As soon as he put on his hat, the Sorting Hat sighed in his ear. Difficult. So difficult. It's been a long time since I saw such a difficult student. Brave, yes. The heart is not bad, but also very smart, and naturally there is no lack of ambition. Each college is suitable for you. Hoffa was speechless. This is a change of way to call me as having no characteristics, everyone. Time goes by every minute, longer than anyone can delay. After 3 full minutes, Hoffa was still sitting on the stool. Professor Gorshak, who was standing aside, glanced at Hoffa more. The Sorting Hat kept muttering in Hoffer. First exclude Hufflepuff, you are not suitable there. Secondly, I want to exclude Slytherin. Although you have ambitions, you are not enough for Slytherin standards. Hoffa's breathing was a little short. Sorting Hat, then Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are left. Well, let me think about it. Hoffa was a little nervous. Ravenclaw, if it was normal, but since meeting the silver-haired girl, he really didn't want to stay in an academy with that kind of person. Suddenly, he had an idea. He thought that when Harry Potter was wearing the Sorting Hat, it was difficult to choose the hat about Gryffindor and Slytherin, but in the end Harry Potter made his own choice and chose Fender. So Hoffa also learned something, and he chanted in his mind. Not going to Ravenclaw, not going to Ravenclaw, not going to Ravenclaw. So, the Sorting Hat shouted with a voice that shook the sky, Ravenclaw. Chapter 11, The Tower. Don't follow the protagonist's life without the protagonist's life. Hoffa Bach. At this moment, he wanted to cry without tears. His mother was really miserable, even if he started low. Can it be said that you respect your choice? The Sorting Hat is really his mother's choice that he doesn't care about at all. After the Sorting Hat makes a decision. There was a faint applause from the second row of tables on the left, much lower than when Tom Riddle was seated. It should be one of the lowest applause ever. Moreover, this applause more or less contained the meaning of liberation. He dragged on for too long, causing other people's stomachs to go hungry. As soon as he walked to Ravenclaw's table, Hoffa felt a sharp sword gaze. Following his gaze, in the corner, Aglaia held his arms, and the blue ghostly eyes were full of coldness and anger. At this point, Hoffa didn't want to worry about anything with her at this time. He found the diagonal and sat on the long table at the farthest position from Aglaia. Not long after Hoffa left, Miranda also sat on a high stool. The only difference from others was that Vice Principal Gorshak put a hat on her personally, without any intention of avoiding suspicion. It didn't take long for the hat to call out Ravenclaw, and she was also assigned to Ravenclaw. Miranda took off his hat indifferently and sat down opposite Hoffa. It seems we are still classmates. Yes. Seeing Miranda coming, Hoffa felt better. Anyway, this academy is not all people like Aglaia. It's enough to stay away from her. 30 minutes later, the sorting is over. Professor Gorshak put away the parchment and tapped the high stool with a magic wand. The stool and hat disappeared at the same time. He turned and sat back on the staff seat. Hoffa was so hungry that he remembered that he had only eaten a few snacks today. The other people are the same, there are roaring hungry stomachs all around. But it was not over yet. At the center of the faculty chair, the principal Armando Dipiter stood up. At the moment he stood up, the surrounding fire was blazing, and the whole hall was brightly lit. Hoffa murmured secretly in his heart, really an old man who pays attention to ostentation. He scanned his sullen eyes for a week, coughed, and said solemnly. First of all, I want to emphasize with you the traditional rules. Those who wander privately at night will stay in school for observation immediately, and if they commit a second offense, they will be immediately expelled. Those who enter the Forbidden Forest without permission will immediately destroy their magic wand and expel them. A month of fine work. Armando babbled for nearly 10 minutes, all sorts of rules. Oh my God! Hoffa covered his face with his hands, and sighed again why he travelled to 1938. Compared to Dumbledore's time, Hogwarts at this time is almost the same as the electrotherapy school for internet addiction. Finally, the rules are over. Armando Dupit coughed twice. There are still some new changes this year. Due to the tensions in the magic world in European countries, the Ministry of Magic has set up a special teleportation point in the school hunting ground. Students in the 6th grade and above can obtain approval. After obtaining approval, go to a special area for or special training. After speaking, the old principal sat down. There was a uniform applause on the dining table. Hoffa followed and applauded, and he had a better understanding of the status quo at Hogwarts. No wonder it's so strict, it's probably also related to the approaching World War II. Indeed, in the era when Harry was born, the world was peaceful without much change. No one said anything about eating and waiting for death, and the school can be very relaxing. But in this era, it's possible that the gang is not waiting for death, but is looking for death. After the applause, there was a crisp ringing with the jingle. Suddenly, a huge amount of food appeared on the plate in front of Hoffa. They are all appetizers, fresh consumption, crab meat, foie gras jelly, assorted iced fruits, Russian black caviar, and various fresh juices. Hoffa learned what the seniors around him looked like, and took a little as quickly as possible. The taste is very delicious. Greatly increase appetite. After a few minutes, the contents of the plate disappeared. Then there appeared staple foods, roast beef, fried lamb chops, grilled pork chops, London chop, chicken wings, gratin lobster, cabbage, mashed potatoes, croissants, muffins. There are so many kinds that Hoffa can't count them, and they all say that English cooks can't do it, but this time it opened his eyes. I'm afraid the house elves at Hogwarts are all invited from abroad. After eating, the previously serious atmosphere slowly disappeared, and people around started talking and laughing. Hoffa ate while listening to the seniors next to him talking about various news, from Quidditch to national events, from lace news to celebrities in the wizarding world. Eat with relish, and listen with relish. Moreover, these seniors at Ravenclaw have their own opinions when they speak, and they are indeed the wisest academy. The ghosts also came out from all corners of the castle. Hoffa didn't see the PP he wanted to see most. Instead, he saw a ghost in a robe. She was beautiful and she was wearing a crown from Ravenclaws. Floating by the table, greeting other people very gracefully. She is the ghost of Ravenclaw, Helena Ravenclaw. She is also the daughter of the 4 founders, Rowena Ravenclaw. Commonly known as Ms. Grey. He is very eye-catching and is the most beautiful ghost at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw was also good. Hoffa cut off a lamb chop, thought secretly. After eating the staple food, there are soups, mushroom thick chicken soup, cream tomato soup, French lamb onion, and oxtail soup. Seeing these foods, Hoffa regretted that the staple food stuffed himself too much. The students are very edible, but the professor on the faculty seat is more indifferent. When Hoffa saw that the banquet was halfway through, Principal Armando Dupit left the room, and Vice Principal Gorsuch followed him. The two seemed to have something to discuss, and their expressions were serious. Hoffa asked Miranda, "What does your grandpa teach?" Miranda drank the juice shallowly and said, "He is the dean of the Ravenclaw Institute and teaches the curse. I remind you that you should never sing against him during class." Dean Ravenclaw. Hoffa was dumb. This old man looks more strict than Professor McGonagall. I'm afraid some will suffer in the future. The soup was over, and dessert appeared on the plate. Jelly, caramel pudding, apple pancakes, mousse, and ice cream with lime flavor. Hoffa couldn't eat it anymore, he could only hold his stomach up with difficulty and grab some lime ice cream. I thought I must restrain myself at the next banquet. After eating, a familiar figure stood up on the faculty bench. It's the young version of Dumbledore. As soon as he stood up, the students began to applaud enthusiastically. The applause was much more sincere than when the principal Armando Dippet spoke, and Dumbledore's popularity was very high no matter what. Dumbledore knocked on the cup and smiled. The prefect will bring their students back to the lounge, but before that, we still have one important thing to do. The students of the Fourth Academy clapped their hands and laughed. Sing, sing. Gryffindor made the most booing, and Ravenclaw's students also smiled. Miranda whispered to Hoffa, "He is the greatest transformation teacher ever. He can turn into hundreds of animals." Hoffa didn't know this. He asked in amazement, "Really?" Of course, he helped write the Agmanes bill. It was a senior next to him who answered him. On the staff seat, Dumbledore waved his magic wand. The remaining juice in all student cups suddenly turned into ribbons and burst out. Some students who were about to drink juice were caught off guard by the ribbon and burst into laughter. "Dumbledore, get ready. Sing." So all the teachers and students sang loudly. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old man, or a child who hurt his knee, our mind can accept something interesting. Because now the brain is empty and full of air." Hoffa couldn't sing, but he also shook his head and his legs along with the singing. After the singing, the atmosphere on the scene reached its climax. Dumbledore opened his arms and exclaimed in warm applause, "Don't forget, even in the most difficult times, there is magic and music to accompany you." At the end of the banquet, the four prefects filed out of the hall with the students and walked to their respective lounges. Speaking of it, Hoffa knew Gryffindor's lounge best, perhaps better than some old students, but he didn't understand Ravenclaw's lounge at all. Their prefect was an old acquaintance, a guy that Hoffa knew he couldn't get acquainted with. Felius Flitwick. So much so that when he first saw him, Hoffa called out his name, but the little prefect was taken aback. He now has a clean face, no beard, and handsome appearance, about the same height as Ender. A few years later he became the Dean of Ravenclaw and taught Harry Potter. He is a good-tempered man. Flitwick explained the history of Ravenclaw to the novice while walking. "Our academy was founded by Rowena Ravenclaw, which symbolizes the wind among the four elements. The symbol animal is the eagle. Of course, the place where the eagle lives is not too short. If you have people with inconvenient legs and feet, I miss you. Let's see the school doctor first." Someone around chuckled. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Hoffa followed Prefect Flitwick higher and higher, and the magic steps under his feet were constantly changing positions, helping them to push higher and higher like building blocks. Finally, when they came to the top floor of Ravenclaw Tower, some newcomers who were afraid of heights did not dare to look down, because only sporadic firelight could be seen below. Hoffa estimated that the tower was at least more than 300 meters high. He looked faint. Had it not been for the help of stairs, God knew how long it would take to walk. Flitwick smiled and said, "The first rule of the Ravenclaw Code of 75, don't throw things under the tower casually." The freshmen laughed a few times in cooperation. The prefect led the shivering novice across a not-so-wide aerial bridge, and a group of people came to a huge portrait of a knight. The armored knight in the portrait slowly bends down. Next to the portrait is a statue of an eagle standing on a copper ring. Seeing everyone coming, the eagle opened its cyan metal wings and asked, "If you abandon me or blend in with me, you must die, but in your body I am the source of life." Flitwick stepped aside. "The Ravenclaw lounge has no password. You must answer the statue's questions before you can enter the lounge." The new students lower their heads, and everyone is thinking about the statue's questions. At this time, there was a chuckle from the crowd, and the silver-haired girl Aglia proudly said, "It's too simple, the answer is water." The students around all showed a clear and reverent look. Flitwick snapped his fingers. "Accurate, it's a pity that I am not a professor and can't give you extra points." The metal eagle closed its wings. The knight straightened up, the portrait slowly opened, revealing the blue corridor hiding behind. Hoffa sighed. He saw Hermione's shadow on the silver-haired girl. They are the kind of smart and proud people. Entering the lounge, this is a large round room. There are some soft cushions on the ground, as well as several seats. There are elegant arched windows on the walls, and blue and bronze silks are hung in the wind. Hoffa can see the stars at night from the windows, like lights dotted in the sky. There are also distant foggy mountains in the distance, endless. The wind sweeps over the light milky clouds, these seem so quiet and peaceful. The ceiling is a dome with stars adorned with stars, and the dark blue carpet below is also adorned with stars. There are tables, chairs, bookshelves, and a white marble bust of Rowena Ravenclaw in the niche opposite the door. A door beside the statue leads to the dormitory above. The environment is very quiet. Some senior students are sitting cross-legged on cushions on the ground, some are reading, some are playing chess, and some are simply closing their eyes and resting, perhaps in meditation. Seeing the freshmen coming, the seniors just nodded slightly, and then went back to their own affairs. Hoffa walked to the window, looked at the starry sky outside, and leaned on the railing to blow a breeze. The air is scented with honeysuckle that is unique to the night. For a while, the meditation thought of Marajba Traveler actually started to work automatically. Without rejecting this instinctive feeling, Hoffa sat down on the cushion by the window. Started my own meditation. He felt that perhaps the Sorting Hat made the decision that suits him best. Between breaths and breaths, his fingers coiled into weird gestures. His spirit spread out like a cobweb in Ravenclaw's tower, but it was limited to the lounge. Whenever he tried to extend his spirit outside the public room, he could only come into contact with the endless darkness. I don't know if he is not energetic enough or there is a magic barrier here. During the meditation, he couldn't feel the passage of time. By the time he finished his meditation, the people around him were almost gone. But there are two others. Miranda sat on the carpet next to the bookshelf, illuminated by magic. And the girl named Aglaia sat in the chair to write and draw. I don't know what I'm writing, it's densely packed on parchment. Seeing Hoffa getting up, Aglaia glanced at him coldly and sneered impenetrably. Miranda closed the book and stood up with Hoffa. The two walked to the bifurcation of the male and female dormitory. Miranda suddenly asked in a low voice, "Did you offend Aglaia?" Hoffa mumbled, "If it's an offense to escape, indeed." Miranda chuckled, "Then you can suffer, Viva is a very vengeful creature." "What?" Hoffa was slightly shocked. "Is she a Viva?" "A pure Viva is not counted, but it must be of Viva descent. De Lasses is a French surname. In this regard, she is very similar to you." After speaking, she said good night and walked into the girls' dormitory. Hoffa got into the boys' dormitory. The dormitory is on the top floor of the tower. There are 4 four-poster beds in the room, and his roommates are already asleep. A dark blue velvet drape hung beside the bed, and his backpack was placed beside the bed. Hoffa undressed and went to bed, but there was a little doubt in his heart. Why didn't the silver-haired girl go to Booth Barton, but instead came to study in the UK? Chapter 12, Weird Friend. In the early morning of the next day, when the sky was still dark, Hoffa woke up. It is ironic to say that he was not a good student in his previous life, and his grades in school were mediocre. He belongs to the kind of person who can give 5 points of effort to study, never give 6 points of effort, can test 80 points, and absolutely do not bother to test 90 points. But after coming to Hogwarts, he was unexpectedly motivated to learn. Is it because of curiosity about magic? It's really not, because World War II is coming, unless he can hide in the United States or Australia before the start of World War II. Otherwise, it is not safe to go anywhere on this planet. Especially in Europe, it is extremely dangerous. Evasion is not a solution that Hoffa likes, so his only choice is to learn magic before the war, and fight for the capital of a little self-protection in the future of bullets. As for how big this capital is, Hoffa thinks at least he had to finish exploring Hogwarts, and then get the second great theology, and gather the magic fragments. As for the others, they were all superfluous. There was an extra timetable on the bedside table, and Hoffa took a look. There are only 2 classes on Monday. Conjuration class and transformation class. The first class is the curse class, and it is also a class where the freshmen of each college meet with their deans. No students from other colleges go together. The second metamorphosis class is taken with freshmen from the other 3 colleges. Hoffa remembered that Harry and Ron were often late, and because of the changing circumstances at Hogwarts, he didn't want to be late. So he got up while the other roommates were still lying in bed. Ravenclaw's public bathroom is on the east side of the dormitory. It is shared by men and women. It is a very tidy place. There are 3 floors. The top floor is dedicated to the prefect, and the bottom is for ordinary students. There are blue or cyan floor tiles everywhere, and there are rows of faucets carved with eagle heads. Hoffa bought a toothbrush, but forgot to bring a cup, because when he was in London, he felt that a cup took up too much space, and he only had 1 bag, so he didn't buy it. He habitually follows certain thoughts in his previous life, and feels that watering with handballs is the same anyway. So he brushed his teeth sparsely, and put his head under the water pipe after brushing his teeth. Then when he raised his head with bulging cheeks, he saw in the mirror the one he didn't want to see. Aglaia. That's right, she also got up early, holding a cup and various small things, wearing a blue star-dotted dressing gown and standing behind Hoffa like a female ghost. Seeing Hoffa's act of carrying only a toothbrush and receiving water with her hand, she looked disgusted. It's like constipation in the morning. Hoffa thought it was Murphy's Law, the less he didn't want to see, the more he saw who. Now they are the 2 in the bathroom, which is extremely embarrassing. Aglaia whispered in disgust, "Barbarian." Hoffa suppressed the idea of taking out his wand and turning him into a crow. He spit out mouthwash blankly, washed his face, and strode out of the bathroom. At this moment he swears that no matter how provocative the other party is, he will never say a word to this girl. After washing, Hoffa waited for a while in the common room. The classmates all got up one after another, and left the lounge with friends chatting and laughing. Hoffa didn't wait for Miranda to come down, he thought maybe the other party might get up earlier than himself. So he went to the auditorium restaurant by himself. But at Ravenclaw's table, he still didn't see Miranda. Maybe she was already in the classroom, Hoffa thought while drinking oatmeal. This guy got up early. The breakfast at Hogwarts has the feeling of a hotel buffet, full, and the taste is not bad. The only problem is that it is not only humans who eat food. Halfway through breakfast, suddenly a large group of owls flew down from the skylight of the castle inexplicably. They brought letters and belongings, and each came to find each other's master. Some little wizards are very powerful, and they control their owls in a submissive manner. Some little wizards, especially girls, because they love owls too much, cause owls to walk around in the public dinner plates. When Hoffa fished out a feather from the milk oatmeal, he lost his appetite and hurriedly cleaned up and left. He was afraid that he would not leave again, and he might experience the legendary bird raining scene. When Hoffa was in elementary school, middle school, and high school in the previous life, teachers used to go to the classroom. But here, the little wizards have to learn to go to different classrooms early. After breakfast, Hoffa followed the old student and walked through several corridors to find the curse classroom. When he came to the classroom, there was no one in the room. In front of the wall full of ancient spells, there was a huge wall clock, ticking non-stop. Hoffa scratched his head, feeling that there was still a lot of time left, so he walked out of the classroom and wanted to take the opportunity to explore other areas of the school. He opened his system panel. Current secret. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The current exploration degree is 0.1%. 1000th, Hoffa was shocked. He ran to the Black Lake, the Great Hall, and the Ravenclaw Tower yesterday. plus today's classroom. The degree of exploration is only 1,000th. How big does this school have to be? Compare it to the King's Cross station, where you can get rewards by running a few steps. Hoffa thought that he would not be able to get a second great theology this year. After seeing a few classrooms, the degree of exploration has not changed at all, which is too insignificant for Hogwarts. Moreover, when he walked to a room where many unknown animal bones and specimens were stored, an old man in a robe pushed Hoffa away. "You are not yet old enough to take the magical biology class, walk around and stay there." The rushed Hoffa sat back to the curse class with a sense of enthusiasm, thinking that his task of finding the phantom curse was on the agenda. Wanting to explore in the magic school, not being invisible is simply a dream. Many places here are forbidden for new students to explore. Principal Armando is so strict, he doesn't have the Savior's environmental protection escort. In case he is discovered due to wanton exploration, he will stay in school for inspection. After a while, people in the classroom came one after another. A group of children got together, chattering with excitement. They held their wands and compared them to each other, searching for the secrets of each other's wands. Hoffa put his wand flat on his knees, and when someone asked him, he kindly said that his wand core was made of unicorn hair. They couldn't take it apart and investigate it anyway. The clamor continued for 5 minutes, and Hoffa had been paying attention to the big clock in the middle of the classroom. Tick 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 tick. 1 second to 12. The hour hand turns to 9. The hour hand has just reached 9 moments. Click. The door was pushed open. An old man in a bronze robe stepped on a point with great precision and pushed open the door of the classroom. "This is the Vice Principal Adby Gozak." Entering the classroom, he waved his wand and the door closed suddenly. The sound in the classroom stopped suddenly, and the crowd did not dare to speak out. Looking at the old professor's so serious face, Hoffa suddenly thought of the dean 50 years later, the small Professor Flitwick, who is also the dean of Ravenclaw. But he is much cuter. Gorshak stood in the middle of the classroom with his hands in his hands, took a deep breath, his grey eyes swept away the new students. One less person, who didn't come. The Ravenclaw students looked at each other, and Hoffa felt something was wrong. He looked around. It turns out that Miranda is not in the classroom. This guy is late? Is this really good? Seeing that no one was speaking, Professor Gorschak took out a piece of parchment and started to roll the names. Aglaia Moises. Here, the blue-eyed girl answered faintly. Ace Myra. 2. Antonio Coron. 2. Hoffa Bach. Hoffa answered quickly, here. After more than a dozen of them were ordered, the old man's eyes swept away, Miranda Gorschak. No one answered. Everyone in the classroom bowed their heads, and Hoffa felt a little embarrassed at this moment. I don't know how many people know that Miranda is his granddaughter. This guy really doesn't give his grandfather face. Vice Principal Gorschak has weathered the storm. He put down the parchment and slowly said, being late on the first day, Ravenclaw deducts 50 points. Hiss. The whole college took a breath. 50 points deducted, 50 points deducted on the first day of class, this guy is really Ravenclaw's dean? This was not over yet, Professor Gorschak asked again, who is closest to her in the dormitory. Among a group of students who bowed their heads, the silver-haired girl Aglaia slowly raised his hand. Professor Gorschak, if you know you are in class but don't call a classmate, Ravenclaw will deduct another 20 points. The surrounding students all opened their mouths. Hoffa was shocked. This old man was almost ruthless than Snape. Anyway, Snape deducted Gryffindor's points. It's okay for you to deduct points from your own students. Aglaia looked anxiously, I didn't call? I called, because she doesn't want to come to your class. What does it have to do with me? I can still drag her up. But the old man did not give Aglaia a chance to explain. After deducting points, he waved his magic wand and all the pages of the book were automatically opened. A spell is a precise learning, different from potions and transformations. It is an ancient wizarding skill passed down by word of mouth, and people who are not rigorous and wise cannot master it. Feel the magic with your heart, use your spirit to control the spell, and not a tongue. Hoffa glanced at Aglaia, only to see her holding her arms puffed up. Don't want to be depressed. Although the college was inexplicably deducted 70 points, Hoffa was secretly refreshed to see this guy deflated. The old man taught the lessons profusely in class. Hoffa took out a quill and took notes like others. If there is any benefit to an adult soul, it is that he knows how to be humble. In the field of magic, he is a noob. Midway through class, Miranda hasn't come yet. Hoffa felt that he really didn't know anything about this new friend, maybe under her gentle surface, there was a rebellious heart lurking. The first class did not give Hoffa the opportunity to test the wand, because this class is a theoretical class, mainly about syllables and movements. In addition to Goshawk's strictness, everyone could only watch him cast various spells, and did not dare to try at will. After the curse class is over, there is a transformation class, which is a large public class, and the 4 colleges are taught together. Hoffa was full of expectations for this class. Dumbledore taught the class himself, and only in this era had the opportunity. After a few years after this great wizard became the principal, only Harry Potter had enjoyed this honor. Thinking of the excitement, Hoffa hurried. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from my ear. Dumbledore's class, I really look forward to it. Hoffa turned his head, okay. It was the guy Miranda. She was holding a stack of books and suddenly appeared next to Hoffa, as if a phantom had moved. Yesterday, her soft black short ears were found to be messy, just like a chicken coop. There are 2 eye bags under the eyes, and it looks like he hasn't slept enough. Is this guy sleeping all morning? The students around Ravenclaw glared at Miranda, spitting fire in their eyes. Aglaia had already drawn out her wand with a gloomy expression. She took a step forward, almost piercing Miranda with murder in her eyes. Seeing that a tearing battle was about to begin, Hoffa quickly pushed Miranda into the side corridor. Whispered. You are crazy. Yesterday you told me not to be against your grandpa in class. It's good now. Ravenclaw deducted 70 points in the first class. You are 50, and Aglaia is 20. Miranda opened her eyes wide. Aglaia also snapped. Because she didn't drag you up. Hoffa whispered, hey, next time you sleep in, come to work to sleep at any rate. Miranda spread her hands. Cut, these people are really nervous, just how many points are deducted to earn back, what's the big deal? Besides, that Academy Cup can't be eaten, so what are you doing? After speaking, she opened the corridor door very easily. However, the corridor in front of him did not know when it became a door to a bathroom. The previous aisle was missing, and when Hoffa was talking to Miranda, the terrain here completely changed. Hoffa was dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't want to be late for Dumbledore's first class and leave him a bad impression. Miranda's expression was also a little solemn, and he asked Hoffa, what day is it today? Hoffa's face was dark. Monday, you are stunned. Oops, Monday, these magic corridors. Come with me. As soon as the voice fell, Miranda pulled Hoffa into the bathroom in front of him. She counted on the left and right sides of the bathroom, and then pushed aside the toilet in the 3rd row, revealing a deep corridor below. It's the secret way. Miranda waved to Hoffa, come in. Hoffa didn't know why Miranda knew such a hidden secret path, but now he had no choice but to jump into the secret path with her. After entering, Hoffa slid. The secret road was as smooth as a slide in a kindergarten. The 2 of them slid faster and faster one after the other. After a landslide, Hoffa bumped his head under Miranda's robe, and the 2 rolled into a ball. Fortunately, Haigulongdong couldn't see anything, and Hoffa didn't know what he had run into. In short, he hurriedly sorted out himself, his face was a little red. "Miranda, fluorescence flickers." After speaking in a low voice, her wand flashed brightly, and they were standing in a stone tunnel. "Follow me." Miranda calmly led Hoffa through the secret passage quickly. After going up and down, 10 minutes later, they finally got out of the secret path. Here is the inside of the castle, with pieces of oil painting talking in the stairwell. In the conversation, the stairs changed positions under them, like restless gears. Right at Hoffa's feet, the stairs swayed and hit a solid wall. "It seems that I want to hit him to death." Miranda didn't hesitate, and jumped straight up the stairs. Hoffa was too late to stop, and watched in shock as she jumped off the platform, which was at least 7 stories high below. Is this girl looking for death? Chapter 13, Transfiguration. However, less than 2 meters after falling, a staircase appeared out of thin air and caught Miranda. Miranda looked up to Hoffa and said, "Jump." Hoffa cursed secretly, a school made by a lunatic. After speaking, he jumped off the guardrail amidst the cursing sound of the oil painting. After falling 2 meters in the air, a moving staircase suddenly turned. Hoffa was caught, as if he was afraid of falling to death. Following Miranda, the two walked through the changing stairwell in the air. The height of the 7-story building was so jumped by 2 people. As soon as she stepped on the ground, Miranda slammed open a wooden door that moved the wall. In front of him, the corridor is constantly changing positions. Those doors are like the turntables of the big lottery draw, turning around. Miranda was decisive, pushing away one by one. At the end of the corridor, there was a black iron door. Hoffa tried to push the door in, but Miranda held him. "Wait a minute." Hoffa stood still. 10 seconds later, a wall smashed into this wall, as if to say, "Hey, this is my place, buddy. There is an oak door on this wall." Miranda immediately pulled Hoffa into the door. After the two disappeared inside the door, this wall was slammed by another wall unhappily. After entering the door, inside the door is the classroom for the transformation class. Round classrooms, ring-shaped desks. The classroom was full of children, and the tall auburn-haired man casually leaning on the side of the podium. When the children heard the noise, they all turned their heads to look at the 2 people at the door in surprise. Hoffa's heart sank, or was he late? Dumbledore looked at the 2 people who opened the door with interest. He glanced up at the clock and smiled, "Being 3 minutes late, according to the regulations, I should deduct 3 points for you. But today is the day when the stairs are off, so I will give you 3 points. Now quickly find a place to sit down." Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief. The stairs are on holiday, and the stairs are on holiday. No wonder those guys are running around excitedly. The 4 houses were in class together, and the popular Dumbledore was in class again. The good positions near the podium in the classroom were all full. Miranda sat in the corner and waved to Hoffa after sitting down, motioning him to sit next to him. Hoffa was reluctant, because there was already a silver-haired girl sitting in the corner she chose. But the class had already started, so he couldn't choose 3 or 4, so he had to bite the bullet and sit down. Aglaia glanced at Hoffa and Miranda, frowned and moved a centimeter to the right, showing his dislike for them. The cheeks of the 2 Gryffindor boys on her right suddenly flushed, and they were too embarrassed to speak. The contradiction between the little kids made Hoffa boring. He took out his notes and listened to the class carefully. In Hoffa's mind, becoming an animagus was also one of the goals he had to overcome. If you can't become a favorite animal in the world of H, what is the difference between it and salted fish? Of course, if you want to become animagus. Dumbledore's transformation lesson, he couldn't leave it at all. When everyone was seated, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. He cleared his throat and tapped the side table with his wand. Suddenly, the desk let out a loud roar. Roar! It suddenly changed from a 4-legged table to a 4-legged lion. The students in the front row were bluffed and shrank back. Dumbledore waved his magic wand again, and the lion leaping forward turned into a small black and white badger in the air. It arched its nose and sniffed back and forth a few times. Suddenly, the two ribs of the badger sprouted wings, and amid the exclamation of everyone, it turned into an eagle with extremely wide wingspan. The eagle fluttered up, circled 3 times in the classroom, and landed slowly. As it fell, its legs merged and lengthened. When it landed completely, it turned into an elegant spotted python, hissing a letter. The python circled back to the lecture, Dumbledore's wand was tapped, and the snake returned to the table. All the students were stunned, and Hoffa was among them. In his previous life, he didn't know how many movies he had seen cool magic special effects, but this kind of real and precise change was really unprecedented. Dumbledore seldom showed his transfiguration skills after becoming the headmaster, so that no one knew that he was a real transfiguration master. In the shocked eyes of the student, Dumbledore spoke slowly. Transfiguration is the most complex and demanding of all magic. How to change the structure of things without destroying its essence is an eternal topic of debate among generations of wizards. Seeing all the students listening attentively below, Dumbledore waved his magic wand. Suddenly, the curtains were pulled up. The classroom light dimmed, and several projection screens were suddenly hung around. Dumbledore, as the first Transfiguration class, what I want to teach you first is not magic, but the most important quality of Transfiguration: caution. Following the speech, black and white photos flashed across the curtain. Hoffa's eyes widened, and there were monsters with terrifying faces on the projection screen. Dumbledore, in Transfiguration, some wizards go farther than ordinary people. All the great changes you can think of have been tried by various wizards. However, some wizards succeeded, and more wizards failed in the process of searching for knowledge. The reasons for failure are without exception, all because of insufficient caution. The black and white photo stopped. Hoffa saw a hand-drawn drawing of a huge sphinx in the photo. 2000 years BC, the great transformer of ancient Egypt, Sphinx reached the extreme in his pursuit of transformation. Unfortunately, in the end he still confused the difference between structure and essence. During a transformation process, turned himself into a half-man, half-lion monster, and lost his reason. The picture on the projection screen changes again. A banshee with a painful human face and bird body appeared. Dumbledore, 1000 BC, the greatest witch of ancient Greece, the Siren. In the process of pursuing flying, she sacrificed her own reason and completely stripped her humanity, thus becoming a human face bird body. The monster of, to this day, her descendants are still wandering in pain on the Greek peninsula. The projection has once again become a hand-drawn drawing of a half-man and a cow. Dumbledore, in 13 AD, the famous wizard Minotaur tried to become a bull during a duel with people, but unfortunately was dazzled by anger, so he could only be a man in his life. Cow creatures rely on their own vomit for a living. Following the calm words of the man on the podium, everyone in the classroom paled. Hoffa didn't expect that some of the monsters in myths and legends were actually real, and most of them were related to polymorphism. When he watched it in his previous life, he only saw the fun of animagus, but he did not expect that there would be so many dangerous stories behind the scenes. After a dozen or so cases of failure to deform, the classroom was silent. Suddenly, one arm was raised high. Dumbledore nodded. "Tom, go ahead." Tom Riddle stood up slowly and asked in a respectful manner, "Sir, what is meant by changing the structure without changing the essence?" "In my opinion, if the structure changes, the essence will inevitably change." "Very critical question, Tom." Dumbledore said lightly. "Every deformer holds a different point of view on this issue, but in my opinion, the essence is your purpose and heart. The inner goal is the beacon, and the fraternity and tolerance are the guidance. Only in the complex transformation process, keep yourself. Of course, this change is limited to animagus biological changes." Tom said politely, "Thank you, sir." He sat down. Hoffa couldn't make out his expression. When he was reading in his previous life, he didn't know if Voldemort was animagus, but now it seems that Voldemort's strongest point should be black magic, not polymorphism. After explaining Tom Riddle's question, Dumbledore asked each student to take a small piece of wood, and asked the students to use a magic wand to change the wood into other shapes. After taking down the wood, Hoffa saw that the students took out their wands and began to tap the wood continuously. Suddenly, the classroom was shining with colorful lights of joy, and some students were holding magic wands and chanting spells on the wood. Some wood burned directly with a bang, some wood turned into a puddle of mud under the light of the magic wand, and some wood even grew out of 2 legs and ran away. Dumbledore reminded the students loudly, "Be rational, don't be confused, and keep your goals in your mind." But it's no use. A group of little wizards are together and don't know what to do. The students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin were calm, and the students of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff almost blew up the roof. The same goes for the 2 Gryffindor boys next to Aglaia. One of them stabbed the wood into a pig's head, and the other directly caused the wood to explode. The black face was smeared and the hair stood up high. Aglaia showed a look of disgust and sarcasm, and she moved her position a bit to the left. Without a word, Miranda took out her wand and lighted the wood. The wood floated, slowly deforming in the air. In the end, it became an owl-like thing, which looked ugly, but it could barely be regarded as an owl. Miranda said to Hoffa, "This Dumbledore has to reward me at least 5 points. It's ridiculous." It was Aglaia who answered her. She sneered with her arms in her arms and said, "Will you be satisfied if you turn out that kind of garbage?" Miranda looked at Aglaia gently and politely, as if saying, "You can do it, you can do it." The silver-haired girl proudly took out a magic wand that shone with silver light and pointed at the wood in front of her. Then, in Hoffa's shocked gaze, her wood slowly began to grow and spread on the table, turning into an exquisite tree-like sculpture. The carvings are lifelike, even with very small leaves. The lines on the leaves can be seen. When the change was complete, she put away her wand and looked at Miranda with a sneer. Miranda looked at the other's tree eagle, and then at her own owl. She shrugged, "You are amazing." She did not argue with Aglaia, not even angry. Hoffa admires Miranda a bit, and is not angry at being so stunned. "If he is himself, I am afraid," Aglaia said to Miranda, "but you're not bad, some people dare not even try." She held her head up as she spoke, staring at Hoffa firmly from the corner of her eye. She wanted to watch this arrogant and indifferent boy make a fool of herself. Chapter 14, Hoffa's Talent. Hoffa's face was not very good when she was insinuated. He picked up his wand and gently tapped the small wooden block in front of him, thinking of a wooden sword in his heart. Magic power flows from the wand, and Hoffa uses his mind to control the magic power and instill it into the wood. Suddenly, he had a magical feeling, which felt like grabbing a piece of plasticine out of thin air. Under the action of magic, the wood seemed to possess extremely strong plasticity. So, what is the purpose and structure? Hoffa knew it, and he closed his eyes directly, thinking of a cold sharp blade in his head. The wood began to grow, stretch, and then become flat under Hoffa's mental control. During the change, Hoffa frowned. No, the details are not enough, but the blade cannot be called a sword. So he began to think carefully about the shape of the hilt and the shape of the guard. Above the table, the small wooden sword became more and more decent. At first it was just a rough embryo. Slowly, the patterns on the hilt were slowly carved out. Miranda sighed in a low voice, while Aglaia mumbled disdainfully, "There is something." After finishing the carving, Hoffa opened his eyes and looked at the small sword in front of him, without much joy on his face. Miranda exclaimed, "You really have you did it." Hoffa shook his head and closed his eyes again. He always felt that something was wrong. You know, he still wants to transform into an animagus, just turning wood into a wooden sword is not enough. Think about it, what's the difference between this and making a rubber sword out of plasticine? The essence of the wooden sword is still wood, without the slightest change. It's not magic at all, it's not magic at all. Essence, change, goal. The keywords Dumbledore said went around in Hoffa's head. No, the sword should be made of iron, the goal of the sword should be killing, and the wooden sword can only be used as a toy. So Hoffa concentrated his mind, completely immersed his mind in the current wooden sword, trying to perceive more details. But no, his spirit can feel every fiber of wood, but he still can't feel the essence of wood. Not to mention change. Not enough energy? Hoffa furrowed his brows, and suddenly, he thought of the meditations of Marajba travelers. Meditation can raise the spirit. Hoffa opened his eyes and looked around. Everyone around was struggling to deform the wood. No one cares about himself in the corner. He let go of his mind, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation. At this moment, his spirit is magnified exponentially under the effect of meditation. If he wants, he can perceive the whole picture of the classroom without eyes. But Hoffa did not, all his spirit was immersed in the wooden sword. To explore the nature of wood. The powerful spirit is like a spider web, permeating into the wooden sword. The spirit penetrates the fiber with magic power, through the cell nucleus, and has been to the essence of organic matter. There seemed to be a loud bang through his head. The black and white world suddenly became colorful, and he seemed to have come to another dimension. Countless tiny particles rotate and change around him, and endless colors remix and disperse in front of him. Magic took Hoffa to gallop in a completely unknown world. A new world belonging to transfiguration opened up in front of Hoffa, and he felt joy. He felt the power to control everything. That's right, that's it. In the real world, the wooden sword in front of Hoffa suddenly exploded into dust and disappeared completely in the air. Miranda's expression on the side was slightly solemn. Aglaia smiled triumphantly. She thought to herself, this idiot, just changed the sword. In the classroom, Dumbledore, who was correcting a student's mistake in front of the podium, suddenly turned his head and looked to the corner. A strong mental power suddenly appeared in the classroom. Tom Riddle on the other side of the classroom frowned. He felt something. Dumbledore put down what was in his hands and walked quickly to the corner. Everyone's eyes followed him. Coming to the corner, Dumbledore saw Hoffa with his eyes closed. The next second, Hoffa raised his wand. In the air, gleams of gleaming metallic light appeared. In everyone's shocked eyes. That metal light quickly arranged and combined, forming the blade, the guard, and the hilt. Dumbledore's blue eyes suddenly widened. The shimmering blade showed that it was a metal sword, not a wooden sword. Miranda's mouth was open in disbelief. Aglia's face was pale, and she suddenly stood up while holding the table. The students around turned their heads and watched this magical scene happen. They didn't know what was going on, they only saw a metal sword appear out of thin air. But Dumbledore knew that the boy in front of him had actually changed the essence of things. After the change was completed, Hoffa opened his eyes pale and filled with joy. He grabbed the sharp small sword in front of him. He did it. He used transfiguration to change the nature of things. This is magic. Dumbledore clapped his hands sincerely, and soon, the students around him clapped his hands with Dumbledore. They don't know why, but they just feel great. Tom Marvolo stood up, looked at the Ravenclaw table with furrowed brows, and muttered in disbelief, Hoffa. Hoffa, who was silent in the joy of the completion of the change, was startled by the applause. He looked up and didn't know when he was already surrounded by people. One by one they applauded in shock. What's going on? Isn't this a basic operation? Dumbledore pulled Hoffa up without any explanation, looking at him like a rare treasure. Then, he took the small sword that Hoffa had conjured, held it high, and said in admiration. Over-completed tasks, over-fulfilled tasks, Hoffa. Look! I have never seen a first-year student who can do this. That's great. The last person who can change like this is Nick Le from 500 years ago. May. Ravenclaw adds 50 points. He was so happy that he didn't even want to look at other people's works carefully. This made Aglaia so angry that she was so furious that she went out immediately after the get out of class, and threw her wood carving tree in the trash can. After class, Hoffa also wanted to leave the classroom, but Dumbledore stopped him. Wait a minute, Hoffa. Hoffa stood still, the crowd passed by, and Ravenclaw's classmates patted him on the shoulder excitedly. Motivated words were said to him, but Hoffa saw Tom Riddle's sullen face pass him by, and as he passed by, he heard an insignificant whisper. Really good, Hoffa. After the classroom was gone, Dumbledore pointed to the table in front of him, and Hoffa sat down puzzled. Dumbledore looked at the earrings on Hoffa's ears and smiled. It looks like you get along well with the goblins. Thinking of Ender, Hoffa could only scratch his head. It's okay, I just can't take it off. Why take it down? It's a gift from a friend. Speaking, Dumbledore also pulled a stool and sat down, crossed his fingers, and his expression became a little serious. You just acted dangerously, no. Hoffa's heart froze for a moment, and he didn't understand. Dumbledore handed the sword back to Hoffa, and said solemnly, Can you still change the sword back? Hoffa stared at the wooden sword and felt it for a while, then his face was pale. He knew why Dumbledore had left himself. He understands the structure of metal atoms, but does not understand the structure of trees. He can't change it at all. Dumbledore folded his arms and said softly, Caution, Hoffa, caution. I have seen too many shapeshifters who are gifted but not cautious. You have a very strong spiritual talent, but you have to remember to change the structure of things, not the essence of things. The ecstasy and impulse brought about by changes can easily be lost. In my opinion, you have just completed an irreversible change, if the object of your change is not a piece of wood, but yourself. You have been completely lost. Hoffa looked at Dumbledore's sharp blue eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. Dumbledore straightened up and tapped the metal sword with his magic wand. The metal sword slowly changed back to a small wooden block. Remember, a true shapeshifter must not only turn stones into gold, but also turn gold into stones. Dumbledore's words frightened Hoffa for a long time, so that when he walked out of the classroom, he still had some cold sweat on his back. Indeed, at the moment he completed the transformation, he was indeed almost taken away by joy. At that moment he even felt that the transformation into Animagus was close at hand. But now it seems that he has a long way to transform. Other students didn't know Dumbledore's warning to Hoffa, and they were all talking that Ravenclaw had produced a student who was good at transfiguration. Ravenclaw's students regarded Hoffa as a hero. Although Professor Goreschok had deducted 70 points from them, Dumbledore added 50 points, and the scores were almost offset as soon as they came and went. But unlike other students, Aglaia's attitude towards Hoffa has become increasingly unfriendly. Whenever she gave Hoffa only a bad face. When they were in herbal medicine class on Tuesday, she deliberately replaced the fungus that Hoffa was looking after with a pot of piranha, trying to see him making a fool of herself. Fortunately, Hufflepuff's dean, Herblow Billy, reminded in time, otherwise, his nose may be torn off by that terrible plant. During the astronomy class on Wednesday, she ridiculed Hoffa in public because Hoffa confuses Europa and Europa. Hoffa felt that the little girl might have never suffered since she was a child, and she was suddenly hit. So I held a grudge against myself, but the more she was like this, the more Hoffa ignored her. Just think she is a clown. He goes to class in the morning in the day and meditates in the breeze in the common room at night. If there is some free time, he will go to the library to find a way about the phantom spell. But unfortunately, the areas in the library where the lower grade students can stroll around are quite limited, and there are only some basic theory books in those places. There is no specific spell book at all. If you can't find a way to hide, you can't explore Hogwarts wildly. But Hoffa was not in a hurry, anyway there was time. If it hadn't been for Aglaia to respond to him in an okay manner, he would have felt that life at Hogwarts shouldn't be too perfect. This calm continued until Thursday. There is a flight lesson on Thursday. Chapter 15, Land Duck. Hoffa almost got up earlier than ever on this day. Flying is the dream of mankind. Becoming a wizard, Hoffa certainly has an ambition to travel through the clouds. Especially in 1938, at this time, airplanes were not as popular as later generations. If you can learn to ride a broomstick, you will not only go out a lot easier, but you will also have a life-saving trump card in the future. After all, the Muggle Air Force of this era is not as popular as later generations. The horror is accurate, and the war is mostly based on land. In the dining hall in the morning, a group of calm Ravenclaws discussed Quidditch anecdotes with rare emotions. The breakfast at Hogwarts is very hearty. Fried eggs, bread, vegetable or fruit salad, sausage or bacon, coffee, tea, milk, butter, jam and juice. There are other cereal porridges. But Hoffa was thinking about flying lessons, for fear that he would fly too fast when he ate too much, so he ate very little, so he ate a sausage and a little porridge. Some students from wizarding families boasted about their flying history. William Carlson is another roommate of Hoffa's dormitory. He was telling his friends about his family's glorious flying history early in the morning. He also said that his father once evaded planes in World War I on a flying broomstick. The Hunt and Straff. Taylor Smith is a Muggle offspring in their dormitory, William brags on the side, and Taylor listens with gusto, and his eyes are full of admiration. For Muggles in this era, flying is basically a lifelong hopeless thing if you don't become the Royal Air Force. The students on Ravenclaw's side were pretty good. At the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, the group of students gathered together in small groups and burst into laughter from time to time. Most people laughing are boys. Quidditch in this era is still a boys' game, and girls rarely participate in it. After breakfast, a group of people walked out of the auditorium. Came to a grass near the school Quidditch arena. It was a sunny and breezy day, and the grass was slightly wavy under their feet. On the other side of the lawn is the Forbidden Forest, with dark trees swaying in the wind in the distance. This class is with Slytherin's first-year students. Slytherin's students are already there, a row of broomsticks neatly arranged on the ground. Tom Riddle was talking and laughing with a few classmates, and he caught a glimpse of Hoffa, and he didn't say anything. In fact, since the two of them came to school, the conflict seems to have disappeared. Become two irrelevant passers-by. There is neither hatred of the orphanage nor signs of recognition. Hoffa knew Riddle's super ambitions. He was not a childish boy like Malfoy. It is impossible to spend energy on finding faults meaninglessly. Soon after, their teacher came. Hoffa had heard from his roommate at breakfast. Quidditch's teacher is named Perio Leo. He was the batsman of the Irish team in the Quidditch World Cup in 1920. Their best performance that year reached the World Cup semi-finals, which is very remarkable. Perio is a tall man with long arms, his brown hair is curly and he is full of vigor. Seeing the new student, he whistled. "Why are you still waiting? Arrange them in rows." The crowd moved noisily. "Look at these 11-year-old children pushing and shoving, squeezing and squeezing around." Perio intervened impatiently. The children were taken out, and the messes were placed in different positions. Hoffa was standing with Miranda, but Perio pulled them away because Hoffa was half a head taller than Miranda. He was pushed by Perio to the other person's side. "That's right, it's Aglaia again. They are similar in size." Seeing Hoffa being pushed in, Aglaia snorted coldly. The warm sunshine and gentle breeze made Hoffa very comfortable, but now, standing next to Aglaia, he feels uncomfortable. Seeing that the students were photographed in an arithmetic sequence according to height, Teacher Perio seemed extremely satisfied. He just whistled and said, "Extend your right hand, put it on top of the broomstick, and say, 'Get up.'" "Get up," everyone shouted. Hoffa also stretched out his hand, "Get up." Nothing happened. So he breathed harder. "Stand up." Still nothing happens. He suddenly felt puzzled, what's going on? He turned his head and looked at it. Someone's broom soon got up. For example, Tom Riddle standing across from Hoffa. As soon as he opened the broomstick, he obediently entered his palm. His roommate William did not brag, and his broom bounced quickly into his palm. Some children's broomsticks slowly fell on the ground and rolled around, looking very reluctant. Take Miranda, for example, her broomstick seems a little hesitant, and then it comes up a little bit, and then it goes down again. But it was moving anyway. But only his broomstick remained motionless. Hoffa didn't give up, tried 2 more times, but it still didn't work. Muggle! There was a pleasant sarcasm next to him. Hoffa saw Aglaia on the right smiling triumphantly, still holding her arms, motionless. So Hoffa said to her, "The only thing in a week, what you are proud of, yours didn't move. Is it?" She stretched her tone, as if enjoying the moment extremely. After speaking, Aglaia looked at him sarcastically, with one hand on his chest and one hand on top of the flying broomstick. Nothing was said. The flying broom dashed into her hand, and Hoffa could almost feel the mood of which broom could not wait to be ridden by her. Hoffa's eyes widened and looked at his broom again. "Stand up." The breeze blew over the tattered branches, and it didn't move. Like a dead salted fish. Hoffa's face turned dark, and he raised his hand. Perio noticed him. "What's the matter, kid?" "Hoffa, teacher, my broom is broken." Everyone around looked over, Perio's eyes widened, and he stretched out his hand in the distance. "Stand up." Hoffa's broom fell out of his body like a lightning, and went to Perio's hand. Perio looked at it and said displeased, "What are you talking about? This broom is in great condition." After speaking, he threw the broom back to Hoffa. Hoffa continued to stretch out his hand, "Get up." "It's dead again." "Ha ha 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 ha." Aglaia laughed happily, and Hoffa's teeth tickled with hatred for that sweet look. She said, "Flying muggles, the land duck among wizards, are people who don't have any talent for flying. Such people are rare in history, but you are undoubtedly one of them. In the UK and even in Europe, flying is an ancient and elegant art. Quidditch is a sophisticated social sport. It represents the outstanding people in the crowd who have the ability to govern, and you. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb." Hoffa's face was sullen, and he stopped Aglaia. This time, he never wanted to maintain the apparent peace with Aglaia. His aversion to this girl reached its extreme. He took out his wand directly and pointed it at the broomstick on the ground. Yugatum Leviosa. Under the effect of the levitating curse, Hoffa's broomstick soared up like a mangy dog, and Hoffa was held in his hand almost trembling in pain. Hoffa sensed the reluctance of the broom, but he held it firmly. Then, something unexpected happened to Hoffa. Aglaia on the side raised his hand. "That's right," she raised her right hand high and said loudly, "Mr. Perio, Hoffa cheated, he cast a spell on the broom." The noisy grass fell silent. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Aglaia and Hoffa. Hoffa was shocked. There is such an annoying person in the world, making a small report? This kind of thing is hated no matter in which world. The person next to him actually did it in such a stately manner. If you don't get attention and admiration, you have to respond to others. Is the earth revolving around you? Why on earth is she assigned to Ravenclaw? Perio walked up to Hoffa displeasedly. "Did you really curse the broom?" "Yes." Hoffa sighed. "What spell?" "Floating spell." Hoffa said. Perio took a deep breath, then exhaled. "It is a major foul to cast a spell on the broom in a Quidditch match. Did you know?" "I don't know." Hoffa said blankly. "I don't deduct your points if you miss your first offense." You don't need to take this class anymore. Go and watch. Perio said regretfully. Hoffa threw the broom away, put away his wand and strode aside. Hold your arms and don't speak. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Once again, the changeable life was beyond Hoffa's expectations. He was not Harry Potter, and he had no talent for flying. There is no Quidditch talent, and he doesn't even know the rules of Quidditch. On the grass, Perio whistled. Demonstrate how to ride a broomstick with students. Students rose from the ground one after another, and some were awkwardly riding on broomsticks. Someone was flying around quickly and sickly. Aglaia is the best one in the crowd. She doesn't even use her hands to support the handle of the flying broomstick. She crosses her arms, as if she can make the broom go wherever she wants with her mind. White clouds in the distant sky. Hoffa leaned against a tall tower with a dog's tail grass in his mouth. He looked at the crowd flying above his head, and for the first time felt that he was incompatible with this land. Aglaia makes sense. In the wizarding world, Quidditch is indeed a game that can only be played with talent. Just like those sailing races at the Ivy League University in the United States in the past, they are not in the upper class, and they may not take you to play. Ask yourself, Hoffa knew why the broom just ignored him, because he didn't want to participate in Quidditch, he just wanted to fly. The Quidditch rules were stupid to him. Especially if you catch the golden snitch, you will directly rewrite the rules of the game. There is no reason at all, completely personal heroism. In comparison, he prefers Muggle football. Everyone is important. At this moment, he thought of a lot of things, thinking of Hermione's quarrel with Trelawney, a divination teacher, in his previous life. Trelawney thought that Hermione had no talent for divination, so she denied her efforts. But the fact is that sensibility and rationality cannot be combined. Hermione will never be a fortune teller, and Hoffa can hardly become a Quidditch master. After all, there are few talented people in the world, especially sports. In the previous life, I was half embarrassed in sports. I could only watch other people play. I didn't expect to come to the wizarding world, and I still did this. If you can have a little talent in transfiguration, that's enough. Why be greedy? There are many ways to fly, and you don't have to hang on a tree. The most important thing is to learn and develop honestly. Only those who survived future wars are qualified to pursue their own happiness in life. It is meaningless to fight for honor and disgrace to be the king of children among a group of 11-year-old students. Thinking of this, Hoffa calmed down. He spit out dog's tail grass and left the playground with his hands indifferently. In the sky, Aglaia has been flying, but her eyes are always fixed on Hoffa, who is sitting in the corner. The feeling of hitting Hoffa made her feel very good. Since meeting this person, she has been crippled. Especially when she guessed the identity of the other party on the train, she felt ashamed that she had gone to Grandma's house. Today she has found her place. But seeing Hoffa left so calmly, Aglaia felt like he had hit the cotton with a punch. Chapter 16, Mystery Collection. Hoffa walked back, if he didn't take Quidditch lessons. There is still a lot of time. He plans to look for a few books in the library. If he is lucky, he might even find books on the Phantom Mantra. If you want to be the one who has the last laugh, and pursue your freedom and happiness in this magical world, strength is essential. To gain strength, developing a system is the quickest way. But now the wizarding mystery that Hoffa can explore is only Hogwarts, so it is urgent that Hoffa finds a way for himself to cast the phantom spell. To go back to the castle's library, you must first go through the school's hunting ground, which is the middle zone between the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest and the castle. Here is a huge green lawn a few kilometers around, like a stretched green carpet. Breeze blowing the grass was rustling. Halfway through, Hoffa suddenly discovered that there were many magic runes on the ground. These runes were neatly arranged, and there was still a blue shimmer on them. It seems to be some kind of functional magic circle. Magic circle on the grass? Hoffa was curious, and he watched as he walked. Suddenly, Hoffa saw a dozen figures gathered together in the distance. Look at their dress, they are senior students at Hogwarts. They seemed to be talking loudly. Since Hoffa was a shortcut, he just passed by the group of people on the road. After approaching, he stopped and watched for a moment. Only listened to the voices of those senior students arguing more and more. Also let people live. Who did it on Earth? For several days. Why doesn't the Ministry of Magic send anyone here? Principal Dippet said to deal with it personally. Hoffa walked behind a few senior students and took a look. Behind a few students, the originally neat rune formation was blown up with a huge gap, the turf flew up, and the ground was full of crazy potholes and scratches. This is the teleportation circle. Hoffa was secretly surprised, and he remembered. Principal Armando said at the opening banquet. The Ministry of Magic has set up a special teleportation point in the school's hunting grounds. Students in the 6th grade and above can go to the special venue of the Ministry of Magic for special aura training after obtaining approval. The senior students next to them are still arguing with worried expressions. Most of them are worried that their studies and tasks cannot be completed. I don't have enough credits, what can I do? I'm worse than you, this task can't be completed, I may not be able to graduate this year. Let's go to the Ministry of Magic in other ways, can't we? We have to use the teleportation array. No, didn't you listen to Principal Dippet? Everything is subject to school arrangements. Hoffa listened for a while, he found a senior who was holding his arms and not talking, and asked quietly, "Excuse me, what are you doing here?" The senior student lowered his head and saw Hoffa, whose ribs were only high. He immediately leaned down and whispered, "What grade are you in? What are you doing here?" "I'm in the 1st grade, and I happened to pass by here," Hoffa said. "Isn't this the teleportation point of the Ministry of Magic?" "Yes," the senior student said worriedly. "It's a pity that an unknown guy has destroyed this teleportation point, so that we can't even send it for an internship." Destroy the teleportation point? Hoffa thought that someone was so courageous. He still wanted to ask something. Suddenly, a few figures strode towards him in the distance. The senior students quickly pushed Hoffa. "Hurry up, Professor Gorzchok is here, don't let him see you here." Hoffa saw a figure in a bronze robe. Thinking of this person's sternness, he shivered suddenly, and went back to Hogwarts from the other side of the hunting ground without looking back. This incident was just a small episode for Hoffa, and it didn't matter to him who destroyed the teleportation array. After returning to Hogwarts, Hoffa went straight to the library. His system exploration degree now stays at 0.5%, and even 1% of Hogwarts has not been explored. It must be hurry up and learn to be invisible or sneak. Entering the library, there are thousands of books, hundreds of narrow passages, and rows of bookshelves are towering high. Some students have to use ladders to access books from high places. There are no first-year freshmen here, they are all senior students who check information and write papers. Wizards like Hermione are rare after all. The first-year students don't have much schoolwork, plus they are young and playful. Few people come to places like the library. In the past, Hoffa was looking for phantom spells in the spell books, but he had almost turned over the primary spells area that the lower grades could enter. After another round, Hoffa began to feel a little lost. He didn't find the word invisible in the catalogue of any book. The recent fortunes have begun to fail. According to the law of conservation of character, maybe he has a little talent in transfiguration and has already spent all his luck. Hoffa thought for a while. The school must be exploring, and the school rules must not be fully obeyed. Discovery must also be undiscoverable. So besides being invisible, is there any other way? After thinking for a while, Hoffa suddenly thought of the Predator team, that is, the group of Harry Potter's father and Sirius. They are also the kind of school rule saboteurs, but the capital they can do in addition to the invisibility cloak, there is another very important reason, because they are animagus. Hoffa saw the light. That's right, animagus, if he can't become invisible and become a small animal. It can also be explored in school. Doesn't it happen that you have some talent for polymorphism? After the thought arises, it is difficult to eliminate, and Hoffa is also very interested in polymorphism now. He left the enchantment area and came to the area where the transformation books were stored. The place where the deformed books are stored is next to the potion, which covers a large area. There are not many books that can be used as a reference for first-year students. Hoffa pulled out a few books of interest: Basic Transformation Guide, Transformation of Matter and Magic, Basics of Rapid Transformation. After reading several books in a row, Hoffa found it a little boring. The things in these books are on the teaching materials, and they are not as good as Dumbledore. Probably only people like Filch would watch it. He flipped through it unwillingly. Some books could teach him something. Some can't. In the process of turning the book, Hoffa did not pay attention to his position. He was obsessed with knowledge and went deeper and deeper in the library. Suddenly, there was a whisper in my ear. Look at me. Do not. Look at me. I have the most knowledge. No, no, I have more knowledge. But mine is more useful. Hoffa suddenly looked up, only to find that there was no one around him. All the books are lying on the shelf. But those whispers in the ear are still arguing. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Come on, boy. I can make you brilliant. Brilliant. Is reading for brilliance, fool. Tisk tusk tusk. The mouse is short-sighted. Knowledge itself is desire. Oh. Damn it. Shut up. Let him choose. They kept whispering, and Hoffa's eyes widened. These books are arguing? Why do I hear the sound of the book? This. Does every wizard be like this? He didn't understand, so he approached a little curiously. The noise of those books became more intense, and they kept belittling other books and elevating themselves, as if they were all preparing to sell themselves. Hoffa walked slowly along the bookshelf. At this moment, he found a thick old book in the third row of cabinets. He instinctively felt that the book matched himself. Because other books are arguing, this book is very quiet. It seems to exude honey confidence. So he pulled out the thick book the size of his own chest. Oh, it. Good luck. Humph, another one. Slid, slid. At the moment Hoffa made his choice, the muttering of the books around him finally calmed down. Hoffa carefully examined this confident book. Its cover was made of the skin of an unknown creature. It had a peculiar touch, as if it still had a faint burnt air. This book seems to have been burned, and on the cover, faded silver characters are written in a mess. Anatomy of everything, structure is king. Author Morgan L. E. Fay. With a big tone, Hoffa curled his lips. He turned the pages of the book, and with only a glance, he was attracted in. On the paper inside, there is a standard drawing of a lion's whole body anatomy. All angles, from hair, to nerves, to the flow of magic. Under the page, it says, the basis of transformation is to understand that there is no magical difference between transforming a cat and transforming a lion. The only difference is whether you know enough about the target of transformation. If you want to transform a cat, you can to know enough about meow. If you want to transform into a lion, you have to know enough about the lion. The same goes for animagus. Hoffa's breathing was a little bit short, and the book seemed to see through his mind at a glance. When he came up, he went directly to the topic, which was completely different from the coquettish outside. Hoffa turned the page without hesitation. On the second page, a huge eagle is drawn, and each bone and feather are also shown to the extreme. With magical powers, the most difficult point is not to understand the target, but to understand oneself in depth when moving back and forth between the subject and the object. People who cannot dissect themselves deeply, cannot become true masters of transformation. Hoffa was shocked by the passages in this book, which to him were like Hongzhongdalu, deafening. He was about to continue turning the page. Suddenly, a grey-bearded librarian jumped out, chopping away the magic book that Hoffa was reading with gusto. "Hey! Boy, do you have the professor's signature?" Hoffa was angry at first, but he took a look at the bright red characters on the top of his head, Forbidden Book Zone. He realized that he had violated the school rules. The professor's signature is required to enter the restricted book area of the library. Seeing Hoffa not speaking, the administrator slammed his hips. "If you don't have a signature, come to the upper grade area to find the book. In case the magic in the book is backlashed, who is the responsibility? It is me or you. Go and go." He waved a feather duster and pushed Hoffa out of the library. Standing at the door of the library, Hoffa irritably kicked the Roman pillar next to him. He was unwilling. "I thought it was really bad for a fleeting year, so what can I do if I am unlucky? It is the most annoying to be interrupted when I read Zhengshuang. If the old guy comes a little later, maybe he can find the secret of animagus transformation." Annoyed for a while, Hoffa began to think about the solution. "You must get this book yourself, but Hogwarts breaks so many rules, where should I go to get the professor's signature?" At this moment, he couldn't help thinking of the original book again. Harry and Hermione got into the Forbidden Book Zone after they got the compound decoction in their 2nd grade. But they met the stupid Lockhart. Who are they going to sign now? Dumbledore certainly couldn't. That guy was too smart, let alone Gorsuk. The stern old man was not merciful to his granddaughter. Hoffa walked out of the library with a sad face, and found that it was completely dark. Unconsciously, he stayed in the library for too long. There was a pang of hunger, and he hurriedly ran towards the hall. "I have missed the meal, and I can only hope that there is still some food left there now." It's a pity that when he answered the hall, there were sparsely populated people here, and only some leftover desserts were left on the table. Hoffa thought he was really unlucky today. After eating some dessert, Hoffa returned to Ravenclaw's common room with empty hands and an empty stomach. There is a rare noise in the common room, and a group of children are eagerly discussing content related to Quidditch. In the center of the crowd, there was Aglia with silver hair. Her outstanding flying talent was admired and sought after by everyone. They surrounded her like the stars, and many people kept asking her questions about flying skills. Seeing Hoffa entering the lounge, Aglia immediately amplified his voice, like a proud little swan, guiding the admirer's flight. "Gillen, you bend too hard and your center of gravity is too forward. There will be ghosts if you can fly well. William, there is a problem with the posture of your grip. The habit is to control the direction with your left hand and swing the club with your right hand. If you keep using your right hand to control the direction, you will lose miserably in the game. Taylor, you performed well today, but I think you still seem to be a little afraid of flying. Don't be afraid of flying, you are not a muggle. Unlike someone." She raised the volume again when she said someone, which was insinuating. Hoffa turned a blind eye to her, only when she was farting. Since it is not possible to meditate in the common room, he plans to go back to the dormitory bed to meditate. But when he was about to go upstairs, Miranda got out of the crowd and grabbed him. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time." "What's happenin'?" Hoffa asked lightly. "Did you not eat at night?" Miranda took out a roll of paper bag. Hoffa took it and saw that there was food in the paper bag. Although it was just a few chicken drumsticks and bread, Hoffa felt warm in his heart. He took some cold food and stuffed it into his mouth. Miranda comforted. "It's okay if you can't fly, and I can't fly well. Half a month later, there will be our first Quidditch match against Gryffindor. Are you going to watch it?" Hoffa was dumb. After what happened today, he really lacked interest in Quidditch. Miranda also specially ran to comfort herself. Is she afraid of being sad? Really a kind girl. But now Hoffa is full of transfiguration, and he really doesn't care about these broken things. But Miranda came to ask, and he couldn't refuse directly. He nodded and said perfunctorily, "Go, why not go see it?" Miranda attached to Hoffa's ear and whispered. Aglaia was selected as the backup seeker for the Quidditch team of the Academy. Next week, the official seeker of the team will go to the Ministry of Magic to participate in Auror training. You have to cheer for her once. I think this is your chance to let go of the gap. Substitute seeker, Aglaia. Put down the gap and cheer for her? Hee. Hoffa felt his intestines twisted together, as uncomfortable as eating a pile of wild shit. Miranda really had a good plan to give herself food first and then let herself cheer. If you say the second news directly, you will not agree to go to the Quidditch game if you kill yourself. This guy, is he seeing his character that is soft but not hard? Chapter 17, Potions. Since Hoffa's mind was still on how to obtain the library's deformed books, he didn't pay much attention to Miranda's request. He answered casually, "Well, I'll go." Miranda continued to whisper. Perio was planning to discuss with the dean to let her directly become a seeker, but unfortunately, the guy Goshawk felt that the first-year freshman could not participate in Quidditch, so she only allowed her to be a seeker. A substitute. Hoffa was a little surprised. Isn't this similar to Harry's treatment? If Goshawk was a little looser, this guy would be another first-year seeker. He turned his head to look at the girl in the middle of the crowd, thinking that this guy is a protagonist template. Seeker, that is simply the king of the team. Those famous figures in previous lives are basically very good in Quidditch projects. Either James, Harry, Malfoy, Cedric, Cho, Jong, Krum, Ginny, etc., etc. Hoffa thought she was a bit like Hermione before, but now it seemed that he wanted something wrong. She is an all-around player. If Hoffa thinks that the peace of mind's compromise is effective, he would be very wrong. What happened next refreshed his three views again. On Friday, Hoffa has 2 classes to attend. Defense against the Dark Arts and Potions. The Defense against the Dark Arts class of this era has not been spelled, it is just an ordinary class. The teacher is a retired old Auror named Alacia Melos. He is also the dean of Gryffindor House. He was very kind and humorous when he taught the lower grades, basically telling stories to the students. Vampires, werewolves, black goblins, all kinds of monsters he faced when he was young. If Hoffa remembers correctly, he should be the last normal teacher in Defense against the Dark Arts class. When he retires after 7 years of teaching, Tom Riddle wants to get this position after graduation. But after being rejected by Dumbledore and others, Tom Riddle cursed the position. Since then, no teacher can stay in this position for more than a year. After finishing the Defense against the Dark Arts class in the morning, the afternoon is the Potions class. The professor of the Potions class is Slughorn, the dean of the Slytherin house. Hoffa suddenly had an idea when he had lunch, about the library's signature. Compared to the later Snape, Slughorn was a good talker, and he would even give Voldemort the secrets of Horcruxes. He also gave Harry Potter his unbearable memory. But the premise of all this is that you can get his approval. That's right, Slughorn only interacts with those students he thinks are valuable and promising students in his eyes, and he regards these students as the most precious collection in his life. After he retired, in order to become Harry's teacher, he would rather come back out of the arena. Simply put, this person not only judges people by appearance, but also has some snobbery. But his mind is not bad. If Hoffa can get his approval, get a signature of a library loan from him. It shouldn't be difficult. After all, people can even teach Voldemort the secrets of Horcruxes, so what is a signature? Hoffa is usually casual in class, but today he went straight to the bathroom after eating, tidied up his appearance, and combed his black hair neatly behind his head. This makes him look a lot more energetic. His appearance is not ugly. After carefully dressing up, there are still some handsome guys. The first impression is better, and then behave more positively. Hoffa thinks he should get Slughorn's attention. The potions classroom is in the basement of Hogwarts. It's colder than the main building of the castle above. Glass jars are placed along the wall with animal specimens and abnormal body organs soaked in them. Hoffa felt that it was quite interesting here. Slytherin's common room should be nearby. After entering the door, the basement was filled with a faint mist, full of strange smells, and many bubbling crucibles. Hoffa looked over one by one, and he recognized all the potions that were being made. Thanks to his higher-than-ordinary spirit, he has already memorized more than half of the potions books. If Slughorn had to ask a question, he felt he could stand out. The classroom table in the basement is round because there is a cauldron in the middle. The Slytherin student sits at a table, as does the Ravenclaw student. In this way, Hoffa could only sit at the same table with Aglaia. And this time it was very unfortunate that Slytherin's table and Ravenclaw were very close, and Tom Riddle, the future great demon, was sitting across from Hoffa. The feeling of being attacked on the back and stomach made Hoffa uncomfortable, but he did not show it. Soon after sitting down, the door of the underground classroom opened. Before the Slughorn man showed up, the big belly had already pushed in. What followed was a man holding a sepia-light inlaid silver pipe. He was wearing a tightly bended jacket, much younger than 50 years later, not bald, but fatter. He smiled, his whole being like a huge smoking walrus. After entering the basement, Slughorn first swept his eyes around the student, staying on Aglaia and Tom Riddle for a little longer. Because these two people are the most outstanding in appearance. Afterwards, he picked up the roster and glanced at it and began to roll the call. Hoffa thought to himself that the purpose of naming the goods is probably to see if there are any descendants of large families or famous wizards among his students. So, when he ordered Tom Marvolo, he was a little surprised. One more glance at Tom in the crowd. Marvolo of the Gunter family is also a famous figure. Hoffa felt that Alexander, Voldemort was more handsome than him, and Voldemort still had the aura of Salazar Slytherin on his body. If you want to win the favor of this person, you must be extremely prominent, otherwise you will be like Ron, even his name will not be remembered by him. Not to mention getting the signature to the Forbidden Book Zone. After finishing the name, Slughorn spit out a smoke ring and said happily, "Well, students, please take out the balance, medicine packet and the textbook Magic Potion and Potion Dot." There was a sound of fetching things in the classroom. Hoffa is a little lost, is this class now? But Slughorn said again. Before that, I prepared a few potions to open your eyes. Let you first feel the amazing magic power of potions. As he said, he pointed to the hissing pot on the Slytherin table, and asked the crucible with white smoke, "Someone can answer, what is this medicine?" "Coming." Hoffa was agitated, and immediately raised his palm up high. Slughorn nodded happily when he saw someone raising his hand. "Very good, for you." Hoffa stood up and said, "The anti-cold medicine is made of daisy root and licorice juice at a ratio of 1:9, plus Shanghai leopard fat and mouse spleen. It is mostly used in Northern Europe and Siberia." "The return is very correct," Slughorn said loudly. "What's your name?" He didn't remember Hoffa's name as expected. "Hoffa Bach, sir." "Is that Bach?" "Very good, Ravenclaw adds 5 points." Slughorn nodded to Hoffa and let him sit down. Hoffa was very happy. It seemed that he had made a good first impression on Slughorn. After he finished the course, he might be able to stay and ask for an autograph. Aglaia raised his arms and snorted disdainfully. Tom Riddle at the Slytherin table leaned back on the chair with interest. Slughorn walked to another crucible with a grey solvent, and asked, "Now, any student can tell me what this potion is?" Without a doubt, Hoffa's palm pointed to the sky again. Slughorn gave a surprised expression, "Bach, it's good, come and see." Hoffa stood up again and said, "Petrochemical potion." It is made of stone-dwelling warbler eggs, fire ash snake eggs, plus rock-hanging moss, and a crypt spider eye. It is non-toxic and its effect is to make people fall into a short period. The petrochemical state lasts about 15 minutes. Very accurate, very accurate. Hoffa classmate. Ravenclaw adds another 5 points. Slughorn let out a puff of cigarette, showing an expression of appreciation. He turned his head and said to the students, "What are you still doing in a daze? Why don't you write it down?" There was a rustling sound of digging out parchment, and even Tom Riddle picked up a quill pen. But only one person remained motionless. It was Aglaia, leaning on the chair, rubbing her chin, and staring at Hoffa with suspicion. She began to doubt Hoffa's purpose. Hoffa noticed Aglaia's ghostly gaze, but he didn't care. All his mind was on Slughorn. As long as you can get a good impression and get the signature, you can get the deformed book from the banned book zone. When the students finished taking notes, Slughorn turned to a light purple cauldron again. "Do you have?" Before he finished speaking, one palm pointed to the sky. But this time it was not Hoffa. "It's Aglaia." Hoffa had no idea that Cheng Yaojin would be hit halfway, nor did Slughorn. He bit his pipe and was stunned. "Mistle Races, do you have any questions?" Aglaia stood up directly, pointing to the lavender cauldron and said, "Fear potion, drinking it will produce hallucinogenic effects. If the quantity is large enough, it will cause mental trauma. It is an old technology for more than 100 years. She shook her head disdainfully. "The raw material is crow feathers, short antlers, and a little bit of dark elf blood. It stands to reason that this potion is scarlet, but you want to make it look more deceptive, so you add a taste of purple mountain flowers. She smash your mouth, a clumsy method, but it's enough to deceive some people." She focused her eyes on Hoffa. "I'm afraid some people with little knowledge will think it is a healing potion, and drink it without hesitation." Hoffa took a deep breath, biting his teeth tightly on the inside of his lower lip, and sat in the chair without speaking. Slughorn's eyes were filled with surprise, but it was not over yet. Aglaia pointed to another crucible that was shining bright green. "The fluorescent potion is made from the sap of the tree elves, shimmering mushrooms, and ghost skins. It can achieve a glowing luminous effect all over the body. Ancient wizards accidentally discovered when certain animals were courting. But for me, if you can add a little chameleon scale to the potion, this fluorescent effect will become richer and longer lasting." 1 minute later, she was the only one left in the entire basement to pretend. Hoffa's face was pale, and Slughorn's eyes were full of surprise. "Aglaia, this one is a lightweight potion, which makes your body as light as feathers. The materials you use are eagle feathers, flying fungus, and moon's wings. But for me, this method is too old-fashioned. It only needs a drop of purified siren blood to achieve the same effect. In 1 minute. Aglaia, wolf-proof potion, while targeting the werewolves, if you can add a little wailing knell, it can achieve the same effect on the bad guys and humans. You didn't do it, a bit unfortunately." 1 minute later, Slughorn sweats profusely. "Of course, I don't think that the medicine in this basement is not desirable. For example, I think the sleeping medicine you refine is very unique. It can not only put depression wizards into a peaceful sleep, but also make patients feel it's like falling asleep naturally." Aglaia pointed to the pot of colorless and transparent liquid in front of him and praised a few words, which made Slughorn look relieved. But then the girl said again, "It's just that due to the irresistible medicinal properties of the sleeping potion, it is a drug controlled by the Ministry of Magic and should not appear in the classroom of lower grade students. I think you probably want to use it as a bonus item, but in case something happens, people who lack self-control." Slughorn began to sweat again. I don't know how many minutes later, the silver-haired girl in the middle of the classroom finally finished her long speech. She held her arms, scanned the classroom, and smiled sarcastically when she saw Hoffa. Finally, Slughorn tremblingly took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. hoarsely said, you, and the President of the European Association of Pharmacists, Igo Moises. Aglaia sneered, he is my incompetent great-grandfather. All the students took a breath. Hoffa collapsed on the chair, raised his head and exhaled. The face is like ashes. Sure enough, Slughorn clapped his hands, excellent talent, extraordinary talent, you are simply a natural potion wizard. Ravenclaw adds 50 points. At this moment, he looked at Aglaia as if looking at a peerless jade. As for who Hoffa was, he had long forgotten. The whole class followed Slughorn and applauded. Hoffa didn't. He even closed his eyes. He was afraid that he could not restrain the anger in his eyes. After class, Slughorn happily shouted to Aglaia. By the way, Mistle Races, I will have a small dinner on the 3rd of next month with a few senior students. Do you have time to enjoy it? Aglaia frowned, she hesitated for a second. Then she saw Hoffa with a gloomy face, and suddenly showed a clear look. She nodded happily at Slughorn and smiled sweetly. It's an honor, sir. Hoffa strode out, and at this moment he was so angry that one Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. It's all messed up. It's all smashed. Now Slughorn only had Aglaia in his eyes, how could he get an autograph? Chapter 18, Forgetful. What is a problem, girl? Hoffa thinks that no one is more suitable for these 4 words than this guy. He can see it, this little is determined to fight against herself, as long as it is something that makes her uncomfortable, she has to try everything. She has become the most annoying guy Hoffa 2 ever met. Tom Riddle is cuter than her, at least Voldemort is still low-key to death. When he walked to an unmanned bathroom, Hoffa turned on the faucet and flushed his face, but the cold water couldn't calm him down. He thought he had a very mature mentality, so he could be happy and angry. But he discovered that after so many days, his mentality was almost on the verge of bursting. Finally, he kicked his annoyed feet on the tiles, and yelled, "Hold grudges! Vanity! Mad! How can there be a boring person like you in the world?" Just when Hoffa was angry. Patter! There was the sound of books falling to the ground from the door, and Hoffa immediately turned around. But seeing Miranda standing at the door of the bathroom, she was so shocked that the book fell to the floor. Hoffa suddenly realized that he had lost his temper. When the goal was delayed, most of his patience was consumed unknowingly, and an incompetent rage started unexpectedly, which is not the case for real wizards. Miranda murmured as she picked up the book, "I see you are walking in such a hurry, so come and have a look." "It's okay," Hoffa said, "I was just stunned." "What's wrong with you today? How do I feel you are weird?" After finishing the book, Miranda asked. "I blame? I have that white-haired girl." Hoffa sneered. "Of course, I have never seen you carefully tidy up your hair. You were so casual at the opening banquet, why did you suddenly behave so positively today?" Miranda asked. Hoffa was silent. Seeing that Hoffa didn't answer, Miranda said with relief, "In fact, Aglaia is not such a difficult person to get along with, she just likes to be pushy. I can only say that she is the most Ravenclaw in Ravenclaw Academy." "Hey, when did Ravenclaw become an adjective?" After speaking, Hoffa walked out of the bathroom. Miranda followed Hoffa and asked, "What do you think is Ravenclaw? If I say that Aglaia is placed in any other hospital, it is not welcome. But the students of Ravenclaw have their own, maybe you can try to see her in other ways." Hoffa sneered sarcastically, "Humph, as long as she doesn't interfere with me, she can do anything. Even if she goes to win the Nobel Prize this year, it doesn't matter to me." "What is the Nobel Prize?" "Forget it," Hoffa waved his hand irritably. "Don't you think such people are annoying?" "No, she didn't, wait." Miranda stood still suddenly. "You said she hindered you, did she hinder you today?" "Of course. Huo Ran just wanted to tell the truth, but shut up in time." Ravenclaw is a human being, and he doesn't want to be seen by others about his desire for banned books. But Miranda had already seen it. She pushed her glasses and smiled deeply. You sorted out your appearance, and then actively answered questions. Do you want to make a good impression on Slughorn? Hoffa took a quick step away from Miranda. He always felt that Miranda was not like a girl at all. Miranda chased him up. Hey, it seems that you are not desperate. What do you want? To join his slug club, or get a few bottles of potions from him? Neither. Hoffa stopped angrily. Then tell me what you want. Hoffa hesitated, and the status of the granddaughter of the other's vice principal made him a little bit of a rat. Are you attracting the attention of a certain girl? Miranda started gossiping, knowing she might be agitating. Hoffa was itching with anger. Are these British children so precocious? Or, the person you like is Aglaia? Hoffa got goosebumps, and he held up the book angrily, eager to fight. Enough, you shut up, can you stop being disgusting? I want a Slughorn's signature. Take his signature to borrow a book from the library. Are you satisfied with this answer? That's it. Miranda said in surprise. Otherwise? If it wasn't for the librarian to be too harsh, why do you think I took the trouble to please the dean of the Slytherin house? Say it early. Miranda covered her forehead. Is it okay to get such a simple thing casually? Why do you fight with the guy Aglaia for the limelight? Hey? You have a way. Hoffa beamed with joy. You mean you can ask your grandpa to do it for me? Don't even think about it, that fellow Adab wouldn't do such a kind thing. Hoffa, then you say a fart. He won't, but I will. Miranda smiled. We can do some tricks. She was curious about what she could do, Hoffa, but Miranda didn't tell him. Just let him cooperate at the time and keep it confidential. Soon, it was Monday again. It was a gloomy rainy day. The crackling rain hit the glass of the castle, and the inside and outside of the castle looked grey. In the morning, the curse classroom. Adby Gorschak stepped on the second hand and walked into the classroom with precision. He stood in front of the podium, swept his grey eyes, and asked in a deep voice, why is there one less person? Hoffa didn't need to look to know that Miranda was absent from class again. However, this time, without waiting for Professor Gorsuch to deduct points, one arm was raised to the sky. It's Aglaia in the same dormitory with Miranda. Professor Gorsuch asked, how? Aglaia said, Teacher, here is Miranda's fake note, she has a bad stomach after eating. After speaking, she pulled out a piece of paper from the table and handed it over. Gorsuch took it and swept it, and Hoffa saw a rare disappointment on his face that had been Gujing Wubo. The expression made Hoffa a little sympathetic to the old man. He thought to himself that if he was Professor Gorschak, he would have been blown up. My granddaughter doesn't show her face so much, she doesn't come to class many times, and he still can't really take the other person off. How does this make him majestic? But the elderly Professor Gorschak quickly put away the disappointment. After signing his name quickly, he handed the false note back to Aglaia. No points were deducted, and the Ravenclaw students breathed a sigh of relief. Gorschak, in the last lesson, we talked about the syllables and actions of the basic mantras. Today, we are going to actually operate the mantras. First of all, we have to learn to copy mantras. Copying mantras are mostly used for real objects, but they can also be extended to spirits. Some non-realistic carriers such as memory and memory are non-basic but very advanced. After the class started, the solemn intense atmosphere eased. At the beginning of this class, they have to formally learn the use of magic spells. Although the first grade spell Hoffa has basically learned, the copying spell in front of him, he also learned 7 or 8 in the elementary spell book, but he can hear it. Still very serious. Thanks to the spirit of being higher than ordinary people, Hoffa's spell class is very good at the same as the transformation class. Finally, he successfully duplicated one small iron ball into two, and then duplicated two small iron into four. His skillful skills were appreciated by Goshawk, and he gave Ravenclaw 10 points. Although he was not as generous as Dumbledore, it was enough to arouse Aglaya's anger. Because the iron ball she copied was obviously one size smaller than the original iron ball, and it was not exactly the same. Of course, this is good for ordinary students, but it is still not good compared with Hoffa. Hoffa turned a blind eye to her upset. He had already reflected on himself, determined not to be angry for this person anymore. He believes that this is a stumbling block on the path of his own Xingxing and a test of the will of the universe. But after class, he had just walked to the corner stairs on the 4th floor and saw Aglaya holding his arms, standing under the statue of the Flatterer Grey, staring at himself coldly. Hoffa thought she was upset because she watched him add points to the academy. He ignored her and walked straight over. "Stop!" Aglaya called Hoffa coldly. Hoffa turned reluctantly. "What are you doing? What is your relationship with Miranda?" Aglaya asked. Hoffa said coldly, "What do you want to express? Why is she asking me to leave this stuff to you?" As he said, Aglaya lifted his finger, holding a note between his fingers. Hoffa sneered, "Although I don't know what you are talking about, what will Miranda leave for me? Does it have a relationship with you?" Aglaya suddenly showed disgust in his eyes. "Being passionate, I don't bother to take care of your business." She shook her finger and threw away the note. It seemed that there was something dirty on the note, and then she turned and left without looking back. Hoffa's character +1. He drew out his wand and lazily cast a floating spell, returning the note to his hand. I picked it up and opened it. It turned out to be Miranda's fake note. "I have a bad stomach after eating, and I am seeing a doctor in the school hospital. Please take a morning leave. Miranda Gozak." Below is the signature of Adby Gozak. Hoffa held the note inexplicably, and just when he didn't know what the note was, the letters on the note suddenly changed. They began to rearrange and combine quickly. Became: "Apply to enter the library to borrow any book, unlimited time. Adby Gozak." Hoffa's mouth opened wide, and Miranda promised to help herself get a note to borrow from the library. But she didn't expect that she used this method, pretending to have diarrhea, and deceived Adby's signature. Not only did she deceive Goshawk, she also deceived the Aglaya. In addition to surprise, Hoffa's mood was uplifted a lot, and the feeling of the past is nothing more than that. Primary goal achieved. As long as he can get the Metamorphosis book, he may become animagus. If it succeeds, it is equivalent to sneaking. Invisibility and animagus each have their own advantages. Invisibility can completely obliterate the appearance. But after transforming into a small creature, many places humans can't go can go by themselves. The most embarrassing thing is that when animagus's shape becomes smaller, his footsteps will become silent. Hoffa wanted to thank Miranda a lot, but Miranda still didn't show up in Dumbledore's class. This made him murmur in his heart, "Is this little Nazai really sick?" After finishing the Transfiguration course, Hoffa quickly ran to the library with the signed note. When he arrived at the position of Morgan's Anatomy of Everything, Structure is King, he just wanted to pull it out. The old man of the librarian jumped out. Holding the feather duster, he shouted fiercely, "Hey! It's you again!" A note reached under his nose and interrupted the old man. "Stop talking nonsense, give me a book," Hoffa said. The old man split his hand and grabbed the note. After reading it twice, he abruptly swallowed the words he hadn't scolded, and his wrinkled face became very gloomy and puzzled. Rules are rules, there is no room for him to refute. He could only pull out the book and lent it to Hoffa unhappily. After getting the book, Hoffa felt the rough cover of the thick book, and his mood became more comfortable. But he did not immediately. He decided to wait for no one to learn later. In the auditorium at night, the ceiling is rainy, no different from the outside. Only then did Hoffa see Miranda at the dining table, who hadn't seen her in a day, and she was sitting at the dining table eating a potato pie, looking blank. Hoffa stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her. "Hey!" Miranda turned her head slowly. The strange thing was that she didn't wear glasses now, her face was pale and gloomy, and she was sickly and defiant. "You really have diarrhea?" Hoffa asked, concerned. Miranda looked at Hoffa up and down, huffed her nose, and then continued to lower her head to eat potato cakes, with a cold expression that didn't really want to care about him. "It's pitiful," Hoffa murmured. He also took a piece of potato cake and whispered to Miranda, "Thank you so much. I borrowed the book." Miranda's chewing stopped, and she thought for a while. "What? Borrowing books?" Hoffa said happily. "I borrowed it from the library. What does that have to do with me?" Miranda interrupted Hoffa blankly. She turned her head and continued to eat potato pancakes. Hoffa's mouth opened wide, and he was a little confused. "What does it have to do with you? Can I borrow it if it's not for your help?" How could this good-tempered girl suddenly change her personality? He felt that Miranda might be the eldest aunt here, and was in a bad mood. But after thinking about it, Hoffa felt that he was crazy again. This little Nazai is only 11 years old and has not yet begun to develop. The standard little loli, where is the big ant? Chapter 19, Clues to the Phantom Spell. Originally, Hoffa, who had a stable life at Hogwarts, should be able to live a lazy and comfortable life like others. "Every day I sleep, go to class, eat and play games with my friends." In fact, he couldn't do this. Maybe other students could, but Hoffa couldn't. He is different from others. Europe is a society that pays attention to relationships, as well as a society that pays attention to blood and family, especially the United Kingdom. Other students can relax and play, and if something happens, the family will take the lead. No matter which student at Hogwarts, he has relatives, whether it is descendants of Muggles or descendants of wizards. Even Tom Riddle, who came out of an orphanage with him, has relatives, whether he likes it or not. But Hoffa had only himself. In the face of a changeable future, he can't be trusted alone. The countdown to the war is about 10 months away. Such a sense of tension pressed him all the time, like Damocles' sharp sword hanging high. This caused him to feel insecure all the time. Although there are some basic spells, there is also a deformation cheat book. It didn't make him optimistic. Hoffa often asked himself, is it possible that the body is blocking the bullets, or is it possible to shuttle through the battlefield of bullets and be unharmed? If the answer is no, then only continue to work hard. Work hard to become stronger. Learn everything that is good for you. So, as soon as the weekend arrives, the sky is just getting dark. While the other roommates were still sleeping in the dormitory, Hoffa went out carrying the huge book he had finally borrowed. Borrowing a book does not mean that Hoffa can be transformed into animagus. There are too many ways for him to study. But compared to unmanned guidance, this is a huge improvement. Now that he has time to spare, he has to go out and learn the transfiguration technique in this mysterious book. After a brief breakfast, Hoffa, who was planning to go out, saw Professor Melas of Gryffindor at the bottom of the clock tower. He was checking the number of people going to Hogsmeade with a watch. Hogsmeade Village is a pure wizarding village near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is also the headquarters of the 1612 Goblin Mutiny event. The school stipulates that only students in the 3rd grade and above can go there on certain Saturdays and must have the signature of the guardian. A group of 3rd grade students are standing on the lawn. They are dressed as usual, with a beaming expression on everyone's face. Hoffa disagrees with the behavior of these people, but he doesn't know how to cherish it when he is in base Han. You must know that Hogwarts is one of the best wizarding secrets in Europe. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to go to the library to learn a few curses? Wizard, if you don't study magic, is it still called a wizard? According to Hoffa's cognition, no matter good or evil, a wizard must have a strong spirit of being alone, able to withstand loneliness and temptation, and put most of their energy on exploring the true meaning of the universe and philosophy. Of course, he doesn't need to go to the library now, what he wants is in his arms. After moving his thighs, Hoffa carried the book along the hunting ground and ran slowly towards the Black Lake. The calm lake reflected the rolling hills and mysterious castles on the lake shore, and the waves shone with dazzling silver light. The white clouds in the lake are blooming like snow lotus. From a distance, you can see some stone drainage canals built during the Arthurian period. Behind a hidden grassland with good light by the Black Lake. With excitement and anticipation, Hoffa couldn't wait to open the huge book he had finally borrowed. But after flipping through it, the smile and excitement on Hoffa's face gradually disappeared, and he began to become calm and solemn. He felt that he was still too optimistic. This book is said to be a very complete guide to transforming. It explains the process of transforming into animagus very clearly. Every step, every process of magic flow, but the clearer, the more Hoffa can feel the unpredictability of transfiguration. Transforming into animagus is not a simple low-level spell. It is a very difficult secret transformation technique. It takes more than a dozen steps, hundreds of magic conversions, and it takes a very fast process. Carry out. Even for those with different talents, it will take a year of hard work and practice before they can succeed. At least 1 year. The task of exploring the school is still unfinished for the time being. Hoffa raised his head from the book, frowning. He wasn't interested in the secrets hidden in Hogwarts, he was not Voldemort, he had no collector fetish and super ambition. It's just that World War II is just around the corner, facing a treacherous and changeable future. Hoffa felt that he was short of time, and he had only one knowledge of the great of the system. There is also the magic fragment, I only get 2/3, it is best to get it together as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the face of a terrible war, there will be no cards at all. Do I have to find the phantom body curse? Hoffa was a little irritable. Agmanes needs a lot of time, and the phantasmal curse is not found for a while. The task of exploring the school has been delayed, which is a bit troublesome. Trouble. Hoffa muttered to himself while holding the book. He circulated his thoughts a few times, calming down some anxious emotions in his heart. Learned honestly. No matter how slow it is, doing it is better than not doing it. By the Black Lake, Hoffa was immersed in the state of studying alone. From time to time, he would take out the prepared parchment paper and quill pen, write and draw notes, and occasionally take out his wand to test movements and the flow of magic power. The process of learning through animagus changes is difficult, but learning makes him happy. The sun gradually rose, the morning light disappeared, and the shape of the white cloud changed and changed. It was fleeting in the morning in Hoffa's study. At noon, Hoffa was a little hungry. But he was too lazy to go back to school because he was afraid of wasting time. He picked some berries by the lake, and while eating, he looked at the reflection of the castle in the distance and relaxed his eyes. He decided to continue his magic learning journey in the afternoon. But at this moment, suddenly, a shout came from my ear. Hoffa! Hoffa got up quickly from the lake and turned his head to take a look. Nothing at all. There were only the branches blown by the breeze, and he looked at the lake again, where there were only waves slapped against the pebbles. Damn it, have you heard it? Hoffa murmured and turned the book a page. However, just as he was about to continue, the shout came again, Hey, Hoffa, are you deaf? Hoffa stood up suddenly, and he closed the book. He drew out his wand and looked around vigilantly. Who is it? Who is talking? Hoffa asked grimly. Silly boy, stop looking, it's me. Hoffa felt something wrong now, his voice was close at hand, like a whisper. He touched his ears and touched his silver earrings. He recognized the owner of the voice. Hoffa was shocked. It's you, Inder. Who else but me, Inder said lazily, why, Don't you make so many friends at Hogwarts? Have you forgotten the voice of your partners? Call. Pick up the magic wand. Hoffa was both happy and complaining. It turned out that the liar fairy put a Bluetooth headset on his ear. No wonder I didn't leave a contact information when I left. Speaking of which, Inder should be regarded as his first friend in this world. Inder's curious voice came from the earrings. If I remember correctly, you should be on holiday today, right? How does life at Hogwarts feel? Hoffa threw a berry in his mouth and laughed. Why do you care about me so much? Could it be that your deception of money has been exposed? That's not true, Induo sighed. But I have something important to you and need your help. It is very important. Can you meet me now? Meet? Hoffa was taken aback, and he looked around. How to meet? I'm at Hogwarts. Inder asked, do you know Hogsmeade? My 2 broomsticks in Hogsmeade. You can come here before dark. Hoffa was shocked. You are crazy, how can I go out? I am only in the 1st grade. At this time, going to Hogsmeade was found to be enough for me to be expelled from the school. Oh! The goblin slapped. Rules are used to break the rules. Every Hogwarts graduate I know has committed at least 10 school rules that are enough to be expelled, but they all graduated safely in the end. Let me tell you, there are many secret paths that can come out in your school. Don't come. Hoffa immediately interrupted the goblin. I'm only 11 years old, the same height as you. I'm afraid that someone will find me as soon as I walked out of the secret path, and what else to talk about meeting? Inder said in surprise on the other side, hey, it's been almost a month since I went to Hogwarts, don't you know any confusing spells, such as hallucination spells, fuzzy spells, disguise spells? He didn't say that it was okay, as soon as Hoffa's depression index went up again. He said uncomfortably, hey, will you? You will teach me wherever you let me go. Teach you? Yinduo was surprised. Goblin magic, human wizards can't learn, you have your own magic casting system. Then you say a fart. Hoffa said irritably, can't I just hang up? The goblin said quickly on the other side, don't worry, although I can't teach you, someone in your school can teach you. The turning point in the words made Hoffa stunned, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Who is it? Well, I don't know who it is. But my former partner once told me that he had participated in a club when he was in school. That club is a curse-type club. When you first joined the club, every president will reward the members of any curse, as long as you can pass the test of the club. Hoffa's eyes widened. There is such a society. Of course, there are many clubs in Hogwarts. Where? Hoffa asked impatiently. I don't know, I'm not from your school. The fairy said angrily over there, but didn't I give you an earring? My previous partner also wore fairy earrings. His name is Neiman. You can go to the school's association registration office and ask, there should be gains. Hoffa closed the book and stood up. Turn around and walk towards the school. Inder was still chattering over there. If you learn any invisibility or confusing spells, remember to come to Hogsmeade to find me. I'll be waiting for you on 2 broomsticks. Hoffa couldn't hear it anymore, all he was thinking about was the phantom spell. There is no doubt that Animagus requires a lot of time to practice and learn, but the spell is different, and the learning speed of the spell is very fast. As long as he can learn the phantom body curse, many school rules that hinder him will be broken in an instant. Induo also said a few words over there that it was urgent. He must come, but Hoffa didn't reply. Chapter 20, The Weird Society. After returning to school and hiding his transfiguration books, Hoffa went straight to the school's club organization classroom. Inder's words are not wrong. At Hogwarts, there are many student organizations that resemble clubs. For example, the later Harry Potter, he founded DA, which is Dumbledore's Army. A dark magic defense society that learns in the House of Needs. However, it was helpless for them to put the club's position in the responsive room at the time, because at that time Hogwarts was under the high pressure of the British Ministry of Magic and had to avoid Dolores O'Lurica's eyes. But Hogwarts in this era obviously did not have that kind of situation, and the community developed very prosperously. Hoffa randomly found a senior student on the road and asked about it, and he told Hoffa the location of the school registration and the classroom of the registered club. Speaking of which, in Western society, education is largely biased towards interests and hobbies, that is, education of talent. Basically from elementary school, there will be various clubs in the school. Develop students' various talents. Of course, because of his concept and lifestyle, Hoffa has not experienced any associations in his previous life. There was no school in high school, and everyone was afraid of delaying their studies. When it comes to college, most of the clubs in the school are selling dog meat, and they are used by seniors to hook up with pure school girls. It doesn't really cultivate any interest. So the club is really new to Hoffa. The Hogwarts Registry of Societies is behind a huge portrait on the second floor. This is a portrait of hundreds of philosophical figures in ancient Greece. The people in the portrait are noisy and arguing. You don't need a password at all to enter that portrait, because there are constantly going in and out of students inside. Passing through the grey stone corridor behind the portrait, Hoffa came to a hall with many arched cloisters around the hall, and the elaborately carved cloister patterns from time to time turned into a string of magical symbols, gleaming slightly on the wall. In the middle of the hall are statues of a group of young wizards holding magic wands. They look very energetic. There are many portraits on the wall, and on the portraits are all kinds of outstanding students from the past. Those oil paintings are also advertised, recruiting new members to join their own clubs. Many students walk around here, most of them are freshmen about their own age. After Hoffa looked at it for a while, he saw a table dedicated to registration and consultation in the corner of the hall. In front of the table sat a delicate-looking girl. She was wearing a school gown and was in the 6th grade. She was holding a feather brush to record something, and her movements seemed very swift. Hoffa walked over, and the girl raised her head with a professional smile. "Hello, can I help you? I want to ask, do you know that there are societies that learn spells?" Hoffa asked politely. "There are a total of 17 curse clubs in the school. May I ask which one you want to add?" While talking about the girl, she pulled out a wad of parchment. Hoffa was stunned for a moment. Induo only told the magic clubs that he could teach himself spells, but he didn't say which one. He didn't even think that there were 17 clubs that learned spells. Seeing that Hoffa was silent, the girl asked again. "Do you have an invitation? Some clubs can only enter by invitation." "No," Hoffa said honestly. "Well, there are only 3 who don't need to be invited. But I think you'd better filter it yourself." After speaking, she handed Hoffa a wad of parchment. Hoffa took a look. "Okay, the names of the various associations on the list are long. Trastrag's Curse, Horns, Secret Code of All Things Magic Club, Cryptia Society, O'Murney Brotherhood, Northern Ireland Magic Club, Northumberland Regiment." These societies not only have their own time and characters, and there are their own requirements. Many societies have very strict requirements on the people who sign up for participation, including regions, families, and even ancestry. Hoffa watched for a long time, not knowing which one Inder said could teach magic after joining. So he asked the senior girl in front of him, "Well, which one of these can teach spells if you join the club? Any spells? Any curse?" The senior girl frowned. "I've never heard of any club boasting about High Cow, saying that it can teach any curse. Moreover, most freshmen enter the club by learning the rules of the club. No one will easily teach the curse." Hoffa was taken aback. This was different from what Inder said. He casually flipped through the parchment in his hand, thinking about the problem in his mind. Suddenly, he paused with his fingers and stopped on the last page of the paper. This page is marked with a society called the Violet Wizards. Violet Wizard Society. People who are not wise, rigorous, and determined cannot join. Those who are not strictly keeping secrets are not allowed to join. At the end of the parchment is written a row of small letters, the enrollment is full. But what attracted Hoffa's attention was not the name of the society or its requirements, but a small piece of paper on parchment. In the painting is a man wearing a weird pale mask. The mask covers his entire face and he can't see his appearance, but on his ears, there is an earring exactly like his own. Hoffa knew the club he wanted to join immediately. He said to the female senior in front of him, "That's it, I want to join this club." After the female senior took a look at the parchment, her eyes widened, "The Violet Group? But this group is full, haven't you seen it? Tell me its location, and I'll visit it myself." Hoffa insisted. His attitude towards obtaining the phantom spell is very firm, and will not be shaken by some obstacles. "Okay." The woman didn't refuse, she pulled out a stack of small cards from under the table. One of them was selected and handed to Hoffa. "No, just keep following the arrow. However, if others let you in, I can't control it." Hoffa took the card and looked at it. There was a hand-drawn area of a tower on the card surface, and there was a small shaking arrow in the center of the card surface. "That's where I stand." After thanking the senior elder sister, Hoffa followed the instructions on the card and came to the school's community area. Hogwarts has a dedicated area for most communities. Compared with the lively hall just now, the location of the community area is quite quiet. This is a tall spire. The top of the tower is transparent glass. There is a bright white light from bottom to top on the ground, connecting the top and the bottom of the tower. It has a weird shape, like the core of a certain magic circle. Some weird instruments slowly revolve around the white light, and from time to time they will make a sweet and crisp ringing. There are many oil paintings distributed in the tower, but the oil paintings on the walls are doing their own things, very silent. Occasionally, people at the desk in the oil painting looked up at Hoffa, and then they lowered their heads again. "Leave him alone." On the way, he also saw some wizard students. These students stood in front of the oil painting. After seeing him coming over, they shut up silently. After he left, these students reported the export order and disappeared after the oil painting. Needless to say, Hoffa knew that behind every painting here, a different group of students was hidden. This gave Hoffa a sense of sigh, so many unknown chambers, so many wizard groups, so many ancient secrets. If one had to explore 100% to obtain the knowledge of the great god, I knew how long this school would have to explore by itself that day. Hoffa took the card and walked slowly along the stairs of the tower. Go more and more biased. In the end, he stopped in front of a huge portrait of a woman, which was a witch wearing a mask and holding a bouquet of violets. It's already very remote here. There are not a few oil paintings around. The person in the painting caught a glimpse of Hoffa coming, as if he had sensed his intention. "Something?" the person in the painting asked calmly. "Excuse me, I want to apply to join the group," Hoffa said politely. The woman in the painting put down the bouquet and stood up, and slowly disappeared into the passage in the oil painting. After a while, the woman returned. There was another person who came back with her. It was a student wearing a pale mask. She was thin and could not see her looks at all. The two walked together in the oil painting. The thin student came to Hoffa, and after taking a look at him, he got out of the portrait directly, shocking Hoffa. He always thought that guy was the one who was drawn. "What are you doing here?" the masked man asked. The voice is a female voice, and he should not be too old. Hoffa looked at the other party with lingering fear, thinking that the other party might have been given some profound magic. Because he felt that the masked girl was transparent, she was standing in front of him, but she seemed to be far away from him. Vague and indistinct, as if she would disappear as soon as she turned her head. Hoffa asked respectfully, I want to ask, can I still join the club now? You want to add it? The masked man tilted his head. Didn't the student union tell you that the club is full? Her voice was also very vague and lacking in texture. Said, but I still want to try it. The masked woman said, what about the purpose? Tell me your purpose. Hoffa looked up and looked directly into the eyes under the mask. I want to get a spell. I heard that if you join your club, you can get any spell. The masked man shook his head, then nodded again. She chuckled inexplicably, it's really an honest answer. It's really interesting. I don't know who told you. But it's not impossible to join the Violet Wizards, but I have to give you a little test first. What a test? Tell me the request to join the group. I think you should have seen it in the student union. Hoffa replied, those who are not wise, rigorous, and determined cannot join, and those who are not strictly keeping secrets cannot join. Very good, good memory. The masked girl took a step closer and circled Hoffa a half circle. Tell me you are indeed such a person. Hoffa thought for a while, wisdom is not enough. I don't know about rigorous perseverance, but I think I can do it for the second secret. You are rather humble, come with me. She walked into the oil painting with her hands back and disappeared directly inside. Hoffa followed her through the oil painting, as if through a layer of gauze. But he knew that this was caused by some kind of magic, and if it hadn't been for the masked girl to bring him in, he would definitely not be able to pass this level. After entering, Hoffa found it very dim. At the foot of a stone step leading to the underground, there are some weird nicks on the floor. A brazier is lit every other segment around. After crossing the steps, Hoffa came to a square underground hall. This hall is a standard square, with a raised stone platform in the middle, and some glass boxes are neatly stacked on the edge of the stone platform, and there is only one cushion on the ground. Clean and simple, but somehow weird. This is Hoffa's first impression of this society. After the masked woman brought Hoffa in, she ignored him, picked up a bunch of violets from the stone platform, and walked under a row of oil paintings. The people in these paintings all wear masks, all kinds of masks. But they are not like the oil paintings outside. They are all alive. These oil paintings are more like Muggle works. They hang on the wall motionlessly. The glass on the surface is covered with thick dust. Under each oil painting, there is a transparent vase. Some vases are filled with vivid violets, while others have very dry flowers, which have not been changed for more than 10 years. The masked girl took the violet flowers and took away the old dead flowers. Then insert the fresh flowers. Her entire posture and movements seemed unusually slow, solemn, and mysterious. For some reason, Hoffa felt that this place was not like a community classroom, but rather like a tomb. Because the atmosphere is so weird, there is no one. It was lifeless, and the surrounding brazier couldn't provide him with any temperature. Hoffa shuddered unconsciously, looking around, trying to find other people, but no matter how you look at it, there are no other people in this underground hall. Only the masked woman who slowly changed the vase for flowers. Finally, after changing the flowers, the masked girl came to the stone platform and said, pointing to the only cushion on the ground, "Sit." "What about the others?" Hoffa looked around after sitting down. "I'm the only one in the club," the masked woman said in a hazy voice. Hoffa was shocked. "You said you guys are full. As long as one person can do what 10 people do, the existence of the other 9 is meaningless." The masked woman put her hands on her cuffs and stood behind Hoffa. "But you are lucky. I just want to recruit a subordinate to help organize the club, so you came. Then, will you teach me the spell?" Hoffa asked half-believingly. He had some bad premonitions for some reason. "If you pass the real test, I don't mind." The masked girl walked near the stone platform, drew her magic wand, and clicked on the piles of glass boxes beside the stone platform. The glass box opened slowly, and she took out a scroll from it. Hoffa frowned slightly. "What is your test?" "It's very simple. The Violet Wizards is an organization of spells, and it is naturally obligated to help school students learn spells." She placed the scroll in front of Hoffa. "I don't know who you heard that our club can teach mantras, but obviously you have a certain misunderstanding of us. Our test is to let students learn any mantra in a short time. If they learn it, they pass the test. But if you can't learn..." The masked man unrolled the scroll. "At your own risk, please." Hoffa looked at the scroll in front of him, but found that there was only flowing white light on the scroll, and nothing else. "This..." Hoffa looked up and just wanted to ask. Suddenly, the white light shone on the scroll, and Hoffa's whole person was distorted, as if there were 20 dementors tearing his soul inside the scroll, making him unable to breathe. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated. Hoffa lay down on the table in an instant and lost consciousness. The masked woman couldn't see the expression on her face. She bent down and put away the scroll on the stone platform, and then took out a small white hourglass from the cuff. Put it beside Hoffa. She turned her head slightly to look at Hoffa's already dull eyes, and said indifferently. "Friendly reminder, in the Book of Spells, only the pure goal is the only truth." Chapter 21, Somatosensory Game. Only the pure goal is the only truth. Her words still reached Hoffa's ears, but he no longer knew how to respond. At this moment, he seemed to be suddenly in a gravity-free, material-free vacuum environment. There was dazzling white light all around, making him invisible. He doesn't know where his entity is, he doesn't know where he is, he doesn't even feel anything exists. It's weird here that makes people confused. The unknown experience made Hoffa start to panic, but he immediately thought of what the masked man said to him, only the goal is the only truth. His goal is the phantom spell. Illusion curse. As soon as this idea arose, the white light around it was immediately felt. One of the white lights separated from the surroundings and merged with Hoffa. Disillusionment, Disler Falcon. Several mysterious and complicated syllables came into his mind, before he could carefully distinguish the meaning of the spell. The surrounding white light suddenly began to take shape, and gravity and matter began to appear. Gradually, the white light dissipated, and the surrounding scenery began to appear. Clang! Clang! The sound of a church bell, mixed with the sound of birds fluttering, reached Hoffa's ears. The sound of people around, the wooden wheels whirling. The world before him gradually became clear. After he got acquainted with the surrounding environment, he found that he was not in the original dim basement at all, and he was not even at Hogwarts. Hoffa is now standing on a busy street. The sky was cloudless. It was a sunny morning. From time to time, there were 4 black horse-drawn carriages galloping past the street, and the old-fashioned kerosene lamps on the carriages clinked. The last time Hoffa saw this carriage was when he watched Pirates of the Caribbean in his previous life. Everyone around was wearing a black high-brimmed hat, wearing a suit, looking at a pocket watch, and there were women in Victorian costumes on the street. They were wearing exaggerated but old pleated skirts and walking down the street with their baskets on their shoulders. Come and go, like a servant or a cook. Around these cooks and coachmen are towering villas, with high-height entrance halls and majestic gates, round arched windows and cornerstone masonry, which are full of grace and luxury. The magnificent and intricate glyphs on the doorposts and window eaves, plus the tall spire of the church in the distance. It shows that this is not 1938 at all. If it was 1839 or earlier, Hoffa could almost believe it. Upon closer inspection, Hoffa discovered that this body was not his own. He is now wearing a dirty grey robe, a string of colorful feather necklaces hung around his neck, and a string of bone chain beads tied to his wrist. Dressed as a shaman alive and well. And most importantly, he became a black man, like a black wizard who was sold to Europe by the slave trade. Hoffa was shocked by this situation. He tried to move, but he couldn't move at all. The black wizard stood on the corner of the street, in the shadow of a wooden sign in a tavern, as if waiting for something. At this moment, an old man in luxurious clothes walked out of the villa across the street, and several grooms hurriedly opened the door for him. After getting in the carriage left grunting. The moment the carriage left, Hoffa moving completely uncontrollably. It seems that there are two souls living in this black body, one is himself and the other is the original owner. Hoffa has a little more understanding of the current situation. This perspective is like playing a first-person shooter game, switching to the perspective of a teammate after his death. It's just that everything he experienced should be the memory of this black wizard. The black man hurriedly came to a villa along the corner of the street. He looked up at the relief on the upper part of the mansion, and his eyes turned darkly into an alley on the side of the street. Afterwards, seeing no one around, he immediately climbed up the relief of the villa and quickly climbed to a high place. Very agile. Lying on the eaves of the window, the black wizard took out his wand, a strangely curved wand, like an iron hook. I clicked the window. Allaho cave opens. The window slammed open. The black man got in without hesitation, and Hoffa, who was watching all this, knew it. This guy is a thief, the thief among the wizards. There are many precious items in the room, such as gorgeous gold watches and exquisite porcelain on the fireplace. Even on the floor of the room, there was a beautiful European beauty lying on the floor. She was surrounded by exquisite silks and empty wine bottles scattered around. She is asleep. This should be the mistress of the old man who just got on the carriage. They were playing fun pie here before. But the black wizard didn't look at these things at all. Whether it was people or property, he quickly searched around, seeming to be looking for something more important. After seeing the woman twice, Hoffa stopped paying attention. Although women are good-looking, they are not uncommon for Hoffa, who has experienced the 21st century. He is more concerned about the current situation. No doubt. The scroll that the masked man in the school opened for himself was a prop similar to Tom Riddle's diary or meditation basin. It records the actual event, and then allows itself to witness the event. The purpose is to convey some kind of information to itself. However, what does this have to do with the pursuit of the phantom body curse? The black man searched for a long time, but he did not find what he wanted. Finally, he drew out his wand and lit it around in the air. Bookshelves, porcelain, the floor, even the women on the floor did not let go. Suddenly, when his wand hit a marble globe, the globe turned. The black wizard immediately put away his wand and lay on the globe to study it carefully for a while. Finally, with a vigorous dial, the globe made a click. Suddenly a rumbling sound came from the luxurious mahogany floor. It's the mechanism and the secret door. Inside the secret door was pitch black, not bottomed out, and seemed to lead to an unknown area. Due to the sound of the door opening, the woman on the floor who was addicted to drinking began to slowly wake up, but the black wizard did not pay attention, and he seemed a little excited. He walked quickly to the secret door. The wand was lit, but just when the wand was lit, goo! There was a low roar in the dark tunnel. A feeling of extreme danger appeared. Very strange, this feeling came directly from Hoffa's mind, as if he was a black wizard. He didn't know what was going on, only subconsciously wanted to retreat. At this moment, the control of the black wizard's body came to Hoffa's hands, and he took a step back. Just that step. The chi machine was instantly locked. Afterwards, a huge scarlet tongue nearly 5 meters long shot out from the darkness and directly penetrated the chest of the black wizard, which was also Hoffa's chest. An immense and real pain swept Hoffa's mind. This is not fake. This is for real. His chest was pierced. Gugu's blood spurted out. Black wizard, no! Hoffa fell to the ground. There was a woman's horrified scream, the sound of a wine bottle cracking, and the darkness in front of her eyes. Hoffa didn't have time to think, he only exhaled, and died instantly. It may be a second, or it may be a century. Clang! Clang! The sound of a church bell mixed with the sound of birds flapping into Hoffa's ears, people around talked, and the wheels turned. Hoffa woke up from the severe pain. In front of him, there is still a busy street, a sunny morning. The coachman in the black carriage drove past in front of him, and the kerosene lamp of the carriage made a ding-ding-dong. The cook who got up early on the side bargained for vegetables at the wooden stall on the street with a basket on her back. What a calm day-to-day scene! Hoffa was stunned. What's the matter? The scene of the inexplicable death just now is still vivid, the blood flowing from his chest and the sense of powerlessness is so real, the despair caused by the pain is still making his chest blocked. He wanted to breathe, but found that he couldn't do it. Because the control of the black man's body is not his own, he stood under the wooden sign of the tavern again, looking around with gloomy eyes. What made him even more desperate happened, at the door of the luxurious villa in front of him. An old man with a big belly pushed out the door, dressed like a Muggle congressman, with a hangover grin on his face and the discomfort of getting up early to work. Then, he got in, closed the door, and left the carriage. As the old man left, the black wizard moved. He walked into the alley. It's exactly the same as the previous action. Hateful. Hoffa wanted to stop it, but how a completely intangible existence could prevent this guy from going to death, Hoffa didn't know. In the alley, the black wizard reached out and climbed the bulge of the Roman column, and quickly climbed to a high place. Hoffa was in a hurry, he couldn't speak, he couldn't move, so he could only watch. A reho hole opens. The black man took out his wand and opened the window again. The wizard jumped into the room. The room was the same as before, with scattered wine bottles, beautiful women, swaying posture, and even the saliva at the corners of his mouth. The black wizard found the globe and opened the tunnel. The low roar appeared again. That's right, at this moment. Control was transferred to Hoffa. My CAO. After a national curse came out, Hoffa subconsciously ran away, trying to jump out of the window. He didn't want to experience another piercing pain. However, things backfired. The thick red tongue still pierced the dark tunnel, caught up with Hoffa in a flash, and nailed him to the windowsill like lightning. The woman screamed, and the sound of the bottle breaking slowly faded away. GG. Clang. Clang. The church bell rang again, and Hoffa returned to the starting position. There is still a busy street in front of me. The chef who chats happily. The coachman looking hurriedly. Hoffa didn't react too much for a moment. As the bedridden old congressman stepped into the carriage unhappily, the black wizard decisively and resolutely took Hoffa into the shadow of death. Bye. Hoffa understood completely now, he was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. This is a real somatosensory game. Damn, people in the 21st century haven't developed anything. These wizards are good, and they were invented in 1938. There is no doubt that in the entire scene process, I will gain control of about 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds, he must make the right response and decision to change death. Otherwise, I will experience the pain of death again and again. The masked man said that he had to take the consequences at his own risk. What kind of magic props did she use for herself? Riddle's diary in the original book didn't have this effect either. Also, what kind of lunatic is he who keeps a huge magical creature in the villa? What is this black wizard trying to steal? The real in history, is he dead or alive in the end? But no one answered this series of questions. As the black wizard climbed up to the villa, opened the windowsill. After entering the room and dealing with the organs, control came to Hoffa again. Life and death are in an instant. A low growl sounded in the dark passage. Hoffa is not a fool, he immediately thought of the spell that he was in the white light, the inexplicable voice reminded him disillusionment. The feeling of danger made his scalp explode, but this time, Hoffa did not choose to escape, he directly manipulated the black wizard to draw out the magic wand. Disler Falcon. At this moment, magic power flowed out of the wand and began to flow all over Hoffa's body, as if a basin of cold water was running down. Hoffa's figure began to blur. The spell was the phantom spell. But unfortunately, Hoffa, who used the phantom charm for the first time, was not proficient, and many of the syllables and movements were not standard. He didn't really sneak up, just blurred his body. But the red tongue seemed to be affected by magic. It staggered its direction and directly penetrated Hoffa's left ribs, and penetrated Hoffa's lungs and stomach. After staying for a second, the tongue pierced through the lungs, retracted like lightning. This is really painful. Hoffa's tears came out, and he took a breath and fell to his knees. He instinctively covered the big hole in his chest, panting heavily, like a broken gong. His stomach acid was seeping into his chest cavity, and he would die of suffocation and poisoning. This feels more painful than direct death. Beside, the woman howled and threw everything she could at Hoffa. Then, in the gradually blurred vision, he saw in the dark corridor, a huge lizard crawled out slowly. Its head was the size of a car, with 3 raised eyes and upside-down scales, like a cold chameleon. In the next second, the lizard opened its mouth and rolled its tongue, dragging Hoffa into the huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Chapter 22, The Phantom Curse. The surroundings are still the same. But this time, Hoffa did not notice any church sounds, nor did he care about the surrounding scenery. 3 consecutive deaths made him highly concentrated. It seems that just knowing the spell is still useless, and it must be cast completely before leaving this secret realm. Hoffa thought about the details of the spell he had just cast, and the phantom spell was undoubtedly not a simple spell. Otherwise, there will be no records in the library. When releasing high-level spells, you must be focused enough. He thought of the spiritual enhancement of Mirajpa Walker meditation, and immediately tried it without hesitation. The good news is that meditation can still work in this state. With the help of meditation, all distracting thoughts were swept away, and Hoffa's will quickly became firm. In the repeated memory, the black wizard climbed up to a high place, entered the room, and opened the secret passage. Hoffa was ready, and the black wizard's eyes sharpened as soon as he gained control of his body. A low growl appeared, and the red tongue shot out. Hoffa immediately drew out his wand, pressed it to the side, and muttered calmly, "Disler Falcon." As if a stream of icy liquid poured down its head, this time, the huge lizard's tongue stuck to the waist and abdomen of the black wizard, making a mess of the marble globe and other decorations in the room. But after all, Hoffa was not encountered. A large number of transparent holes appeared in his body, and those holes gradually expanded, and Hoffa disappeared without a trace in the air like ice flakes under the scorching sun. The huge body of the lizard slowly crawled out of the secret road. It was at least 8 meters long and was abnormally fat. It had 3 protruding eyes scanning everywhere, but it could not find the black wizard stuck in the corner. Hoffa successfully released the phantom curse. Adrenaline is secreted in large quantities, and in the stimulation between life and death, there is a wave of excitement that hits his forehead. In the phantom state, Hoffa did not dare to move. He bit his lower lip, arched his instep, and forcibly prevented himself from screaming. However, in the next second, a shrill roar came out. "Ghost! There is a ghost!" The blonde mistress, who had been slumped on the ground before, clutched the silk, screaming, and hurled the wine bottles on the ground at Hoffa in a mess. She kicked her legs back, panicking. A bottle hit the invisible Hoffa and fell to the ground with a snap. Hoffa took the cold from the cold in his heart. He secretly said that it was bad. He only remembered the phantom spell, and completely forgot that there was another one. This scourge bitch! Sure enough, the giant lizard's eyes turned around and locked the broken glass bottle on the ground. Afterwards, the barbed red tongue was like a blade, waved in a fan shape in the sky, cutting it horizontally. Click! Take it easy. When Hoffa returned to the original position again, he had completely calmed down, and even the pain of being beheaded could not affect him. He kept running his mind. The spirit is as sharp as a sword. It just doesn't work if I successfully cast the phantom body spell. It seems that I still haven't been able to complete the synchronization conditions. Then try again. A minute later, he stood at the tunnel gate again. This time, he separated a part of his spirit, and observed the woman in the corner firmly. The roar sounded and the woman woke up. She saw Hoffa and started screaming. Hoffa took a step away blankly, and the woman, the corridor, and the three dots formed a straight line. Hoffa bent down abruptly with a huge tongue shooting. The red wind swept across his waist and went straight to the screaming woman. Hoffa rolled on the spot, and his screams stopped abruptly. The tongue of the blame lizard penetrated the woman's neck directly, entangled her whole person. Disler Falcon. Hoffa chanted a spell during a 1-second gap. The lizard's tongue rolled back on the female corpse, and Hoffa instantly became transparent and disappeared in place. The three-eyed lizard chewed the woman like a grasshopper, and slowly walked out of the tunnel. It rolled its eyes frantically, seeming a little puzzled. There were clearly two people here, but now there is no one. Watching the row upon row of scales slashed by a decimeter in front of his eyes, Hoffa's spirit became more and more concentrated. He felt that he could not stay here for a long time, otherwise, if he was discovered again, he would have to experience the pain of piercing again. He wanted to leave, but he could think about it again. If he left, he would definitely not meet the conditions of synchronization. Someone arranged this big lizard here to take care of something the black wizard wanted to steal. Hoffa became curious. Along the gap in the forked tail of the lizard, he was sneaking along the wall and touched the secret road a little bit. Anyway, this is a memory, and there is no consequence for watching. So, in the middle of the dark chamber, he saw a square stone pillar with a silver necklace hanging on it. The necklace looks very strange, as if it were a key. Did not wait for Hoffa to take a closer look. A strong force came from the back of his head, and he lost control of this body. Floating straight up. In his last gaze, the black wizard stretched out his hand and held the necklace in his hand. Hiss! As if waking up from a big dream, Hoffa came out of that weird space. He suddenly raised his head from the ground. At this moment, he was sitting in a dark basement, on a solid ground under his buttocks, with his hands lying on a raised simple platform, surrounded by a burning brazier. These cold objects conveyed a gratifying sense of reality to Hoffa. He looked at his hands without any hindrance. He returned to Hogwarts, back to the secret room of the Violet Society. Speaking of which, you may not believe, he just died 4 times in a row. This kind of experience, he really doesn't want to experience it a second time in his lifetime. The only good news is that he now masters the release method of the phantom spell. The joy that the spell that had been longed for months finally arrived was not enough for outsiders. This joy even surpassed the madness of 4 deaths in a row. When experiencing the pain of piercing the heart in the illusion, Hoffa almost wanted to scold his mother. But when he came out, he felt that he should still thank the masked woman. She gave him the opportunity to learn spells. Of course, out of excitement, he also wanted to talk to the other party about the pain he experienced in the illusion. But after Hoffa stood up, he found out. The masked woman is no longer in the basement. The basement was empty except for the faint crackling in the brazier. No matter whether you are thanking or complaining, there is no object for a while. This makes Hoffa very uncomfortable. Gone? What does it mean? Or did you see yourself stopping by without waking up? Hoffa tried to find the other party, but couldn't find it. The room was about 100 square meters square except for the bricks and stones, which was a brazier. There are also a bunch of scrolls sealed in the corner, no change from when they came in before, but one person is missing. However, when Hoffa came back from a lap, he found a small hourglass beside the stone platform on which he was lying. Just now, I just looked for someone and didn't see the hourglass beside me. Take a look at the hourglass, the sand has already leaked out. A note was pressed under the hourglass, and only a few words were written on the note. No need to come to me anymore. No need to come again. Hoffa's face suddenly became weird. What is the situation? What did you do wrong? Why don't you let yourself come? Didn't you learn the phantom spell? She also said that in her opinion, she had died too many times and failed the test. Damn! Looking at the sand in the hourglass, Hoffa was puzzled. Can't you give a quasi-trust if you have lived or not? He was puzzled. So far, he became more curious about this organization called the Violet Wizards. There is only one person in the entire society, a member wearing a mask, and there are props that allow people to learn spells in this way. What kind of organization is this? He slowly turned around the wall, looked at the portraits of the members under the crackling burning brazier, and felt the quiet and lonely atmosphere here. He saw several scrolls stacked in the corner. That was the prop he used to learn the phantom spell. Hoffa swallowed his saliva and walked over slowly. Take a closer look. The black scroll in the glass box seemed nothing special at first glance, but Hoffa could feel the ancient magic surrounding him. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch the glass boxes. But at that moment, suddenly, his hairs exploded, and a feeling of being piqued came through. He turned his head to look, only to find that all the eyes on the oil paintings were staring at him silently at this moment, obviously not moving just now. Hoffa retracted his hand like lightning, kicked back to the door. The oil painting's eyes didn't move, but they followed him to the door. There is a problem with this club. Hoffa swallowed, pushed away the portrait and went out. The feeling of being peeped disappeared without a trace. Hoffa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of awe for this place out of thin air in his heart. Standing at the door, Hoffa closed his eyes and circulated for a while, and his spirit gradually settled down. What secrets hidden in this society has nothing to do with him. If you don't pass it, you don't pass it. Anyway, the goal is achieved. I have learned the phantom spell. Hoffa pressed all the doubts to the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help tapping his arm with his magic wand. Disler Falcon. It was like a stream of cold liquid flowing down from the place where the wand struck, and flowing all over the body. It was as if someone had knocked a dozen cold egg whites on him. A magical thing happened. His body appeared in the same color as the background wall of the school, as if it turned into a human chameleon. Hoffa disappeared completely in the air. He covered his eyes with his hands, but it was meaningless. Across his arms, he could even see a few witches talking and laughing 50 meters ahead. An extremely fresh and exciting feeling came to his mind. He couldn't help but want to raise his arms and shout. He stuck his wand in and walked around the school swaggeringly. Hoffa wouldn't normally do such an exaggeration of Long Aotian's posture, but now, he is extremely proud. When passing by the two senior wizards, he also heard each other's conversation. The president changed his password today. Well, it's called panties. Wow, the president tastes so heavy. Hoffa covered his mouth and tried not to make himself laugh, but he made a ho-ho pig sound. The two were quite keen, and turned their heads. Hey, there seems to be someone. Blind you, where is anyone? Afterwards, the two climbed into a portrait of an angry man one after another. Hoffa thought that he did not die in vain. Now, as long as he is willing, these club classrooms that are usually impossible to enter can enter as much as they want. The protection is useless. It seems that all the world has opened its doors to itself. Take a few steps forward and make a turn. Ho! Hoffa saw an old acquaintance. Aglaia, she was also in the area of the society tower. I saw her striding ahead with her head high, followed by a bunch of seniors. Those senior students were all pleading. Mistal races, stay, our Calvin Transfiguration Society is treated really well. Yes, we can let you be the vice president, as long as you want. If you are older, the president is also okay. Aglaia turned around and said angrily with his arms akimbo, "Get out of the way, you won't be able to turn stones into gold, you people's transformation skills are too bad. It's not easy to see." After speaking, she strode forward. Muttered, "The 13 deformed societies are not good, Hogwarts is really a school." Then, ouch! Under the gaze of a group of senior classmates, Aglaia strode forward suddenly and fell to the ground, as if tripped by an invisible stone. She leaned on all directions and was embarrassed. The people behind were shocked and rushed forward one after another. "It's okay. Mistle races. Mistle races." Aglaia got up like lightning, his face gloomy, and said, "What do you see?" A group of people looked at each other. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Say a word and you are dead." With a cold threat, she left in a hurry. Turning a corner, she wailed and ran away, covering her face. In the corner, the sneaking Hoffa almost didn't laugh himself to death. He had to hold on to the wall to make himself stand firm. "That's so cool! That's so cool!" Chapter 23, Stowaway. 4 hours ago. North Atlantic. The waters of the Hebrides. This is the northernmost archipelago in Scotland and one of the most desolate seas in the world. There are surging waves, empty sandy beaches, and dangerous cliffs. There is no man's land on all sides. The nearest city is Drumburg, more than 100 kilometers away. That city was a prison used to exile prisoners during the time of King Arthur, and it was occupied by the famous pirate Drake in the time of discovery, and it became his lair to escape from hunting. In the period of George I, it became a hoard of slaves. Port of tax evasion. But now, with the disappearance of the pirates, the slave trade is abolished. There is only a small town with few people left there, a town with 100 people relying on fishing for their livelihoods. Apart from flying birds and herrings, almost no other species are willing to visit this area. But now, in this cliff-filled sea, an old diesel fishing boat is swiftly breaking through the waves. There are a total of 4 people on the boat. The man who sailed the fishing boat was named Terry. He was a typical Caucasian race with a big nose, thin lips, and a big beard. He wore worn-out cowboys, knee-length rubber boots, thick hands and feet, and a grey fishing hat. Dressed up is no different from other fishermen catching herring in this area. But he is not a fisherman, he was once, and he is not now. Before he was 20 years old, Terry and his father were fishing at sea, but since he returned to his hometown after experiencing the life and death of World War I, he has never seen fishing as a stable job with no promise. After fighting for more than 20 years in this sea area in his hometown, he now has a more oily job than fishing herring. Smuggling. Stowaway population. The Hebrides Islands connect Scotland, Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. Since the outbreak of World War I, the smugglers here have never stopped. Thanks to the desolate environment here, from time to time there will be foreign wanderers who try to use Scotland as a landing point, and then travel from here to the British Empire, hoping to find a job in England, which has a stable environment. But Terry knew that most of those were unrealistic fantasies. After layers of exploitation, most of those stowaways have ended up in a strange land. For more than 20 years, Terry has seen all kinds of guests, but this time the guests. He is truly unprecedented. Through the rear-view mirror blurred by the sea, he could see 3 weird guys sitting upright on the deck behind him. They were sitting in exactly the same posture, and the sea breeze and waves on them were no different from slapped on the reef. This kind of temperament is very familiar to Terry, and only military personnel have such a straight-sitting posture. But if they were soldiers, Terry felt strange. Because all 3 of them wore large robes, they couldn't see their appearance, and they wore pointed and high hoods on their heads. That's not the tattered robe worn by smugglers. The robe was pure black and brand new. A strap with scales was strangled on it. Even in such a fierce sea breeze, there is no mess at all. He had seen so many troops in World War I, but he had never seen any country's troops wear this way. The only thing that can be identified is a red on the arm of each of them. Which symbol Terry is a bit familiar with. I have often seen it when reading newspapers in the past 2 years. It seems to be a workers' organization in Germany. But Terry was not sure, because the people in the newspapers weren't dressed like them. Passing through a wave, the boat jolted violently. "In which direction did your morning guest go?" Suddenly, the front one of the three, who was also the tallest, suddenly asked. He sat on the boat motionlessly, as if his had been welded to it. Terry, who was thinking about it, was caught off guard. The three of them hadn't spoken since they got on the boat. He thought they could not speak English. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "In which direction did your morning guest go?" "Sorry, I don't know what you are talking about." Terry pushed the problem back. Although he is a smuggler, smugglers also have rules. More than 40 years of life experience tells him that the smartest way to live is not to mix up any contradictions. "Really? It seems that he gave you a lot of money," the tall hooded man said softly. His voice seemed to have an inexplicable magnetism, which made people relax. Terry's eyes, who was still vigilant just now, suddenly disappeared. "Oh, did you mean that generous little guest? He did give me a lot of money." "Hooded man, which direction is he going?" "Terry, he also went to Handa Island, along the River Tay to the south inland of Scotland. There was nothing there, and many people got lost when they entered, and they never came out again. I advise you not to enter." Snapped. The fishing boat passed through a wave again, violently tossing, and the sea breeze blew. Taylor's spirit recovered. He felt like he had said a lot just now, but he couldn't remember what he said. In the rearview mirror, the three people are still sitting like a rock. As before, the expression has not changed at all. "Damn!" Terry murmured, speeding up the fishing boat. He wanted to end this weird list quickly. Fortunately, soon, the boat drove to the shore of the island. There are lichens and moss everywhere, the cliffs are mottled sedimentary rocks, there are jagged rocks, and the cliffs on the coast are covered with bird droppings. On the shore, two sturdy men stood, smoking cigarettes and waving to the ship. Seeing them, Terry was relieved. He is a prudent person and will not do things that are uncertain. The two are his own cousins, who are doing smuggling business with him. Is a very reliable partner. Terry parked the boat, and one of his two cousins came up to lay a rusty iron drill, and the other tied the cable to it. "Terry, just get down here. The total price is £45. I will give you a discount and count you £40. If you want to take a car, you can walk 30 kilometers east along the coast." After speaking, he stood on the side of the boat with his hips akimbo, waiting for one of the three to come out and pay the bill. And his two cousins also stood beside him to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, what they are doing is illegal business, and the guests they receive are mixed. The three people on the boat stood up and asked the tall man in a soft voice, "Is that little guy getting off the boat here too?" "Yes, don't ask, give the money quickly and leave. There are also marine police in this piece," Terry said anxiously. Ignoring Terry's feelings of anxiety, the tall man turned his head and said indifferently, "You dot. Check it." The other two descended into the ship in silence, turned their heads to look around, and one of them took out a black stick to draw a circle. "See them in this painting?" Terry squinted his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He slowly lifted up the semi-wet shirt, revealing the redwood revolver at his waist. His two cousins saw that Ty was not good looking. After looking at each other, they put their hands in their pockets, where there were two thick knives. Terry is a smuggler, a person with blood on his hands. He has also seen dangerous stowaways, murderers, robbers, thieves, but in 20 years, no one has ever taken advantage of them. However, the scene that shocked Terry appeared. The chest of the tall hooded man in front of him suddenly bulged, and then a shiny silver monkey head came out. It has long silver hair and huge eyes. It crawled to the shoulders of the tall man with the hood in 2s and 3s, looked at Terry with sympathetic eyes, then closed his eyes and shook his head in the air. Terry had never seen this kind of monkey before, not at all. His two cousins were also completely dumbfounded. The silver monkey suddenly opened his eyes and squeaked in a direction. The hooded man nodded, and the other two men with black sticks immediately put away the black sticks. The three of them walked in the direction pointed by the silver monkey, without any intention of stopping to pay the bill. Terry was angry, and he pulled out the revolver from his waist. Pointing forward with a click. "Hey, stop, what are you doing?" His two cousins snapped out the machete. However, the three people walked in front of each other with steady and firm steps, and they didn't mean to stop at all. The shout to him seemed unheard of. Terry squeezed his hand on the trigger, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He was also a person who had participated in the war, and he did not shy away from killing. However, at this moment, something suddenly fell down and landed on Terry's shoulder. Terry thought it was a seabird in this area, but when he turned his head, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is a creature he has never seen before. It has a butterfly-like body, but it is as big as a falcon. It is green with purple protrusions on its fleshy wings. It has cold red eyes and thin hooks. Terry was dumbfounded. In the next second, the creature opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth and purple letters. It screamed, and it didn't give Terry time to react at all. Flying body leaped on Tai Li's face, and Tai Li, who had never seen such a battle at all, panicked. He hurriedly tore up, trying to tear off the monster attached to his face. "Idiot, help!" His two knife-wielding cousins were also dumbfounded. They ignored the three weird men, hurriedly trying to help Terry pull the weird creature away. The monster adhered extremely tightly, and the power of being an adult was useless. The monster opened its mouth narrow, and Zinza pierced through Terry's head. Terry exhaled miserably. He only felt that all his memories were moving away from him quickly, including his emotions and rationality. The two cousins were anxious and tore frantically. But at this time, two more weird creatures fell from the sky and landed on the shoulders of two cousins of Terry. After the two looked at each other, they were instantly enveloped in great fear. They couldn't take care of anything, and they ran wildly. They didn't run far before they fell to the ground. One by one desperately struggled and convulsed. On the other side, Terry didn't even remember what he called. In the end, he pulled the trigger crazily in despair. Boom! 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 The smoke cleared, and after a few shots, the beach fell silent. Terry fell on the beach, motionless. The same goes for his two cousins. The green and purple fleshy wings hugged Terry's face. On the deserted beach, there was a toothy sucking sound, and half of its body got into the head of the man in front of it. Finally, the sound of grinding teeth ended. The green and purple creature pulled out his head and shook the blood on his body. He spread his wings and quickly caught up with the man who was walking in the distance. Soon after, the other two also finished eating, got up and started chasing their owner. Only 3 people were left lying down on the deserted beach, and each of their foreheads was drilled with a hole the size of a bowl, and the inside was empty. After the high tide, the bodies of the 3 people were rolled by the sea, and rolled on the floodplain, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 24, Wanted. As the saying goes, cannibals have short mouths and short hands. Hoffa did not immediately explore the school after obtaining the Phantom Mantra. The clue to the Phantom Mantra was given by Induo. Now he had to go to Hogsmeade to rush to Inder's invitation. He just got the Phantom spell and completed his first goal in school. He couldn't wait to find a place to try the new spell. What place is more suitable than Hogsmeade? Only collected his own magic fragments, 2/3. He still doesn't know what is the specific use of the system's ability to upgrade spells. If luck is good enough, or time is abundant, he still wants to complete 50% of the exploration in Hogsmeade and get the last spell fragment. Good idea, but Hoffa ran into a problem. He's lost. He still remembers that when Harry Potter was in 3rd grade, he couldn't go to Hogsmeade because he couldn't get the signature of the Guardian, and he sneaked into Hogsmeade with the help of the invisibility cloak and secret passage village. Now that he has invisibility, he probably remembers the position of the secret path. That should be the secret tunnel hidden behind the statue of a one-eyed witch, in the corridor on the 4th floor. But when Hoffa came to the 4th floor of the school, he was dumbfounded. In front of them are dozens of up and down stairs and 8 or 9 forks. Several stairs were still moving restlessly. Harry could find the statue because he had a live map, but he didn't. Facing the huge and complicated 4th floor corridor, Hoffa had no direction for a moment. Fortunately, the sky is endless. At exactly this time, a pearly white beauty slowly drifted past Hoffa. Haughty and elegant. Hoffa recognized her. She was the ghost of Ravenclaw. Helena Ravenclaw. Hoffa rushed to her and reached out to stop her. Miss Helena. Helena drifted past Hoffa's body, drifting all the way to the railing on the 4th floor, and then slowly looked back at Hoffa. Hoffa felt as cold as falling into a bucket of ice water. Bok! The female ghost said softly, her misty eyes blinked a few times, and she actually recognized him. Maybe because he is a student at Ravenclaw College. Hoffa quickly bent over and asked, Miss Helena, I'm looking for a statue of a humped witch, do you know where it is? Helena looked up and thought for a while. Oh, it's the statue behind the secret road leading to the Honeyduke. Hush! Hoffa was taken aback, and he quickly compared his hand to his lips. Hogwarts is so strict in this era, and God knows what it will be like to be heard. Helena curled her lips impenetrably, come with me, boy. After speaking, she changed a direction and floated over. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe these ghosts have existed for too long, and he didn't care about some rules. Helena took Hoffa and turned around 7 times in a row. Sometimes she walked directly through the wall, but Hoffa had to quickly bypass several classrooms to barely keep up with her. Finally, Helena stood in front of the humpback witch with Hoffa panting. I won't tell you the spell, I just happened to pass by here. After speaking, the ghost went straight through a wall and disappeared. It seems that the ghost is still facing the students of this college, Hoffa thought. Although Helena didn't tell Hoffa the spell, it's hard to miss him who has read the original. Hoffa took out his wand and tapped the statue of the humped witch lightly. Separate left and right. The statue's hunchback opened immediately, big enough for a thinner person to enter. Hoffa quickly glanced back and forth in the corridor, no one was around, he got in. Boom! The statue closes. The light disappeared, and Hoffa had not had time to react. Suddenly he slipped, and the whole person slid down on the ground and quickly slid forward. It was quite a long journey, and I don't know how long it took before Hoffa came across the cold and wet land. He stood up and looked around. It was dark all around. He raised his wand and muttered, fluorescence flickers. A silver light shone from Hoffa's wand, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He was in a very narrow and low passage. This passage is winding, and it is no different from the tunnel of the rabbit. Hoffa walked hurriedly because of the uneven ground. He stumbled and tripped from time to time, and he held his wand in front of him along the way. The dark atmosphere made Huo-ran a little depressed. This was the second time he walked the secret tunnel of the castle. The last time he walked, he followed Miranda. After walking for a long time, about an hour later, the passage stretched upward. 10 minutes later, he ran to the foot of a broken stone step, which stretched to a place where he could not see it. Above it is a floor door. Hoffa slowly opened the floor door. He was in a cellar, surrounded by wooden chairs and wooden boxes. Climb out of the floor door and close it. This door is integrated with the dusty floor, it is hard to see that there is such a door on the floor. The moment he closed the door, the system that had been silent for a long time came again. Discover the secret realm of wizards. Current wizarding secret realm Hogsmeade. Complete 50% of the mystery exploration. You will get 1/3 of the spell fragment. 1/3 of the spell fragments contain peculiar energy. You can upgrade one of your spell abilities after obtaining 3 pieces. Complete 100% of mystery exploration. You will gain Great God's knowledge. The knowledge of the Great God is mysterious and unpredictable. Before you have it, you don't know its possible power at all. The system was as usual, and Hoffa was not surprised. It is probably impossible to explore 100%. We can only see if we can explore 50%. Hoffa remembers that this place is not as big as Diagon Alley. If he could explore 50% before he went back, he might be able to obtain another spell fragment. He didn't know what would happen if the 3 spell fragments were put together, but he was looking forward to it. Exit the Sea of Knowledge. The crowd chattering and laughing upstairs. Just in case, Hoffa blessed himself with the phantom spell. Disler Falcon. Suddenly, the feeling of being wrapped in cold liquid appeared again. Hoffa knew he had entered a stealth state. Hoffa slowly climbed to the wooden staircase leading upstairs. Now he was sure that he heard all kinds of people talking, let alone ringing bells and opening and closing doors. He walked to the door at the top of the stairs, slipped out, and found himself behind the Honeyduke's counter. He bent down, crawled to the side, and straightened up. No one had discovered his existence, and the effect of the illusion curse was exactly the same as the invisibility cloak, or even better. The cloak may be trampled off, but the spell will not be trampled off. The Honeyduke is crowded with Hogwarts students. The store has a shelf filled with the most fascinating candies that people can imagine. Large chunks of buttery peanut candy, chunks of shimmering pink coconut sorbet, neatly arranged, hundreds of different types of chocolate, a large bucket of multi-flavored beans, a bucket of savory bee candy, sherbet drinks. People choose products here and laugh from time to time. The sneaking Hoffa slid between them, watching around. On the one hand, beware of encountering those senior students. Then he saw a very beautiful senior girl standing at the door. She was talking and laughing with several boys. The playful Hoffa used his fingers across the beauty's waist and hips, and then followed a boy who opened the door and turned out the Duke of Honey. The beautiful girl was very annoyed, and when she turned around, she slapped a passing boy. The boy who was beaten was shocked, aggrieved, and puzzled. A little chaos was born. Hoffa looked up to the sky and laughed silently, and his brain immediately filled him with 10,000 uses of this spell. Such as entering the female bathroom, female dormitory, female bathroom. This is the real wizard. Hiss. Suddenly, a slight tingling in the brain interrupted Hoffa's fantasy. He started to feel weird there, as if he was embracing. But this feeling quickly disappeared without a trace. Hoffa began to turn his attention to the question of improving exploration. The system in the Sea of Consciousness is rapidly increasing the degree of exploration. Although it is not as exaggerated as King's Cross Station, it is already very fast compared to the snail-like speed of Hogwarts. After just turning 2 streets, the exploration degree of the system has increased to 5%. Yoko is a joke, did it happen so early? The post office, the wizard also has a post office. Hoffa wanted to see the Screaming Shack, which was a famous attraction in Hogsmeade. But he remembered that the Screaming Shack was only famous in Harry Potter's Father's Day. The reason is that there are werewolves howling inside. But now that Remus Lupin has not been born, naturally there is no screaming hut here. When turning to the street behind the post office, Hoffa knew the purpose of the post office. It turned out that the post office of the wizard also used owls to deliver letters, or public owls. As he watched, under the rows of owl pigeon cages, dozens of wanted banners were posted to attract Hoffa's attention. The conflict of wizards will never end, kill all the German dark wizards. It was a row of moving photos, each with a roaring head and a row of small print below. The head of each German black wizard is 500 gold gallons. There was another slight dizziness in his brain, and Hoffa was stunned in front of the row of leaflets. The conflict of wizards never ends, 500 gallons per head. There was also an official stamp from the British Ministry of Magic under the announcement, and Hoffa seemed to smell the blood hidden under the peace of this village. He thought of the streets in London at that time and also saw the conscription propaganda of the Second World War. Here, he saw the same thing again. These flyers are very new, and it is estimated that they have only been posted for 2 days. Has the shadow of war spread to the wizarding world, or is the war between wizards in various countries never stopped? After reading the leaflet, Hoffa's frivolous mood was somewhat reduced. He thought that Ender called himself over for something very important. I don't know what exactly matters. After crossing the road, a few minutes later, Hoffa followed the of a tall wizard and entered the Two-Broom Hotel. It is worth mentioning that hereafter, it is called the Three Broomsticks. Of course, that was after Mrs. Rosmerta became the boss. It's crowded and noisy, but it's much better than the environment in the Broke Cauldron. Warm and smoky, it was the fog derived from the pipe of the alcoholic, the faint smoke color wrapped around the candle light set on the wall, making the yellow light halo even more blurred. On the surrounding walls, there are several loudly quarreling oil paintings. Most of them are soaked in wine stains, and the paintings have changed a little color. A burly, bearded man was taking care of a bunch of noisy wizards at the bar. The big sign behind the bar shows all kinds of fermented wine. Wanja water, Kenyan water, nettle wine, sherry, mead, elderflower wine, cherry syrup, licorice beer. Of course, Hoffa's most familiar butter beer is also impressive. It's just that now he is invisible and can't stop drinking. Hoffa cautiously cuddled his feet and turned around in the crowd. Suddenly, the feeling of dizziness surged again. Hoffa felt a little bad, and he speeded up his search for Ender. There was a roar of laughter from the crowd, and the sound could almost overturn the roof. "Ha, excuse me, 2 cups of worry-free water." "It is on my account," said a familiar voice. "You are really the most generous goblin I have ever seen. The fairy is not short of money, hurry up, and have another round." Hoffa turned and saw a crowd of people gathered together, and crackling poker sounds came from the center of the crowd. Hoffa found an empty chair and stood on it. Sure enough, it was that guy, and that guy started betting money again. I saw Induo sitting beside the table grinningly, wearing that familiar suit. There were coins scattered on the table. The few big guys nearby were gushing licorice beer, their cheeks flushed and their mouths full of alcohol. Hoffa was a little unhappy. Is this the so-called important matter? I called myself out of Hogwarts, but I was gambling here. What is thinking in this guy's head? He jumped off the stool and squeezed through the robes of the old wizards with their necks stretched out with difficulty. But when Hoffa entered the center of the game, the dizziness became more serious, and he had to hold a chair to barely stand firm. He took a deep breath and stabilized the inexplicably bad state of his body. Hoffa quickly stepped forward and grabbed the goblin's ears, and whispered, "You better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will test my new curse at Hogwarts on you." Chapter 25, The Crisis of the Fairy. Induo froze for a moment, then threw the playing cards away, playing around very ably. "Haha. You play first, I drank too much butter beer, go to the toilet." "Hey, really? Wow, go to the bathroom if you win. There are 3 urgency, brother." After speaking, Induo squeezed out the crowd with a mass of invisible objects. Then he walked to the toilet with a smile amid the vulgar urging of his gambler, and when he passed the stairs, he made a sharp turn and ran upstairs like an invisible Hoffa. "Come so fast, I'm so lucky." Hoffa didn't answer, his brain became more and more uncomfortable, and he didn't know what was going on. I can only let Induo drag himself. When Ender pushed open the door, that kind of brain pain reached its peak. Hoffa suddenly fell to the ground with a pale face, and directly forced out of the stealth state. Inder didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned his head and saw Hoffa lying on the ground, panicked. "Hey, boy, are you okay?" At this moment, Hoffa's eyes were pitch black, and he felt cold at the ends of his limbs, and his headache seemed to be torn apart. "It's uncomfortable." Induo reached out his hand and touched Hoffa's forehead, and said angrily, "Stupid boy, have you always come here with the phantom curse? If not, you're overdrawn, it. Has anyone taught you?" Only then did Hoffa realize that the illusion charm is not a foolproof ability, let alone an invisibility cloak. Like other spells, it also consumes the wizard's physical energy and spirit. I had just been immersed in the excitement of being invisible, and for a while I forgot the fact that my magic power was not much. This state is very dangerous. Help me, get up." Hoffa closed his eyes and whispered. Inder quickly helped Hoffa on the recliner, then he ran downstairs, and after a while, he came up. With 2 large mugs in his hand, he held the mug to Hoffa's mouth and fed Hoffa some hot butterbeer. The bitterness of the beer mixed with the sweetness of the butter slipped from the mouth into the stomach. Hoffa felt that he had regained some energy. It took a while before the world before him regained its color reluctantly. Hoffa slumped feebly on the recliner, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Induo whispered, "You are the one who has learned the phantom spell so quickly, you know, some people will never learn it for a lifetime." "Shut up, gambler," Hoffa said weakly. "I want to be quiet." After Inder was quiet for a while, he said anxiously, "I thought you would have to delay to come at least until the evening. Who would have thought that you would come so quickly? I don't want to add another late-night wandering charge to the charge of stealing the school." Hoffa cursed impatiently. "No, I am not short of money now." "Then why are you looking for me in good faith?" The goblin did not speak. He walked to the window of the room, glanced vigilantly outside, and then closed the blinds. "What the happened?" Hoffa asked, rubbing his temples. His magical overdraft made him quite sluggish. After pulling up the curtain by the window, the goblin snapped his fingers and used magic to isolate all sounds from the outside world, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. "Hoffa, you have to help me, my hometown is about to fall." "What?" Hoffa's eyes widened. "Your hometown is not that, what's black in Germany?" "Helgoland, Germany." As he said, the goblin raised his head and took a swig of beer. "A very beautiful island. It's a pity that we can't stand it now." His ears drooped down. "Can't stand it, what's the situation?" Hoffa frowned. "You speak slowly. How much do you know about the war between wizards?" The goblin did not answer directly, but asked rhetorically. Hoffa solemnly said, "I don't know much, you said." "Induo, wizards were born out of muggles, but they are still humans in essence. Muggle large-scale wars will involve wizards every time, and wizards are more prone to disputes than muggles. Different genres, different concepts, and different faith. Sometimes a small spark is enough to ignite conflicts between wizards. In many cases, Muggle wars are an illusion of wizarding wars." Helgoland was originally a German territory. Occupied by the British wizarding community in 1807, it was ceded to Britain in 1814. At that time, the British wizarding forces occupied a dominant position on the island, and our family was the Helgoland island that immigrated to at that time. In essence, I am actually an English goblin. But in 1890, the British returned the island to the German Muggles, but did not return it to the German wizarding world. The British Ministry of Magic still refused to allow German wizards to land on Helgoland. But in 1914, World War I broke out. There was a war between wizards. Even after the end of the First World War, the island of Helgoland was no longer peaceful. There were constant frictions, fires, and deaths among wizards there. "But what does it have to do with you coming to me now?" Hoffa asked softly after listening patiently. Don't you understand? The war is about to begin again. A large number of German wizards are gathering in secret, and the whole of Europe is like a gunpowder keg about to explode. The first thing to bear is these contested lands. We need a large number of wizards to hold this. A raging offensive. Then you shouldn't go to the Ministry of Magic. Hoffa asked. Ministry of Magic? Yinduo laughed sarcastically. Those drunken guys don't believe in the possibility of a world war breaking out again. Like the guys in Gringotts, they think about Jin Jialong every day. You're kidding me, I just saw the wanted order from the Ministry of Magic outside. Hoffa said. Inder waved his hand irritably. It was posted by the Defense Against the Dark Arts Department. The Department of International Affairs doesn't think so. The Minister of Magic Hecht Fulai has removed a director for this matter. What do you want me to do? Hoffa stopped speaking. History is always surprisingly similar. In the previous life, people didn't realize that war was inevitable until Chamberlain stepped down and Churchill came to power. When Voldemort was reborn in later generations, the Ministry of Magic also did not believe in the possibility of war breaking out again, and even engraved "I can't lie" on Harry's arm. Inder took a step forward and grabbed Hoffa's shoulder. My only hope is to find Principal Dippet at Hogwarts. He has always been quite supportive of us, and most of the wizards stationed on Hoggoland are his students. Hoffa was taken aback. Wait, you mean, Hogwarts has always supported you? Yes, we goblins are responsible for preparing funds, and Hogwarts helps us recruit wizards. This custom has been going on for more than 20 years. Hoffa didn't speak, he stood up and kept going around the room. The words that Principal Armando said at the beginning of school seem to have no meaning now. Students above the 6th grade can go to a special area for Auror special training after obtaining approval. I'm afraid that sending students to those special areas is not as simple as Auror training. These people are training wizards as soldiers. It's really interesting. From the standpoint of war, Hogwarts seems to have always been a hawk. This time, or the Voldemort War in later generations. So why does Inder come to find himself this time? The answer Hoffa had already guessed. He thought of the scene he saw on the hunting ground after the last flight lesson. Hogwarts' teleportation array was destroyed. The dangling Hoffa stood still, looking at Inder with piercing eyes. Is it because the school hasn't sent someone over for a while? Yes. Inder quickly stood up. Did you know something? Huo Fa French said solemnly, the school's teleportation array to the outside world has been destroyed. I have some guesses. I'm afraid that someone is interfering with your cooperation with Hogwarts. But this is just a guess. You don't think about this kind of thing. You should come to me, I'm just a first-year student. Why don't you look for? I found it. Inder said irritably, I found it, but everyone in Hogwarts suddenly couldn't get in touch. I couldn't apparate to Hogwarts. There are too many protection magics there. I can only find it here. You. Where's Dumbledore? How did you find Dumbledore? Hoffa first thought of Dumbledore. Unexpectedly, when Inder heard Dumbledore, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. Albus Dumbledore. I didn't find him. Although I know him, I don't trust him very much. The relationship between him and the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald is ambiguous. Grindelwald is in Germany now, and I won't look for him. Hoffa frowned and sat down slowly, tapping his fingers on the table, which was the key factor he had overlooked. Grindelwald, Dumbledore's lifelong friend and lover. Before the Dark Lord Tom Riddle grew up, this man was one of the most terrifying dark wizards of this age, and it can be said that he was the first generation of Dark Lord. Moreover, he still had the old magic wand, one of the 3 major Deathly Hallows, in his hand. His strength should not be underestimated. Inder did not trust Dumbledore for a reason. After thinking for a moment, Hoffa asked, then why are you letting me here? Inder said immediately, take me to Hogwarts Castle. I must meet Principal Armando Dupit. Hoffa was startled, and he couldn't help asking again. What are you talking about? Take me to the school to find Principal Dupit. Me? Take you, go to school, find the principal. Hoffa pointed to his nose and asked word by word with his eyes widened. Induo, that's right. Farewell. Hoffa turned his head and walked out. He didn't expect the fairy to make such a request to himself, and bring people into the castle privately. Still in the first grade, this kind of thing is impossible to think about. Hogwarts is a completely closed school, and students must sign their guardians when entering and leaving Hogsmeade. 50 years later, Dumbledore will not be a principal, let alone Dupit's time. Inder quickly grabbed Hoffa. Oh, don't you go. Hoffa was angry. Do you know how strict our school rules are? Do you know how much risk I took to meet you? Now you actually asked me to take you to Dipiter. You are crazy. I'm only first grade, and I'm not a fart. If they ask where I met you, how can I explain? Maybe I will send you to Hogwarts now to find Dipit, and I will be expelled from school tomorrow. Those people will break my wand, and then I will go to London to wander around. That's all your hypothesis, your guess. Yenduo was anxious. Is it really my guess? Hoffa looked at Inder without blinking. Chapter 26, The Storm is Coming. Inder pulled Hoffa's school robes, the faint flames in the tavern fireplace crackled, and the shadows on the wall swayed, forming a strange pattern, and the two fell into a deadlock for a while. Finally, Inder released his hand and said sadly. If that's the case, then you go, as if I didn't know you as a friend. What do you mean by that? Hoffa asked, narrowing his eyes. You consider yourself more important than anything else. Do you know what the situation is now outside? Don't put a big hat on me. Hoffa became unhappy. Why don't you tell any sane student about this? Also, if you really want to go to school, why don't you look for it? What senior students? You are not saying you have any former partners. Dead. All dead. Inder waved anxiously. The only Hogwarts student I know is you, and the others are dead. Hoffa was taken aback. Are you so unlucky? Okay, would you like to help me meet Dipit? Give it to Zungzin. Induo began to move around the room irritably. I'm not helping you think. Hoffa stunned back loudly and irritably. If I really go, I've already gone, can't you change the two-pronged approach? I have to choose between expulsion and conscience. Are you sick? Then what can you do? Inder stopped turning and looked at Hoffa sadly. First of all, I will take you to see Dipit. It is impossible. This is beyond the scope of my strength. You are dead. And then? Hoffa took a deep breath. But I can take you to the secret crossing, enter the school, and find the principal by yourself. If there is anything, don't involve me as a first-year student. Inder was overjoyed. As long as I can enter Hogwarts, I won't say a word about you, I can make an unbreakable oath. Stop it. Hoffa raised his hand and interrupted the goblin. I don't need any vows, but you definitely can't get in like this. Inder glanced at himself up and down. What am I doing, by the way? Should I change my school uniform? Aren't you stupid? Since you can't contact Hogwarts, it means someone is sabotaging in secret. You just swaggered in, aren't you afraid of hostile forces in secret? Inder suddenly showed a clear look. He snapped his fingers and changed his body. His body shrank quickly and transformed into an arm-sized badger. The badger was black and white, as if he was wearing a suit, and there was a bunch of very characteristic yellow hair on his forehead. The most eye-catching is the badger, which was transformed by Duo, with an earring on his ear. Inder climbed onto the table and said sharply, That's it. No one can tell that I am a fairy. There is also animagus among the fairies. Hoffa was surprised. Induo shook his head. Some fairies are naturally good at transforming, and a small number of fairies can even turn into plants and minerals. Don't envy you. Take me away quickly. Wait. Hoffa shook his head, my magic power is exhausted now. When I recover my magic power, I will take you to the secret crossing in invisibility. Inder happily circled the table. I knew you were right, Hoffa. Hoffa didn't want to care about him at all, closed his eyes and rested. To be honest, he really didn't want to mix things up too much. How strict Hogwarts is in this era, Hoffa knew better than anyone else, that was no joke. Newt's commander. Rubeus Hagrid. These outstanding and kind students were not exempted from the law for violating the school rules. They were all expelled. The only professor who has a good relationship with him is Dumbledore, but the problem is that Dumbledore in this era is not a principal at all, not even a dean. His reputation in the magical world is not as prominent as 50 years later. Once he had a problem, Dumbledore couldn't protect himself at all, and perhaps even less did he come to protect himself. But Hoffa still chose to agree to Inder, taking the risk to open the door of convenience for him. There are many factors in this. But leaving behind the perceptual factors of friendship, Hoffa promised Yinduo there is a more important reason. That is, he didn't want to show his grey nihilism in front of anyone. For Hoffa, the boundaries between good and evil are blurred. One thought is good, and one thought can be evil. Eastern philosophy taught Hoffa the mean and conservative, and occasionally even a little negative. He has always felt that it is enough for people to be themselves. But the Western world in 1938 is very different from the Eastern world after 80 years. People in this era don't play wisely to protect themselves, they don't play the doctrine, let alone die the deist or the poor. They play with ideology, with all kinds of unspeakable things. This state even continued until the end of the US-Soviet Cold War. In the bones of these Westerners, they value loyalty, rules, and faith. Is it left or right? What's the last name? That is more important than their lives. This is true for Muggles, and so are wizards. No one knows how many die-hard Dumbledore fans will be in future generations. But each of them is very clear about their position and rarely swings around. In this age and this continent, standing in line is a particularly important thing. Anyone with a little bit of historical knowledge knows it. Here, Hoffa must learn to adapt to the environment, learn to stand in line, and more importantly, learn to pay for others. Leaving Hogsmeade still needs to be invisible. With the help of Mirajba's meditation, Hoffa's magic quickly recovered. The consumption of the phantom body spell is quite amazing. That little bit of his own magic power is only enough to last for about half an hour. Hoffa had never overdrawn his magic power, and he didn't know how long it would take to recover after overdrawing his magic power. He can only circulate and breathe continuously. Inder didn't bother Hoffa either, he was lying on the table, and time passed by. The sky outside gradually darkened. The streets of Hogsmeade gradually became empty, pedestrians began to be scarce, and the students had returned to Hogwarts long ago. But Hoffa still didn't wake up. Suddenly, Induo's badger's ears pricked up, as if hearing something. He immediately changed back to his original shape, walked quickly to the curtain, opened the curtain a small slit, and looked at the black night view outside the window. Putting down the curtains, he looked at Hoffa again, turning around the room anxiously. At this time, a feint of smoke spread slowly, it didn't know where it came from, and in this way, it gradually began to rise in the streets of Hogsmeade village. Slowly filled the room where Hoffa was. Yinduo's face changed, and he didn't dare to drag it anymore. He walked quickly to the bed and shook Hoffa's shoulder vigorously. Anxiously said, wake up, Hoffa." Hoffa was awakened by Inder from the recovery of his magic power, and asked somewhat displeasedly, "What are you doing?" Inder said in a panic, "I didn't tell you that there is a group of German black witches following me, I'm afraid they are here now." Hoffa was shocked, "The dark wizard enters Hogsmeade, are you kidding me? They are not afraid." At this time, a trace of milky white smoke floated through the window. Hoffa smelled a faint smell of burning embers. The goblin covered Hoffa's nose and mouth, and said in a low voice with extreme horror, "Don't breathe, water, hurry." With that, he tore off 2 sheets of the sheet and handed it to Hoffa. Hoffa looked solemn, and he took out his wand and tapped it. Clear water is like a spring. Clear water springs gushing down from the magic wand, and Inder dampened the rags and pierced him and Hoffa's faces respectively. Hoffa asked in a deep voice, "How many?" Inder pulled Hoffa to the window and opened the curtain a small slit. 3. He whispered, "This mist is the gas of the poisonous leopard, which can cause fatal neurological diseases. It only takes a little to make the whole village fall. The only weakness is water." His words made Hoffa's heart palpitations. It was dark outside. The dark town has fallen into a weird silence at this moment. He came to the window and took a look, and saw that the fog was spreading from bottom to top outside, and in this dense fog, there were 3 very tall figures walking slowly. They wore pointed black hoods and carried old lanterns in their hands. 2 streets in front of 2 broomsticks. With a ray of light bursting on, Brother Owl screamed and fled. The post office was blown to pieces by a spell, and rubble splashed. German. Right here. German, getrennt. Search separately. Weird language came from the thick fog in the distance, the voice was cold and mechanical. It sounds like a robot is giving orders with code. Hoffa had no idea what these people were talking about, but the only thing he knew was that something was going wrong. The residents here did not respond, and there was no sound under the tavern. On the street, 3 figures were scattered, one of them slowly walked towards the 2 broomsticks, and the other 2 went in other directions. Inder said in a very low voice in Hoffa's ear, "Schmidt Rotrov. The dangerous dark wizard wanted by the British Ministry of Magic, Grindelwald's right-hand man. Especially good at magical biology, you must don't directly breathe in the smoke here." Haven't waited for Hoffa to speak. A man with a hood stood in front of 2 broomsticks, and he carried a lantern to check it around. Sticking to the seam of the window, Hoffa saw a big red asterisk character tattooed on the man's arm. Hoffa's face was expressionless, but his heart was anxious. In duo, the catastrophe, actually attracted this kind of person. Dark wizard, that's no joke. Without diamonds and no porcelain, people in this world who have no abilities dare not call themselves black wizards. These 3 guys had already gotten everyone in Hogsmeade before they started, and their strength was not something that a first-year student and a liar goblin could contend with. "What can you do?" Induo asked anxiously. "Can't you apparate away?" Hoffa asked in a low voice. "No, the phantom shifting magic fluctuates too much, and the 3 of them will definitely notice it." Induo whispered. "I came by boat when I came, and I didn't dare to apparate. Because they will follow the magic wave and follow the shape, once they are found, you will not be able to run away." Seeing the tall man getting closer, Hoffa gritted his teeth and said, "Just stay like this, the secret passage is at Duke Honey. We must rush to Duke Honey." Chapter 27, The First Encounter. Crunch! The wooden doors of the 2 brooms were slowly pushed open. Hoffa heard shallow footsteps downstairs. He didn't hesitate anymore, leaning against the window, opened the old-fashioned blinds little by little. The old metal bolts of the windows made a rubbing sound, causing Hoffa's instep to arch, and his nerves were extremely nervous. He couldn't imagine that he was studying leisurely at Hogwarts in the morning, and put his life on the betting table in the evening, playing a game with the dark wizard. Fortunately, the sound of the window was not noticed by the man below. The footsteps downstairs became louder and louder, and mixed with the sound of turning the body. "That person is checking." Hoffa pointed to the window and motioned to the goblin to go first. The goblin immediately climbed onto the eaves of the window and stepped on the wooden trusses outside the tavern. Hoffa jumped the window and stepped on it. At this moment, they are more than 3 meters above the ground. It's already very tall for an 11-year-old child and a half-human goblin. Boom! The sound of the door opening came from behind. Hoffa turned abruptly, but it was not their room, but another room. He breathed a sigh of relief, and glanced at the goblin. The fairy pointed to the ground, then pointed to himself, and opened his arms. That meant he went down first, and let Hoffa jump in his arms after he went down. Hoffa nodded. The goblin jumped down from the windowsill. He stood on the ground with a bang. Behind him was quiet for a few seconds. Immediately, Hoffa heard the louder footsteps in the stairwell behind him. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately jumped down. Fortunately, Inder was strong enough to catch him. There is no sound. The moment Hoffa left the windowsill, the door of the room they had just stayed in was suddenly pushed open, and a tall man appeared in the room. He looked around and saw the open shutters. He strode to the window, bent over and stuck his head out. Below is foggy, there is nothing. There was no sound, and the air was as thick as butter, making it difficult to breathe. Hoffa and Inder covered their noses and mouths, and stood silently in the thick fog with 2 broomsticks. The atmosphere did not dare to come out. The hotel sign blocked the view from above. They felt the sharp and cold eyes of the man just now. They were only the eyes of a guy who had killed countless people. After scanning for a long time, the pointed head with the hood on top slowly retracted. Inder nodded to Hoffa, and the two moved slowly against the wooden wall like moles. Hoffa didn't dare to use the invisibility spell at all. On the one hand, his magic power had not been fully recovered, and on the other hand, he was not sure whether the magic fluctuation of the spell would expose himself, and he didn't want to be self-defeating. The area of Hogsmeade is big or small. There was at least 5 blocks between the Duke of Honey and the 2 broomsticks. Hoffa came to the village for the first time, and he was absolutely not familiar with this place. After leaving the area of the 2 broomsticks, he could only rely on his memory to walk to Duke Honey. In addition to the dense fog, he had to take a few steps and then stop to determine whether his forward position was accurate. On the road, there were some pedestrians who fainted in 2s and 3s. Some shops opened wide and the boss also fainted. All are the consequences of inhaling poisonous gas in the air. When the Hoffani Bodhisattva crossed the river, he couldn't protect himself and couldn't care about these people at all. Before they had gone far, the two slammed the brakes to stop them. Back to them is a tall standing figure. He was nearly 2 meters tall, holding a magic wand and a lantern, and was searching around. Fortunately, there were a few empty wooden barrels nearby. They hid behind and covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Just after hiding, the tall dark wizard turned around. The figure dragged the black robe past Hoffa, and the black robe rustled on the ground. Hoffa saw his wand, thick and long, and could almost be used as a close weapon. As he passed the corner, the tall man raised his lantern and looked around. Fortunately, Hoffa and the goblins were only his waist high, and there was a dense fog, so they were not found. When the man walked away, Hoffa lowered his voice to the extreme. "We have to change direction, he blocked our way." The goblin nodded tremblingly. Hoffa rubbed his face and calmed his beating heart. He thought that if he could escape his birth this time, he would have to learn how to use silent spells again next time. 2 streets were changed again. Hoffa saw a shop with a wide open door, the Wenrenjua Feather Shop, which specializes in quill pens. There was a dragging sound in the store. Then a tall man who was dragging the fainted shop owner came out of the shop. He lined up the fainted people on the ground, with bright lights on his wand. "Check the past one by one carefully. Damn, I ran into another one." Hoffa cursed in his heart. It's time to change direction again. When will he return to the Honey Duke? He pulled Inder to change direction. But just after taking a step, Hoffa suddenly felt something wrong. Something suddenly entangled his arm. He looked down, and on his arm, a creature with blue-green wings and an appearance between a reptile and a butterfly was tilting his head and looking at him. His eyes were cruel and cold. Inder also noticed the extra strange things on Hoffa's body. The moment he saw the blue monster, he screamed, "Quickly throw away, Hoffa, that's a curly-winged demon who eats human brains." The butterfly-shaped reptile on his arm opened his blood basin like lightning, and his sharp tongue shot Hoffa's head with electricity. Hoffa only had time to flick his arm and couldn't avoid it at all. Lightning stone fire room. Yinduo flicked his finger, and a strong magic wave shot out from his fingertips, and a silver ray hit the curly-winged demon like a bullet. Boom! The monster was hit by magic only a few centimeters away from Hoffa's face and hit the wall behind him. It was broken into pieces and splashed with a lot of blue-violet blood. Hoffa, who had survived the catastrophe, was not fortunate in the slightest. On the contrary, his face was ashamed. Everything is exposed. The tall hooded man behind him suddenly stood up and let out a sharp shout. "It's here!" With the shout, the tallest hooded man in the middle of the street suddenly turned around. He shook his robe. A large number of curled winged demons flew out from under the hooded man's robes, making loud noises. They surrounded Hoffa in all directions. "Run!" Yinduo shouted. "Now, hiding is completely meaningless." Hoffa didn't even want to run away. As he ran, he tapped his arm. "Disler Falcon!" The running Hoffa disappeared into the mist, avoiding the first wave of offensive of the curly-winged demon. The scene of his invisibility was seen by the dark wizard behind him. The dark wizard reacted extremely quickly, and he untied his cloak again. A silvery ape stood on his shoulder, it squinted its eyes and looked around, then immediately raised its arm. He screamed and pointed to the direction where Hoffa was running invisibly. The black wizard moved, and the black robe kept flying in the moonlight. At the same time, the other two dark wizards also surrounded them at extremely fast speeds. Hoffa felt the dark wizard approaching very quickly behind him, and panic quickly filled his brain. These people can see through their sneaking. What do I do? What do I do? Misfortune never came singly. Hoffa, who was running wildly, was caught off guard and tripped by a fainted pedestrian. Behind him, the dark wizard held up his wand. A dangerous green light shot out from his wand. "Take Hoffa on the ground straight. Are you going to die? Do not." Thanks to the masked woman, she allowed Hoffa to go through the test of life and death several times in the illusion. At this moment, Hoffa bit his lip. He calmed down quickly. He stepped on the wall and swooped, then rolled on the spot, and passed the curse dangerously. The green curse hit the wall, and the whole wall was quickly corroded into a large pit, and the juice of white smoke dripped to the ground hissing. The power is terrible. Before the frightened Hoffa could breathe, another wizard also raised his wand. A big grey snake appeared in the air out of thin air. It opened its mouth and took Hoffa's head straight. It was silent, but it was so fast that it was almost inevitable. At this time, just listen to a loud bang. A silver armor fell from the sky. Heavy smashed in front of Hoffa. It erected its shield and faced the grey giant snake. The teeth and the steel touched and made a sour squeak, but this was just the beginning. The giant snake's eyes turned red in an instant, and the entire body swelled, then burst instantly. Boom! The violent explosion lit up the darkness of the night, and the flames mixed with the wind to disperse the smoke. The silver armor bent over to block Hoffa's body, blocking the shock wave. Its shield and back were blown apart by a giant snake. Hoffa was shocked by this unprecedented magic and couldn't say a word. The goblin was standing in the distance, holding his finger up, panting. "Run, what are you doing in a daze?" Hoffa's pale complexion immediately reacted. Inder saved himself again. He didn't dare to waste the opportunity and rolled over and climbed up. Behind him, the dark wizard found Inder. He immediately turned his head, and in the sky, the flying winged demon locked the fairy on the ground. Like bullets, they fired towards Yinduo one after another. Yinduo didn't dare to stay longer, and snapped his fingers directly, wanting to apparate and leave here. However, the dark wizard reacted more quickly, and he shook his wand away in a big way. A golden electric light spouted from the top of his spell. The black wizard shouted. The golden electric light directly entangled Inder, abruptly pulling him out of the state of apparition. Induo only had time to release a protection magic, blocking the entire curled winged monster, and then he couldn't move under the power of electric light. Schmidt, N. There is one more, don't let him run away. There is no fluctuation in the sound. The silver ape jumped off Schmidt's shoulder and quickly climbed onto the head of the other wizard. The other two dark wizards followed Hoffa's direction firmly. The wizard with the silver ape saw through Hoffa's path and blocked his way to the honeyduke. After dying, Hoffa bit his lower lip severely until his mouth was full of blood. He calmed down completely. He stopped immediately with a curse, ending the phantom curse. It's useless to be invisible. With that weird ape, he can't sneak at all, it's just a waste of magic power. Inder has been restrained by others, and the road to the honeyduke has also been blocked. He can say that he is in a desperate situation. But now is not the time to give up. Hoffa quickly sorted out his whole cards in his brain. It is impossible to escape from this place with conventional methods, and the power gap is too great. But his system still has 2/3 spell fragments. So far, I can only take a gamble. Looking at the 45% exploration degree of Hogsmeade Village in the Sea of Knowledge, Hoffa's eyes were firm. Seeing that Hoffa had lifted his invisibility, the two dark wizards behind thought he was shocked. With a cold smile, he strode towards Hoffa. But the silver ape seemed to feel something, and squeaked above the two of them. When the monkey cried, the two black wizards immediately became fully alert. Hoffa did not hesitate and ran away. He could see that the ape had some weird predictive abilities. I can no longer walk purposefully. He started to change direction meaninglessly, and his footsteps were extremely erratic. Sometimes invisible, and sometimes out of the invisible state, there is no logic at all in the action. The monkey on the black wizard's head was puzzled by Hoffa's chaotic actions, and it began to jump up and down anxiously. Hoffa still carries purpose in the chaos. His eyes quickly swept across the storefronts beside him. Every time he encountered a store, he would get in and then jump out of the window. Davies and Band's store. Hogsmeade exploration degree 46%. Quidditch supply store. Hogsmeade exploration degree 47%. Fenja brand wizard clothing store. Hogsmeade exploration degree 49%. Behind them, the two wizards had no idea what Hoffa was doing. His actions had exhausted their patience. One of the wizards held up his wand, and between the spews of magic, the raging fire cut through the night and whizzed towards Hoffa. Suddenly, Hoffa stopped running wild. He saw the sign of the pig's head bar in the distance, but he didn't need to get closer. Know the sea. Ding! Hogsmeade's exploration degree is 50% complete. Obtain 1/3 of the spell fragments. Spell shards, 3/3. Now you can upgrade any spell ability. Chapter 28, Ghost Walk. Spell shards, 3/3. Now you can upgrade any spell ability. Without the slightest hesitation, Hoffa immediately used the upgrade ability on the illusion charm. This is his only curse that can come in handy at the moment. In the sea of consciousness, the three groups of magic fragments emitting dim light suddenly became clear, but before he took a closer look, they merged into one, forming an incomparably regular equilateral triangle. The triangle blazed and burned out in an instant, melting into his own blood. The upgrade is accepted. A feeling of boiling flowed throughout the body, as if a shot of adrenaline hit the heart. A silver star shone in his consciousness space. Ding! The phantom spell has been upgraded. Current spell, high-level phantom spell Ghost Walk. Ghost Walk, when you enter the shadow state, your movement speed is greatly accelerated, and you can be immune to any damage for 10 seconds. Hoffa raised his head abruptly, leaving him running out of time to think. The scorching heat hit, he turned around and saw the raging fire overwhelming the sky. Before he could feel more about the process of spell upgrading, Hoffa directly activated his ability. Ghost Walk. At this moment, the Black Wizard's magic flame fell on him. But he was blurred, and disappeared into the air in a flash. He doesn't even need to chant the spell, which is much faster than the phantom spell. The speed of time seems to slow down. In the eyes of the Black Wizard, the boy in front of him was just twisted, and was engulfed by the raging fire. But in Hoffa's eyes, all his world was left with grey and white, buildings, dark clouds, moon, fairies and black wizards, all turned into grey and white. He heard the inexplicable wind whistling constantly. He saw the constant fluctuations of the world before his eyes, producing lines like water. Look at your body again. He stood in the grey-white flame, and his body regularly produced ripples. The flame had no temperature and no sound, as if it had nothing to do with the world he was in. He actually left the material world. There is a play. Hoffa raised his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hit it. He moved his steps, stepped out more than 3 meters in an instant, and left the scope of the fire. As light as a feather. The two wizards thought Hoffa died, so they turned and left. As soon as they turned around, Hoffa left the stealth state and flew towards the kidnapped goblin. One of the wizards saw Hoffa, his eyes widened. He had no idea how Hoffa survived the flames and was unharmed. But this did not prevent him from reacting. He raised his wand decisively. A dangerous blue light shoots out, it is a smashing curse. Without thinking about it, Hoffa tapped his wand on his arm. Ghost Walk. He escaped into the shadows again and disappeared. The dangerous smashing curse actually passed through his body directly, hitting the building behind him, and exploding large tracts of rubble. He completely became a ghost-like existence. The rubble fell, and the wizard who released the explosive curse was dumbfounded, and saw the boy in front of him disappear completely into the air. The curse he released actually fell into the empty space. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, "MT! Be careful, something is wrong." Schmidt, who grabbed the goblin's arm, suddenly turned his head, but he didn't see anything. In the mist, only his two companions remained. Just when he was distracted, the goblin flicked his finger. Countless rubble flew from the ground and whizzed towards Schmidt. Opportunity. Hoffa moved. He locked on the dark wizard who was holding the goblin, and ran away, as fast as a gust of wind. Schmidt calmly blew his whistle, and all the curly-winged demons attacking the goblin's defensive curse changed their directions and shot towards Hoffa's direction. In the grey world, those curled-winged demons rushed through Hoffa's body directly, causing no harm at all. The magic is fading rapidly. Seeing that Ender became tighter and tighter under the Black Wizard's magic, Hoffa was a little anxious. He hadn't learned any attacking spells, so he could only learn the same, wave his wand, bone to pieces. The wand emitted a soft white light, without power. Obviously the grammar is wrong. Hoffa couldn't help cursing. Bye. He put away his wand, and while rushing, he picked up a brick on the ground. Schmidt, who was at a stalemate with Ender, only felt a strong wind hit, and then suddenly a small figure appeared in front of him through the thick fog. Hoffa didn't care about anything, he leaped high, his body drawn an arc in the night sky, and then he slammed a brick down. Go to hell! Boom! The impact of speed is mixed with inertia. The two-fingered brick smashed to pieces on the wizard's forehead. It smashed his hood upside down, revealing scattered grey hair and a Germanic face. It's just that this face has run out of ominous nosebleeds. A tooth mixed with blood and saliva spurted out of his mouth. Without thinking about it, he rolled twice and hit the ground hard. After losing the master's control, the magic that bound in Duo disappeared instantly. Hoffa's wrists trembled and his mouth was bleeding. He was young, and the reaction force just now made him uncomfortable. But now he didn't care about it at all. He took a half of the broken brick and gasped for a few moments. Then he threw away the brick, flew forward, and snatched away the dizzy wizard's wand. Drag Inder and ran away. It didn't take long for the tall man to faint. Soon, he rushed to his companion to help him and stumbled to his feet. He clutched the blood on his forehead, and Gu Jingwubo's face had a rare shock. Chase! But his tone was still steady, without any emotion or fluctuation. One of them let go and chased Hoffa with strides. This time, while running, he raised his hand and threw the wand heavily. Hoffa tilted his head slightly and was stunned. He had never seen a wizard throw his wand out. What does this guy want? However, in the next second he knew that the wand that was thrown out quickly deformed in the air and turned into a sharp cross sword, stab Hoffa like lightning. It turned out to be polymorphism. The feeling of danger caused Hoffa's hairs to explode, and he hugged the goblin horizontally, and his wand tapped his arm again. Wandering ghosts. A spatter of blood spattered. Inder and him disappeared into the air together. At the moment of disappearance, boom boom boom, 3 consecutive giant snakes fell from the sky. He opened his blood basin and bit into the position where Hoffa was standing. The gravel on the ground was bitten to pieces by 3 giant snakes. Subsequently, the 3 giant snakes exploded. The scene was in chaos, crushed stones and sawdust were flying everywhere, and the firelight reflected the night sky red. The impact of the explosion caused the black wizard's robe to fly wildly. The black wizard who was chasing rushed to the place of the snake group and looked down, but still found nothing. He raised his hand to take it, and the sharp cross sword turned back into a magic wand and fell into his hand. He screamed out loud with anger. The magic power of Ghost Walk is extremely exhausted. 10 seconds later, when Hoffa rushed out of the mist again, a trace of nosebleed slowly leaked from his nose and mouth. He completely overdrawn his magic power and fell to the ground with a pale face. Inder hurriedly hugged Hoffa's arm, and after dragging him up, he found that Hoffa's arm was covered with blood. He had just entered the state of ghost strolling for half a second, and a gap in the bone was left on his arm, blood was flowing like a shot, and he was almost killed on the spot by that dangerous transformation curse. Inder held Hoffa's arm and hurriedly pulled out a few bottles of potion from his pocket, and was about to apply Hoffa. But Hoffa stopped him. "Wait a minute, don't be here," he said weakly but calmly. Induo looked at Hoffa suspiciously. Hoffa pointed to the blood on the ground. "Don't let the blood disappear at the door of the Honey Duke, they will follow." Inder immediately understood. He hurriedly helped Hoffa to a witch makeup shop opposite the Duke of Honey. On the stone steps, he opened a bottle of white medicine, possibly white fresh, and applied the medicine to Hoffa's wound. While painting, he said something in his mouth. With a tingling, a pungent white smoke rose, the wound on Hoffa's arm quickly stopped the blood, and the scab healed. But the lack of vitality in the body will not be able to make up for a while. Watching Inder's potion heal the wound on his hand little by little, Hoffa had no other emotions in his heart, only calmness. For the first time, he had a glimpse of the high-end combat power of this world, which was far more than the magic wand in the movie. Magical creatures and dark wizards. This combination is really strong. If it weren't for the powerful ability of the Ghost Walk, he would be a corpse now. I am still too weak. Too young. He needs to become stronger, needs more strength, and more time. After healed his injuries, Inder helped Hoffa to walk quickly to the Duke of Honey's shop in front of him. Back to the Duke of Honey, the door was firmly locked. Induo knocked on the door lock and the store door opened with a slam. After entering the door, he locked the store door back. Inside the store, all the clerk and boss, without exception, all fell to the ground, unconscious under the influence of the fog. Induo, how to go? Hoffa, the basement. The two went through the cellar to the basement of the Honey Duke. Hoffa removed the trapdoor in the basement. Without reminding Yinduo, the two went underground. Everything fell into silence. Hoffa's magic power was nearly exhausted at this moment, and his physical fitness was also greatly reduced. Inder saw Hoffa's weakness, he hurriedly put Hoffa on his body, and the two limped towards Hogwarts. An hour later, there was a mess at the door of the Hogsmeade Witch's cosmetics store. Several unconscious shop assistants were smashed to the ground in a mess. 3 dark wizards gathered together, 2 of them held their wands and followed the blood on the ground to observe back and forth, and occasionally they would smear a little bit in their mouths, and then spit them out. Schmidt was sitting on the stone steps, staring at a broken brick in front of him. It seemed that I was not looking at an ordinary brick, but at a species I had never seen before. Finally, a wizard who checked the blood straightened up. There is no way to track it, neither can the phantom monkey. This is already the radiation range of Hogwarts, and there is too much protection magic. Schmidt was sitting on the steps, wiping the blood from his face, expressionless. After hearing the words of his subordinates, he stood up and gave a faint "oh." Another wizard asked cautiously, "Major, shall we go back?" Schmidt raised his head and glanced at him coldly. A group of curly-winged demons hissed and roared on him. The wizard shut up immediately. After wiping off the blood on his face, Schmidt said coldly, "Go back and you will die, and you can live if you stay." Thinking of the terrible existence behind him, the wizard lowered his head, "Yes." A square-faced wizard next to him said, "That kid is a bit weird. I hit him with 4 or 5 spells, and there was no reaction at all. There must be some precious magic items on him, I am afraid that his identity will not be simple." Schmidt said word by word, "When we catch him, we can naturally ask the secret." "Then what shall we do now?" a wizard asked. "Get my wand back first, the British Ministry of Magic must have sensed our invasion." Schmidt stood up and put on his hood. "The boy is a student at Hogwarts. Let's find a way to get into Hogwarts first." "How is it possible," a subordinate said in amazement, "that school is surrounded by countless defensive magic, how can it penetrate into it?" "It's okay," Schmidt said coldly. "That school is not monolithic. Master Grindelwald left a seed in that school. Now, it's almost time to harvest." Chapter 29, Midnight Phantom. In the dark and slippery tunnel, water drops from time to time. There was a ticking sound, and occasionally filamentous fluorescent fungi grew on the broken masonry. The faint panting sounds from far to near, some spider-like reptiles in the dark quickly dodge after hearing the sound. A goblin helped a boy to emerge from the dark secret path, and it was Inder and Hoffa. A piece of fluorescent mushroom was trampled on by Yenduo. He asked Hoffa to stop and rest for a while, then continued to lift him up and move forward. Hoffa spent an hour when he came, and when he returned, he was weak. Hoffa walked for nearly 2 hours, and stopped to rest from time to time. Finally, after returning to the humped witch statue at Hogwarts, Hoffa sat down, leaned back and panted, and weakly tore off the mask from his face. At this time, he had a little sense of security. No matter how powerful those German wizards were, it was impossible to follow Hogwarts. Even if they follow, it is estimated that they will not end well. The adventure is thrilling, but he prefers this kind of down-to-earth feeling. Yenduo leaned against the wall of the secret tunnel and sat slumped across from Hoffa, panting. "Behind, is Hogwarts? If not, I've never been in. The 3 academies are the most heavily protected places in Europe." Hoffa didn't answer. He sat slumped on the ground. After a while, he said coldly, "I took you back to school. Now you can go. You can go to whomever you want to find." After speaking, Hoffa ignored Yenduo's small eyes, closed his eyes and started to restore his own magic power with meditation. Entering the school still has to rely on sneaking. Before returning to the dormitory, he is not really safe. He must put an end to any possibility of being expelled. While meditating, Hoffa summed up the valuable experience gained from this battle. This time, he was an eye-opener, the dark wizard who controls magical animals. The coordination between various spells, and the use of transfiguration in combat. These were things he didn't know in his previous life. The world was beyond his imagination, and it was also dangerous beyond his imagination. There is no doubt that he is not their opponent. If there is no system, I only have the magic level of 11 years old. He must have died too much. Relying solely on the little information in the original book, he couldn't get along in this treacherous and ever-changing world. After finishing the battle gains, Hoffa's mind became heavy. The world is very exciting, which makes him very eager to explore. But today, Hoffa also recognized his shortcomings. Fatal shortcomings. Lack of magic. He once heard people say that how much water a wooden barrel can hold depends on its shortest board. Now it seems that I have shortcomings all over. Except for higher mental power than normal wizards, other places are really similar to muggles. Hoffa's magical talent has never been considered strong. The only thing that stands out is that his spirit is higher than that of ordinary people. He basically learns ordinary spells, even if it is magic like transformation, he can control it with ease. But now Hoffa found that his own magic power to cope with school exams is no problem. Can be used to fight it seems a little stretched. No wonder there are so few people who can become auras or dark wizards, and the mana consumption in battle and the mana consumption in life are not at all an order of magnitude. People like Voldemort and Dumbledore have a continuous flow of magic, and they can't spend it anymore. Including the later generations of Harry, the release of magic is also arbitrary. There has never been a lack of magic power. Unlike myself, he was out of breath after playing a few spells. Hoffa now has 2 invisibility abilities, the ordinary phantom spell, and the advanced ghost walk. Ordinary phantom spells are just invisible, and their own magic power can last for more than half an hour. Although the high-level ghost walk is extremely effective, it can completely eliminate the entity in this world, thereby avoiding any damage. But the speed at which it consumes magic power is terrifying. Even when he is full of magic power, the ghost walk can only last for less than half a minute, and probably only lasts for about 20 seconds. In just half a day, he meditated twice. He couldn't imagine the consequences of regaining his magical power if he hadn't thought about it. Maybe it was the corpse under the Black Wizard's rod now. Magic is the foundation of everything. Without magic, no matter how powerful skills are, it's just useless. If you have an endless stream of magic power, you can release the ghost walk at will, coupled with some combat spells, it is simply terrifying. We must solve the magic shortcomings. After meditating for nearly 3 hours, Hoffa slowly woke up as the depleted body gradually filled with magic power. His state had recovered a lot, at least he was not as depressed as he had just ended the battle. He had planned to go back to the dormitory to rest in stealth, but he saw the goblin with his back against the wall of the secret tunnel and fell asleep. He bowed his head and looked very tired. Hoffa was startled. He shook Inder's shoulder vigorously. "Hey, why are you still here?" Induo opened his sleepy eyes. "What? Didn't you say that you are going to see Principal Dippet? It's so late, it's early in the morning. Can you let me go tomorrow? How do you want me to find this black rumbling?" Induo muttered. Hoffa's eyes widened. He felt that Inder's words made sense, but he also felt that this liar and fairy was making some wicked calculations. "Then you go tomorrow, I'll go back," Hoffa said ruthlessly. As a result, he had just walked 2 steps before the leg of his trousers was bitten. Hoffa turned his head, and Inder had turned into a badger, biting his trousers pitifully at this moment. Hoffa gritted his teeth. "What are you doing?" "Inder, I have no place to sleep." "You can't let me sleep in the tunnel." "Fuck you, you didn't sleep soundly just now. Then you are still there. You left. The place is dark, it's terrible." The badger shuddered as he said. Hoffa gritted his teeth. This goblin must be pretending to be pitiful, and it can be seen from the fight against the Black Wizard that he is definitely stronger than himself. Hoffa insisted, "No." After speaking, he turned his head and left. The goblin turned to the front of Hoffa, blocking his way. "Just one night I'll leave, I promise you will open your eyes tomorrow morning and I won't be there." Hoffa didn't listen, and walked around it, but the silver badger spread out two small paws and hugged Hoffa's thigh. "It's really just one night, please." Hoffa, who was stopped by his way, turned his forehead twice in the same place, scolding himself unlucky in his heart. "You promise?" "I promise." "Damn it, if you don't leave tomorrow, I will throw you off the top of Ravenclaw's tower." After speaking, he picked Ender up and put it on his shoulder. After opening the statue of the humpback witch, Hoffa entered a normal phantom state. It's midnight at Hogwarts. If he is found wandering in the middle of the night, he will be detained for inspection in accordance with the punishment of Principal Dippet. If he commits another crime, he will be expelled. Hoffa didn't want to try the law by himself. The school at night was dark. The outside wind blew through the corridors of the castle, making a low whimper, mixed with the faint midnight bell in the distance, but it was even more quiet and very quiet. The only light source around is moonlight, which spilled from the high windows and lay horizontally on the ground one by one. The shadows cast on the ground by those high stone sculptures are inexplicably distorted, giving people a very weird feeling. Here in Hogwarts during the day are completely two worlds. Although Hoffa walked very lightly, people still wake up from time to time in the painting next to him. "Who is there?" someone in the painting asked. Not only that, the armors standing on both sides of the corridor seemed to have their own consciousness whenever Hoffa passed by. Their heads will turn, and they will look at themselves with black and empty iron armor, as if there is a soul in each armor. Hoffa walked with trepidation. The only good thing for him was that Filch hadn't been born yet, so he didn't have to worry about the annoying dumb gun showing up with the cat. Click! Suddenly, there was a small noise behind him. It seems that someone has touched the armor. Huo turned around immediately. In the dimness, he seemed to see an illusory figure in the corridor running fast under the moonlight. Hoffa was taken aback. The fairy asked in a low voice, "How do I feel that there is someone else here?" Hoffa frowned and looked behind him. For a long time, he hissed Ender in a low voice, "This is a school of magic, we don't care about anything." Across the corridor, Hoffa came to Ravenclaw's tower. Ravenclaw's tower was so high, Hoffa supported the handrail of the castle stairs and climbed the tower little by little. The castle stairs in the middle of the night seemed to be asleep, and they did not help Hoffa move up. This caused Hoffa to stop and rest every time he climbed. After crawling for more than 10 minutes, Ender on his shoulder asked softly, "Where is your lounge?" Hoffa panted, "Hush, play your badger." Induo shut up. Finally, Hoffa stood on the top of the extremely high tower without any danger, and in front of him was a huge portrait of a knight. To enter the lounge, Hoffa also faced the last hurdle. Hoffa lifted his phantom spell, and the knight tilted his head in the painting and knelt down on one knee in silence. The metal eagle on the side slowly spread its wings. Asked, "You look at me, I look at you. You have eyes, I have no eyes. You can speak, I can speak. You have a voice, I am silent." After speaking, the eagle did not move, quietly waiting for Hoffa's answer. On the shoulder, the badger turned into Duo took a breath. He had never seen such a weird problem. What the school? Hoffa knocked the badger Ender on the head and calmed him down. "I see you, you see me. You have eyes, I have no eyes. You can speak, I can speak. You have a voice, I am silent. Is the night problem more difficult than the daytime problem?" Hoffa turned around twice before frowning and raising his head. Mirror. The eagle slowly retracted its wings, bowed its head and hugged its chest. The knight in the portrait stood up, and the passage leading to the Ravenclaw lounge appeared. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly crawled inside. Back in the lounge, the crazy day is finally over. Ender murmured in his ear, Do you have to be asked by it every time you come back? Yes. Hoffa whispered, didn't I tell you not to speak? Stupid. The silver and black badger shut up. Hoffa walked through the dim lounge and took Inder back to the dormitory. No matter what he had to do, he had to make plans tomorrow. The room was dark. Several roommates were already asleep, breathing evenly. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief. He was so tired that he locked Schmidt's thick wand into the closet. Then, before he could say good night to the goblin, he fell asleep on the pillow. That night, Hoffa had a very strange dream. He dreamed of a black figure carrying himself, walking in a crooked dark passage, but could not find an exit. There is no light, no hope. Cold, depressed, unable to breathe. As if being in a bottomless ocean. The figure dangled herself not far and near. He seemed to be facing Hoffa, but he couldn't see his face at all. He wanted to catch up to see who the man was, but when he approached, he found that his face seemed to be cracked. While laughing, while crying. Chapter 30, Influences. The next day, Hoffa was awakened by his paw. He didn't get up as easily today as he did yesterday. Yesterday, he overdrafted his magic power twice in a row, and he was really exhausted. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hoffa saw the silver badger transformed by Inder pushing himself. Induo whispered, I will starve to death if I don't get up again. Hoffa was stunned for a second, then looked at the ceiling and then at the badger beside him. Haven't recovered from the bed breath and dreams. Then he sat up in shock. Why are you still here? As soon as the voice fell, he hurriedly covered his mouth. Turned his head and looked around. Fortunately, it was close to noon at this moment, and the dormitory was empty and there was no one left. Induo, I'm hungry. When he said that, Hoffa felt his stomach groaning, and he remembered that he had experienced the most ups and downs of his life yesterday, but he did not eat. Hungry, let's go for lunch, wait a minute. Hoffa suddenly lifted the quilt and jumped out of the bed, pointing at the badger with his arms akimbo and cursing, didn't you say that you will leave at dawn? Didn't you say that I will not see you when I get up in the morning? Can you tell the truth? Induo scratched his head with a little awkward claw. Your group of roommates are so noisy. They got up in the morning and ran around without stopping at all. I didn't dare to get out of your quilt at all. Hoffa grumbled. But they are gone now. I'm hungry. Hey, you stinky boy, do you rush out if you have a friend without a meal? Hoffa took a deep breath, hee, I haven't seen anyone who wants to stay in someone else's house for dinner. Having said that, he still hugged Inder, tucked it into his arms, changed his clothes, washed and went downstairs. Now that it was no better than night, he dared not put Inder on his shoulders, so he tucked him in the school robe on his chest. Today is Sunday. Hoffa walked to the common room and saw the first-year freshmen gather in the common room, talking, laughing, and laughing. There are a few senior boys holding a magic wand in the common room and controlling 2 books in the sky. Dual bite. A group of freshmen around clapped and applauded. Inder poked his head out of Hoffa's arms, is this your classmate? You are really young and energetic. It's just you, how can you be an old man who can pass by? Hoffa was taken aback by his sudden emergence, and quickly tapped him with his magic wand, shut up, who asked you to talk, get out of me after dinner. Seeing Miranda's eyes drifting towards him in the crowd, Hoffa hurriedly opened the door of the lounge and walked towards the auditorium. Now, how to get rid of this goblin gracefully and with dignity has become an urgent problem for Hoffa. Well, yes, they are friends. But let him stay by his side all the time, and sooner or later he will have an accident. This guy doesn't have the undercover spirit of Peter Pettigrew, and can remain silent for more than 10 years. He wants to get together when he sees all the excitement, and he can't help but comment on everything. He was very worried about the consequences if he was discovered that he had a badger who could only talk, and he was even more worried about the exposure of his sneaking to Hogsmeade. He feels that what happened yesterday will not be small. In the auditorium restaurant at noon, food made by house elves just appeared on the plate. Induo was born as a starving ghost, and wanted to go out to eat. Hoffa tapped his head with his magic wand several times before calming him down. As soon as Miranda saw Hoffa, she asked curiously, "Where did you go yesterday and haven't seen it all day?" Hoffa had already thought about this question. He said, "I got lost in school. Several corridors changed and changed. I didn't turn it out for a day. When I came out, it was dark." Miranda suddenly realized, it turned out to be a magic corridor. If you can't walk through it, you can jump directly. Hogwarts won't let the students fall to death. Hoffa laughed twice, and the two chatted casually. At this time, a skylight in a corner of the auditorium opened. A flock of owls flew in. These owls flew around the dining table until they found their owners and threw letters or packages on their laps. Owls come in the morning or at noon. Hoffa does not have owls, and he does not think anyone will send letters to him. Miranda has her own owl, and her owl is a sorrel-spotted owl. It is very beautiful, with dots of blue and white spots on its forehead. A newspaper fell in front of Miranda. It is the Daily Prophet. Hoffa had no money to subscribe to the newspaper, he was poor. It costs 10 silver kasi a month for that thing, and a jinjialong in a few months. After sending the letter, the owls begged for food from the owner. Miranda's owl opened its mouth very ladylike, and Miranda fed it a piece of toast with jam. Hoffa has always felt that pets sometimes resemble their owners, such as Aglaia. Her white owl is as self-conscious as its owner. After delivering the things, it directly inserted its head into the public nut plate and crunched it. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the arrival of the owl, Hoffa quickly put Inder on the table. Induo was so hungry that he grabbed several drumsticks at the table and stuffed them into his mouth, the boss with bulging cheeks. Miranda was unpacking the newspaper, and suddenly saw a badger on the table, and suddenly became playful. "Hoffa, where did you buy a badger? Very few people raise this thing." "Raise a badger?" Suddenly, Ravenclaw's classmates all looked over. Even the Hufflepuffs at the next table surrounded them curiously. He yelled, "Curious badger, silver and black. Wow, it's so cute. Look at the pattern on it, does it look like a suit?" The emblem of Hufflepuff College is the badger, and they are very sensitive to this animal. Hoffa was taken aback, and he hurriedly tucked Inder back into his clothes. He laughed and said, "I picked it up. I picked it up by the Black Lake. Wow! You are so lucky." Several Hufflepuff girls suddenly stared at them. "Can I touch it?" Before Hoffa could speak, a few white and tender little hands stretched out into Hoffa's arms and touched Inder's head. Induo was still enjoying the look, and Hoffa had to pull it down forcibly by its tail. "This idiot, do you know the consequences of being seen through?" "Wait a minute." A cold voice sounded, and the girls in Hufflepuff were taken aback and turned their heads. I saw a girl with an owl on her shoulders slowly separated from the crowd and walked over, arrogantly like a queen. It was Aglaia. Aglaia squinted his blue eyes and asked harshly, "The badger picked up by the Black Lake, hey? Why did the picked badger wear earrings, Bach? Did you steal someone else's pet?" "Bad. It's her again." "Is it her again? How sharp are this guy's eyes?" And she did not hesitate to speculate on herself with the most vicious thoughts. If she knew the true identity of this badger, she would definitely report it regardless of the situation. Needless to say, Hoffa said, Inder's head shrank into his clothes, trembling in his arms. According to Inder, Hoffa said, "Blood spurts, which I did you see me stealing?" "Humph! If it wasn't stolen, why did you dare to release the owl when it came?" "Hoffa, you! What am I? If you didn't steal it, why would you hold it in your arms and not let it come out?" Hoffa is going crazy. He finally knows what the sin of desire is and why he has no cause for it. This person is extremely poisonous. The ghost will not disperse and the bone-attached maggots can't be thrown away. It's not enough to ignore it. It's almost no different from the previous internet trolls. He got up and was going to leave. Can he not afford to provoke him? Aglaia said to the person next to him, "Look, I guessed it, he has a guilty conscience." Facing her aggressiveness, Hoffa gritted his teeth and turned around. But when a conflict was about to break out, suddenly, Miranda, who was reading the newspaper, exclaimed, "My God, come and see, the dark wizard broke into the village of Hogsmeade last night and used the poisonous fog in Hogsmeade." The dark wizard? This news was more shocking than a badger, and everyone surrounded Miranda. Aglaia's attention was also distracted. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief. Miranda went on to say, 47 people were in a coma. 2 of them died after being sent to the St. Mungo Magic Hospital because of inhaling too much gas. One of them was the owner of 2 broomsticks. The surrounding students took a breath, their faces pale. On the other tables in the auditorium, all the students of all grades who received the Daily Prophet saw the news. Miranda turned a page of the newspaper in shock. The remaining 45 people all fell into a severe coma. The Ministry of Magic found a large number of traces of battle at the scene of the accident and found the body of a curly-winged demon. It was preliminarily determined that the act was the German dark wizard Schmidt Rutroff committed. Rutroff was expelled from Demstrang in 1901 for keeping dangerous creatures in captivity at will. He once killed a large number of Muggles in Romania and possessed a large number of magical creatures, which is extremely dangerous. The British Minister of Magic Hecht Welfare issued a strong protest. The Law Enforcement Department has now dispatched a large number of Aurors to blockade Hogsmeade Village and issued a Class A dangerous warrant. After Miranda read the news, the crowd was shocked. After a few seconds of silence, fierce controversy broke out in the auditorium. Why did the German Black Wizard come to Hogsmeade? Are all the people in the Ministry of Magic blind? Will the old welfare uselessness only protest? Sooner or later let him get off the stage. Wait a minute. Aglaia suddenly interrupted the arguing crowd. You mean, the Ministry of Magic found a lot of fighting traces on the scene? Miranda nodded, yes, but no 2 sides of the fight were found. Aglaia, has anyone reported the case to the Ministry of Magic? Miranda, no, it was the caravan that went to Hogsmeade to deliver the goods early in the morning. There is a problem here. Aglaia said flatly. The students at the Ravenclaw table all looked over. Aglaia pulled a chair and sat down, and she lifted her legs and talked. Anything that happens must pay attention to a reason, why the Dark Wizard came to Hogsmeade, why they clashed in Hogsmeade, and more importantly why no one took the initiative to report the case to the Ministry of Magic. I mean, if we normal people encounter a Dark Wizard, what would we do? We must run away and report to the Ministry of Magic. Miranda immediately retorted, maybe the victim has been taken away. Impossible. Aglaia sneered, did you not read what it said in the newspaper? There are traces of fierce fighting, and a curled-winged demon was killed. If you only look at the appearance, it should be that the 2 sides are evenly matched. From the result point of view, or the Dark Wizard suffered more. Miranda stopped speaking. A group of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff next to him gathered around, and even Slytherin and Gryffindor stood up and listened carefully to Aglaia's analysis. Aglaia held up 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the other party involved in the fight does not want others to know their identity. The other is that neither party involved in the fight is from the British wizarding world, so they don't care. But the location happened in Hogsmeade, so I think the first possibility happened even more. As for who is in Hogsmeade, but does not want to be found out, 1. Fugitive, 2. Dark Wizard, 3rd, lower grade students, of course, the lower grade students are excluded first, this is impossible. Therefore, this is likely to be a black eating incident. This is a contest between a British black wizard and a foreign black wizard. Moreover, this British wizard may be even more dangerous. The surrounding students froze for a few seconds, and then started a fierce argument again. The content of the dispute shifted to the identity of the Dark Wizard. They enumerated various possibilities and said all the criminal wizards that existed in the UK. Later, the students of Gryffindor began to use the topic for no reason, and fiercely criticized Slytherin, because they believed that it was definitely another Slytherin who did it. The students of Slytherin College refuted fiercely. They believed that they could fight Schmidt-Rudloff and not let the wind fall. Such a person, even if they graduated from the college, would be their pride. Of course, no one noticed. When they were arguing and talking, a figure had slipped out the door quietly. Chapter 31, Punishment. Hoffa couldn't listen anymore. Aglaya's YY is largely trying to push the limelight, and is not rigorous. But that still made Hoffa's heart tensed. If someone finds him sneaking to Hogsmeade, God knows what punishment is waiting for him. He pushed aside the dinner plate and walked out of the auditorium silently. At the door, there were a group of senior students with a frightened look. Most of them were students who had been to Hogsmeade Village yesterday. The terrorist attack passed them by, making them extremely scared. When Hoffa walked to the entrance of the hall, a one-eyed old man with a bow and arrow was putting up flyers on the school notice board. That was the hunting ground guard at Hogwarts. Hoffa took a closer look. Emergency notice. In view of the large-scale riots in Hogsmeade Village yesterday, no students are allowed to enter or leave Hogsmeade Village during this semester. All the students who went to Hogsmeade Village yesterday entered the deformation classroom on the 5th floor corridor of the school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to undergo safety inspection. Our teachers will go to Hogsmeade from September 23 to September 30 to cooperate with the Aura of the Ministry of Magic for search and security work. All class arrangements and Quidditch competitions will be cancelled this week. Armando Dupit. After reading the announcement carefully twice, Hoffa felt heavy. He came from the peaceful era, the closest moment to the war in his previous life, that is, watching anti-Japanese drama or something on TV. And now, the shadow of war hovered over his head. I heard that terrorist incidents and genuine participation in terrorist incidents are two different things. Inder was silent in his arms. Hoffa whispered, 2 people died because of you, and more than 40 people were injured because of you. Induo said angrily, shut up, this is war, not usual. All I can do is do my job. Hoffa pursed his mouth and said nothing. He didn't feel so relaxed. Decisive? Ruthless? Benefits come first? It seems that he does not possess these good qualities, he is just an ordinary person. Annoyed for a while, Induo frowned again, take me to the teleportation point of your school. I must determine what caused Hogwarts to stop aid. He did not refuse Inder's request. When Hoffa walked out of the castle, the sky was grey and light rain began to fall, and the grass became a little muddy. The last time Hoffa came to Kokang was the school's flight class, and that time there were many senior students there. Now, all the students are discussing yesterday's attack in Hogsmeade in the auditorium, and there is no one on the hunting ground. On the grass, as always, blue runes were engraved. Inder jumped off Hoffa's chest, and quickly walked across the grass, searching among the runes. After a while, Induo poked his head out of the grass like the fox Lemon, and shouted sharply, Hoffa, come and see. Hoffa walked over quickly. Inder's little paw pointed at the ground and said angrily, the teleportation point has been destroyed, why is there no one at Hogwarts in charge? Hoffa's eyes widened, and countless runes were shattered while the turf was flying. The ground is full of signs of explosion and burning. Someone wreaked havoc here. He couldn't help but leaned over and touched the damage marks on the grass. These traces are very fresh, and the torn grass stems are still flowing with sap. Obviously, it will be destroyed soon, not more than a day. Hoffa's face became solemn, and he walked a few more steps without saying a word, to the place where he had come when he had been in flight lessons. The damage marks here have been repaired. Although the blue runes are firmly carved on the ground, the bare brown surface is like a scar, telling the atrocities that have been suffered. In less than a week, this place was destroyed more than twice. Inder jumped on Hoffa's shoulder and whispered, "The traces of destruction left a few hours ago, the magic wave has not disappeared. Maybe the murderer hasn't gone far, let's go back." Hoffa glanced around, and there was no trace of anyone else on the rainy hunting ground, only the dark shadows of the trees in the forbidden forest in the distance. The sky was extremely low, and the top of the mountain in the distance was tightly covered by clouds. He was like trapped in a huge eggshell. Hoffa stood on the hunting ground, a little depressingly empty, as lonely as independence. There was a strange breath in the air, which reminded him of something. What is it? Somewhere in memory. Something important but forgotten, but he did not remember it. Let's go. He glanced at the teleportation array that was once again destroyed. Return to the castle. Back in an unmanned classroom, Hoffa locked the door behind him, and took Inder from his arms and placed it on the table. Inder immediately asked, "Who did this? Do you have any clues?" Hoffa shook his head. To be honest, when he first saw the traces of destruction, he immediately thought of the future Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. After all, this stuff is behind the scenes in every Harry Potter story, and the violent curses on the scene can't be done without certain magical ability. But this suspicion soon became untenable, because there was no motive. It's time for Tom to keep a low profile and get good impressions everywhere. Hoffa felt he had no reason to destroy the school's teleportation circle. But if it wasn't Tom, who would it be? Destroyed the teleportation array several times in a row, and was never found. It must be someone inside the school. Suddenly, Hoffa thought of the twinkling phantom he had seen under the moonlight corridor last night. Did it destroy the school's teleportation array? Hoffa was thinking, while Inder wandered around the table anxiously. After thinking for a long time, Hoffa asked, "So, what are you going to do?" Inder said with a bitter face, "No, you have to take me to Principal Diepeter quickly." As soon as he said something, the air gradually cooled down. Hoffa looked at Induo blankly, his attitude was self-evident. He now feels that this fairy is doing the same things as those scumbags in the previous life. "I just have a meal, I stay for one night, and I can't get in." Hoffa has reached the limit he can do, even at the risk of being discovered by Aglaia. Now Inder actually insisted on his original point of view, and asked himself to take him to find Armando Dupit. Didn't he know that he was only in the first grade? In the first grade, even the big devil Tom Riddle was developing in a low-key manner. At this time, letting oneself go out to do something, it's almost death. "You said that I only see myself in my eyes." Huo was very light-hearted, "But I don't think you are thinking about me from my standpoint, because there is a saying in the ancient East, saying that if you are poor, you can only take care of yourself. I am very poor now." Induo was taken aback, then he was silent. Finally, he raised his head embarrassedly, "Can't you take me to find Diepeter? Just look for it. I can guarantee that he will not fire you. I don't understand why you don't go by yourself." Hoffa said coldly. "Call." The black and white badger sat down on the stool and covered his face with his paws. "I'm sorry, something happened before that made me afraid to meet Principal Dipit alone." "What is the matter?" Induo hesitated and shook his head. "Forget it, you go back and I will go by myself later." "Thank you for your help, Hoffa." This time, Hoffa did not hesitate. He nodded. "Take care of yourself, because of Duo." When he reached the door, he opened the door of the classroom. But as soon as the door was opened, Hoffa was stunned. Because his way was blocked. At the door stood an old man over 100 years old, his grey hair was meticulous, he was wearing a blue robe, his hands behind him, and he was his dean. Professor Gorsuk. Hoffa shuddered slightly and stood in front of Inder without leaving a trace. He had no idea why Goshawk appeared here. Shouldn't he cooperate with the aura of the Ministry of Magic to inspect Hogsmeade Village? Gorshak's face was rigid and severe. Bach, someone wrote me a report letter saying that you are privately raising animals in violation of regulations. Is this true? Someone reported himself? This sudden blow caught Hoffa off guard. He felt as if he was suddenly thrown into the toilet and began to spin and fall continuously. The situation took a turn for the worse, and he didn't even know what to say. Gorshak's eyes were very sharp, and he slightly turned his head. What's that behind you? A badger, sir? Hoffa said hoarsely. I grew up on the island of Helgoland, and I am very familiar with the breath of fairies. Bach, when did you bring fairies in? As if stepping on the air when going down the stairs, Hoffa's face was pale and his breathing was a little unstable. This old guy had noticed before seeing Inder, his nose was a dog. Now, his plan is completely disrupted. Will he be expelled for violating school rules? However, the moment Inder saw Gorshak, he was extremely jealous as if he had seen an enemy. He suddenly jumped off the table, and returned to his original shape in an instant. What do you want, Adby? Goshawk. Inder stood in front of Hoffa. For some reason, Hoffa heard a hint of hatred and killing intent in his voice. It's you, Inder? What are you doing at Hogwarts? Gorshak was slightly surprised. What am I doing? The goblin looked at Gorshak angrily and said, I raised 10,000 gold gallons and completed my contract, but your Hogwarts have repeatedly broken the contract for a month. One defense. None of the wizards sent to the island. Enough. Goshawk severely interrupted Inder. You don't have to say these things in front of the students. I said, what can you do? Use your good spell on him. To shut up. There was no fluctuation in Gorshak's grey pupils. He turned his head and said lightly. Bach, you keep the illegal creatures in private captivity. In violation of the school rules, after finishing the course every day this month, you must go to the camp guarded by the Hogwarts hunting ground to help him with the Forbidden Forest. Do you understand? Indo called out sharply, dare you? He didn't know why he was so angry that he wanted to grab Gorshak's collar with his hands, but was pushed aside by the dean. I don't need you to teach me how to treat students, Indo. Gorshak looked at Hoffa and said calmly, go out, Bach, someone will send you a letter at night. Hoffa was expressionless, turned and left. Inder's chest was ups and downs violently with anger. He shouted, stop, Hoffa, you made no mistakes, this old thing is not qualified to punish you. Hoffa turned his head, he looked at Inder, who was furious, and then at Gorshak, who looked cold. After a pause, Hoffa muttered, I don't know who you are, I just picked up a badger. Indo was dumbfounded. You are very smart, Bach. Dean Gozak said. However, his next sentence caused Hoffa's heart to fall to the bottom of his feet. But if you commit the crime again next time, you will be expelled. Hoffa nodded silently, pushed the door, closed it, and went out. Behind the door, Inder yelled angrily, if you don't want me to come to your school, hurry up and fix that teleportation array, and then send the wizard over. Chapter 32, Carved Drawing on Oak Tree. The situation became extremely bad. Suddenly, Hoffa went from an ordinary student to an ordinary student who was warned by the school's top management. You will be expelled next time you commit the crime again. Goshawk's eyes were not joking with himself, he would really do it. At this point, Hoffa had no room for resistance. He got the phantom spell, and even got a high-level ghost walk, but his weak facts did not change. At this moment Hoffa realized that he was not the savior, neither fame nor halo. He is only 11 years old, lacks accumulation, lacks strong capital, and lacks the power to truly break the rules. Hoffa could figure out who reported him. But the strange thing is that he is not angry, some are just numb. He couldn't hate Aglaia anymore. If she were a boy, I'm afraid Hoffa wouldn't even use magic, and went straight up to hit the opponent with his fist. It is a pity that Hoffa suffered from the boring loss of sex. He can only accept the school's arrangement and regard it as an indispensable lesson. All day long, he sat in the class with no expression and did not communicate with anyone. He was thinking about future arrangements. First of all, he must complete all the tasks arranged by the school, eliminate the adverse effects of the Hogsmeade incident on him, and become a low-key ordinary student again. Secondly, he can no longer let anyone find out that he has violated school rules. Suspend all grey plans, explore schools in violation of regulations, or learn knowledge from banned books, all of which will be temporarily put aside. How to be cautious? Expelled? And Hoffa must not let this happen. He is only 11 years old now, unaccompanied on the European continent, and he must be attached to Hogwarts for the time being to survive. During the evening meal, Hoffa returned to normal. He started talking and laughing with the classmates around him, and there was no difference on weekdays. Halfway through the dinner, a senior student came over. A letter was handed to Hoffa. Take a look at it. There are 2 parchment papers inside, with the first one written on it. Every day at 5:30, the guards of the hunting grounds will wait for you at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. I hope you can discover your own shortcomings while working at Begorshak. It is a letter of labor punishment. There is also a piece of parchment under this note. When he took it out, Hoffa's heart was cold. This is a scoring check sheet, which is used to sign and score the Forbidden Forest guards. There are excellent, good, ordinary, bad. 4 ratings. After the general column, write, stay in school for observation. And after the bad column, it says, expelled. Extra goal, honestly for a month. Hoffa sighed. This was his goal and also his obstacle. It must be overcome to talk about future development. Looking at the time, it was 5 o'clock, and only half an hour from the time marked on the letter. He gave up his plan to eat dinner, took 2 chicken drumsticks from the table and put them in his pocket, and after saying goodbye to Miranda, he hurriedly left. Outside the castle, a fuzzy round of hairy moon has risen, the sky is very dim, and the breeze is blowing Hoffa's hair. The rain was still pattering, and the rain wetted his school robe. The rain on the edge of the Forbidden Forest is much smaller. There are many tall trees growing here, and the air smells of rotting leaves. When he had just walked to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a large group of crows suddenly burst out of the dark forest. They croaked past the moon, as if they had seen something ominous. The hunting ground was empty, and Hoffa stood at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest for a while, until the crows no longer chirped, and he saw a few nicks on the tree through the last daylight. Joy Dago's house, nothing to disturb. Joey Dago? It seems that this person is the current hunting ground guard. The only known hunting guard in Hoffa was Rubeus Hagrid. It will be 2 years before Hagrid comes to Hogwarts to go to school. Naturally, there is no Hagrid's cabin here. He had also seen the current hunting field guard. He was a one-eyed old man riding a horse. He was in charge of the school's various notices on the boat he sent him on when school started, but Hoffa did not know him at all. If you come, let it rest. Hoffa comforted himself. Fluorescence flickers. With soft singing, a burst of silver light illuminates the darkness. Hoffa raised his wand high and pointed it at a path of sheep's intestines gradually concealing into the depths of the black dense forest. Looking into the Forbidden Forest, he couldn't see anything. Hoffa tightened his robes and stepped into this familiar but unfamiliar wood. He thought he was walking along the path, and he should be able to see the hunting ground guard named Joy Dago. But as he walked, he felt something was wrong, because when he came to an oak tree along the path, the intestinal path under his feet was divided into 3 forks, leading to different directions. What the is going on? Hoffa muttered to himself. He took out the note that Gorshak gave him and looked around. There was no map of the Forbidden Forest on it. No way, the task is the task. He had to rush to the hunting ground guard before 5:30, otherwise he would be late. He put away the note and went to Sanchika and shouted a few times. "Mr. Dago! Are you there?" The voice echoed in the open forest, but no one answered. Hoffa frowned, could he only choose one path? But these 3 roads seemed to make no difference at all. He walked to the oak tree in the middle of the 3 forks. When Hoffa approached, he found some very crude but vivid patterns carved on the tree. There are 3 pictures, corresponding to 3 entrances. On the left is a tower under the flash of lightning. In the middle is a woman in a robe holding a balance. On the right is a weird man hanging upside down from a tree. Hoffa thought for a moment. These patterns seemed to have been seen in the school's divination textbooks, but he was not a person who was good at divination. To be honest, he didn't believe in this stuff either. The obscure and inexplicable sentence patterns of the divination teacher are more like madmen's rants to him. He understands every word apart, and he doesn't understand the combination. In the face of such a weird intersection, Hoffa had no good way. He put away his wand, stood in front of the 3 forks, and touched the ground with his hands. "You, me, fool, Snow White marry him." Left. Hoffa walked in along the path patterned with the lightning tower. As soon as he stepped into this woodland, his figure blurred a few times and disappeared into the forbidden forest. The fog engulfed the road. Perceiving the mist in the forest at night, Hoffa narrowed his eyes and raised his wand. The silver light of the magic wand illuminates the surrounding roads, and Hoffa saw that the moist path around his feet was covered with moss and colorful tiny fungi. Some unknown fluorescent bugs were flying in the darkness, and they scattered after hearing Hoffa's voice. After not walking far along the road, a large tree hugged by 2 persons appeared in the middle of the road again, firmly blocking the direction of Hoffa's advancement. Seeing that the road was blocked again, a trace of impatience surged into Hoffa's heart. "What's the situation? Didn't you let yourself come to the forbidden forest to look for guards at the hunting grounds? Why is the road either bifurcated or blocked? Is this hunting ground guards mentally ill?" In Hoffa's impression, the faculty of this generation of Hogwarts are quite normal. How could they do such nonsensical things? Annoyed, he walked to the tree in the middle and tried to walk around from the side. But after walking to the tree, he saw 3 identical engravings on the tree again. A tower under the flash of lightning. A woman in a robe with a balance. A weird man hanging upside down on a tree. Hoffa's impatient expression gradually cooled. Things have become a little abnormal. A feeling of being spied loomed, and the flying fluorescent insects slowly floated towards Hoffa, and the number began to increase. He drew out his wand and slowly began to back away, wanting to return to the exit to speak. But just after taking a step back, I found that my feet couldn't move. Looking down, a black dry palm on the ground grabbed his ankle. Hoffa's hair exploded. He suddenly exerted force, kicked the palm that hooked him, turned his head and ran back. This time, the fog is thicker. La la la. Inexplicable soft laughter sounded around. Hoffa turned his head and saw that the tiny mushrooms on the ground that grew in the dark and damp places suddenly swelled up, densely covering the trunk and the ground like parasites. As the mushrooms got bigger and bigger, some of the patterns still cracked in the middle and continued to split. The patterns on the mushrooms looked like small faces, some were smiling, some were fierce, and some looked at themselves grievingly. They squeezed from all directions, and Hoffa was frightened. The unknown changes exceeded his expectations. The sudden crisis made him sweat, and he could only forcefully calm down. He changed the direction and started running again. Without running a few steps, all the swollen mushrooms on the ground exploded and the mucus shot in all directions, and countless black hands densely stretched out from the middle, firmly holding Hoffa. Those fireflies in the air stuck to Hoffa's face, trying to get in through his skin. Hoffa entered into a ghostly wandering state without hesitation. He broke away from the material world in an instant, and entered the shadow world with only 2 colors of gray and white. But the surrounding black hands did not disappear, instead they grew vigorously from the ground. Moreover, from the perspective of the shadow world, the entire forest changed its appearance, as if it were a moving creature constantly wriggling. The black hand caught Hoffa in the shadow, the mushroom still stared at him firmly, and countless insects penetrated into his cheek, making him look weird and hideous. Damn it! Hoffa's head turned quickly. Leaving the material world and still not leaving this weird magic, it seems that this is not a spell directed at the flesh, but a magic directed at the spirit. Thinking of this, Hoffa looked very solemn. He didn't waste any more magic power, and immediately quit the ghost walk. The black hands were almost submerging Hoffa, and they dragged Hoffa into the ground little by little, and there was an excited weird conversation between each other. Hoffa closed his eyes, running the meditation with all his strength, purifying his spirit, while thinking about countermeasures quickly. Magic involves hallucinations, and most of the spells that can affect the spirit are related to dark magic. This is what Professor Melas of Gryffindor College once said in class. It may be a defensive technique, or it may be pure black magic, there is only a thin line between the two. It's only a few hundred meters away from Hogwarts Castle. Hoffa doesn't believe that anyone can plant deep black magic here, so it must be some kind of weird defense technique. Under the full operation of the meditation, Hoffa's spirit began to become sharp from innocence, the surrounding scenery and black hands began to blur, and some grabbed Hoffa's arm and even began to scream and emit white smoke. It seems that what they caught was not a person at all, but a soldering iron. The insects attached to Hoffa crackled open. But Hoffa's resistance did not make them retreat. Countless black-handed tides gushed from the dark underground and flooded Hoffa. Hoffa closed his eyes, his spirit radiated like a spider web, every touch of spirit turned into a steel needle, and each steel needle penetrated a black hand or a strange bug. The entire spiritual world has become a battlefield. The battlefield between him and unknown magic. Just as the situation of the battle was rapidly changing anxiously, the outcome was irrelevant. A strong force came from an unknown place, a man stretched out his hand, crossed the boundary between illusion and reality, held Hoffa's shoulder, and abruptly pulled Hoffa out of the control of the black hands. Hiss! It was like falling off the bed after falling asleep. Hoffa jerked, opened his eyes abruptly, and his whole body swayed twice. He was completely awake. Mushrooms, black hands, creeping forests, and flying strange insects all disappeared. The sky was still pattering and there was a cold light rain. He was now standing in front of an old oak tree at the entrance of the forbidden forest, his face almost touching the trunk, and what was in front of him was the engraved picture of lightning hitting the tower. Hoffa's face was pale, and his fingers were cold. After walking so far in his consciousness, his body didn't move a step. Hoffa didn't even know when he fell into the illusion. You came early. There was a hoarse but steady voice around him. It's 5:30, why are you coming here early? Hoffa turned his head and saw that he saw a weather-beaten face, a one-eyed old man about 50 years old. He was holding his arms and looking up and down. Chapter 33, Dangerous Creatures. I received the news, I came to pick you up at 5:30, but I didn't expect you to go the wrong way. The old man said slowly. Wrong way? The cold fingers began to warm up, and Hoffa's face gradually returned to normal. There is no doubt that the old man carrying a bow and arrow in front of him is the guard of Hogwarts hunting grounds. Why do you want to place this kind of thing at the entrance? Hoffa pointed to the tree trunk, suppressing angrily asked. He thought that it was fortunate that he had a meditation idea. If he was an ordinary first-year student, he would have been scared to pee his pants. That kind of magic is no joke. It was not arranged by me, it was arranged by the forbidden Linma. The old man said lightly, without further explanation. What? Why did the horsemen do this? Forbidden forests are not peaceful recently. They also want to help. The old man curled his lips, "Come with me." After speaking, he tightened the bow and arrow on his back and wandered into the forbidden forest. Watching the old man disappear into the forbidden forest, Hoffa followed behind him and asked, "What are the 3 pictures on the tree?" "Past, present, future." The old man said flatly, "You will be fine after you follow me, don't run around." "What?" The old man's pace was a bit fast, and Hoffa had to speed up to keep up with him. "Can you explain the past, present and future more clearly?" "I don't know. I'm not interested in the magic of horsemen. If you want to know, I suggest you find a horseman and ask." Seeing the old man looked like he didn't really want to talk nonsense, Hoffa had to shut up and drove silently. Following the old man, the previous thing did not happen again, and the surrounding scenery was much more real. There was no fork in the road or the previous weirdness, it was just a very ordinary woods. After walking for about 3 minutes, his vision became clear, and Hoffa saw the faint light in the woods and the crackling fire in the air. The old man took Hoffa to a campfire in a glade. He took off his bow and arrow and pointed to the opposite side of the fire. "Sit down, I'm a little busy tonight, we will leave after dinner." There is a cobblestone on the opposite side of the fire, which is blocked by trees, the ground is dry and there is no rain. There was a tin can on the fire, and something was simmering in it, and there was a slight smell of meat in the air. Hoffa sat down and didn't speak for a while, but looked up and down at the old man opposite by the light of the fire. Joey Dago. This was the least wizard-like guy he had ever seen. He was dressed in animal skins and had only one eye. Several steel daggers stuck in his waist. Carrying a wooden bow and an iron arrow, there are still 2 dead hares hanging on the wooden frame beside him. Had it not been for him to be at Hogwarts, Hoffa would only think he was a little-known country hunter. Joey Dago did not speak, in fact, since Hoffa appeared, he has been quite taciturn. He had been fiddled with the stone in front of him with the tongs, without even looking at Hoffa. The silence lasted for about 5 minutes, and Hoffa took out a piece of parchment from his arms. "Sir, this is my assessment form." Across the fire, Hoffa politely handed over the list. "Okay." The old man took the score sheet and went into his pocket without looking at it. Then he continued to fiddle with stones and charcoal fire. Hoffa tentatively asked, "May I ask Mr. Dago, what task do I have tonight?" "Just call me Joey," the man said lightly, without raising his head. His accent is not like the English side, but like the American side. Hoffa didn't know how to answer for a while, so he shut up. After about 20 minutes, the smell of meat in the air became more intense. Before Hoffa came, he had only a little potato pie and a few chicken drumsticks. His abdomen was empty, and when he smelled the scent, he couldn't help but salivate a little. Joey took out a spoon from his back, opened the tin can and turned it around. The tin can was originally stewed with rabbit meat and beans. The red is very attractive. The old man tasted a bit, and took out a wooden dish from behind. After serving some, he handed it to Hoffa. Hoffa quickly thanked him and took it. In the mouth of a spoonful of beans, a warm feeling warmed from the mouth to the lower abdomen. It was delicious. The beans are rotten, and the rabbit meat is delicious. This is completely different from the food made by Hogwarts house elves, rough but unique. Hoffa was eating beans, thinking that if he had a bowl of white rice at this time, it would be perfect. Joey had no white rice. He took out a piece of whole wheat bread from behind, broke it, and divided it among Hoffa. Then he also served a bowl of beans. Hoffa dipped the bread into the rabbit meat sauce and swallowed it, and the warmth in his belly gradually dispelled the anxiety and fear caused by the horseman's magic. "Are you the student named Hoffabach?" Joey asked while eating. Hoffa nodded, stuffed beans in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Yes." "You didn't happen by coincidence. The mission tonight is more dangerous. You need to go a little deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Don't get lost by then, understand?" What is the mission? Hoffa asked. Save a few magical animals. The old man said without raising his eyes. What animal? Hoffa was curious. The old man always said only a little bit. Dodo. Dodo. Does this sound dangerous? Hoffa did not refuse. His current goal is to be an honest man and eliminate his bad record in school. The old man ate quickly, and after a few bites, he took his bow and arrow on his back. I lit a torch and held it in my hand. Let's go. Hoffa put down the plate and followed. In the forbidden forest at night, Hoffa came for the first time. He was still a little panicked. If he was a generation with Harry and knew what he would meet, even if he would meet Voldemort in the Soul State, or a giant spider, he would not panic because it was certain and known. It will happen. But now, he didn't even know what would happen in this forest, and he didn't know the old man beside him. Everything is unknown, and this is what worries Hoffa the most. Especially when Mai was taken down by the weird magical illusion, Hoffa walked very cautiously. Joey caught a glimpse of Hoffa's conservative posture, and asked as he walked, "You're Gryffindor?" "No, Ravenclaw." "Ravenclaw, it's really strange. I spent 10 years in Hogwarts. It was the first time I saw a student from Ravenclaw College who were sent to the Forbidden Forest." Hoffa opened his mouth wide. "What? I was the first Ravenclaw student to be fined in the Forbidden Forest in 10 years. Joey continued, "The most people who come to me are Gryffindor. Those surplus brats can't wait to break every rule. Next is Hufflepuff, then Slytherin, Laven. Crow, you are still the first." Hoffa silently shut up. He had to say that the old man's words were quite effective. The trace of anxiety in Hoffa's chest was quickly suppressed. This old man seems to have a lot of experience, so much Gryffindor is fine, and he should be fine. After walking for another 10 minutes, there was the sound of gurgling water in his ears, and Joey suddenly reached out and stopped Hoffa, and they came to a stream. It is not as dark as in the Forbidden Forest just now, because there are some fungus plants on the ground that emit yellow and blue fluorescence. Their small umbrellas glowed dimly in the dark, very beautiful. But Hoffa's stomach tightened as they looked at them, inexplicably thinking of the mushrooms in the illusion. Joey stood still by the stream, and Hoffa turned his head curiously and asked, "What's the matter?" "Wait a minute, wait for a friend," Joey said lightly. "Friend?" Hoffa was curious. Before he could ask, he understood who his friend was. In the forest at night, a pretty amazing scene appeared. A unicorn glowing with silver-white light slowly walked out of the forest. It has a soft mane, like a horse, but much cleaner and more beautiful than a horse. Several colorful butterflies flew around the unicorn on its head. The look is very gratifying. Old Joey bent over and bowed to the unicorn across the stream. Hoffa was shocked by the beauty of this animal and could not help but bowed. The unicorn nodded, then drank the stream, changed direction, and entered the ban. Deep in the forest. "Let's go." Joey motioned for Hoffa to follow. Unicorns know everything in the forest. Usually they will help you find the problems in the forest. But basically the problems they find are usually not minor problems. There may be something wrong with the Forbidden Forest. Joey followed behind the unicorn and explained to Hoffa in a low voice. Hoffa looked at the vague silver figure in front of him, leaping in the dark forest, moving very fast and very light, barely making any sound. Every time its hoof stepped on the ground, it would leave some bright magic traces, and those traces would quickly grow small and bright plants, which were very conspicuous on the dark surface. This is the second time Hoffa has seen a magical creature. The last time he saw a magical creature was by the side of the black wizard Schmidt. But those creatures almost killed Hoffa. "Run for 5 minutes. Joey, it's almost at the Dodo's lair." Hoffa, oh. After coming to the magic school for so long, Hoffa also has a little common sense of magical creatures. The dodo is a gentle and docile small bird, good at escaping and not aggressive. This kind of bird should be very safe. And many more. What is that? The unicorn stopped. Neighed. Joey lights up his wand, Hoffa takes a breath, and takes 6 or 7 steps back. Leaning on the tree, it was beyond shock. In the middle of the forest, there is a huge creature, like a mountain bag, with an eagle head, 6 wings, grey feathers, and dark golden eyes. It's at least 10 meters long, and it's still in its nest. God knows how big this thing really is. Here, Hoffa felt the weather was suffocating, just like the sultry heat before the summer rainstorm. Hell, it's October in Britain now. There was some inexplicable electrical energy floating around, making Hoffa's scalp numb. The giant bird looked up at Hoffa, and whispered. Said that he was not malicious. Joey said calmly, "This is Tara's, my friend." Hoffa was shocked. "This guy is a dodo, are you kidding?" "No, it's Thunderbird." After speaking briefly, Joey stepped forward and patted the beak of the giant bird. The giant bird arched Joey affectionately, his head bigger than his body. Joey's expression softened. He held the bird's head, talked to it in a low voice, and fed it something to eat from time to time. But the bird can't eat anymore. Hoffa was relieved from the initial shock, and he only noticed now. This bird is very old, the ground is covered with thick feathers, a lot of feathers on its body have fallen off, its eyes do not have much brilliance, its wings are slumped weakly, and it looks like it is about to die. Thunderbird, an old thunderbird. Legendary creature. This kind of bird that can call thunder and lightning when flying by spreading its wings, Hoffa has also seen it in his previous life. This bird only lives in Arizona, the United States. Why does it also have one in the British Forbidden Forest? After walking around this magical creature, Hoffa murmured, "I remember, this is a 4x level magical creature marked by the Ministry of Magic, it is the same level as dragons, and it is strictly forbidden to breed with." "So what?" Joey said lightly, holding the bird's head. "Rules are just tools made by humans, and no one in the animal world rules whose territory belongs to whom. Those people at school, no." Joey just glanced at Hoffa without speaking. Hoffa talked, he could only speculate that the Thunderbirds were brought by Joey, because Joey sounds like an American. Joey murmured a few words with Thunderbird, and then, Thunderbird lifted up his wings with difficulty, and whispered again, his voice a little sad. Hoffa came closer and found out that under the wings of the huge Thunderbird was a small natural shelter. There were many nests of terrestrial birds on the ground, and many bird feathers were scattered here and there. Or red or blue. Hoffa walked slowly around the shack, kicking a hard object on his foot, and he was taken aback. When he fixed his eyes, he found a stiff, dead bird. It was the size of a hen, its eyes were round and its bright feathers lost its luster. A dead dodo. Hoffa turned along the shack, and then he took a breath. Turning to the fir tree behind Thunderbird, dozens of colorful round chocobos lay densely on the ground. The dodos are all dead, they are facing one direction, their bodies are stiff, and there is a slight breath of death in the air. It seems that they were killed instantly at the moment of escape. The unicorn circled around Hoffa and walked slowly. Its mood is a little sad, and it doesn't want to stay here. I saw it arched a few bird eggs on the ground, then ran away quickly and disappeared among the woods. Joey turned around with his shiny wand, and his expression was a bit solemn when he saw the scene in front of him. He fumbled on the ground, frowning. From time to time, he put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it. "Death does not exceed 4 o'clock, it." Thunderbird whispered, his voice a little angry and unwilling. Joey raised his head and said to Thunderbird, "It's not your fault, you are old." Thunderbird stopped calling now. Joey rubbed his chin and murmured, "Even the unicorns and Thunderbirds lied to them. The murderer is really amazing." At this moment, there was a sudden bang, bang, and bang in the air, similar to the sound of popping soap bubbles. Chapter 34, The Dark Soul. Hoffa looked up and saw a small figure staggering and flickering in the air, and each flicker would appear in another place, striking everywhere like headless flies. It is a young dodo bird, not dead. This is a creature that can't fly but can teleport. I saw the bird shivering in the bushes. Perceiving Hoffa's eyes, it whined. Both Joey and Hoffa stood up, but it was even more frightened. It flickered several times before hitting the tree and falling to the ground. There is one more alive. Joeyden wanted to catch the bird. Unexpectedly, the dodo bird struggling banged and teleported to the tree, shivering, and refused to get down. It was greatly frightened. Joey hurriedly said to Hoffa, "You are young, and he is a little wary of you. Help me get it down. This is the last of this group of dodos, and it may be the last on Earth. Don't let it run around." The last one on the Earth, Hoffa's pressure suddenly increased. He claps his hands friendly at the nestling on the canopy, hoping to attract it. But the bird did not come down and did not trust Hoffa. When Hoffa had an idea, he took out from his chest the 2 drumsticks that he had brought in the auditorium at night. The young bird smelled the scent of the food and turned his head slowly. It was very hungry, but it was afraid of Hoffa and did not dare to come down. Hoffa then put the chicken leg on the ground in its tangled eyes, and raised his hand and backed slowly. It still refuses to come down. Hoffa gritted his teeth, released his wand, and placed it on the ground. The dodo turned around and looked at Joey next to him. Joey immediately disarmed all his arms. Bo! The nestling on the canopy disappeared, and then it appeared in front of the chicken legs on the ground and gobbled up. It should have been a long time without a bird feeding it, and it was starving. Hoffa waited for it to finish, took out another one, and walked over slowly. This time the dodo did not evade, and ate the food under Hoffa's palm. Having gained the trust of the other party, Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief. When it finished eating, he quickly hugged the little dodo in his arms. Its body was warm and trembling, like a poor fluffy ball. "Shhh, it's okay." The fluffy little bird felt Hoffa's stable mental power, and his mood stabilized little by little. Hoffa found a wound on the dodo's leg, and strange blue blood was leaking from the wound. "Hoffa, Joy, this bird is hurt. Who did this? Why kill the dodo?" Joey took out a roll of gauze from his waist, wrapped the bird's legs, and muttered to himself in a deep voice. "Will it be a predator?" Hoffa asked in a low voice. "No, if it's a predator, why don't you just kill but not eat it? Nature rarely does genocide. Besides, these birds have no abilities, but their escape ability is first-rate. People who can kill the dodo, must have a strong magical power. Artificial?" Hoffa looked at the bird corpses on the ground, and he couldn't figure out why anyone would kill the bird cleanly. Is it psychopathic or for some unknown purpose? After simply bandaging the wound, Joey said to Hoffa, "Let's go back and treat the bird first, and we must not let it go wrong again. There is also a bird and a few bird eggs. There are still." However, the words were not finished, and suddenly, a faint sound came from the forest. Whoosh! A sharp arrow appeared from the darkness and shot towards Hoffa. Hoffa felt it, but it was too late to react. At this critical moment, the thunderbird pushed Hoffa with its wings and pushed him to the side of the tree trunk. The Nalai arrow flew past Hoffa's ear and hit the thunderbird's wing. Did not penetrate its feathers, but made it cry in pain. There was a flash of electricity in the air. This shocked Hoffa's cold sweat. He stooped down like lightning, pulled out his wand, and was always ready to start the ghost walk. And Joey quickly bent his bow and thrown his arrow, pointed firmly at the darkness of the forest. Who? The archery man appeared. With the sound of horse hooves, a half-man and half-horse creature slowly emerged from the darkness and appeared in the forbidden forest. This is a tall horseman, a tall old horseman, with a long grey beard and strong muscles. Behind him, a group of horsemen slowly came around from the edge of the woods. Each of them bends their bows and throws their arrows, and looks very alert. Joey slowly put down his bow and arrow, put his hand on Hoffa's wrist, and motioned for him to calm down. The grey-beard horseman was slightly surprised. "Is it you, Joey?" Joey asked coldly, "Do you want to die, Nan Yun? Why do you want to do something with the students?" The old horse's gaze stayed on Hoffa for a while. "Acknowledged the wrong person," the horseman said in an ethereal voice. "Now you are not the only ones in the woods, several people. They come with different missions, but the purpose is the same: darkness." Following his words, the horsemen around slowly lowered their bows and arrows. Joey asked immediately, "It's not just us? You saw the intruder, who killed this group of dodo birds?" Tian Mu is confused by appearance, the invisible future, countless forks. We have reached the end of our destiny. The bearded horseman looked melancholy and sentimental. "Joey, damn, what are you talking about?" The horseman shook his head. "Judgment Day is coming. I have seen the dark shadows under the night, and the lightning flashing in the sky." Hoffa frowned. Why did the horseman speak upside down? Joey asked him specific questions, but he always answered them in words that weren't what they asked. Obviously Joey thought the same. He sullened his face, took a deep breath, and took Hoffa's shoulder, annoyed. "Is it okay?" "It's okay, then let's go. I still have important things to do." After speaking, he is leaving. "Wait." Nan Yun stopped Joey. Hoffa turned his head, only to find that the horseman's gaze was firmly locked on his body. "There is a shadow in your future, beware of the dark soul, young man," said the horseman. Hoffa's eyes widened, but Joey became impatient. "I really hope you guys can learn to communicate with people normally." After speaking, he took Hoffa and walked out of the horseman's encirclement quickly. "Follow the path, walk all the way back." The horsemen did not follow, they just turned their heads and watched the two leave. Walking through the forbidden forest, Hoffa was silent and prophesied. "I actually encountered a prophecy." Prophecy can be said to be Hoffa's most annoying ability, and the prophet is also the most boring and troublemaking profession in the world. How many great abilities and heroes are inexplicably pitted on this? For example, Voldemort and Harry, such as Domination and Fengyun, such as Zeus and Kratos. They all listened to certain prophecies, and then made radical actions, and finally put themselves to death. Not only pitted himself, but also pitted the protagonist. Only fulfilled the prophet's reputation as a god. He still remembered watching the World Cup in his previous life, and someone specifically predicted in the post that the so-and-so team would win the championship. Of course he did not only predict one, he would predict 32. When the World Cup was over, he opened a little vest to top the old post that his prediction was successful. "Look, my God, I am the Prophet Emperor." Then the people below began to worship, prophesying the Emperor, prophesying the Emperor. Especially boring. If it was still the normal world, someone suddenly said to Hoffa, "Hey, there is a shadow around your kid, beware of the dark soul." Hoffa will only slap it. "Dark your mother's legs, is the second one on top?" But after all, this is not a normal world. The world of wizards is very curious. Who knows whether this thing is true or not? At least the prophecies in Harry Potter were basically fulfilled. The words of the horse made Hoffa ruined in his throat, making him uncomfortable. Returning to the place where he entered the forbidden forest at the beginning, Hoffa couldn't help but ask Joey, "What do those horsemen mean?" "Don't worry about the horsemen, don't believe what they say," Joey said disdainfully. "Those guys are stupid talents living in the future, and their favorite thing to do is to scare themselves." Joey took the dodo in Hoffa's arms and said, "Come on and help me. Go home later tonight." The old man's words made Hoffa feel a little more comfortable. This person is a bit like Minerva McGonagall. Joey stood by an oak tree and blew a whistle. Then, a soft ladder hung from the oak tree, and he climbed it up. Hoffa looked up and saw that there was a large tree house above his head. It was pitch black when he came, and he didn't see it. Followed Joey to the tree house. This is a big oak tree with dense branches and not difficult to walk. Soon Hoffa stood on the wooden platform between the canopies. If you step on it, you will make a thumping sound. Hoffa admired the old man a little, and he built a tree house in a place like the Forbidden Forest and lived a solitary life. Really a guy who can stand loneliness. As soon as the door was opened, there was a creaking sound in the air, which was covered with feathers and messy threads. A group of chick-like creatures were squeezed in a corner by Hoffa's arrival. They had 2 oversized eyes, smooth and light gray skin, slender legs, and flat feet. A group of tree guards looked at him curiously, lying on the side of the potted plants. When he passed by, these creatures thought Hoffa had invaded his territory and began to creak small clods of soil on his head. Hoffa had nothing to do with them, he hadn't taken a course on magical animals. Fortunately, Joey arrived in time and blew a whistle, and the tree guards became quiet. As Joey walked into his tree house, the chick-like creatures lined up again and slipped out of the corner. Very timid. Are you familiar with magical creatures? Hoffa asked. Cooked? Of course, I eat this bowl of rice. Joey said with his arms folded. There are no animals in the world that I don't know. After speaking lightly, he put the baby bird on the table, took some herbs in a medicine bowl, and grind it. Help me untie the bandage, I'll put some medicine on it, Joey said. Hoffa did. At this moment, the baby bird had calmed down and was looking curiously at the tree guard above his head. After removing the bandage, Hoffa asked again. Then do you know there is a kind of monkey with shiny silver body and big eyes? You can always tell where the enemy is. Phantom monkey. Joey nodded. Of course I know that a very rare and unique creature has a certain ability to predict the future. Fur can also be used to make invisible cloaks. How do you know? Have you seen that kind of creature? Hoffa shook his head quickly. No, I just saw it in a book, I was a little curious. He didn't want to be known by others about his fight with the dark wizard. Old Joey didn't doubt him, he handed the ground medicine to Hoffa. Wash the wound, then apply it evenly. Hoffa did so, and he took a little water and washed the wound on the dodo's leg. Washed out the blue full of hands. Joey handed Hoffa a towel and sighed, the blood of the dodo is blue. They have a certain spatial magic ability and can be moved by flashing. The school keeps them here is very useful. Now, something happened to them, I'm afraid I will bear the responsibility. What? Hoffa didn't expect this. They were raised in school. Correct. Why do you raise them? Take their blood regularly, Joey said glumly. Why take blood? Dodo's blood is an important ingredient for many teleportation magic, even flow powder. Without it, many teleportation spells cannot be used. Hoffa turned his head somewhat mechanically. What did you say? What can this bird's blood do? The raw material of the teleportation array, the dodo is a magical creature that can move at will. Many wizards can't do this. Their bloodline contains magical space magic. Joey said, it's the same. This kind of bird has been hunted and killed in captivity, and the existing population is not much. Hoffa's expression was a little dull, he immediately thought of the school's destroyed teleportation formation. There is no doubt that the murderer who killed the dodo and the destroyer of the school teleportation formation were definitely the same person. The teleportation array was destroyed, causing Yinduo to come to the school to find himself. Now that due to the arrival of Duo, the saboteur has cut off the source directly, it is really decisive. Chapter 35, Follow Death. Soon, the chick recovered health under the care of Hoffa and Joey. The dodo is an animal that lives in the present. In just one night, it has forgotten the horror of its tragic genocide. It should eat and sleep. However, Hoffa couldn't do the same. The quality of his life has gone from bad to worse. It is not so easy to change back to a student who has no one's attention and eliminate one's bad record. Every day, in addition to studying normally and doing homework, Hoffa also wanders in the forest to gather herbs. More often, he would patrol the edge of the Forbidden Forest to check the living conditions of various magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. This is a tiring job, because there are too many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. There is a Morat rat, which looks like a mouse, and grows by the lake. He likes to eat crustaceans and has an anemone-like tumor on his back. Hoffa needs to collect these tumors and supply them to the school hospital. There are Humiiza who always appear in groups. They are small humanoid creatures that look like fairies, but they have many hands and legs, black hair all over, and thick wings like beetles. Hoffa collects their nails to use as medicine for the potions class. These are Hoffa's most hated creatures. They don't hurt much, but they are always flying above your head, buzzing, like the mosquitoes from the summer grass. Once Hoffa saw two Humiiza deliberately mating on top of his head, and he was so angry that he pulled the two pairs apart and hung them on the branches respectively. Although Humiiza hates it, it's not dangerous. The hateful female bird is different. This kind of bird has a good-looking appearance and its feathers are very bright, with orange, lime green, and yellow. But its cry can make people crazy. And Hoffa collects their feathers, because their feathers are the material of the school teacher's quill pen. During the collection process, Hoffa almost ran away because of the annoying singing several times, shooting wildly with his wand, but fortunately Joey blocked his ears in time. The only creature that makes Hoffa feel less annoying is the moon monster. They have big eyes, round bodies, and big feet. They are shy by nature and like remote places. They usually come out of the cave to bathe in the moonlight on the night of the full moon. They stand on their hind legs and dance on the ground. Leave complex patterns. These patterns will mislead later generations of Muggles, making them think that UFOs are making crop circles. Of course, this cute creature did not cure Hoffa's bad mood at work, because Hoffa's reason for contacting them was to collect their feces. Their feces are high-quality fertilizers that can be collected and sprinkled on magical plants. Make plants grow fast and strong. This is not a pleasant life. Every time he collects this stuff, his heart becomes more and more dissatisfied with Ender. After the guy cheated himself, he left without saying a word. It was really interesting to leave himself at Hogwarts as a coolie. Outside of work and life, Hoffa also always pays attention to information from the outside world. Every time Miranda's Daily Prophet delivered, he would lean over to take a look. He wants to see news that people have captured 3 dark wizards. It is a pity that the events of Hogsmeade continued to ferment, but no one found any trace of Schmidt-Lutrove. As if he had evaporated from the world. This made Hoffa's heart still unable to settle down, because in the closet next to his bed, Schmidt's wand was still locked. October gradually passed, the wet cold air filled around the Forbidden Forest, the weather began to cool, and Hoffa's working time in the Forbidden Forest was coming to an end. On October 30th, outside the Forbidden Forest, 2 black horses, one large and one small, walked slowly along the frosty stream. It was Hoffa and Joey. Hoffa rode on horseback, Joey led his horse, dragged a big bag, and occasionally picked some herbs and threw it into the bag. Since the work of the Forbidden Forest includes patrolling, the patrol area is very large, so Hoffa learned how to ride horses this month, which is a free tutorial given to him by Joey. Riding a horse patrol is not a beautiful job. After the first freshness passed, Hoffa often got pain in his buttocks, his crotch was worn out, and he couldn't walk his legs together. Fortunately, today is the last day of his work in the Forbidden Forest. Once today, he can return to a more relaxed and normal school life. Of course, the premise is that Joey can score a good score on Hoffa's score list. For this, Hoffa did not doubt. After all, we got along for a month. The relationship between the two is pretty good. Only today, on the last day of the 2 patrols, Joey was in very bad condition. I saw him walking in front of the horses with blind eyes, and from time to time he would mechanically bend over to grab some plants and throw them into the bag, numb as a marionette. Hoffa didn't know what was wrong with the old man, and asked half seriously and half jokingly. "Hey, Joey, did you sign my bill?" Joey answered absently, plucking up a few weeds and threw them into the bag. Hoffa frowned slightly on the horse. "Then, is your rating excellent?" Joey was still lacking in energy and replied perfunctorily. Hoffa stopped probing. He drove his horse to stop Joey. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Joey hesitated for a while, then slowly asked, "Talas is dying. Would you like to send him a ride with me?" "What?" Hoffa was moved when he heard the news suddenly. "Taras, that old Thunderbird is dying?" He still remembered the night a month ago when the Thunderbird had helped himself block the horseman's arrow and saved himself once. When working this month, about every few days, Joey will take Hoffa to the Forbidden Forest to look after Thunderbirds. After the first surprise, he also gradually adapted to this big guy. It has a good temper, but basically does not move, and does not eat or drink. It is too old and too weak. Hoffa knew that this big bird might not last long, but he didn't expect it to last for less than a month. Joey, the cold weather in Britain made it very painful. It decided to end its life early. "Of course, I'll go," Hoffa said. "Not only to go, I also need you to do me a favor." Joey suddenly made up his mind, gritted his teeth and said. "What's busy?" Thunderbirds are very similar to phoenixes. Every time they die, they are actually the beginning of a new life. But the only difference from phoenixes is that they erase their memories and souls before they die, and give birth to something that has nothing to do with them. Offspring. As he said, Joey's eyes became firm. "I can't directly communicate with it, but you can. You are above ordinary people, and no one can persist in the magical illusion of horsemen for that long. I hope you can help me communicate with Taras once, let it must not erase its soul. At least, it will leave a little memory." Hoffa froze for a moment. He did not expect this request. "Do you want me to have a word with Taras?" "Joey, yes, I don't want it to forget me. For more than 30 years, I have experienced countless adventures with it. If it can, I don't want it to do so." "Does it not understand your intentions?" Hoffa asked rhetorically. "It understands, but it refused my request. If it can, I would like to ask you to give it a try at the end," Joey said. Hoffa nodded, just to speak to the bird, and just raise his hand. But Hoffa didn't know anything about how to talk to birds. He didn't know what Joey would use. The two riding horses, one after another along the path, came to the glade. "The last time I came here was night and I couldn't see clearly, this time it was daytime." Hoffa could see clearly, but he was also desolate. The Thunderbird that had saved itself once was no longer good. It was in a more unbearable state than the last time, and it was basically convex. The skin is grey and white, extremely thin, and the large and complex skeleton is high and convex. Like a fossil with skin, the ground is covered with bird feathers. As the cold wind blows, its abdominal cavity undulates slightly. Hoffa felt distressed when it looked like it, and maybe it was a good thing for him to get rid of it earlier. Joey took Hoffa to the Thunderbird. The old Thunderbird's consciousness was blurred. It was unaware of the arrival of the two. Joey gritted his teeth and touched the Thunderbird's body. He paused for a while, muttering words in his mouth. In the air, an inexplicable wave of magic began to flow. While singing, Joey took out a knife and cut the loose skin of Thunderbird. A drop of blood gathered at Joey's fingertips. Then, Joey cut off one of his little fingers with a knife. This action caused Hoffa to take a breath, arched his instep, and got goosebumps all over his body. "Bye. What this guy wants to do, he doesn't blink his eyes when he hurts himself." The blood rushing from his little finger merged with Thunderbird's blood. The inexplicable gust of wind began to scream. Several meters away, Hoffa could feel the powerful magic power contained in that drop of blood. Joey's face was extremely pale, and his hair was withered, as if he was 10 years old. It seemed that taking out a drop of blood had consumed all his strength. He walked to Hoffa and took Hoffa's hand. Kneeling on one knee, tremblingly smeared blood on the back of Hoffa's hand, and drew a mysterious eye pattern with the blood. Hoffa felt a little cold. Just to say a word to the bird, as for such a spell? After doing all this, Joey was so weak that he almost fainted. This is an ancient sacrificial magic that allows you to communicate with souls. You, help me ask Taras if you can keep a little memory. Not bad at all. Hoffa nodded, I see. But you have to remember that before you close your eyes, you must come back. If you can't see it, don't force it. Hoffa couldn't understand what he said. Come back? Isn't he obviously in the Forbidden Forest? Why is it like traveling far away? Hoffa, where do you want me to go? I went to the local area. Joey hadn't had time to finish. Suddenly, the thunderbird on the ground twitched. Joey pushed Hoffa away and stepped forward and pressed the old bird's beak. Old man, let's start. I will take care of you, he said. The dying thunderbird stood up with all its strength and raised its head high, with 6 huge wings covering the sky and obscuring the sun, and it was vaguely visible in the past. It held its head high, and its throat surged up and down forcefully. In the end, it spat out a slimy egg, the egg the size of Hoffa's head. This time exhausted all of Thunderbird's strength, and it fell heavily to the ground. As it died, it weakly but affectionately rubbed its head against Joey twice, watching Joey panting, deep golden eyes filled with reluctance. Josh knelt by the bird's beak and kept touching its head. After a few seconds, the bird stopped breathing. The golden eyes lost their look. Joey knelt on the ground motionless, burying his head in the opponent's neck. Hoffa, who had witnessed all this, was a little sad. Who says that animals have no feelings? Sometimes the feelings between humans and animals are more sincere and simple than the feelings between humans. However, before Hoffa was sentimental for a few seconds, the eyes on the back of his hand seemed alive. It blinked. Afterwards, Hoffa immediately felt that his eyelids were overweight. He fell to the ground with a plop, as if someone pulled his hand vigorously. His eyes lost their blackness, and only pure white remained. An invisible door suddenly opened, and a strong wind engulfed Hoffa's consciousness. Afterwards, his consciousness followed the mysterious power through the layers of space. Countless worlds flashed past his eyes, and countless planes lined up under his feet. It seems that all around his body is old-fashioned film footage. In the dim, Hoffa suddenly felt that it should feel very similar to fluffans, although he had never used fluffans. Finally, when he finished the fall, he stood on a solid ground. A blast of cold wind blows towards him, as if it can blow him to the point of annihilation and eliminate nothingness. He shuddered unexpectedly, and put his arms around his shoulders, almost screaming in pain. But soon, the meditative thoughts of the Mirajba traveler in his body started to work automatically, over and over again. Ming thoughts poured into the cold body like warm blood, resisting the merciless cold wind. Hoffa's spirit began to condense again and again, and the pain caused by the chill and cold wind gradually disappeared, and finally, he barely opened his eyes. At first sight of this place, he was stunned. In front of him is an endless abyss of ice and snow. Ice blue is the main color here, and cold wind is the only climate here. The slanting ice and snow came from the emptiness and gloomy sky, and went to the bottomless abyss. Everything here is hazy and inexplicable. Hoffa stretched out his hand, and a snowflake fell on his hand. From the snowflake, he saw a picture of a boy wearing a crown on his birthday. The picture lasted for a few seconds and then disappeared as the snowflake melted. After watching a few more films, they were all different. Every snowflake here represents a memory. Wiping off the snow from his hands, Hoffa looked around with wide eyes. He is standing on a bridge at the moment. This is a huge, straight stone bridge. It came from a place of nothingness, leading to the unknown shore. And at the far end of the other shore, there was a huge and vague eagle shadow, which was too big to describe in words. A little light leaked out as it looked around. It was the only light in this abyss. Hoffa opened his mouth wide, feeling something behind him. Turned his head to look. I saw a naked eye with a diameter of 1 meter on the bridge behind me. This naked eye was floating in the air with some bright red tentacles, and in the pupil of that eye, Hoffa could vaguely see the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. That is where he came. At this time. Know the sea. The long-lost system prompt sounded again. Chapter 36, Helheim. As the cold wind roared, the system prompt sounded again. Discover the mystery of Death Helheim, the bridge of the past. Complete 50% of the mystery exploration. You will get 1/3 of the spell fragment. 1/3 of the spell fragments contain peculiar energy. You can upgrade one of your spell abilities after obtaining 3 pieces. Complete 100% of mystery exploration. You will get Madman's Knowledge. Knowledge of a madman, treat it with caution. After having it, it is destined to deviate from your expectations. Knowledge of a madman. Hoffa stood on the bridge leading straight to the unknown void, looking at the eerie and weird phantom of the giant eagle in the distance. He raised his forehead and muttered to himself. Nima, this is too magical. That anger in his heart. Life made a joke with him again. Joey asked him to ask Thunderbird. He thought it would be the same as visiting a dying distant relative in the hospital in his previous life, holding each other's hand in front of the sickbed to comfort him somehow. Talk to the other party, listen to whether the other party has any unfulfilled last wishes, and do your responsibilities and obligations as a junior. But with such a simple task, he was thrown into another world at once, or to Helheim. This is the legendary kingdom of the dead. If this one can't go back, isn't it because he is trapped and died here? Looking back, behind him, that huge fleshy eye was slowly closing. Although the speed is slow, it is indeed closing. Looking at the back of his hand again, the pattern of the eye on the back of the hand is slowly closing, and the speed is synchronized with the eyeball. Thinking of what Joey said to himself, come back before you close your eyes, don't force it. He understood now that this eye was his passage back to Hogwarts. Hoffa calculated how fast his eyes closed, and he estimated that he could only stay here for about half an hour. Without further ado, act quickly. After confirming his goal, Hoffa ran quickly on the stone bridge against the strong wind. As soon as he ran, his body was like sand and dust, and a little bit of debris was blown out by the wind on this huge bridge. The debris dragged long behind him, like thin lines. Speaking of it, this is the second time he has left the original world. The first time was in the school's Violet Society's secret room. He entered a book called the Book of Spells. But this time is different from the last time. Last time, the system didn't give me a prompt at all, indicating that the place actually didn't exist or disappeared a long time ago. Whether it is true or not is still open to question. But this time the system gave a hint. And the reward has changed from the knowledge of the great to the knowledge of the madman. This place is real, and Hoffa trembled when he looked at the phantom giant eagle far away. He has also read some ancient myths in Europe. The eagle is Hraswalgal, and his name means the corpse devourer. An eagle transformed from a giant, this giant will be dressed in an eagle feather clothing, located in the far north of the world. When he waved his arm into an eagle wing, the cold wind will whiz across the earth. He thought these were all legends, but he didn't expect that this world was 100 times bigger than what he had imagined. If gods exist, are they still alive now? There was no one on the giant bridge, and it was empty. But as Hoffa ran forward, the degree of exploration in the sea of knowledge increased unexpectedly fast. 10%. 15%. 20%. This huge bridge seems boundless and extremely long. But no matter how Hoffa ran, the scenery on both sides never changed. Wind and snow, nothingness, and the phantom of the great eagle that penetrates the sky and the earth. After running for about 10 minutes, when the eye of flesh and blood behind him became a small size, a prompt came from the system. Ding! Helheim Bridge of the past. The exploration degree has reached 50%. Obtain spell shards, 1/3. Obtain 50% exploration and get a piece of magic fragment. Before Hoffa was overjoyed, he imagined what the madman's knowledge would be afterwards. A strange figure appeared on the road ahead. It was square, tall, walked very slowly, was blurred by the wind, and the fragments on its body were very severely stripped. Is it Thunderbird Terrace? Hoffa ran to the thing quickly, walking so far without seeing anything. This was the first thing he had ever seen. The closer, the more clear the strange shadow. Only then did Hoffa realize that it was a figure hugging a stele. It was chained all over, scrawny, and crouched. The stone stele on the back is nearly 5 meters high, and it is extremely heavy at first glance. Is that you? Therese. Hoffa turned around with some uncertainty and wanted to ask questions, but as soon as he turned around, he was taken a step back in fright. Look directly at the monster under the stele. It has no clothes, dark complexion, wrinkled, no eyes, no nose, no ears, only a mouth. The mouth was covered with dense maggots. Hey! 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 It made a painful trembling gasp, and walked past Hoffa a little bit shortly, neither looking at him nor paying attention to him, let alone answering his questions. It just clutched its chest in pain, trembling and struggling to crawl to unknown places in the cold wind. Hoffa looked at the stele on its back. He couldn't read any of the words on the inscription. Not the text of this world. With one, there is a second. Soon Hoffa saw the second figure carrying the stele, then the third and the fourth. They all walked in the same direction. Someone was the same as the one just now, with only a stone tablet on his back. But some guys had dozens of stone tablets pressed on their backs, densely packed, almost immobile. They lay on the ground and struggled forward like snails. Most of those people are extremely ugly and terrible indescribably. Only a small number of people do not have a stone tablet on their bodies, and they walk forward with blank expressions and indifferent expressions. This grotesque picture made Hoffa's mind tremble, and the meditations circulated for several times. Hoffa converged his mind and walked slowly forward. Follow his steps forward. There are more and more weird people here. Talas. Hoffa called softly as he ran. Try to find your goal. But all the people here are faceless, some are so ugly that they cannot be recognized, and some have a flat white board with no facial features. Hoffa felt instinctively that Talas was not here, and it would never grow like this. He wanted to change his mind. However, at this moment, a weak figure carrying a stone tablet was finally overwhelmed, crushed by the stone tablet, and fell to the ground. After it fell to the ground, the chain snapped off, as if it were made of plastic. It was originally on all fours, but after the stone tablet crashed down, it could finally stand up a little bit. But it was relieved from the burden and did not easily get up and go on the road. After letting out a stern wailing, it rushed to its stone monument frantically, and tried to pull its stone up with its thin arms and put it back on its back. But it couldn't move the huge stone stele at all. At this moment, countless maggots came out of his body, spreading like a tree falling down, crawling all over the ground. Some of them fell directly down Jao Kiao, while some climbed onto other monsters and got in. After the maggots crawled clean, the monster only had an empty skin, which was blown into debris by the cold wind of Helheim and disappeared completely. This scene frightened Hoffa very much. He thought that someone was punishing these shadows and suppressed them with heavy objects, but things didn't seem to be what he thought. But he hasn't waited for him to think about the reason. Another hump figure fell overwhelmed, repeating the above process. But this time the figure was closer to him, and some maggots stared at Hoffa after leaving the body of their predecessor. They don't have eyes, but they are just staring at themselves. Hoffa felt it. It was a twisted emotion of inexplicable ecstasy, greed, and jealousy. This emotion, like electricity, began to be transmitted on this stone bridge. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and all the maggots in the weird people suddenly felt the existence of Hoffa. They crawled down the original host silently, gathered in a large group on the ground, and gradually formed a humanoid maggot creature. Slowly crawled towards Hoffa, and while crawling, it stood slowly. At the beginning, he stumbled, and then he adapted to walking upright. He became as tall and as big as him, and looked a bit like himself, like a maggot version of himself. Hoffa took a step back shudderingly. As soon as he backed away, the maggot creature immediately opened his big mouth and rushed towards him with a wild smile, his expression extremely eager. Seeing the figure rushing towards him with a crazy laugh, Hoffa's face changed. He had never seen such a distorted monster. At this time, a warm feeling came from his waist. Hoffa stepped back and drew out his wand. This guy came here with himself. At this moment, the word seal at the end of his wand turned out to be an unusually bright red, not the usual fading look. The maggot formed a figure roaring closer and closer, and his face was full of jealousy, envy, and madness. How to do? The magic wand is there, but what kind of magic do you want to use? Ghost walk. Hoffa touched his arm. The first thing he thought of was ghost walk. Boom. The expected disappearance did not appear. Hoffa was embarrassed. Embarrassed to avoid this heavy blow mixed with maggots. He didn't use it for a ghost walk at all. After thinking about it for a while, Hoffa understood. He secretly cursed himself for being stupid. This is not the material world, and obviously he is not a physical existence. Ghost walks can be useful and ghosts. After quickly getting up from the ground, Hoffa rolled away from the bombardment range of the maggot monsters, and his brain turned quickly. I haven't learned any offensive spells so far, and I lack the necessary attack methods. So how should we deal with this terrible situation? Above the huge bridge, countless maggots crawled out of the void, gathered together, and became one after another grotesque creature. Just like the Cronenberg monster in the Post movie. Each of them had Hoffa's face, with an expression of desire. At this time, Hoffa suddenly thought of the group of German dark wizards. Last time in Hogsmeade, he was almost killed by the Black Wizard's magical transformation spell on the spot. That's a very effective method of attack, and the transformation spell doesn't seem complicated. After thinking about it for a lifetime, Hoffa acted immediately. Transfiguration is the magic he is best at. Like the first transformation lesson, he immersed his spirit in the wand, trying to change the shape of the wand. As soon as he entered, he found that the wand was more deformed than he had imagined, and Hoffa even felt the expectation of his wand. It looks forward to deformation. On the stone bridge, there were already dozens of monsters. They crossed the strange group carrying the stone tablet and rushed towards Hoffa frantically and decisively. The magic power flowed in Hoffa's body, and went for a half in an instant. Then, he opened his eyes suddenly, and the wand quickly changed in his hand, elongated, enlarged, and sharp. Finally, a 2-meter cross sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. This great sword seemed heavy, but it was connected to Hoffa's blood, and he could use his spirit to drive this weapon. It's the same as using your own magic wand. He raised his hand with a wave. The magically deformed blade is extremely sharp. A maggot monster was directly cut in half by Hoffa. But the other monsters rushed up without fear of death. Then Hoffa swung the big sword in an arc, and during the arc swing, the blade suddenly stretched from 2 meters to 5 meters. With a gleaming spin, a dozen maggot monsters were cut in half under this sword. They all howled and fell to the ground. Is it effective? Hoffa was overjoyed. Transfiguration is much easier to use than I thought. However, it has no effect. The 2 maggot halves that landed on the ground did not die, they were densely squeezed and deformed and turned into two monsters again. When he went down with this sword, the monster became more than twice as before. They continued to howl and rushed over. By. Hoffa was shocked, seeing that he couldn't do anything. He immediately increased the input of magic power, and the big sword began to deform in an instant. It became wider, thicker, and finally quickly became a sledgehammer. The front end of the sledgehammer is square, with barbs, and it is extremely thick. It's like a weapon in a fantasy. Boom! Hoffa smashed 5 or 6 maggots with one hammer, smashing them into the cold wind, and they fell back on the ground, knocking down a large row of similar. Here, spirit is power. But it's still not over. When the group of fallen monsters saw Hoffa tricky, they looked at each other, and they all stuck together. They were going to become a huge maggot monster. While the wave of maggots was surging, Hoffa felt that he didn't want to recall this picture again in his life. But their integration will take time. There is no terrors here, and Hoffa feels that it is time for him to go back. The half-hour time limit passed by a little. If I don't go back, I'm afraid I'll be trapped in the kingdom of the dead forever. So Hoffa withdrew his magic power, and the hammer turned back into a wand. But at this moment, Hoffa suddenly felt black. Something obscured the sky and flew over his head, blocking the few lights. He looked up and saw that in the extremely high sky, a large group of creatures flew past. The shadows they formed obscured the bridge deck. Taking a closer look, Hoffa saw a 6-winged bird among the creatures. It was Terra's. That's right, it is flying in the void at this moment, flying to the unknown distance with a group of unknown creatures. Tower. Hoffa opened his mouth, still not yelling. The thunderbird in the sky looked down at Hoffa, and then it speeds up and continues forward, and disappears into the sky in the blink of an eye. It's over. Hoffa, who raised his head, didn't yell a word, and suffocated him abruptly. He thought to himself, this is over. That guy doesn't seem to want to bird himself at all. Chapter 37, An Inexplicable Imprint. Since Terrace didn't want to stay, he couldn't force it. Hoffa glanced at the fleshy eyeball in the distance, and then at the half-closed eye pattern on the back of his hand. It's time to go back. As if sensing his mind, the giant maggot roared anxiously. Before the fusion was completed, he stumbled and smashed open the rickety figures on numerous stone bridges, chasing after him with a very ghostly gesture. Hoffa turned his head and saw the guy on all fours behind him, thinking that Joey was really a like-inder. What kind of sin did I commit? I have never met a normal person in my life. Why does everyone have to pit themselves once? He withdrew his wand while speeding up. The consumption of magic power for several consecutive transformations is also huge, and he can't overdraw the magic power now. Once you fall down because of a headache, God knows what will happen. Seeing Hoffa disarmed, the speed of the maggot monster became faster. During the running, it gradually became a super-large version of Hoffa. Those ugly maggots imitated his running posture vividly. Hoffa's legs were not as long as 1/10 of it. During the run, countless black shadows on the bridge were knocked and scattered. Howling again and again. Turning his head a little, Hoffa became more anxious when he saw that he was about to be caught up. But at this moment, there was a shrill cry from a distance. A loud bang followed, the sound almost deafening Hoffa's ears. Turning his head to see, in the void, a bird like lightning flashed. It was wrapped in incomparable power and directly penetrated the chest of the giant maggot. The giant maggot didn't even scream, but was scattered by the electric light, and rolled down like a torrent of mud. The extremely strong arc pulsed on the ground, making Hoffa's scalp numb. But he was not injured. As the maggots dispersed, a figure slowly walked over from the electric light. He was a young man with an unusually handsome appearance. He has a human body, but at the same time his body is covered with shiny dark scales and gold patterns. I'm sorry to be late, the man said politely. I am not a human being. To enter the bridge of the past, I must go to the front and get the guard's permission, otherwise, I will never be able to fly into the sky again. Seeing the man slowly approaching, the electric light on his body slowly disappeared. He was unclothed, with grey hair and golden eyes, and his muscles were gorgeous enough to pierce his eyes. Tower, terrace. Hoffa's eyes widened, and he couldn't connect this unusually handsome man with the dying Thunderbird in the Forbidden Forest before. That's the name of my last life. The man nodded. I remember you, aren't you a kid in that magic school? Why did you come here? The unusually handsome man looked at Hoffa and said mildly, it's too reckless, this is not where you should be. Wizards have the rules of wizards, and the living has the world of the living. If I just came a little later, you may be swallowed by the worms of the abyss. Desire? Hoffa pointed to the people around who were carrying the steel. These ones. They are all poor people who can't bear to abandon the past. Their desires and obsessions haunt them. This is the path they choose. Taras shook his head. You don't want to learn from them. Hoffa froze for a few seconds before remembering his mission. By the way, Joey asked me to come to you. Hoffa stared at a convulsed maggot on the ground and said, he asked me to tell you, I hope you can. Don't forget him, do you? Taras interrupted Hoffa with his head tilted. Hoffa nodded, that's right. What a mess, Joey. The handsome man sighed. Sent to the underworld at will, he will lose his life. Will you keep a little memory? About Joey. Hoffa looked up at Taras, his eyes focused on his shoulder. The other party's nakedness and calmness made him a little embarrassed. Taras shook his head slowly but firmly. Joy wants me to remember him, wants me to go back, I understand. The greatest pain of mankind is to be forgotten by a loved one. But there is nothing new under the sun. If you don't learn to forget, how can you accept a new life calmly? Can't you choose? Like a phoenix? Hoffa asked puzzled. He couldn't figure out why some creatures would refuse immortality. The phoenix is different from us. It is a witness of history, and we are only participants. For Thunderbird, freedom is more important than immortality. Only by overcoming the ultimate fear can we obtain the purest freedom of life. Hoffa didn't understand the other party's words, perhaps because his realm was not enough. However, he is just a message, and since the message has arrived, he has nothing to say. Then, I'm leaving, Hoffa said softly, and he was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Shenjun's very man stopped him. What's the matter? Hoffa turned around. Do you still have enough magic power? As soon as Hoffa heard what he said, he realized that his magic power was nearly exhausted during the continuous use of transfiguration. Hoffa shook his head. Not much. Taras smiled, you are also the strangest wizard I have ever seen. The mental power is so high that even the cold wind of Helheim can't destroy you. But the magic power is very poor, even half of the normal wizards of the same age. Nothing. Hoffa. Taras pointed to the bridge. Without magic, you can't drive away the worms of desire. They are attracted by your life and will entangle endlessly. Until you fall to the same existence as them. Hoffa looked around, and sure enough the stunned maggots showed signs of awakening. Not only that, more and more insects climbed onto the bridge from the abyss. What can you do? Hoffa asked. Taras nodded, I also ran away because of you. It just happened that I ended my life early. There is still some remaining power that is no longer useful. You can take it away. Tell Joey and let him take good care of my offspring. As he said, he suddenly stepped forward and reached out and grabbed Hoffa's palm. Go back, think of a way to increase your magic power when you have time. With a crackle, there was an electric sound. He pushed Hoffa hard. A surging energy spread from Hoffa's left hand to his whole body, his eyes widened in amazement, which was a feeling he had never experienced before. He even felt that he could do whatever he wanted. He wanted to say goodbye to Talas, but he didn't say anything. Talas finally waved to him with a smile, and in an instant it turned into an electric light and disappeared into the sky. Hoffa was full of power that was about to explode, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. He turned around and took a step. In the blink of an eye, he ran a distance of tens of meters. This feels great. Seeing that the eyes on the back of his hand were about to close, Hoffa ran with all his strength, traversing over the straight stone bridge at hundreds of times the speed since. But in the same way, there are more and more maggots crawling out of the stone bridge. The monsters mixed with countless maggots all want to possess Hoffa and occupy his soul. The closer you get to the giant eye, the more and more ugly monsters. In the end it was mighty and mighty, like an army. They desperately resisted the lightning, and rushed to Hoffa in hundreds. Hoffa's forward speed slowed down. But he was not afraid. The surging magic power in his body filled Hoffa's heart with wild and fighting desire, and even a trace of inexplicable animalism surged in it. He raised his hand and held it, and his wand quickly grew longer and bigger during the magical boiling. It was more than 2 meters and more than 5 meters. More than 10 meters, and there is no sign of stopping. In the end, the wand turned into a 40-meter-long charged giant sword. He dragged the hilt and ran with all his strength, and finally drew a magnificent arc. All creatures within a radius of 40 meters were severed by him. Unfortunately, he was only refreshed for a second, and the magic that Talas gave him was completely vented. Afterwards, Hoffa, who had no one to stop him, ran into the huge eye head-on. Disappeared in the pupils. After Hoffa passed his eyes, the giant fleshy eye slowly closed and turned into dust in the cold wind of Helheim. Go through the cascading space again. Like having a strange dream, Hoffa's non-black eyes gradually became normal. A flash of electric light crackled and flashed in his eyes, and then fell silent. He smelled the scent of withered grass and felt the softness of the soil under his cheeks. The chill of autumn in Scotland is very clear at this moment. Hoffa barely got up from the ground and rubbed his temples. There was real pain in his head from time to time, and that pain told Hoffa that he had overdrawn his magic power. He felt something on the back of his hand. Looking down, he found that the eyes on the back of his hand were gone, replaced by a faint golden pattern, which was very light, as if it were drawn with gold shavings, and you can't see it unless you look carefully. The pattern looks like an eagle, but it is very symmetrical. The pattern is also very simple. Just as Hoffa was wondering what the texture was, a man rushed out of the corner, grabbed Hoffa's shoulder abruptly, and looked at him hopefully. Well, did he promise to come back? It's Joey. Hoffa came back to his senses, looked at Joey, and then at the huge bird carcass next to him, shook his head regretfully, and slowly conveyed Tara's last words to him to Joey. Following Hoffa's narration, the excitement on Joey's face gradually receded, eventually turning into uncontrollable sadness. After Hoffa finished speaking, he held the bird's egg and stood there in silence for a long time. A cold wind blew through the leaves of the forbidden forest. Finally, the bleak old man sighed and murmured softly, "I expected it to be like this. Death is a game for the brave, Taras, I'm still too far behind you." "How much?" Hoffa didn't know how to comfort Joey, but remained silent. But Joey quickly recovered his emotions. He patted Hoffa on the shoulder and said sincerely, "It's really hard for you. You are the bravest Ravenclaw I have ever seen." "Brave? Hat," Hoffa rolled his eyes, "thinking that you should tell me to go to the underworld from the beginning, and I won't go if I break my leg. It's not pitted. However, at any rate, I came back, and a month of hard work was over." Hoffa didn't want to talk to Joey about his thrilling encounter in Helheim anymore. He couldn't wait to go back to the common room and relax by the fire in Ravenclaw. He stretched out his hand. "What about the list?" Joey held the egg in one hand and pulled out a crumpled parchment from his pocket in the other. "Your list, I have filled in excellent. Go back, come to me if you have trouble in the future, Don't offend those high-level people in Hogwarts, they won't be kidding you. Hoffa took the parchment and, as expected, hit a big red tick at the top of the parchment, and there was Joey's signature and wax stamp underneath. Hoffa took the parchment into his arms with satisfaction. After returning to the treehouse and bidding farewell to Joey, Hoffa rubbed his head and walked towards the castle with some pain. As he walked back, he looked at the weird pale gold pattern on the back of his hand. This is what Talas left to himself in the underworld. He originally thought that the power was a one-time use, and he didn't use it up. But it doesn't seem to be the case now, and Hoffa is curious what this thing is. Because he always feels that something is flowing from his body to this line, just like he has an extra organ that can breathe. As I was looking at it, I just walked to the door of the school, and the pain in my brain became more intense. Hoffa's face changed. Not right. Why did the symptoms of overdrawing the magic become more and more serious without releasing the magic? The flow of the golden lines on the arm is more obvious. And, a strange hunger pangs in the brain. Hungry? Are you hungry? Hoffa was stunned on the spot, and he looked at his arm again. He finally knew what was going on. This golden pattern is devouring its own magic power, and the speed is not so fast. Bye. Seeing that the headache is getting worse, Hoffa immediately crossed his knees and began to meditate. After starting to meditate, he felt an incomparable hunger. This hunger was not physical hunger, but magic hunger. He didn't dare to be careless, running the meditation thoughts of Mirajba Traveler over and over again, quickly regaining his magic power. Finally, after an hour of meditation, the feeling of hunger slowly disappeared. Hoffa gritted his teeth and straightened up. He wanted to go back to the public lounge. Take a good look at this stuff. But before taking 2 steps, the hunger pang came again. It is just like a baby who is waiting to be fed and dissatisfied. The unexpected headache caused Hoffa to lean against the wall, clutching his head. TF. Regardless of the stunned eyes of the students next to him, Hoffa had to sit down again and continue to meditate. In this way, Hoffa regained his magic power every hour of meditation. The pale golden tattoo will take away his magic power in a few minutes, not more than 10 seconds. And there is no sign of returning it. After 3 consecutive meditations, the sense of freshness and curiosity was finally wiped out, replaced by anger and confusion. At the entrance of the castle, Hoffa yelled at the sky and started a group of pigeons. Hey, you old bird, what did you leave on me? Chapter 38, An Embarrassing Life. The Hogwarts Library has always recruited the most disciplined and mediocre wizards to serve as administrators. Limley Winnington is such a person, an old man who has been conscientious for more than 40 years. He is over 60 years old this year, and he has an old problem, that is, when his legs arrive in winter, the joints will not work well, and he always limps when he walks. One morning in November, he was cleaning the collection of books in the restricted area of the library. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of turning pages behind him. Well, who? Limley immediately turned to the corner, clutching his legs, but the place was empty and no one was found. Frowning thinking for a while, Limley cursed suddenly. Damn, these magic books! The pain in his legs made him feel bad. He scolded and slapped the bookshelf with a feather duster, as if he had a deep hatred with these books. Clean up 50,000 books every day, 10 jinjialong a month, die pet. He grumbled about work. A piece of feather that was thrown out of his feather duster suddenly hovered in the midair in the corner, motionless. The voice of the leader disappeared in the corner with complaints. The feather landed slowly. Hoffa released the sneak, took off the feathers from his head, and sighed. After the administrator's voice could no longer be heard, he continued to pull out a potion book and read it word by word. After entering November, the air in the castle gets colder day by day. And Hoffa began his journey of learning all kinds of extracurricular knowledge in school. Hoffa didn't want to be so risky, and started violating school rules so soon. After all, he managed to keep a low profile and became an unobtrusive student. But now I can't help him. On the back of his hand, that pale golden tattoo absorbs most of his magic power every day, and there is no time rule at all. Sometimes during the day, sometimes in the middle of the night. In short, I have to come every few hours. Although the efficiency of absorbing magic power was not as exaggerated as it was at the beginning, it sucked up again and again. But this rate of consumption of magic power is something Hoffa cannot afford. Although he had little magic power and was stretched out to fight, he still had enough life and study on weekdays. But now he often goes to class halfway through, and his magic suddenly disappears. The most embarrassing time was the transformation class. Dumbledore asked Hoffa to come on stage to demonstrate the viper and the rope transformation. This is not difficult at first. But when Hoffa came to power, just half of his magic power was suddenly exhausted by the tattoo. Dumbledore also wanted to see the results of Hoffa's deformation with enthusiasm, but the rope bit his hand, causing his fingers to swell into radishes. The class burst into laughter, and Hoffa had a big ugly. He went to look up the information, frantically looked up all the information, trying to figure out what the pattern was. But after searching for half a month, he found nothing. Let alone the lines, he didn't even find any records about Helheim and Thunderbird. Of course, at such a high price, Hoffa had also imagined whether he had any treasure. For example, this tattoo can swallow your own magic power, but eliminate impurities and spit out more pure magic power. For example, this tattoo can store magic power and release it later in battle. For example, this tattoo can bring lightning attributes to one's magic power, and make one's magic more powerful. For example, an old grandfather may live in a tattoo, and he will wake up after absorbing his own magic power, and then lead himself to the peak of life. But nothing at all. Nothing. It is simply devouring magic power. No feedback, no reason, no reason. Regardless of time, location, or occasion. That's it. It was like a poor man who was busy with his livelihood, suddenly there was another child waiting to be fed, and the distress of life forced him to find a way out. Since the tattoo cannot be prevented from absorbing magic power, he can only focus on increasing the amount of his own magic power. Now, he must find a way to increase his magical power, otherwise he will continue to develop like this, let alone fight. Without magic, you can't finish your studies, and whether you can graduate from the first grade is a problem. In desperation, Hoffa had no choice but to take another risk. The good news is that after a long and tedious search, Hoffa temporarily found 3 possible ways to increase the magic. One is the most common and safest way to improve. That is natural improvement. The magic level of the wizard will gradually increase over time. This is a natural law. Between the ages of 14 and 17, the magic power of wizards will take a leap and reach a peak at the age of 30. But this method Hoffa can't afford to wait. The second involves soul conversion in dark magic. This method is very dark and very few recorded. Hoffa felt that if he discovered this subject himself, he might spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Hoffa was not a dark wizard, and never thought that dark wizards were cool, so after a little understanding, he gave up this method. The last one is very common and very common. It is by taking some magic potions to quickly restore magic power. This potion has a long history of use and is relatively safe. This is why Hoffa has been staying in the potion area these days looking for a recipe. Hoffa has found a lot of recipes, and there is more than one. He doesn't even use it to find in the forbidden book area, there are records of this formula in the general area. This is not a forbidden drug like compound decoction, many wizards have studied it. And the ingredients in the formula are quite ordinary, and they can be found in the potions classroom. The only problem is that these formulas are very old, not only old, but also incomplete. Most books are vague or general. As for the reason, Hoffa found it in a book called Modern Applications of Ancient Potions. Secondary Magic Power Restoration Potion. This potion is a patented drug of the European Union Chamber of Wizards. It is marked by the Ministry of Magic as a Grade 2X stimulant. The use must be registered in St. Mungo and will not be recorded temporarily. Patent, excitement, regulation. Hoffa in the library rubbed his chin. He didn't expect such a problem, but it was normal to think about it. There must be more than one wizard with low magic power, and smart wizards are rare. The demand for this kind of potion market is definitely great, and when the market demand is great, people who engage in monopolies will come. Obviously, someone has already kept this potion formula as a commercial secret, and his mind is really flexible. This is the same as searching for Coke online in the previous life. You can find all the knowledge about Coke, but it is difficult to find the real formula for Coke. Even if it is found, it is difficult for you to make Coca-Cola. There are many similar products in the wizarding world, such as Fluff fans. Its formula is very simple, but since it came out in the 13th century, no one has been able to replicate its formula for more than 600 years. Potions is a precise science, and it's 1,000 miles away. It could not be found in the library, and Hoffa did not give up. He wrote down the missing old prescriptions on the parchment paper, wondering if he should spend more time studying the potion. Although his potion talent is not good, it is definitely better to do everything than nothing. After walking out of the forbidden book zone, Hoffa was still thinking about breaking his potion shortcomings. He looked down at the parchment that recorded the incomplete potion formula. Suddenly, the door of the library. Hoffa caught a glimpse of silver light turning from the side. She lowered her head and walked hurriedly. It was actually Aglaia. She didn't go to play Quidditch today, but was in the library, not knowing what she was looking for. There is a thick roll of parchment on hand. Seeing each other, the two jumped a step aside at the same time, as if two overtaking drivers met together. The smooth air suddenly became tense. After a few seconds. "What are you looking at?" Aglaia gave him a ferocious look, and put his roll of parchment in his pocket without leaving a trace. Hoffa shrugged and changed directions. "Humph!" Aglaia raised her head proudly and also changed direction. "It's bad luck," Hoffa thought. But just after 2 steps, Hoffa suddenly stood still and turned to look at Aglaia's slender back. A plan suddenly and unconsciously came to Hoffa's mind. Wait, this guy. It seems to have some accomplishments in potions. On Friday, Slughorn's potions class. After completing the daily compulsory potions course, Slughorn gave the students some time for self-study. Said it is self-study, in fact, it is to let the students refine a potion on their own, as a daily improvement course. This link was absent during Snape's time, nor in Slughorn's previous class. But since Slughorn had Aglaia as a student, he inexplicably made this link. It is said that it is a stage for students to show themselves, but the original intention is to give Aglaia a chance to pretend. In order to build a good relationship with this potion genius, this old guy can be said to do everything. Aglaia didn't let him down. Every time in the potions class, she was able to free up some fresh stuff, which made Slughorn praise and brag, and gave Ravenclaw extra points. Of course, when it comes to this kind of link, other students can only watch from below. Anyway, no matter what they refine, Slughorn won't care. Just call 666 at the end of the course. Although the potion teacher didn't care, others still had to practice. As competent supporting actors, they work in pairs. The protagonist Aglaia and Tom Riddle are a group. And Hoffa and Miranda are on the same console. Hoffa is responsible for cutting, and Miranda is responsible for casting the potion. Miranda's performance is not good, it can only be said to be mediocre. Potions and transformations are ordinary, and astronomy and divination are also ordinary. Herbs and defense against the dark arts are also common. After working with her, Hoffa's potions class grades never caught Aglaia's attention. In class, while cutting Morat's tentacles, Hoffa was thinking about the magic potion formula. There is no doubt that as Slughorn with a huge network, he must know the magic potion formula. Hoffa raised his eyes and glanced at Slughorn. I saw Slughorn's chubby body standing by Aglaya's side, tweeting admiration from time to time, and his eyes were full of admiration and pampering, as if she fart was fragrant. Riddle, who had laid hands on her, also looked attentive, not sure if it was a pretense. Hoffa lowered his head again, and Slughorn must have nowhere to go. Since the last potions class, this old guy can't even remember his name. Moreover, the potions class is one of Aglaya's home games. Although she is very low-key now, she will not taunt herself for the time being, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care about herself. If you dare to take the initiative to please Slughorn, or show ulterior motives, Aglaya's character will inevitably rebound and suppress yourself again. She is like the first wolf in a pack of wolves, and will ruthlessly suppress any creature in the territory that dares to challenge her leadership position until the other party is softened. But now, it's not a low-key time. For his own magic and to graduate safely this semester, Hoffa has to do a little bit. Chapter 39, I Am Better Than You. Hoffa cut Morat's tentacles into small pieces and threw them into the cauldron. The clear water in the cauldron suddenly turned red, which is one of the materials for the magic power recovery potion. Miranda was muttering spells like a nun in the potion book while stirring the red potion in the cauldron. Seeing Hoffa Morat's tentacles, Miranda was taken aback. Hoffa, aren't we going to make a reduction potion today? Hoffa whispered, well, that's boring. I recently studied a new formula, which is very fun. Let me do it. Well, all right. Miranda pushed his glasses and changed positions with Hoffa. Take the crucible. Before Hoffa started, he directed Miranda to cut the ingredients in the various potions classroom. Afterwards, he threw the cut raw materials into the crucible, regardless of whether the dosage was correct or not. Of course, his non-rigorous attitude to boil potions is definitely not good. As the materials plop into the pot, the color in the cauldron becomes more and more weird. While cutting, Miranda looked worriedly at the boiling crucible. The crucible had already begun to make an ominous hiss. She whispered, Hoffa, I haven't seen any medicine made in this way. Are you cooking? Well, don't talk, help me cut the daisy roots. Okay. After throwing it for a while, the color of Hoffa's cauldron began to look like a neurotic expression, the potion in it boiled violently, and it smelled of burnt shoehorn. The students next to him couldn't help frowning. Seeing that the potion is showing signs of abnormality, Miranda, bewildered, took out her magic wand, trying to stop it. However, it was too late, with a bang in the cauldron. Hoffa leaped back like a lightning bolt with Miranda, avoiding the wanton spray of liquid medicine. At this moment, everyone in the potions classroom pinched their noses and turned their heads. Slughorn, who was immersed in admiring Aglaya's performance, suddenly raised his head, his brows rose, and he strode to Hoffa's table, pinched his nose and stretched out his head, and snarled. What is this? Horva, please explain. The cauldron was spraying colorful liquids, and the liquid hissed dripping from the table, and weird branches grew one after another on the ground. Hoffa looked around in a panic, a Neville look at a loss. He is waiting. Less than a second, as if pressing the switch of the remote control, triggering some kind of inevitable event. Hey, secondary magic power recovery potion. The ridiculous voice of Ching Chong sounded from outside the crowd, and Hoffa was overjoyed. Ha, got the bait. It's just a recovery potion for failed refining. Unexpectedly, Bach, you want to do this kind of stuff, you really can't help it. When the Princess Aglaya of the potions class spoke, the class calmed down. Aglaya hugged her arms, her face was stern, and she looked disgusted and impatient. But the ecstasy and excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. Hoffa yelled unwillingly, what medicine do I refine, what does it matter to you? Ha? It's up to you, can you please weigh yourself? Aglaia pushed away the student who had stopped her, strode to Hoffa's cauldron, and took out his wand with a wave. The boiling cauldron immediately calmed down. Morat-rat tentacles, lionfish spine meal, porcupine spines, armadillo bile, plus a portion of faring root. She squinted her eyes and reported the drugs used by Hoffa as well as the name of the dish. Tisk tusk tusk, Horva, are you an 18th century wizard? You can also use this old-fashioned method, and it's a mess. This time, Hoffa was not angry, but he secretly pleased. If you want to pretend to be compelling, let you pretend to be enough. Oh yo! Hoffa disdainfully praised, it sounds like you are very good, you can do it. Aglaia became more and more excited, and her eyes sparkled with a dazzling light. I go up? Go up, I make you stronger than you in one hand. She slapped Miranda away, and could not wait to grab the stick from Miranda's hand. Look up. If it were me, I would not put so much red rat fur, because the tentacles of Morat rat in this medicine are only used to neutralize pain, not to enhance resistance. You put so much, what is the use? She quickly took out all kinds of potions from the cabinet with her fingers, decomposed, cut, and threw them into the cauldron very skillfully. The speed was dazzling. In 1 minute. Moreover, why do you put so little armadillo bile? Have you never heard of it in class? Armadillo bile is used as a drug to enhance intelligence. The initial dosage should be more than 250 ml. In 1 minute. The porcupine thorn was added to the potion without treatment, what do you think? Also, this technique was eliminated by French wizards as early as 1821, and you are still using it, I don't know. From which corner did you find the prescription? In 1 minute. Oh, put so much daffodil root powder, what do you want to do? Do you want to poison people to death? Or you don't understand the toxicity of this stuff at all, I really don't know what your usual results are coming. After a minute. Hey, you should really improve your hands-on skills, classmate Horva, otherwise I really don't know if you can graduate in the 1st grade. She was immersed in the joy of being a teacher, her eyes shone with intoxication, and she didn't care about Hoffa's eyes at all. At this moment, Hoffa didn't care about Aglaia's sarcasm at all. He was running the meditation with all his strength, and his spirit was silent in the potion like a spider web, carefully feeling the changes of the potion. The magic power recovery potion was more complicated than any blind potion he had refined before, and he had to concentrate on it. Prevent any detail from being missed. Finally, after an unknown period of time, in the dull eyes of the classmates, all the materials turned into tubes of small reagents in her hands. Aglaia pinched the 3 small glass tubes in the air, scanned the surroundings, straightened his chest, and couldn't help saying proudly. Of course, the restoration potion is one of the most extensive and professional wizard's potions. If you want to make it, you need the last step of matching. She prolonged her tone. I dare say that few people in the world know this ratio. She raised her hand, Hoffa's full attention. The ratio must be. Ahem. Suddenly, there was a deliberate coughing sound from the crowd, which interrupted Aglaia's endless talk and also interrupted the stunned expressions of all the classmates. As soon as he turned his head, Slughorn walked over. Hoffa's face sank. Slughorn, why did this old guy pop up suddenly? I saw Slughorn looking at Aglaia with a look of shock but emotion. Enough, boy, don't continue. Aglaia frowned and looked at the potion in her hand. The performance was interrupted. She was very, very upset. What are you doing? She asked unhappily, not caring about his status as a teacher. Slughorn did not answer her, he looked at Hoffa seriously. Bach, I am glad that you have a spirit of experimenting, but this is a drug controlled by the Ministry of Magic, a kind of stimulant, and it is best not to try it in the future. Yes. If you want to buy it, you can go to St. Mungo to apply for registration. The surrounding students all snickered, as if taking recovery potions was not a glorious thing. Slughorn looked at Aglaia again, and said, "The exquisite operation is simply art. It's a pity that this potion is protected by patent law. I can't let you operate it in class. Once it spreads out, the school should be responsible, and the impact will not be great. If you are interested, I can take you to the Department of Drug Control and Control of the Ministry of Magic next time." He kept on comforting him, which at any rate made Aglaia stop pouting in anger. She frowned and put the potion in her pocket, snorted coldly, and walked off with her arms. Hoffa gritted his teeth secretly. The potions class really didn't match his own horoscope, just the last step, but Slughorn was killed halfway, and now he knew the complete formula, but didn't know the final ratio, which was troublesome. After the potions class was over, Aglaia walked out the door gloomily. Although Slughorn affirmed her potion talent, she hadn't finished the potion after all. Moreover, Slughorn praised her every time, which had already lost her freshness, and even started to make her feel a little bored. She wanted more people to convince herself, more different people, especially the arrogant guy. It's just a half dose of medicine, which is not enough to make that guy bow his head. Sure enough, Hoffa floated past her without squinting. Aglaia talked and laughed with his dogs, but the corner of his eyes locked on that guy. Damn it! I actually ignored myself. Does he think he can't really refine the magic power recovery potion? Obviously I can do it, only a little too short. A little bit. The more Aglaia thought about it, the more unhappy. Finally, she pushed away the people around her and followed Hoffa. To live is to prove 4 words. I am better than you. Damn Slughorn. It's just a little bit short. Hoffa walked hurriedly, taking out a quill and parchment to record in a hurry. Although his spirit is higher than ordinary people, his memory is not bad. However, it is difficult to memorize all such a long list of formulas and instructions. He had to walk on the road while remembering to prevent himself from forgetting any details. When he walked to an unmanned self-study classroom, Hoffa put the quill and parchment in his mouth and hurried in. Just find a place to sit down and start recording. Aglaia followed Hoffa to the door, and just wanted to go in and ask if Hoffa was suspicious of his skills. Suddenly he saw Hoffa quickly writing something in the room. Hey? What is he writing? Aglaia stood by the door, stunned for a moment. She frowned immediately. She is not stupid, but very smart. She had just fallen into a fanatical circle of self-certification and didn't care about Hoffa's unconventional actions. He hasn't done anything extraordinary for more than a month. Why did he choose a 2x level potion to make today? Why didn't he go back to the lounge with the peacemaker Miranda after class? Instead he ran into the classroom to write and paint. Aglaia rubbed her pointed chin, and gradually, her brows stretched out. Snapped. She hit her palm with a punch. Ha ha ha, bastard, actually stealing from me. Aglaia couldn't help being proud at first, and then his face became gloomy. Even dare to use me, this guy must have some ulterior secret. Humph. Aglaia glanced dangerously at Hoffa in the room. In the classroom, Hoffa, who was recording the potion prescription, suddenly stabbed on his back, and the feeling of being stared at by evil spirits made him chill from head to tail. He immediately looked up outside the classroom. But I didn't see anything. Chapter 40, Renunciation. The level of Aglaia's potion is unbelievably high. As soon as she forced her down, Hoffa obtained nearly 90% of the complete formula. Without Slughorn's interruption, this recipe would have been obtained. But that's the end of the matter. It's useless to hate Slughorn anymore, it's serious to quickly resolve the shortcomings of one's magical powers. If there is a steady flow of magic, not only can it be swallowed by the magic of the strange tattoo on the arm without worrying about it, you can even use ghost walks non-stop. The ghost walks forever, and is always immune to any harm. It's scary to think about it. With 90% of the formula, plus a few old formulas collected in the library, Hoffa felt that he should be able to calculate the synthesis ratio of the magic restoration potion. What Hoffa needs to do now is very simple. First, purchase enough potion raw materials. It's not difficult, because Inder gave him 100 gold gallons, he still has 70. He can buy it back from Diagon Alley by owl mail. Many students usually use this method. The second task is a bit nerve-wracking. He needs a place, a medicine refining environment that is not disturbed by others. Although this medicine is not a forbidden drug, Slughorn also said that if the effect is not good, it is better to do more than less. Hoffa wanted to use the abandoned bathroom at the entrance of the secret room like Hermione, but when he thought about it, he laughed at himself for being too forgetful. Now Myrtle is not dead, she is still alive in Ravenclaw. The women's toilet is still normal. I'm afraid that someone will hang up and beat me when I go in. After much deliberation, Hoffa decided to move to the responsive room on the 8th floor to study potions. No place is safer than there. However, an event that happened over the weekend changed Hoffa's considerations. Hoffa wants to buy a lot of medicinal materials, but he doesn't have an owl. Miranda has owls, he can borrow them, but instinctively he doesn't want to use classmates' owls, because those owls will send packages during meals. If a large bag of potion ingredients were sent by an owl while eating, it would surely attract someone's attention again. He doesn't want to be reported again. After much deliberation, Hoffa thought of Joey. He and Joey worked together for a month, and the relationship was pretty good. There were several owls in the old man's house, and it would be fine to borrow one. And most importantly, he was not afraid that Joey would report himself. Although he was a teacher, he did a lot more crazy things than himself. He raised thunderbirds directly in the Forbidden Forest. In mid-November, the temperature dropped sharply. Every morning, the Forbidden Forest was covered with hoarfrost, and the British winter was approaching. When Hoffa came to Joey's house on the weekend, his treehouse was in a mess, the fireplace was burning hot, and the temperature in the room was frighteningly high. At this moment, Joey was wearing red mechanical glasses, running around the room shirtlessly, sometimes adding firewood to the fireplace, sometimes running to the table, busy. There was a hay nest on the table, and a round bird's egg was placed in the nest. It was the egg spat out by Thunderbird Terras. "What are you doing?" Hoffa asked. "Take care of Maya," Joey said without looking back. "Maya? Is this Thunderbird a female?" Hoffa asked strangely. Joey didn't answer, he was just observing the Thunderbird egg intoxicated, and Hoffa suspected that he hadn't heard what he was saying at all. So he walked to Joey and pushed him twice. "Hey! Hey!" Finally, he felt like a reaction, straightened up and took off his glasses. "Why are you looking for me?" "Borrow an owl," Hoffa said. "Can I borrow an owl?" "Go and get it yourself." Joey finished speaking, and then lay down at the table to observe the bird's egg. "Oh," Hoffa walked out. When he reached the door, Joey suddenly stopped Hoffa. "Wait a minute, I remember, I have to go to Knockdown Alley to buy some medicinal materials. I can't use the owl for you for the time being." "What?" Hoffa was shocked. "This is a coincidence. What medicine are you going to buy?" "Maya is in an incubation state. She is very weak in this state. In addition, the British climate is becoming more and more unfriendly to her. I need some special medicines to help her maintain her life." Hoffa was stunned for a while. "Well, actually, I also went to Diagon Alley to buy medicine." "Okay." Now it was Joey's turn to be surprised. "You also buy medicinal materials? Is the school not enough?" "I want to refine a magic restoration potion," Hoffa said. "Don't brag about it," Joey sneered. "The stuff Saint Mungo sells for 20 gallons. If you can make it, there will be ghosts. Besides, you are young, why do you use that stuff?" "For 20 gallons, Hoffa was secretly stunned. The raw material cost was less than 1 gallon, but it cost 20 gallons to sell it. It's not enough to buy the finished product for my own money. It's as dark as a hospital in the world, you know, a magic wand is less than 20 gallons. This requires oneself to be able to calculate the proportion of the recovery potion, and maybe he can make a fortune with this stuff in the future. I don't have enough magic power, Hoffa said. How old you are, the magic power will increase in a few years. Hoffa thought that after a few years, he couldn't get the magic potion. I was afraid that it would be a problem whether he could pass the first year exam. Moreover, Schmidt-Lutrove is still wandering outside, facing the many risks in the future. Sooner or later he has to solve the magic problem. Seeing Hoffa not speaking, Joey looked surprised. Are you really going to practice? Okay. Ha, really worthy of the Ravenclaw student. After speaking, he sat down and pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write. Pass it to Hoffa after writing. If you want to buy it, just buy it. When you buy it, remember to bring these things to me, and divide them into 2 owls. Undoubtedly, Joey didn't care whether Hoffa violated the rules or not. He threw himself on the Thunderbird egg, ignoring foreign affairs. So, after coming out of Joey's side, Hoffa gave up the idea of going to the House of Requirement, and he decided to study the magic restoration potion in Joey's tree house. You have to go secretly to the responsive house. There are so many people in the school, and the lack of security will be discovered by others. But Joey is a safer place here. There is an old over his head, and there is a tall man against it when something happens. Joey's owl was very efficient. 3 days later, the ingredients Hoffa needed were sent from Diagon Alley. The 2 owls were almost exhausted with big bags and small bags. Of course, Joey's potion was also sent. His potion looked dark, like silt in a pond, and it was disgusting. The materials are available, and now Hoffa must make a run to Joey's treehouse every day. He didn't have the operational proficiency of Aglaia, and he didn't have a complete formula. He felt that he might have to go through a lot of experiments before he could match the magic power recovery potions. Time passed day by day, and it was another Friday. As soon as Hoffa finished his course in the afternoon, he quickly left the classroom and hurriedly walked towards Joey's treehouse. On weekdays, Joey always takes care of his bird eggs in the lobby of the treehouse. But on this day, Hoffa saw Joey standing next to the stables by the Forbidden Forest, saddling one of his white horses with a scabbard and a crossbow, and Joey was also wearing a saddle rope. With a few small glass bottles emitting inexplicable light, it can be said to be fully armed. His appearance inexplicably reminded Hoffa of Gerald. What are you doing? Hoffa couldn't help asking. Seeing Hoffa's arrival, Joey said casually, Go ahead and I'll go to the Forbidden Forest. Something seems to have happened to the horseman. By the way, help me take care of Maya and don't let the temperature in the room drop. Come down. What happened to the horse? Hoffa was a little curious, but he didn't think too much. After all, he was a hunting ground guard and it was normal to go to the Forbidden Forest. Go, Maya will leave it to me. Joey rolled over and stepped on his horse, and dashed into the forest. Watching his back, Hoffa suddenly felt that someone was watching him behind him. He turned his head abruptly. Under the dim sunset, the yellow grass in early winter was swaying with the wind, and the water surface of the black lake was rippling. No one. Hoffa frowned, something strange. This feeling is not the first time these days. He didn't stay much, and quickly climbed up the treehouse from the ladder. In the lobby of the treehouse, things are in a mess. Herbs and residues scattered on the ground are everywhere. Hoffa glanced at the Thunderbird egg on the table. The Thunderbird egg was now wrapped in black silt like a big pineapple egg. Hoffa put on Joey's glasses and checked the state of the eggs. The glasses have the ability to see through, you can see the embryo in the eggshell. After reading it, he added some firewood to the fireplace. Then he sat down in the middle of the room. There were 3 cauldrons in the middle of the tree house. Inside the cauldron were slightly boiling potions. The ingredients in each pot of potions were different, and the air was filled with strong magical aura. This is the ingredient of the secondary magic restoration potion, which is about to be completed. As long as he can complete the production of the restoration potion, Hoffa dare not say that he can really become a permanent invincible state. But the embarrassment of his lack of magic power will be greatly eased. He fished the potion out of the cauldron little by little, extracted the most critical ingredients in it, and then dropped them into 3 test tubes. The test tube showed red, yellow, green, and 3 colors, which was really beautiful. But it is not finished yet. What is going on now is the most critical step that Hoffa is missing. Matching ratio. He put the 3 potion tubes on the table carefully, then took out the dropper, and carefully dripped the potion from one test tube to another. Aglaia said that few people in the world know that ratio, but Hoffa has already calculated an approximate range, as long as he spends more time trying. But at this moment, the hairs on the back of Hoffa's head stood up, and he suddenly turned around. Boom! The door of the treehouse was slammed open. A silver loli stood at the door, pointing at Hoffa ecstatically. Me! Me! I caught you! The expression is the same as that of a woman who is eager to divorce and divide property and catch her husband cheating. Ha! Secretly refine potions and learn my recipe. Aglaia's chest heaves violently. Hoffa's face was pale, and he didn't expect that this guy would follow me. You follow me. So what? Aglaia laughed loudly. You wait for me to tell Professor Gorsuk. The situation took a turn for the worse, and suddenly he stepped on the air and stood on the edge of the cliff. After a little panic, Hoffa calmed down. There is no point in reasoning with this woman, the top priority is to solve the problem. What should I do? Although the potion for restoring magic power is not considered a forbidden drug like compound decoction, his dean is an iron-faced and ruthless goshawk. He saw a few test tubes on the table. They were a few tubes of potions that he had worked so hard to get, and they were the basis of the potion recovery. But now, they must be destroyed. Making a decision, Hoffa rushed to the potion on the table like lightning. Aglaia reacted very quickly, and she saw through Hoffa's idea at a glance. He wants to destroy the evidence. Don't think about it. She also pounced on the potion on the table. Boom! The two threw on the table one after the other. The table shook violently, and Maya almost didn't roll off the table. Aglaia reached out and held the medicine tube. Hoffa grabbed her finger. Lose me! Give me! You let go! You just let go! Boom! During the fight, Aglaia attacked Hoffa sneakily. She struck Hoffa with a bat spirit spell. He stepped back several steps and fell into the firewood in Joey's room. There were several bats creaking on the chest and face. Ha ha ha! Aglaia stuck out his tongue and made a grimace at him, then rushed out the door with a laugh while holding the potion tube. Stick legs and stop dead! Hoffa turned over and smashed the pieces of wood and the bat, his wand pointed at Aglaia. Red light flashed. Aglaia's calves suddenly came together. She fell out of the door unexpectedly and fell on the platform. She screamed angrily, Bok, I'm going to kill you! After speaking, she pointed at Hoffa with her magic wand. A bright and dangerous blue light shot out. Without a word, Hoffa started the ghost walk directly. He hid directly at once. See Hoffa disappear. Aglaia didn't react for a while. When she did, Hoffa had already jumped out of the shadows. He sat on Aglaia's waist and snatched her wand. Little witch, are you sick? Whose witch are you scolding? You. Are you still a human? Why do you have to fight me? Hoffa growled. You humiliate me, don't respect me, do you know who I am? Do you know my family? I am famous. Hoffa, I care about you with onions. You are a jealous, crazy, Paranoid problem girl. I'm jealous. I have a problem. Aglaia snarled and grabbed Hoffa's face, and put his fingers in his nostrils. I don't know which prescription lied to me in the potions class. If I don't understand, I don't know how to ask for advice, and I will lie. You have so many eyes. You are arrogant and sinister. To shut up. Hoffa squeezed her mouth hard, but she got a bite. Hoffa went to grab the potion, but Aglaia reached out to the wooden platform. Hoffa stretched out his hand, and Aglaia rubbed back and said while rubbing. Smelly shameless, you're finished. When I get back to school, you wait to be expelled. Hoffa didn't speak, and reached out to grab it. During the fight, Aglaia rubbed half of his body to the outside of the treehouse platform, and the two of them moved forward. Chapter 41, The Text of the Horseman. Snapped. Hoffa grabbed Aglaia's white wrist hard, and his fingers touched the bottom of the medicine tube, just about to exert force. But at this moment, he also lost his balance and fell from a height, even with Aglaia. With a high decibel scream. In the air, the two hit an oak branch and turned upside down. Thump! Aglaia's 35 kilograms fell on Hoffa. This fall made Hoffa chest tight and short of breath. He stood up half-length and didn't catch his breath for a long time. After the two looked at each other, it was obvious that Aglaia, who was protected by a pad, was in better condition. She grabbed her wand and pointed to her leg. The curse stops immediately. After lifting the zombie curse, she rushed towards the school with her leg pulled out. The medicine was still in her hand, and Hoffa didn't give up. He turned over and took her calf, firmly held it, and dragged her to the ground. They started fighting again. Among the 11-year-old girls, Aglaia is considered tall and tall. In addition, girls generally develop earlier than boys. In the struggle, Hoffa, who has not developed much, has fallen into a disadvantage. But at this moment... Got it! The sound of horseshoes came from the dark forbidden forest. Joey rode the white horse quickly out of the forbidden forest and stopped at his door. When he saw the scene before him, Joey was stunned. Hoffa sat half on the ground, pulling a girl's leg, and the girl was holding her thigh, trying to break free from Hoffa's control. If it weren't for both of them to have a deep dislike for each other on their faces, Joey would even think that the two of them were playing a parting scene. Joey was surprised. What are you doing here? Seeing the faculty and staff came, Aglaia subconsciously wanted to sue. However, she immediately thought that Hoffa was concocting medicine in Joey's house. The two must be in the same group. Maybe this person was instigating Hoffa to concoct medicine and let him come here to cheat the prescription. It is also possible. Various conspiracy theories flashed through Aglaia's mind. She immediately put away the potion and made a pitiful look. Mr. Administrator, Bach, he bullied me. The mist rose in her eyes, which made people feel distressed. Hoffa reluctantly stood up from the ground and said hoarsely, Joy, stop her, she has seen everything. Aglaia's face suddenly changed, and all the pitifulness on his face was condensed. Hey, the faculty protects the students for violation of school rules. There is a nest of snakes and rats. Hogwarts is really a garbage school. After speaking, she struggled to break free and was about to leave. However, Joey didn't care about Aglaia at all. He shrugged indifferently, and then turned to ask Hoffa, Hoffa, do you understand the words of the horse? Hoffa jumped anxiously, and Aglaia took the potion, and was about to report it to Goshawk, but this guy came to ask himself if he understood the words of the horseman. Is he serious? What the hell? After Hoffa shouted angrily, he limped to chase Aglaia. However, something more surprised him happened. After hearing Joey's words, Aglaia actually stopped and turned to look at Joey in disbelief. What are you talking about, Maren's words? Seeing her stop, Hoffa was about to grab the potion. Aglaia just turned sideways and let go of his hand. The horseman left a word. Joey nodded, Yes, I'm looking for someone who understands the words of magical creatures. I understand, take me over. Aglaia let go of Hoffa's palm again, and said. Hoffa, what the are you talking about? It depends on the horse and the man as you please, and you return my potion to me. Don't touch me. Aglaia pressed against the tree trunk, with one hand behind him, and the other opened Hoffa. How can you, a common man, understand the true value of precious prophecies? I will first go to see what the horseman left behind, and then go to school to report you. After that, she held her head up and said to Joey, lead the way. Joey's eyes widened, but he was not angry at all, he found it interesting instead. Is this your friend? Hoffa. No. The two said in unison. Joey couldn't help laughing. Little girl, do you really understand the words of the horseman? I know everything. Aglaia said. Joey said with interest, really an active girl, come with me. After speaking, he took a horse from the stable in Hoffa's shocked eyes and handed it to Aglaia. Aglaia turned on his horse, posture no less skilled than Joey. Joey also got on the horse and said to Hoffa, why don't you go back first? I'll persuade her on the way to let her return the medicine to you. Hoffa glanced at the girl who was riding on the horse with an eager expression, thinking that Joey thought things too simple, he didn't understand Aglaia at all. If this person can communicate normally, then human beings will not be far from the world. Hoffa silently pulled out the little black horse he usually rode from the stable. In any case, he had to bring the potion back by himself. Joey shrugged, reining and turning his horse's head. So, in the evening sun, the 3 men and 3 horses entered the forbidden forest along the path, and none of them said anything along the way. There was no other sound on the road except the sound of horseshoes stomping on branches. The trees became denser, and the sunlight above the head gradually disappeared. Until he couldn't see the shadow of the trail, Hoffa realized that he had already deviated from the normal path, which was not the same way as the last time he went to see Thunderbird Terrace. As the 3 of them went deeper and deeper, the speed of the horses gradually slowed down because of the low branches and thorny vines densely surrounding them. The long pendulum of Aglaia's school uniform was tattered by the barbs on the thorny vine. She didn't care at all, and she stared excitedly. Obviously she was very curious about the so-called horseman riding. Hoffa stared at the medicine tube reagent in her hand, wondering if there was any curse that could make the white-haired crow shut up forever. But Joey didn't know Hoffa's concerns, and he rode on the horse to explain to the 2 of them. There used to be a horse tribe with 17 horsemen. Their leader is Nanu, Hoffa, you have seen it. But just yesterday, they sent me an arrow letter. With that, he drew a short feather arrow from the quiver and handed it to Hoffa. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Hoffa saw a row of words carved on the arrow. Leave the forbidden forest, leave this land quickly. Leaving the forbidden forest? Hoffa didn't understand. After reading it, Joey passed the arrow to Aglaia. Unexpectedly, after a glance, she just threw the arrow aside. Let's come, horse talents can't write to you in English. This kind of creature will only leave a kind of text. What? Joey's expression became puzzled. Finally, when Joey led the 2 barely through the protective net of thorny vines, they came to a clearing full of fallen leaves. It used to be a settlement of horsemen. Hoffa could still see some simple tools, pots and pans, wooden bows and arrows scattered on the ground. At the top of the clearing, the model of the setting sun fell from the cracks in the trees, illuminating bunches of tyndall spots. In the center of the clearing is a grey rock. The rock was no different from ordinary Scottish Highland stones in appearance, but it was round with cracks and moss. The only difference is that it has many yellow characters engraved on it. Those characters are different from any human language that Hoffa has ever seen. Joey, after I received the news, I went here in the afternoon to take a look and found that there was nothing but a row of texts that I could not understand. Aglaia didn't care what Joey saw. When she saw the rock, her blue eyes were sharp. He hurriedly inserted the medicine tube in his pocket, then turned over and got off his horse, and walked over quickly. After that, she knelt on one knee and began to stroke the rock surface. Hoffa had never seen her show that expression. It was an expression mixed with obsession and curiosity. After touching the stone for a while, Aglaia turned his head and said to Joey, "There is a lot of information on the stone, but if you briefly summarize it, it means panic, murder, and war. The emotion is so strong that I have never seen it before." Hoffa turned his head to look at the characters on the stone. He couldn't understand those characters, let alone how a row of characters contained strong emotions. "Space is exploding," Joey frowned. "Can you be more specific and what happened?" "No way," Aglaia shook his head. "Horse characters are different from human characters. It is not a carrier of clear information. It is more like a hazy feeling, like a musical note. If you want to know the specifics, I have to find a horseman to ask what happened." "Searching for horsemen?" Joey frowned and looked at the sky. Now it was getting late. The setting sun is halfway down, and the sky is burning and the clouds are red. "Forget it, you can take a look again. If you can translate, you can translate. If you can't, I will take you back later. Don't stay in the Forbidden Forest for too long." Aglaia continued to study the stone. Hoffa wasn't interested in what was on the stone. Most of his thoughts were on Aglaia, and he was going to say it was the potion under her robe. Let her take the potion back, and according to Goshawk's ruthless manner of acknowledging people, she was afraid that she would have to suffer again. Seeing Joey dangling in the forest clearing, frowning from time to time, he picked up the bows and arrows scattered on the ground to take a look. On the other hand, Aglaia delved into the stone in a fascinating manner, as if there were millions of jade in the stone. Hoffa thinks this is a good opportunity. A good opportunity to retrieve the potion. He tiptoed around behind Aglaia and entered a state of disillusionment. At this moment, Aglaia knelt on his knees, sometimes scratching his fingers across the rough surface of the stone, sometimes putting his ears against the stone, closing his eyes, as if feeling something. Hoffa didn't want to care about what mysterious things she was playing with. He stood behind Aglaia and bent down. Reached her hand to her waist, held her breath, opened her robe, and drew out her own medicine little by little. Aglaia didn't react at all. Taking the potion back, Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to destroy the potion immediately. But he found a few shallow footprints among the fallen leaves on the ground. The footprints are not obvious. If it weren't for him to squat down, they would never be seen. The footprints are large, left by adults, and a little messy. This surprised Hoffa. This is a settlement of horse people, so it's not surprising that there are horseshoes. But why there are human footprints? If Joey left them, that's not right. Because Joey is only a person, he and Aglaia are both children. But these footprints are obviously left by several adults. Is there anyone else in this place? Hoffa slowly straightened up and followed the footprints 2 steps. When he reached a fir tree, he stopped because the footprints separated and went in different directions. Hoffa felt a little bad, and the horseman would not disappear for no reason. It's not a good idea to chase rashly. Get the potion by yourself, it's time to go back. As soon as the thought arose, Hoffa would back off. However, a slight neighing in the air interrupted Hoffa. He looked up, his attention was drawn to a few green fruits on the branch. The fruit was dark green and looked very hidden in the dense canopy, but it was a bit familiar. There are some pointed bumps on their bodies, which look like green spikes hanging upside down on the branches, trembling slightly. There was an inexplicable light hiss in the air. Hoffa released the disillusioned state, moved to Joey's side, and asked in a whisper, "Joy, what is the fruit on the tree, do you know?" Joey followed Hoffa's finger and glanced over. However, at just one glance, Joey trembled all over, and said in shock, "Damn it, it's the curly-winged demon, why are there such creatures in the Forbidden Forest?" Chapter 42, The End of Destiny. It's getting dark already. Surrounded by the forest, the mottled sky on the dense forest showed a weird red color, a gust of wind blew, a few dry leaves fluttered with the wind, and after a few turns, they stuck to Hoffa's trousers. He looked up and turned around in the wind, only to find hundreds of thorn densely hung in the canopy of the tree. Just as the two were shocked, a fruit slowly opened on the canopy, and it opened its green wings, revealing the dark and purple body hidden in it. Hiss! It stuck out its long tongue and uttered a letter to Hoffa. It turned out to be it. Hoffa immediately understood why he saw it familiarly. Curly-winged demon, Schmidt Lutrove's pet, a dangerous creature that feeds on brain fluid. Why is this creature here? It is here. Can Schmidt be far away? Joey, what's going on? Why is this 4x dangerous creature here? Remember the last Hogsmeade attack? Hoffa's face was pale, and his voice trembled slightly. Assault, what? The dark wizard with dangerous creatures hid in the Forbidden Forest? Are you sure? Who told you? Joey asked a lot, but Hoffa didn't answer a single one. He couldn't stop backing away. Hiss! On the tree canopy, several curled wings spread their wings, and a pair of green hungry eyes lit up in the darkness. Thinking of the letter, Hoffa gritted his teeth. Damn, this is a trap. A deliberate trap. Hoffa looked at Joey. Joey was also stunned and shocked. He bent his bow and shot his arrow, and said, "You take that girl away first, I am behind." Hoffa didn't hesitate, he rushed over and pulled Aglia up. Aglia was still next to the rock and didn't know what was here. After being interrupted by Hoffa, she said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you know how important what I am reading?" "Shut up, Holmes." Hoffa interrupted her mercilessly. He dragged Aglia to the horse. He didn't know where Schmidt was, but he had to leave before the dark wizard appeared. But he had just walked to the horse's position, only to find that the horse Aglia was riding was dangling in place, as if drunk. Aglia was very worried, and she immediately wanted to go up and check what was wrong with the horse. But Hoffa keenly saw a wagging tail on the back of the horse's head, his face changed, and he immediately grabbed Aglia's wrist. At this moment, a curly-winged demon directly broke open the horse's skull and shot out with the horse's brain. "What?" Aglia screamed loudly and covered her head. "Day!" A sharp arrow came in an instant, nailing the fluttering winged demon to the tree trunk. The poor horse's brain was lost, and it hit the ground with a rumble, convulsing to death. "Joey, leave it alone, ride the other one." Aglia had never seen such a scene before, and for a while his face was pale and his whole body trembling. Hoffa had to calm down a lot, and he pulled Aglia to the other horse. He drew out his wand and said, "Get on the horse." Aglia climbed on the horse, but did not step on it for several times. Hoffa could only hug and push the trembling Aglia on the horseback. After helping her, Hoffa flew on the horse. At this moment, in the dark forest, there are endless hissing and fluttering sounds. Hoffa turned his horse's head and rushed to and fro quickly. He must leave here quickly. He didn't look back at Joey, because he knew that if he was indecisive, he would only add confusion to the other party. He is an adult wizard, and he has been a hunting field guard for so many years, so self-preservation is definitely not a problem. Sure enough, Joey opened his bow and shot arrows continuously behind Hoffa, and he shot each of the curly wings in the air. A blue-purple rain of blood splashed down. However, more and more curled winged monsters appeared from the woods in all directions, and bows and arrows gradually appeared stretched. Joey noticed this. He took a magic glass ball from his pocket and threw it into the air. Boom! There was a loud noise. The glass ball touched the curly-winged demon and exploded in the sky. Hoffa on horseback heard a violent explosion behind him, as well as the skyrocketing fire. He glanced sideways a little, and the entire forest behind him turned into a sea of flames. The tree trunk at the center of the explosion instantly turned into dust. The shock wave smashed Hoffa's face with the leaves and dirt entrapped. It was too late to worry about Joey. Under the push of the shock wave, Hoffa saw several curling wings rolling and hitting the tree trunk in front of him. These creatures are very powerful. After they fell to the ground and shook for a few times, they stumbled up again and flew away toward Hoffa. Hoffa didn't dare to look back, only hoping to rush out of the forbidden forest and return to school. But as he drove the horse wildly, the two curly-winged monsters grabbed the collar of Aglaya's shoulders and pulled her from the horseback. The creature is not big, and its strength is incredible. Bok! Aglaya only had time to stretch out her hand and scream, and in a blink of an eye, she was dragged by the curly-winged demon and flew more than 10 meters into the air. Bye! Hoffa didn't have time to hold the opponent. He quickly turned his horse's head. Pull out the magic wand! Pointing at Aglaya, he shouted, all petrochemicals! A red light flashed from the magic wand, and Aglaya and the two curled-winged demons were petrified in the sky at the same time. However, things didn't get better. After being petrified, the curly-winged demon and Aglaya quickly fell from the sky nearly 10 meters high at the same time. The ground is a dense forest of thorns. If you fall down, you have to be crippled. How to do? Yugadam Leviosa. Hoffa used the levitating charm in a hurry. However, the levitating curse didn't work on living objects. The white light hit Aglaya, and she kept falling. Damn it! Hoffa's brain turns so fast, think about it, think about it. Suddenly, a spell cut through the fog and appeared in his mind. Hoffa raised his wand and waved it sharply. Fuchsia! A golden light flashed. The curse of the half-blood prince is as simple and reliable as the one described in the original book. Aglaya was caught off guard by being pulled upside down by the ankle, and hung upside down directly in the air. The underpants and student stockings under the school uniform were all exposed, and the robe covered her entire upper body. Hoffa was not in the mood to appreciate this scene. Two petrified curly-winged monsters fell to the ground. These creatures were very resistant to magic. After falling on the thorns, they struggled and bounced. Hoffa jumped off his horse and quickly ran to Aglaya's upside-down position. Kicked away a few of the sharpest spines, and by the way, slammed the two struggling winged monsters to death. Admiralty fell to the ground. Hoffa waved his wand again, and after reading the spell, he reached out to catch the falling Aglaya. The impact of the whole person's fall made Hoffa's arm sink, he and Aglaya rolled into a ball, and her obstructive robe entangled Hoffa's whole person in the thorns. The curse stops immediately. Hoffa lifted the petrification curse. As soon as the curse was cast, Aglaya pinched Hoffa's neck directly in his school robe. I'm going to kill you, Hoffa Bok, what kind of spell are you? She let out a scream enough to pierce the eardrum. Hoffa didn't expect that she had worked so hard to save her, and she turned her face and refused to recognize her immediately. He pushed the opponent away furiously. If you think dignity is more important than life, don't take Lao Tzu into the water. Aglaya stopped talking, her face flushed to the neck, and she gritted her teeth with anger. Hoffa didn't want to comfort her at all. He didn't care about anything else. He tore his school robe apart and jumped up with a somersault. The surroundings were dark, and the light was extremely weak. Hoffa pulled Aglaya angrily and tried to run back to the horse's position. However, the little black horse that had been with itself for a month seemed to have noticed something. It glanced around in horror, and ran away on its own. Bye! Hoffa yelled angrily, and suddenly he slipped and had to hold on to the trunk to stand firm. He stepped on something slimy. The smell of blood filled his nostrils. He bent over and looked at it subconsciously. On the ground, a trace of rugged red was slowly flowing. Not really. Fluorescence flickers. Hoffa lit his wand. The blood is everywhere, and it has gathered into a small stream. He swallowed his saliva, and kept Aglaya behind him back, but as he backed away, the pungent blood smell became more intense. Backing through a row of cold pines, Aglaya elbowed Hoffa sharply. He was angry at first, then when he turned around, the scene before him made Hoffa cold from his head to the soles of his feet. Following Aglaya's trembling fingers, I saw the forest, under the bleak first birth moon. Rows of horsemen stood on the ground like stone sculptures. They hold their heads up, looking at the sky. There are at least a dozen in number. They have different colors, and their fur is smooth but dull. They look arrogant, but their hands are weakly drooping. Drops of blood flowed down their foreheads, flowed through their long and strong bodies, and slowly dripped to the ground. The breeze brushed their manes, causing their shadows to sway slightly on the ground, intertwined to form a weird and tragic picture. A dozen horsemen, all dead. They knew the future, but in the end they still failed to escape the catastrophe. Each of their high heads was wrapped with several brain-sucking curly-winged demons. There was a palpable sound of eating in the air. Hoffa took a step back and ran into Aglaya. Aglaya grabbed Hoffa's arm firmly, and she couldn't stand still. Horsemen are magical creatures, but they are as smart as humans, and in some ways they are even worse. Can let so many horses die without resistance. There is no doubt that only a black wizard with powerful magic can do this. Schmidt-Rudloff must be nearby. Don't make any noise, leave here with me, Hoffa said in a very low voice. Aglaya nodded. Before the shadow of death, she had completely ignored the gap with Hoffa. The two took their magic wands and slowly withdrew in the opposite direction. At this moment, the darkness in front of me suddenly separated a piece. A tall figure slowly stood up from the woods behind the horseman, and came under the moonlight in the woods. He didn't wear a hood this time. He had a long Germanic face without any fluctuations in his expression. As he walked slowly, he said softly, "I thought how important these mules are, but now it seems I think too much. No one cares about this group of inferior species." He walked to the center of the clearing, and several curled-winged monsters came out of the horseman's head and stopped on his shoulder. Schmidt tilted his head and said flatly, "I've met again. It's been a long time for you. It doesn't make any difference to say hello to the neighbors. But Hoffa is like an ice cellar. There is no doubt that he fell into a trap. Schmidt-Rudloff has waited for work with ease and has been waiting here for a long time." Hoffa retreated to the edge of the open space, and said, "Isn't it good to leave Britain quietly like this? Why do you want to come to a dangerous place like Hogwarts?" Schmidt said softly, "I also want to leave, but I still have very important work to be done, and besides, boy, you have not returned my things." Hoffa hadn't had time to react. Aglaya exclaimed, "Be careful!" The sense of crisis instantly occupied Hoffa's brain, and he saw an inexplicable light on both sides at the same time. The spell strikes. When Schmidt distracted him, his two partners attacked Hoffa at the same time. Chapter 43, Choose. No matter how dangerous the Forbidden Forest was, it belonged to Hogwarts. Hoffa never thought that he would meet Schmidt-Rudloff inside the school. But now there is not much room left for him to think. The spells crossed, reflecting Hoffa's left and right faces into two colors of purple and green. "Don't think about it." Hoffa gritted his teeth and turned his head. He picked up Aglaya, who had been silly. Resolutely escaped into the shadow state. Ghost walk. The world in front of him was nothing but grey and white, and the inexplicable wind whizzed in his ears. The magic power of his whole body was burning like a boiling fire. The curses that crossed all fell on the empty space, splashing a large amount of mud, and the splashed mud was directly frozen into green, strange, solid ice by the curse in the air. Hoffa retreated quickly in the shadows. In the dense forest, countless curly-winged demons instantly moved their heads away from the horsemen's heads, and they flew high, lazing at the two of Hoffa. "Do you think the same trick is useful every time?" Seeing that he didn't hit Hoffa again, Schmidt said indifferently, "Using magic beyond the limit will inevitably bear the cost of exceeding the limit. I'm curious how long you can hold on." He tore his clothes apart, and on his chest, there was an entrenched little beast. Roar! The head of the beast turned his head and roared, and his head quickly began to swell and enlarge, and spikes pierced densely from the head of the beast, and it eventually became the size of a person. Thick grey smoke gushes from the beast's head. It's a poisonous leopard. Extremely dangerous 5x level magical creature. But fortunately it is still in its infancy. The ghost stroll made Hoffa fast, and within 10 seconds he retreated to more than 80 meters away. He tore off Aglaya's sleeve, pulled it in half, and tied half of it to her face. Half tied to his face. Clear water is like a spring. Wetting his clothes wet, he pushed Aglaya. Run quickly, don't look back. Aglaya, who was undecided, tore off the clothes on his face. There is fog behind. Hoffa quickly tied the wet cloth on her face again. Idiot, I don't want to explain to you, wear this stuff if you don't want to die. 2 dark wizards rushed out of the darkness. Schmidt tilted his head and said, catch them to me and catch them alive. Hoffa grabbed Aglaya and struck an invisibility spell on his arm. He tried to sneak away from here. However, in the next second he saw his old opponent. The monkey that shone with silver light. It squeaked between the canopies, and the landing point of each jump was above Hoffa. This drove him crazy, because the black wizard could know Hoffa's location by just following the monkey. Aglaya also found the strangeness above her head, and she raised her wand. Quickly imprisoned. But the phantom monkey had already foreseen what was going to happen, and it jumped away very cleverly. Aglaya's curse fell to the empty space, but it further exposed the position of the two. The 2 black wizards who were pursuing immediately blocked from the other side. One of them waved his cloak, and the whole person quickly disappeared in place. Afterwards, Hoffa, who was running wild, ran into the dark wizard who appeared from the other end of the forest. The wand raised by the black wizard in front of him pointed directly at the invisible Hoffa. At the moment, a roar came from the woods. Except for your weapons. The black wizard's wand flew away. It was Joey, who rode out of the black forest on that heavily armed war horse. The horse's head hit the opponent directly and soared. Joey caught the wand in the air, and took another glass ball and slammed it to the place where the black wizard landed. Click! Click! The temperature dropped suddenly. Within a radius of 10 meters, all the trees were covered with ice, and the freezing creaked. The black wizard swiftly rolled around several times in quick succession, avoiding the fatal blow. His robes and shoes were frostbite with a thick layer of frost. Joey, boy, where are you? Hoffa emerged from the sneak and shouted, be careful. I saw another dark wizard waving his wand, and the top of the wand sprayed out a scorching fire, which burned towards Joey like a fire dragon. Joey immediately turned his head, he stepped back on the horse, and the horse leaped away very agitatedly. Joey managed to avoid the raging fire by reaction force. Then, he drew out the cross sword like lightning, drew an arc in the air, and slashed heavily. Unexpectedly, the black wizard waving his wand was chopped in the shoulder. He screamed. Bone can be seen deep in the wound. Joey grabbed the blade hard, and shouted, take that girl and go quickly, kid, this is not something you can handle. As soon as his voice fell, another beast roar came. The fog was thicker in the air, and Joey's horse swayed twice after inhaling the poisonous gas without running a few steps. Fell to the ground in a coma. Joey looked pale when he saw the poisonous gas. He wanted to take out his wand to cast the spring curse, but the black wizard who was cut in the shoulder was so fierce that he firmly grasped the blade. Even though his hand was cut and fleshy, he did not let go. Joey pushed the blade forcibly. The black wizard retreated several steps. At this moment, there was a stern yell from behind them, stupor. Fainted. It is another associate of Schmidt. A dazzling red light cut through the darkness. The entangled Joey and the dark wizard were all recruited. The two rolled around in the air for 2 weeks, and they all hit the ground. Hoffa caught a glimpse of this scene. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, drag Aglaya, and ran forward. Aglaia recovered some rationality at this moment, and she asked anxiously, should we just ignore him like this? Hoffa did not answer, tightened his lips, and ran towards the exit of the Forbidden Forest. Only returning to Hogwarts and finding rescuers is the most sensible choice at the moment. Schmidt saw through Hoffa's thoughts at a glance. He bent down to pick up the wand of his unconscious companion and waved his hand. The dense poisonous gas in the Forbidden Forest spread rapidly, forming a ring, and the poisonous ring instantly caught up with Hoffa. Schmidt took 5 fingers, and the wet wipes on Hoffa's face flew back directly. He wanted to subdue Hoffa with poison gas. Hoffa looked at only 50% of his magic power left, gritted his teeth, and didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Can only start Ghost Walk again. This time, he didn't cancel the ability, and directly dragged Aglaia forward through the poisonous gas. After he jumped out of the ghost and wandered, he started again without hesitation. 2 consecutive high-speed flashes made him disappear from Schmidt's sight almost instantly, and even the phantom monkey couldn't predict where Hoffa was going. But the short escape, the cost is huge. More than 150 meters away from here. The 2 figures stumbled through the shadow state, and the familiar sense of brain tearing swept through Hoffa again. He fell to the ground, and his inertia made him drag Aglaia into the ground like a bulldozer. It was dark in front of me. His magic power was overdrawn again. This time, it was not in a safe hotel. In the extremely gloomy woods, after a few seconds of silence, Aglaia looked muddy and climbed up from the ground without an image. Then she was agitated. Hey, hello. Seeing Hoffa lying motionless in the pile of fallen leaves, Aglaia panicked. She knelt on her knees and pushed Hoffa vigorously. What's wrong with you? Hoffa didn't respond. To be honest, he heard it, but he didn't have the energy to answer. Aglaia stood up, she pushed and pulled Hoffa up, dragged it to the side of the tree trunk, patted his face with her palms. Hey, are you going to die? Hey, hello, you are so weak. I feed your mother's head. The first thing Hoffa, who barely recovered a little strength, opened her palm. Don't touch me, my magic is overdrawn. If it is normal, Aglaia would have to come and laugh at a muggle, but now, she stands up without a word, pokes out her head and glances outside, then retracts her head and trembles. They are looking for we have people on 3 sides and poisonous gas. To shut up. His attitude was very unfriendly. If it weren't for her drag, how could he only run this distance for 2 consecutive ghost walks? If it wasn't for her provocation, how could she fall into a trap? Hey, you are not so mindful, you can think of something. Do you want to die if you don't speak? Let me rest. Aglaia gritted her teeth and shut her mouth. She stood up and turned around like a headless fly, rubbing her head. Seems to be thinking of a solution. But Hoffa can only hurry up and meditate quickly to restore his magic. After turning for a while, Aglaia was anxious. Have you figured out a solution? Someone is coming towards us. Hoffa opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He tilted his head and said grimly, I want to get out of here. My magic is not enough. You teach me that invisibility, and I will take you away. Aglaia said anxiously. Humph. Hoffa snorted disdainfully, not to mention whether she could learn the ghost walk. Even if she could, Hoffa would not easily hand over her ultimate trump card to others. He hasn't reached the point of being exhausted. Just now. He must also make a choice. There is no doubt that under the threat of death, he gave up his dignity. Hoffa stretched his hand to his chest and drew out 3 potions. To match the secondary recovery potion, how long will you use it? Aglaia saw the medicine tube in Hoffa's hand, and his expression changed obviously. 10 minutes. No, 8 minutes. 5 minutes. Hoffa looked at the figure in the thick fog in the distance and said softly, we don't have time. In 5 minutes, if you can't dispense the potion, we will die, and Joey will die. Aglaia looked around at the sky, wondering, it's too dark here, I can't see anything. It must be very precise to configure the potion. Fluorescent charm. Hoffa said. You are crazy, you let me use the fluorescent curse now. Isn't that a living target? Aglaia stomped and whispered anxiously. I am attracted to them, you help me dispense the medicine. Hoffa said pale but firmly. Are you serious? Aglaia's tone trembled a little. Only in this way can we have a chance. Hoffa smoothly handed the potion to Aglaia. Aglaia took the potion and stood there for a while. Hurry up, Hoffa said. Aglaia looked at the dark palm in front of her. She stretched out her hand, took the potion, and glanced at Hoffa one last time. She took the potion, turning around and disappearing in the woods without looking back. Chapter 44, The Death of the Enemy. Watching Aglaia disappear to the other side, Hoffa leaned on the tree trunk, looked up at the sky, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his hands trembling tightly. The secretion of adrenaline put his brain in a state of extreme excitement and tension. The fear of facing death alone made him tremble. She will come back? Still won't come back. Hoffa didn't know. If he could, he didn't want to put his life in Aglaia's hands, he didn't want to trust this person who had been against him at all. Even if she left herself and slipped away, Hoffa wouldn't be surprised, he would never guess what she would do. All she did was hope she would be fired. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he and Aglaia are the same person, Ravenclaw, who is also self-centered. It's just that Aglaia is self-aware, while Hoffa is self-conscious. It may be the case, they hate each other so much. Hoffa didn't know what Aglaia would choose. But he has no choice. Apart from cooperation, he has no other choice. At this moment, countless inexplicable and messy thoughts flashed through his mind. There seemed to be hundreds of people whispering to him. The dead and poor deists are not dead deists. Virgin bitch. Naive. Moron. I misunderstood you. Really disgusting. There will be ghosts when she comes back. He opened his eyes and sighed. The heat in his lungs condensed into the air in late autumn and early winter. The numb fingers slowly regained consciousness. The stars above are dazzling. Those whispers gradually disappeared and vanished. That is the shadow in his heart, strangely. When he decided to make a choice, the shadow seemed to be gradually dispersed. Some kind of peculiar power supported him, allowing him to face his inner fears and his own nature. Is love? Is it hope? Yes. It doesn't seem to be either. He was just freed from his insensitive life. Try to understand yourself. Behind him, the sound of the phantom monkey began to sound again, and it was bouncing from side to side on the tree canopy, and every time it jumped, it would be a step closer to where Hoffa was hiding. Hoffa stood still on the spot, quietly spinning his thoughts. It is a bit of magic to be able to restore a little magic. Finally, the phantom monkey found Hoffa's location, and it swishfully jumped to the tree in front of Hoffa, and looked at him excitedly. Hoffa only glanced at it coldly, working his mind with all his strength. A few seconds later, footsteps came from behind. Even though the phantom monkey pointed them out, the two dark wizards were still very cautious. What else can you do besides hiding? Face me. Schmidt's soft but gloomy voice was unusually clear in the Forbidden Forest. Hoffa didn't move, he was still regaining his magical powers. Schmidt walked slowly. How could there be a weak student like you at Hogwarts? Did Dipert add a new college for cowards? He didn't care about his insulting Hoffa, but his voice was only 10 meters away from him. The opponent could attack at any time, and he could no longer hide. Hoffa stopped meditation and turned out from behind the tree. Schmidt immediately raised his palm and stopped the subordinate next to him. The two stood face to face in the middle of the forest. The night was extremely dim, and weird roars and bird calls faintly came from the surrounding woods. At the foot of the tree on the ground, there are clusters of white fluorescent mushrooms. These luminous mushrooms are the only light source in the forbidden forest at night. Schmidt stood in the woods 10 meters away, while Hoffa leaned against a fir tree. The branches of this fir tree were successively covered with countless curl-winged demons. They looked at Hoffa hungry. As long as Schmidt gave an order, they would instantly tear Hoffa to pieces. But Hoffa believes that the other party will not do this for the time being, at least before he gets what he wants, he will let himself live for a few more minutes. It's uncomfortable to overdraft magic power, little boy. Schmidt asked softly. Run again, you might become an idiot. Schmidt has a soft tone, but there is no emotion. In fact, since Hoffa first saw this guy, he had been in a state of facial paralysis, as if someone had cut off the emotion-sensing nerves in his brain. Let his face become a mask. You can try. Hoffa held his wand in his hand and grinned. Fighting is not advisable, he can only delay time by talking. Schmidt, I have killed many wizards, but I have to say that you are the second most difficult one I have ever seen. What magical secret do you have? You can escape the curse again and again. Ashamed, it's not the first one. Hoffa said slowly, and glanced at the depths of the forbidden forest from the corner of his eye. 2 minutes later, he still doesn't know if Aglaia will come back. What is your name? Schmidt came closer. Tom Riddle. Hoffa said honestly. Is Tom, I admire your talent and ability. Come with me, this place is not suitable for you, not suitable for your development. With Schmidt's voice, Hoffa's mind swayed inexplicably, as if there was a certain peculiar power in his language, which made people unconsciously want to relax and get close. As soon as Hoffa bit the tip of his tongue, the blood in his mouth made his eyes clear. After more than half a year of cultivating, the idea of meditation has played a role here. His spirit is extremely high, and the magic spells of deception have no effect on him. Hoffa looked coldly at the grey eyes on the opponent's poker face. What are the benefits? What are the benefits? He will not agree, but he will delay time. 4 minutes later, Aglaia still showed no sign of coming back. Benefits? Schmidt tilted his head. I don't think you are like a descendant of a pure-blood family. What do you think Hogwarts will teach you? They will only train you as a soldier, and then send you to the battlefield to serve the Ministry of Magic and the British High Level. Schmidt took another step forward. Which ancient pure-blooded will you become, a puppet controlled by Dippet? Is this kind of life what you want? He took another step forward, and the distance between the two was reduced to 5 meters. Hoffa's heart hung high, the back of his instep arched, and his fingers gripped the bark tightly. On the tree canopy, the saliva of the curled-winged monsters fell drop by drop on Hoffa's shoulders and hair. Able people will never subdue to others. Those pure-blooded families will inevitably disappear over time. This is the inevitability of history. Schmidt tilted his head and spoke quietly. The world of the wizard family will eventually be broken up and become a personal world, and so will Hogwarts. Really, who taught you these things? Hoffa asked, his fingers gripping the trunk tightly. Tom, you are on the wrong side. We can fight for a greater goal together, and follow me in the footsteps of the great Gellert Grindelwald. The corner of Schmidt's mouth was rare. I don't know Gellert Grindelwald. Hoffa said cautiously. You will know him soon, Tom. As he said, he got closer. 5 minutes later, Hoffa's heart slowly fell from the high hanging. The forest was silent, and Aglaia did not return. Don't you make me think about it. I'm a little confused. Hoffa said. Schmidt stopped, and a shuddering smile was mechanically squeezed out of Poker's face. Time passed by every minute. As if every second passed, there was a glimmer of hope to be stripped out of Hoffa's body. 6 minutes passed. Hoffa felt that he might have believed the wrong person, and perhaps no one would come to help him. Maybe everyone is an animal of self. The high eagle is destined to be alone. Have you thought about it? Schmidt slowly drew out his wand, and on the tree canopy, Countless curly-winged monsters opened their mouths. As long as he waved his magic wand, Hoffa was bound to die. 7 minutes. Hoffa sighed desperately, and released his hands clasping the tree. You won, take me away. Hoffa. There was a scream from the jungle. He turned his head and saw Aglaia stand up in the woods, panting. Afterwards, her body was bent into an arc, and then she struggling to smash out a gleam of shimmering light. Then, it's a recovery potion. Hoffa's eyes glowed instantly. This little girl is really back. As if a traveler walking in the desert saw a pool of clear springs, an invisible force slammed his back. He watched the potion bottle in the air quickly fall, and he didn't know where the strength came from, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. However, the corner of Schmidt's mouth rose slightly, as if he had already prepared, and he saw him wave his magic wand like lightning. The magic wand pulled out a silver arc, flashing through the air like a charged whip, directly smashing the glass bottle with precision. Scatters of glass fell one after another. The jumping Hoffa was dumbfounded. His hopes were also shattered by this blow. Obviously, Schmidt had been watching him all the time and did not relax his vigilance in the slightest. Schmidt retracted his wand, looked at Hoffa with his hand in mid-air, and said softly, without a rabbit, "Do you think I won't keep a backup plan?" Hoffa's expression solidified, and a faint premonition suddenly appeared in his heart, making him cold from head to bottom of his feet. He turned his head abruptly, looked at Aglaia, and shouted, "Run!" However, it was too late. Roar! In the next second, with a loud roar, a giant beast hidden in the dark forest jumped out. It is the size of an adult lion, and it is extremely cruel. It's Schmidt's juvenile venomous leopard. It opened a huge mouth full of layers of sharp teeth, and lightning generally pounced on Aglaia standing in the forbidden forest. She swallowed her upper body in one mouthful. Click! One bite in two. Chapter 45, Stubborn Girl. Watching the headless corpse plop and fall, Hoffa was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. He felt a little blurred in his vision and a little deaf in his ears. At this moment, his blood rushed straight into his forehead, and his heart was beating wildly in his chest like a huge drum. An inexplicable animality poured into his brain from his left arm, gradually eroding his reason. It made his eyes blood red, and his body began to change. He hates Aglaia, he hates it very much. He had imagined countless times that it would be great if he had entered the 9 3/4 station a little later, so that he would not have to meet that guy. I even thought that if I had to bear her back then, would there be no such mess afterwards. But even if it is such annoying, it does not mean that Hoffa can see an 11-year-old girl die in front of him and remain indifferent. This kind of anti-human thing was actually done by these three people. Unforgivable. He has no magic power, but he still hit Schmidt with a punch. Unknowingly, his arms actually began to grow thick, and grew fine white fluff. Schmidt raised his left arm blankly and took Hoffa's fist. He took a step back slightly, then he raised his foot and kicked Hoffa's abdomen with great strength. The 11-year-old Hoffa was not his opponent at all. He was kicked more than 6 meters away and hit a tree hard. The trunk shook, and the needles fell straight down. Hoffa reluctantly got up again, this time his whole bones started to explode like beans. The animality from his left arm washed Hoffa's reason like a tide. Just as he was about to rise again, a stone suddenly flew out of the darkness and hit Hoffa's head impartially. Hoffa's rationality recovered a bit, but when he saw Aglaia's body, his anger began to rise again. After another stone hit Hoffa, it fell to the ground gruntingly. At this moment, Hoffa became sober a lot. He began to notice something was wrong. All the physical changes were reduced, and Hoffa stared at the stones on the ground. Then he glanced at Aglaia's body again. The beating heart gradually subsided, and he felt a little weird. Because that half of the corpse didn't even shed a single drop of blood for a long time. The person bitten by the poisonous leopard looked like a doll made of plastic. Schmidt also noticed something was wrong. He did not continue to act on Hoffa. He walked forward slowly, staring solemnly at the corpse in front of him. The poison sac leopard chewed on a silver head, and then, the head suddenly choked out for a lifetime, turning into green smoke and dissipating. Then, half of the corpse on the ground also turned into blue smoke and dissipated with a bang. The poison sac leopard didn't react for a while, and was still chewing empty. The two dark wizards stood there. Schmidt reacted very quickly, and he immediately realized something was wrong. He turned quickly. It was a pity that it was too late. Just as the head in the poison sac leopard's mouth disappeared, a small figure rushed out of a very inconspicuous corner. Quickly came to Hoffa's side. "It is Aglaia." She embraced Hoffa's back with one hand and lifted him up. The ups and downs of life made Hoffa like a cliff bungee jumping, dizzy. "What's that?" he asked in astonishment. "Humph, copy the curse. Did you learn from dogs in the curse class? She has a poisonous tongue as always." After speaking, she raised his head and poured a tube of medicine into his mouth decisively and without hesitation. With the potion entering his throat, Hoffa had only one feeling at the moment. Spicy, spicy to the extreme. It is hotter than the hottest wine that Hoffa has ever drunk in his previous life. He felt that what he was drinking was not a potion, but a whole tube of nitroglycerin. After the potion entered the body, it turned into a large group of magical powers. Scattered from his mouth and rushed to Hoffa's limbs, stimulating his nerves, and he seemed to have inexhaustible power. He sat up straight from the ground and jumped up, his pupils constricted. The spirit is highly concentrated, and the magic power surging in his body makes him anxious to release something. Schmidt finally changed color. Needless to say, he and his two companions raised their wands at the same time. Hoffa's pupils, reflected by the spray of magic spell light, changed color, and the curled winged demon surged over from all directions, and the poison sac leopard leaped high from a distance, accompanied by a thick grey poisonous mist, leaping several dozen meters. Unfortunately, 1 second before these creatures pounced on Hoffa's body, he took Aglaia and disappeared into the forbidden forest. The curled winged demon slammed into the ground. The venom sac leopard directly broke through two big trees. Two curses blasted the curled winged demons on the ground to smash, and the purple blood rushed. But it just failed to kill the person who should be killed the most. In the face of these changes, Schmidt was still expressionless, but his subordinates were so angry that they slammed a fist on the trunk next to him, hitting his fist with blood, and he didn't even realize it. "How can it be so slippery?" he barked in German. Schmidt said calmly, "No matter where he runs, his goal must be school. Go to the exit to stop him, don't let him enter Hogwarts." His speculation is not wrong. Hoffa's goal is the school, and the direction he runs is impartial. It's not that he has never thought about distributing the suspicion formation, but no matter how he disperses it, his goal is to return to school. Instead of wasting time, it is better to rush out directly and decisively. The wandering speed of the ghost is extremely fast, and Hoffa can span more than 2 meters in one step. This is still the case with Aglaia. But Aglaia could not keep up with Hoffa, who was advancing at high speed. Although she is 1 and 4 meters tall, she is top-notch among 11-year-olds, but at this time her legs are still very difficult to keep up with Hoffa. After running 100 meters, Hoffa jumped out of the ghost walk, just as he was about to continue to open. Under the inertia of her speed, Aglaia tripped on an oak root and fell to the ground. Hoffa turned her head to see that she was clutching her ankles, her lips biting and nesting under the tree. "Can you still go?" Hoffa asked. "Go," Aglaia said in a vibrato. Hoffa immediately took her arm and put her on his shoulder, but as soon as she took a step, she immediately cried out, "My feet are broken." She was not acting like that, and Hoffa opened her socks and saw that her ankle was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Gan." Hoffa furrowed his brows, seeing the dark wizard in the distance approaching quickly. Hoffa couldn't help but squatted down. "Hurry up, I'll carry you on my back. Aglaia hesitated for a second, but when she heard the voice behind her, she didn't care about anything, and hurriedly lay on Hafa's back. Hafa's body is only 11 years old, and it's hard enough to run on his own. This carried a person on his back and almost didn't make him angry. However, he was anxious to gain wisdom, and put a levitation charm on all his shoes and clothes. Immediately, the weight was greatly reduced. Just as Hafa picked up Aglaia on his back, a cold voice came from behind him. A real wizard doesn't bother to run away, boy, haven't your parents taught you? Or do you have no parents at all, just a mudblood? He was agitated, but Hafa's eyes did not fluctuate, and he was about to leave. The voice came again. I'm curious, can you just accept it like this? Don't you feel aggrieved? What's the point of a man whose goal is to escape? Aglaia's eyes were extremely worried. She lay on Hafa's back and covered Hafa's ears with her hands. Hafa opened her palm and said in a calm and cruel voice. I ran forward, and you looked back at them, and as soon as a spell comes, you immediately remind me. His calmness infected Aglaia, and she nodded firmly. Great. While Schmidt was violent, his companion kept waving his wand. Spells rained on Hafa. Hafa jumped over 2 obstacles in a row, and Aglaia suddenly reminded him behind him. Beware of the spell. Hafa immediately used the ghost to wander, leading Aglaia into the shadows. A mess of spells all fell into the empty space. When he reappeared, Hafa shook off the 2 people behind him again. Schmidt squinted his eyes, and he did not give up, seeing the boy getting closer and closer to the exit of the forest. Little girl, are you from the Viva family? A cold sarcasm reached Hafa and Aglaia's ears. Hafa cursed in his heart, such an insidious guy, knowing that it would be useless to excite himself, he actually took Aglaia. Hafa hurriedly said to Aglaia as he ran wildly, just ignore him. Aglaia pursed her mouth tightly, her face pale. I heard that a creature like Viva can't do anything except to have with men. Are you here to find excitement in the woods with him? Aglaia stretched his arm, turned his head, bit his lower lip firmly, and his eyes instantly became blood red. Hafa was anxious, and he firmly held Aglaia's arm. Get out quickly, you'll be fine when you get out. A cold voice came unrelentingly, I heard that Viva will go to bed with many different men throughout her life. Every time will not be long, I don't know if it is true. Hafa was shocked and wanted to remind Aglaia. But it was too late. Aglaia said to Hafa tremblingly, go by yourself and leave me alone. Hey! Don't be stupid, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. I will report my grudges on the spot. Before Hafa could speak, Aglaia pushed him vigorously and slid off his back. After landing, she took out her wand and limped towards Schmidt with a lame leg. His eyes were red, and his face was frosty. Hafa had already escaped from the edge of the forbidden forest. When the little girl turned her head, she almost died of anger. As long as he enters the castle, he is safe. Looking at the exit of the forbidden forest, Hafa closed his eyes in pain and yelled. My grass! After cursing, he stomped his foot and turned and lunged at Aglaia. Aglaia waved her magic wand and roared an unexplained spell. However, Schmidt just tilted his head indifferently, and 3 consecutive curled winged demon rushed to Aglaia's side, they were cursed. Grasping Aglaia's face, he tore the wet cloth on her face. The poison gas of the poison sac leopard instantly invaded Aglaia's heart and lungs. She covered her throat and couldn't say a word. Can only look at Schmidt furiously. Stupid! After finishing speaking, Schmidt kicked her forehead and kicked her away, hitting her head heavily on the rock by the stream, and she didn't even want to faint to death. Hafa reached out his hand, trying to pull Aglaia away. But at this moment, an invisible rope tripped Hafa. Schmidt's other accomplice drove out from the depths of the forbidden forest. He grabbed Hafa's back with one hand and lifted him up with his school gown directly in one hand. Hoffa raised his wand, but it was seized by the dark wizard and threw it to the ground. Schmidt looked at Hoffa coldly. Weakness and sympathy will eventually be killed. If you don't learn to abandon these impurities, how to become a higher level existence? Hoffa didn't answer. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. The feeling of blood connection reappeared, and the wand sensed Hoffa's crisis and flew towards him. During the flight, it quickly deformed. By the time it fell into Hoffa's hands, it had become a sharp cross knife. The black wizard who had grasped Hoffa frowned when he saw a cold light flashing in the darkness. He clenched his palms into fists and punched Hoffa's temple. But Hoffa quickly crossed the knife and slashed directly behind him. As the blade traveled, it stretched longer and longer. The dark wizard behind him noticed something wrong, and he decisively gave up the idea of attacking Hoffa. He slammed Hoffa's back, and he jumped back abruptly, trying to get away from him. He did it. But it was too late. The sharp blade grew rapidly, and a silver half-moon arc flashed by. Chapter 46, Advanced Transfiguration. The magic was instantly emptied. Hoffa's head was splattered by the blood that came out high, and the dark wizard who grabbed Hoffa staggered back. Kneeled to the ground with a plop. The wand fell limply from his right hand. He stubbornly touched his chest, but found that there was also a huge crack in his neck. A huge trauma stretched from his lower abdomen to his forehead, cutting his face in half diagonally. He stared at Hoffa with only one eye. His lips were open, but he could only make a ho sound. The feeling of taking the magical time made Hoffa's lips pale. He stumbled to his feet, and backed up continuously, leaning against the tree trunk so that he didn't fall. Waste. Schmidt didn't retreat, but moved forward. He kicked his injured companion and pointed directly at Hoffa. Break out. The cruel red light came. Hoffa's pupils shrank into needle points, but at this moment, he didn't want to shrink at all. After conquering the fear, an inexplicable force in his bones supported him to stand up. He looked at Schmidt, spit on the ground, dragged the knife and rushed up against the heart-drilling curse. Even if you die, you have to hack the opponent to death first. Schmidt didn't expect a boy to be so fierce, but he didn't mean to give in at all, standing on the spot with cold expression. Hoffa raised his knife. The curse made his face flush. But at this moment, an old oak tree beside him suddenly became alive. It pulled out of the ground, jumped and landed between Hoffa and Schmidt. Two huge branches crossed. The heart-piercing curse was completely blocked by the huge tree trunk. Hoffa slammed into the trunk of the tree, bumping it all over. Schmidt put down his wand and took a step back slowly. Hoffa turned a little pale and turned to take a look. But I saw an old man in a grey robe standing at the entrance of the forbidden forest. He was tall and had a auburn beard. It turned out to be Dumbledore. Schmidt was expressionless. He raised his wand decisively, and a blue electric light shot at Dumbledore. Dumbledore spun his cloak and disappeared. In a blink of an eye he appeared behind Schmidt, and the surrounding trees came back to life. As long as he stepped on, trees rose from the ground. The huge oakman slowly put Hoffa on the ground, and then pressed it with one hand. Countless branches snapped into the ground and began to grow wildly. Between the mud surging, countless small treants emerged from the ground. They were holding wooden swords, and their eyes glowed with faint light. Those active tree people surrounded Schmidt in groups, and the water on the inner and outer 3 levels was impervious. These scenes made Hoffa's heart beat wildly. This is the transformation technique. Schmidt narrowed his eyes and said softly, Albus Dumbledore. It's me. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Dumbledore said calmly. Are you going to jail in a hurry before the war has started? While speaking, he lightly waved his wand. The golden light came out vigorously. The night was as bright as day, and the wave of magical power in the air made Hoffa's scalp numb, hiding behind the treeman. Under the spell, Schmidt looked solemn, and he waved his wand. Rows of metal shields appeared in front of him, but those rows of shields could not stop the golden light from passing through. At the moment of crisis, Schmidt stretched out a grab, and Aglaia, who fainted by the tree, was copied by him. He used Aglaia as a human shield. Dumbledore immediately waved his wand upward. The penetrating golden curse made a turn, cut several thick trunks in succession, and disappeared into the forbidden forest. Schmidt, have you fallen to this point? It's really a pity. Dumbledore said emotionally, I think you were a little cuter before. For a bright future, the necessary personal sacrifice is indispensable. Schmidt said calmly, only by abandoning the old self, can we embrace the bright new life. Don't you understand this? Dumbledore sighed. Yes, I understand. But coming to Hogwarts with 2 companions and a group of magical creatures is a bit deceptive. After speaking, he waved his wand like lightning. A sharp stone wall on the ground shot out from bottom to top, and the cut surface was like a blade, cutting off Schmidt's arm in a blink of an eye. Schmidt's arm and Aglaia flew high. Dumbledore opened his arms, grabbed his wand in one hand, and the unconscious Aglaia in the other. Schmidt, who had lost his arm, smiled slightly, turned his head and ran without hesitation. On the ground, vines gushed frantically, tying Schmidt into rice dumplings. In less than a few seconds, everything is over. Of course, this was just Hoffa's thoughts. After Dumbledore slowly put Aglaia down, his expression didn't seem to relax at all. Schmidt, who was entangled in vines, suddenly twisted and collapsed. In Hoffa's shocked eyes, he turned into a transparent, collapsed multi-tentacled jellyfish, lying limp on the ground. There is nothing else. Stand-in jellyfish. Dumbledore murmured, putting down his wand. I should have thought of it long ago. Afterwards, he put away his wand, hugged Aglaia, and came to Hoffa's side. At this moment, Hoffa's hanging heart finally fell, and Dumbledore's arrival relieved him of the crisis of death. But it also brought another crisis. Entering the Forbidden Forest, what punishment will he face? Will I be expelled? Dumbledore stood in front of Hoffa, looking down at him with blue eyes, and did not speak for a while. His expression made Hoffa a little uncomfortable. Very brave, but also reckless behavior. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Dumbledore said slowly. Hoffa didn't know how to explain it, and didn't say anything. Dumbledore asked sternly, do you have any strength? Hoffa nodded silently. Take her back and go to the school hospital to find Dr. Rayner. I'll take care of things here. After speaking, he handed Aglaia, who had been unconscious, to Hoffa. 5 minutes later, Hoffa walked out of the Forbidden Forest panting with the unconscious Aglaia, and walked towards the school castle. Along the way, he saw the castle brightly lit. The deans of the various colleges rushed to the place of the incident with the faculty and prefects. Hoffa saw Professor Melas in Gryffindor, Slughorn in Slytherin, and Professor Herblow in Hufflepuff. Only Professor Goreschok was not seen, nor President Dipet. Hoffa bypassed the crowd, carrying Aglaia from the path back to the castle. On the lawn in the castle, the students from various colleges laughed and chattered with each other, enjoying the leisure time after the day was over. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and withered grass, and the cool breeze in the late autumn night was in sharp contrast with the thrilling and tragic outside. They didn't know what happened in the Forbidden Forest, and they didn't even know that a whole tribe of horse people had been slaughtered and cleaned less than 20 kilometers away from them. But their happiness did not affect Hoffa. Hoffa was full of worries. He didn't know what happened to Joey. I don't know what will happen to Aglaia, let alone where his destiny will lead. The school hospital has a dedicated tower, which is far away from the main building, to the east of the castle. When Hoffa walked to the school hospital, his legs were already weak. Due to the overdraft of the magic power, his head was in pain like being split open by a giant axe. Fortunately, the nurse in the school hospital had received the news in advance, and ran over to pick him up from a distance. In the previous life, I only knew that the school doctor at Hogwarts had Madame Pomfrey, but now Hoffa has not seen her. Maybe the current Madame Pomfrey is still studying or internship in a hospital. Now in charge of the school hospital is a tall old man named Lena with grey hair and a mask. He just touched Aglaya's breath, then turned his head and said to the nurse, "Prepare an isolation room and bring these two people in for disinfection and inspection." Hoffa said, "I am not poisoned." But Dr. Rayner ignored him at all, just glared at him. After undergoing a series of embarrassing disinfection and physical examinations, Hoffa was put into a public ward. He didn't have much physical loss, but the real injury was the spirit. The morbid excitement caused by continuous overdraft of magic power made him unable to sleep at ease for 2 days. In the past 2 days, he experienced the feeling of loneliness well. He saw that Harry would be injured in the previous life, but every time he was injured, a large group of friends would come to see him. And Hoffa, he just sat on the bed for 2 days. In the past 2 days, apart from a few nurses changing his dressing and sending some liquid food, he didn't see anyone. Fortunately, he has the meditative thoughts of Mirajba travelers, and he can constantly repair his mental damage caused by the overdraft magic power, so that this period of time is not so difficult. It was not until 2 days later that Miranda still had a few roommates who came to visit Hoffa. They brought some candies and chocolate frogs to Hoffa. Miranda was shocked at Hoffa's injury and said that the school blocked news of his injury. No one knew what happened in the forest 2 days ago. Compared to Miranda, who looked nervous, looking at the appearance of the other 2 roommates, they seemed to care more about Aglaya's news than Hoffa's body. Miranda asked Hoffa what happened in the Forbidden Forest, but Hoffa instinctively didn't want anyone to know what happened that night. So he said lightly that he just fell off his horse and forgot everything after that. This makes Miranda sad. "Hey, Hoffa, you are always so mysterious," Miranda said. Hoffa didn't know how to answer, so he sent his friend away on the pretext that he was going to sleep. When he saw Miranda go, he had a look of loss on his face. That night, Hoffa had a good night's sleep. The next day, when the sun entered the hospital ward again, he saw that Aglaya had left the emergency room and was lying on the bed on his right now. Fall asleep deeply. To his comfort, Joey was lying on the bed to his left. Although his face was blue and purple, his expression was painful. But fortunately, there should be no risk of life. "You're awake." Just as Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief, there was a voice around him. He was taken aback. Only then did he find a person sitting in the visiting chair beside him. Because the chair was in the shadow, he hadn't seen it just now. "It's Dumbledore." He crossed his hands on his knees, looking at Hoffa quietly. Chapter 47, Awkward Relationship. "Professor." Hoffa sat up, feeling a little nervous. Does he know whether the last time he entered the Forbidden Forest was considered a violation of discipline? If this is considered a violation of discipline, follow the rules set by Armando Dipe. He would be directly broken off his wand and kicked out of the school. But Dumbledore could not decide his fate, it was Goshawk who could decide his fate. Except for Rootlove, the other 2 dark wizards were all caught by me. Dumbledore said indifferently, "It's just that one of them was seriously injured by Joey, and the other had his vocal cord cut off. Up to now, they haven't said a word." Hoffa's heart stopped beating. Although he was a dark wizard who had cut with a transfiguration curse, he thought that with Dumbledore's character, he probably wouldn't appreciate him. But Dumbledore did not delve into this issue. He said, "The dark wizard has no way to enter the Forbidden Forest. This school is shrouded by powerful protection and interference curses. They can't enter without special help. I suspect that there is a dark wizard in the school. What is your opinion?" Internal response. Hoffa looked a little confused. Why did Dumbledore come to ask himself? He is only a first-year student, does he think he knows any information? He does not know. Hoffa shook his head and said nothing. Dumbledore sighed slightly, as if disappointed. He added, Principal Dippet and Vice Principal Gorsic are now in Germany, and maybe they will be back next week. At that time, I'm afraid that Joey will be punished. Why? Hoffa straightened up from the bed. He saved us. He put 2 junior students in a dangerous situation. This matter is beyond the duty of a faculty member. He may be expelled for it. Dumbledore said blankly. He didn't know that there was a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest. He just wanted to know the meaning of the words left by the horseman. You can't judge whether the cause is right or wrong by the result. When he finished speaking, Hoffa was shocked himself. He didn't think why his attitude was so fierce, he hadn't been like this before. Dumbledore was silent. He lowered his head and looked at Hoffa. Suddenly, he smiled. I saw you in the Forbidden Forest that night and wondered why you weren't Gryffindor. It seems that Ravenclaw is indeed more suitable for you. Hoffa didn't know what he meant, so he could only keep his mouth closed. Dumbledore, you don't need to worry about the faculty. I came to see you today as an ordinary teacher. Hoffa, do you remember what I said in the first class? Hoffa remained silent. Dumbledore, be cautious, Hoffa. Overdrawing magic is not an act of a clever wizard. Forcibly using magic beyond the power range is a very, very dangerous thing. Hoffa sighed, I see, I will pay attention next time. Very good. Dumbledore stood up, his expression softening now. It's always hard for a person in the world. Sometimes, it's not a shame to rely on a friend appropriately, what do you think? He looked at Aglaia and said, then pushed away. The door, left the ward. Watching Dumbledore's back disappear in the doorway. Hoffa didn't move for a while. He was thinking and confused. The arrow letter that Joey received must not have been written by anyone. Who designed the trap against himself or Joey? Who is the answer in Dumbledore's mouth? After a while, Hoffa, clueless, fell weakly on the pillow, his mind a little confused. He looked at the Scottish mountains outside the window. There is a feeling in my heart that I can't tell. No matter who designs the trap, he has always been too passive, passively adapting to the environment, and passively accepting fate. Dumbledore saved himself this time, what about next time? The unpredictable future made him confused, and the shadows potentially in the dark made him frightened. Hoffa wanted to change something, urgently wanted to change, wanted to take more initiative to control his own destiny. He didn't want to go on like this. He wanted to tear through the fog that was hiding in front of his eyes. Soon, with the help of meditation, Hoffa's mental damage was healed. But Dr. Reiner insisted that a course of treatment was not over and he could not be discharged from the hospital. At this point, he is no different from the later Madame Pomfrey. Aglaia stayed in the hospital for several days, and these days, there was an endless stream of boys who came to see her. Some people even ran around and watched it several times in a row. Sent flowers, fruit, cards, chocolate frogs. The group of chocolate frogs piled up on the table, forming a small bag. Croak barking. Even the transparent Ravenclaw with him was a little bit light, and he distributed a small bag of fruit. The reason he got the fruit was that Aglaia's table couldn't fit. Sure enough, it is the world that looks at the face. Joey is not so lucky, because he lives a solitary life, no one knows when he is sick. Hoffa only took part of the responsibility of looking after him. While taking care of him, Hoffa was worried about whether the magical creatures he raised would starve to death because they were left unattended. The last day of Dr. Rainer's treatment. When it was dark, Hoffa woke up from the bedside of the hospital. The state cannot be better. Aglaia is also in good condition. She is now ruddy and sleeping peacefully, except for a circle of gauze on her forehead. But Joey's complexion was still blue and white, and the poisonous gas from the poison sac made him very sick. He has occasionally vomited blue-purple venom recently. After Hoffa woke up, he poured a glass of water for Joey. If he did not take in a lot of water, the dehydration caused by vomiting would be fatal. Looking at Joey, Hoffa was still afraid for a while, even though so many days had passed, the shadow of the unknown still loomed over him. At 8 o'clock in the breakfast, Aglaia woke up. But seeing Hoffa sitting next to Joey's bed, she immediately turned sideways and pretended to be asleep again. It didn't take long for her to pretend, when the school doctor Lena dangled his hand in the white coat. He performed routine checks and changed their dressings. At this time, Aglaia couldn't pretend, so he could only sit up obediently and cooperate with Dr. Rayner to conduct an examination. After the examination, the taciturn doctor gave the nurse a few words, then put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Soon, only two sober people, Hoffa and Aglaia, remained in the room. The air fell into an awkward silence, which was enough to make Freud frown. Hoffa pretended to check Joey, but he had checked it several times and couldn't keep checking. Aglaia looked at the scenery outside the window, motionless, like a marble sculpture. Don't talk about Aglaia, the sky is pitiful, even Hoffa himself doesn't know how to deal with the relationship with the other party. Friend? Opponent? It seems neither. Said it is a friend, he still finds it difficult to accept such an ego as his friend. Her character is too strong, she always wants to be the boss in everything, and she wants to be better than others in everything. Saying it was an opponent, Hoffa thought it was better. If it is really the enemy, he will not be so angry when she die. After experiencing life and death together, it's time to end the farce between them. This paradoxical state between the two lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Only the clock in the room ticks, tick, 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 tick. Until Joey in the bed next door made a grunting cough. Hoffa and Aglaia both turned their heads and looked at them. After reading them, they turned their heads and stared at each other again. That. The two opened and closed at the same time. Hoffa scratched his head, thinking that it was really bad, and the other was like a female mirror. In front of myself. I don't want to face it, but I have to face it. Finally, Hoffa, who couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere, thought it was better to leave here. However, he just sat up. The door banged, causing the two of them to sit upright. An old man in a blue robe strode in, with the back of his hands behind him, and his grey eyes were full of sullenness. He is the dean of the Ravenclaw house. It is also the person who can really decide the fate of Hoffa and Aglaia. Adby Gozak was obviously suppressing his anger, his brows furrowed. Staring firmly at the two people in front of the bed. Hoffa felt this anger, but strangely, this anger was not directed at him. Facing the dean, even the rebellious Aglaia honestly bowed his head and said nothing. It was just a business trip, and this kind of thing happened. Gorshak narrowed his eyes and said slowly, as for why the two junior students appeared in the Forbidden Forest, I hope you two can give me a reasonable explanation of. Hoffa glanced at Aglaia. Although I have experienced so much in the Forbidden Forest, the cause is simple. He wants to refine potions for restoring magic power. Hoffa wanted to speak. Gorshak glanced at Hoffa indifferently. Wait a minute, Bach, I want to hear her first. Hoffa shut up, his dean had never played a card according to the routine. Aglaia glanced at Hoffa and coughed. Yes, it was Mr. Administrator who came to me. He said he needed someone who understands magical beasts to do him a favor. That's why he took me to the Forbidden Forest. What about him? Why did he appear there? Gorshak asked again. He was taking care of the horses at the hunting grounds guard, and I don't know how to ride a horse, so. She doesn't seem to be good at lying, and she stammers a little bit, unable to make up. Depressing silence. Is it just that? Goshak's gaze turned to Hoffa. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes. Gorshak glanced indifferently at Joey, who was still in a coma, and then strode out without saying a word. Boom. He closed the door. Hoffa and Aglaia breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and they looked at each other. Both saw a touch of tolerance in each other's eyes. The real murderer. Aglaia puffed her cheeks, her eyes drifting back and forth between Hoffa and her fingers. A hint of worry arose in Hoffa's heart. This worry is about Joey. Although he is also a faculty member, Goshawk's status is obviously much higher than that of Joey. He didn't know how the other party would treat Joey. Seeing Gorshak's appearance, he was very dissatisfied with this matter. After sitting for a while, Hoffa rolled over and got out of bed, nodded to Aglaia and said politely, "Then you have a good rest, I will see you again when I have time." It is true that he hasn't looked at each other to displeasing, but he and Aglaia can become close friends. Like Harry and Hermione, Hoffa felt that it would be too difficult to accept for a while. Aglaia waited for a long time for this reply. His expression was a little disappointed. Seeing Hoffa got up to leave, her eyes rolled. Wait a minute." Hoffa turned his head. "What's the matter?" Aglaia seemed to forget what she wanted to ask. She thought for a while before saying, "How did you learn those magics?" "That's all about the spells that hang people upside down, and the deep invisible spells." "Half-Blood Prince?" Hoffa said without hesitation. "I learned it from a man called the Half-Blood Prince. He passed all the responsibility to the future Snape." "That's not wrong, except for the Ghost Walk. The fuchsia is indeed the creation of Severus Snape." "Oh." Aglaia answered absent-mindedly. Hoffa opened the door and went out. It took a while for Aglaia to react. She turned her head to look at the empty door, and then lay on the hospital bed with a big letter, looking at the ceiling and muttering, "There is no prince among wizards." Chapter 48, Quidditch. After being discharged from the hospital, Hoffa experienced his most amazing period at Hogwarts School. No one comes to trouble him anymore. It feels like the sudden disintegration of the Soviet Union, the sudden ceasefire in the Middle East, and the sudden disappearance of the keyboard man in the universe. The world is finally quiet. Aglaia stopped staring at him, but also stopped talking to him. Instead, I walked around him every time I saw him, pretending not to see him. Sometimes she would chat and laugh with other girls at the corner of the stairs. She would shut up when Hoffa passed by, and would not continue until he was far away. Of course, Hoffa would walk around her as politely as possible, as if there was an invisible 38th line between the two. He feels that as long as the other party can maintain this state, he doesn't mind satisfying the other party's desire to be the boss. December came quietly, and the weather in Britain was getting colder and colder. The sky always showed a dazzling egg white, and the muddy ground was covered with a layer of shiny frost one morning. The mountains around the school were grey and covered with snow and ice, and the lake was as cold and hard as hardened steel. Every morning, the scenery outside the Ravenclaw Tower is whiter. The students next to him unknowingly put on thick scarves and gloves. After class, they rubbed their hands in the hallway, bursting out white mists. There are also some senior students who bought a deformable blue flame from Diagon Alley Mail, which can be continuously rubbed in the palm of their hands and the temperature can be adjusted freely. But Hoffa didn't have any of these. He had no flames, scarves, and gloves, and no one took care of him when he came out of the orphanage. He thought that dragging his winter clothes was too heavy, so he only came over with a bag on his back. But now it seems that he owes it. The latitude of Britain is much higher than that of China, because the map is convenient for the time, and it freezes when it is cold. As December entered, the weather became increasingly cold. Thick, grey snowflakes fluttered in the sky, sealing every window, and the castle was much darker than usual during the day. Fortunately, one morning, Miranda's owl brought him 2 sweaters and a scarf that Hoffa had bought in a London clothing store. Sending this shipment made Miranda's chestnut owl half-tired, and Hoffa felt a little guilty and distressed. He wanted to feed the owl and drink a little steaming pumpkin juice. However, after throwing the clothes to Hoffa, the owl flew away on its own, and didn't mean to pay much attention to Hoffa. Your owl really has a personality, Hoffa said to Miranda with emotion. It's just not used to eating food from strangers, Miranda said. While talking, Professor Gorak suddenly appeared at Ravenclaw's dining table. Miranda lowered her head immediately. She seemed very reluctant to confront her grandfather. But Professor Goreschok only glanced at his granddaughter indifferently, then took out a list and asked the students to fill in one by one. It turned out to be collecting a list of students who have stayed at school for Christmas, and Hoffa naturally signed it without hesitation. If he does not stay in school, he will return to the Woos orphanage in London. He didn't want to go back. To his surprise, Miranda also signed on the list. Aren't you going home for the holidays? I mean, you must be a member of the wizard family. Yes. Miranda smiled. But now I and Grandpa are the only ones left in the family. What? Hoffa opened his mouth in surprise. He had never asked Miranda about his family. Then your parents? They are all dead. Miranda spoke calmly, and she smiled when she saw Hoffa's expression. It's normal, isn't it? I dare say that 1/3 of the students in this hall have their families who died in the World War. Besides, I was a child when they died, and I had no impression at all. Although she said so, Hoffa was quite ashamed and said, I'm sorry. Miranda's words gave him a deeper insight into the world. 1/3. If he remembers correctly, the original father of this body, the Chinese American, also died in World War I. The Mughal War ended in 1918, 20 years away from the present. I am 11 years old now, so the father of this body did not die in the Mughal War. Is he also a wizard, a Chinese wizard? The conflict of wizards never ends. Hoffa thought about the slogan posted by Hogsmeade. As time passed day by day, the wind and snow gradually increased. Most of the windows of the castle are closed tightly, because they are blocked by snow. The area available for viewing on the windows is getting smaller and smaller. Even if I can see it, the outside is all white, so white that I can't distinguish the grass from the black lake. The castle in the heavy snow made Hoffa feel insecure, and this scene always gave him a sense of being on the shining set. Many students use magic wands to transform snowdrifts into all kinds of weird appearances, and they even have snowman competitions. Among the first-year students, Aglaia used a magic wand to create a fat Welsh green dragon, which was more than 10 meters high, lifelike, and attracted everyone's applause. But Hoffa was not involved. He just hurriedly walked through the corridor after class every day, holding the towel tightly. Because outside are all kinds of flying snowballs controlled by magic, it is like the snowy Iraq with flying gunfire. If you are not careful, you will be accidentally injured by the crazy playing classmates. These days, except for classes, Hoffa rarely goes out again. Even if he bought a scarf and sweater, he still doesn't want to leave the crackling fire in the common room. Every day he calculates the formula of the restoration magic potion on paper. Although he thought maybe he would ask Aglaia now, she would probably tell herself. But Hoffa couldn't pull that face down. On the second Sunday of December, Hoffa was studying potions in the common room, while Miranda sat cross-legged next to him, reading a book. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the door, and Aglaia, who was playing in the snow outside, appeared. She paused at the door for a second, and then sat on the opposite side of Hoffa and Miranda with a look of excitement. She tossed her hair, and the snow on her silver hair splashed Hoffa's face, and Hoffa quickly protected her parchment. Something great happened, guess what? Aglaia said to Miranda excitedly that she deliberately amplified her voice. The Ministry of Magic made you a minister. Miranda turned a page and smiled without looking up. Speaking of it, the relationship between the two of them is actually pretty good, you can joke casually. In fact, Miranda has a good relationship with anyone. Of course not, let me tell you that Charles Crouch will go to the school for a mission and may not be back for a long time. Charles Crouch? Miranda turned another page. What Charles Crouch, what are you talking about? Seeker. Seeker. Aglaia threw herself up on the table with her elbow excitedly. Crouch is the seeker of our academy team. He left, isn't it my turn to play? And this game is very important. The captain told me that if we can win Slytherin, we can score Quidditch finals this year. Hoffa took out his magic wand, knocked the water accumulated in front of him due to the melting of snow, and muttered, "Waterproof and moisture-proof." Suddenly, the snow-melted water was sucked away by the magic wand. Miranda is still turning pages calmly. And then, Aglaia didn't look happy anymore. "Miranda, don't tell me, you don't go out to watch the Quidditch match." Miranda murmured, "I didn't say I won't go." "Ha! That's pretty much the same. I tell you, as long as I can help the Academy win the Academy Cup, the official spotter's position next year will definitely be mine." Aglaia waved his fist, full of momentum. Miranda asked curiously, "What about Charles Crouch? Why didn't he come to the game, or such an important game?" "Who knows, it is possible that the technology is out of date, or the school has other arrangements for him," Aglaia said indifferently. Then, as if she had just seen Hoffa next to Miranda, she cleared her throat and asked casually with her head upright, "How about you?" Hoffa reacted for a moment before realizing that she was talking to herself. This was the only exchange they had had a month since they were discharged from the hospital. Go. Next second, there was another group of bear children outside the common room, and Aglaia decisively ran out again and went crazy. After she left, Miranda looked at him with a strange expression. She touched her glasses. "It's strange that she will ask you if you are going." Hoffa shrugged and spread the parchment on the table. "Who knows?" Miranda looked out the window and asked worriedly, "Are you really going to see it? The snow is so big." Hoffa sighed, "Otherwise, didn't you persuade me to go to the arena to cheer?" The next day, it was completely dark. Hoffa felt someone pushing himself in the dark, and when he woke up, it was his roommate William. He changed his dressing gown on the four-poster bed next door. "Hurry up, Hoffa, the game is very early." Hoffa leaned out his head and touched the alarm clock. It was only 6:30. Getting up at 6:30 in winter is life-threatening. He cursed Aglaia in his heart, regretting that he had eased the relationship with her, turned over and wanted to go to sleep. But the roommates are all awake, and they talk about it together. Fancy the grand occasion that Ravenclaw might have in the first game. It was difficult for Hoffa to ignore them, so he turned over and sat up. Yawned and changed his clothes. Grand occasion? Non-existent. When the time comes, under the cover of heavy snow, you may not even be able to see the figure. In the auditorium, Hoffa sat on the table with a plate, yawning and filled pumpkin porridge. At this time there were very few people in the auditorium. After a while, a blue figure sat opposite him. It was Aglaia. At this moment, she had put on her bright blue team robe, and stared at a bowl of cereal in a daze. She estimated that it was the first time to participate in a formal competition, and she was still a little nervous. "You have today too." Seeing that there was no one around, Hoffa muttered while drinking the porridge with a spoon. "I won't look at it for fear of embarrassment." "Shut up," she glared at Hoffa. "It just depends on how I beat Slytherin." After speaking, she began to drink porridge. Simple radical method, Hoffa thought. The other team members also took their seats one after another. The tables of the four major colleges were all talking, and there were many people wearing banners and painted college paintings sitting on the dining table. It can be seen how popular Quidditch is in this world. After breakfast, a large number of students and teachers flocked out. The crowd gathered on the field side by side. When Hoffa used to study Harry's perspective, he also fantasized about flying in the center of the Quidditch arena, becoming the focus of much attention. It's a pity that the day failed, and reality made a joke with him. He has no Quidditch talent in this life. can only experience the perspective of passers-by. With a sharp whistle from flight class teacher Perio, Quidditch players squeaked their feet from the knee-deep snow. They stepped on their broomsticks and soared in the sky. The crowd cheered, and the commentator fervently stated the strengths and weaknesses of each team. Seekers are generally light and agile, and they are also the fastest flying in the team. As Hoffa had expected, due to the heavy snow drifting in the sky, the body shape of ordinary players can't be seen clearly, let alone the smallest seeker. He had to distinguish carefully in order to see Aglaya's position clearly. Many times when he saw it, the figure immediately disappeared. Hoffa had the habit of watching football in his previous life, and he knew sports, but it was 100 times more difficult to understand than football. Taking the game as an example, football is a 2.5D game, coupled with professional broadcast and playback. Just like watching a LOL game, all kinds of information and wonderful shots are clear at a glance. But Quidditch, this is 3D, watching this thing is like watching an Overwatch game, without commentary and replay, it shakes badly. Often when the audience cheered, Hoffa realized what was happening. But when he pays more attention to observation, the wonderful scene is over. Within a few minutes, Hoffa felt dizzy. There were too many on the spot, and all kinds of flew around. He didn't know that he should pay attention to that ball, and he couldn't get the cool points of this game. What's even more unfortunate is that the golden lines on the arm are hungry again, and it starts to devour magic. Hoffa was a little speechless, so he stood up in silence, walked out from the cheering group of students, and down the high stands. The Quidditch game won't be over for a while, he wants to find a quiet place and meditate to recover. Speaking of it, the number of times the golden tattoo absorbs magic power is gradually decreasing, and Hoffa doesn't know why. After stepping out of the crowded arena, Hoffa felt relaxed. It's as easy as a fish returning to the ocean. Standing in the white snow, he stretched his waist, thinking that as long as he didn't go far, he would meditate next to him. Wait until you hear the cheers and come back. After half an hour of meditation, the devouring of magic power ended. Hoffa shook the snow on his body, but when he was about to return to the game, he saw a familiar figure appear in the castle. It was Joey, and he walked down the castle angrily. Behind him was Professor Gorshak. Joey looked a little agitated, and he and Goshawk said something loudly. After speaking, he kicked the thick snow off the ground and left the castle angrily. Chapter 49, Snow Tracking. Professor Gorshak stood there for a while, and after coughing twice, he slowly turned and entered the castle. Hoffa didn't know what was going on. When he saw Gorshak leave, he got out from behind the hiding wall and stomped deep on the snow and chased Joey. "Hey, Joey! Hey, wait for me!" After calling several times, Joey turned his head. He saw that it was Hoffa, and showed a surprised expression. "What are you doing? Why don't you go to the Quidditch match?" Hoffa stepped on the snow at the base of his legs and caught up with Joey, panting. "I haven't seen you for many days, how are you feeling?" When talking about this, Joey waved his hand irritably. "Don't mention it, I would rather just die that day." "What's happenin'?" "What? Those guys actually said that I violated the faculty rules and brought students into the Forbidden Forest without permission. They need to be suspended for observation. There is no salary during the observation period." "Without a salary, what about my Maya?" The more Joey talked, the more excited he got. "I've been hospitalized these days, it's very weak, these Europeans, will they die if they live well? I have to fight, I'm fed up." Maya is an egg laid by Joey's previous generation of Thunderbird Terras. Hoffa wanted to comfort Joey, but Joey said that Hoffa couldn't answer the phone at all, because he himself was now half European. After a few seconds, Joey also noticed his gaffe. He sighed and muttered, "Forget it, why should I tell you?" Hoffa didn't mind, he ran after him and asked, "Maya is in bad shape." "It's terrible. Come and take a look at it." Maybe I will bring him back to America after Christmas. Speaking gloomily, old Joey took Hoffa back to his tree house. Now every tree in the Forbidden Forest is engraved with mysterious runes. As soon as he entered the Forbidden Forest, Hoffa felt eyes everywhere, invisible eyes. Joey said glumly. Damn the dark wizard, Dumbledore and the principal have put defensive marks on every nearby tree. Now even if there is a rat near the school, they will know. Many magical creatures feel surveillance. They are far away from this area. The two climbed up to the tree house, and Joey helped Hoffa make a pot of tea in the living room and slumped weakly on the chair. In the rattan basket of the coffee table in front of the two of them, there was a big grey-white bird's egg, which was dimmer than the last time Hoffa saw it, and the blue lines on it were almost insignificant. Joey took out his red-brown spectacles, looked at the bird's egg carefully, and rubbed his hair worriedly. If this continues, maybe I really have to quit my job and go home. The environment here is too unfriendly to it, whether the weather is good, or the wizard. Hoffa quickly took Joey's glasses and put them on his eyes. Under the fluoroscopy of the glasses, Hoffa saw that the embryo was visibly thin in the eggshell. Hoffa frowned as if the state was indeed not good. What can you do? Of course there is a way, but unfortunately it can't be achieved in the UK. Joey said worriedly. I have lived with Thunderbird for 30 years and know it well. It needs a dry and hot environment when it hatches. The drier and hotter the better. But the current environment is too unsuitable for its growth. Can't you simulate an environment? It was like. Hoffa gestured with his hands. Like the birds in the breeding base, there is magic in the fire. This is a magical creature, not a turkey. Joey annoyed. Even if it can simulate a dry and hot environment, there is no way to simulate the climate it likes. Do you know the climate? That stuffy, oppressive, stormy, and thunderous atmosphere. What kind of climate in Arizona, USA? Hoffa asked. Yes, Thunderbird likes to be born in that environment best. Hoffa looked at the bird's egg, then at Joey's slumped old face. Suddenly a strange idea came to mind. I seem to have a way. Hoffa said slowly. What's the idea? When I was in Diagon Alley before school started, I once saw a store that specializes in weather. They sell them in all kinds of weather. Thunder, rain, desert, and rainforest are all sold. They are exactly the same. Notes, see Chapter 4. There are other stores like this. Joey was stunned. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, isn't there in the American wizarding world? Joey shook his head like a rattle. Hoffa, we can buy one if. How much? Joey asked directly. Hoffa thought for a while. If I remember correctly, it should be 50 jin jialong. 50 jin jialong. Joey took a breath. My monthly salary at Hogwarts is only 15 gold gallons, and I have to send 10 to the United States every month. How can there be so much money? Moreover, these nasty school leaders stopped because of the forest ban. My salary. Hoffa laughed bitterly. Speaking of which, these wizards are really grounded, and knowing magic will not change the fact that they are poor. In previous lives, the Weasley family was very poor because they had many children. It seems that Harry Potter is not rich after graduation, because there is not much oil and water working in the Ministry of Magic. Hoffa took a sip of tea in his teacup, and asked, why do you come to work in the UK? Why don't you find something more expensive? I have too many family members in the United States, and it upsets me every day. Terras didn't like my family back then. It liked quietness. So I brought it to Hogwarts. How many are your children? Hoffa asked casually after taking another sip of tea. 17. Old Joey straightened his legs and sighed. Hoffa almost didn't choke with a sip of tea. More, how much? 17, 17. I'm a Mormon, don't you think so much? I care about your followers. Hoffa exclaimed, 17, How did you do it, your wife? I have 9 wives. Old Joey said quietly, on the American side. Puff. A spit of hot tea came out of Hoffa's mouth, spitting out Joey's face. The sympathy caused by the other party's difficult situation suddenly disappeared, and Hoffa coughed and looked at the familiar but unfamiliar old man in shock. He feels that his worldview is rapidly collapsing. 9 wives, 17 children, what is that concept? Feudal society or slave society? Why can you marry 9 wives and have 17 children in 1938? Real or fake? Hoffa asked hoarsely. Why do you look like a ghost? Joey wiped the tea juice on his face with a towel angrily, said. It is said that I am a Mormon, a Mormon. We teach that polygamy is allowed. Hoffa suddenly realized. Then he asked without hesitation, what are the conditions for entering a teacher? Old Joey was amused by Hoffa's expression. He shook his head and sighed, how old you are thinking about these things. But I remind you that some things are not as beautiful as they seem. If I really enjoy my life in the United States, I will not come to Hogwarts to do this kind of hard work. Nonsense, you can sigh in front of me only after you have experienced it. Hoffa scolded. You deserve to be short of money. If you want me to say you are too poor, God has opened 9 windows for you. It's time to deprive you of something. People are big and small. Old Joey fought helplessly. The conversation in the treehouse went completely off course somehow. Hoffa completely forgot about the Thunderbirds, and forgot about Quidditch. He kept asking old Joey about the details of Mormonism, specifically the details of polygamy, such as what to do when his wife is jealous, how to sleep every night, such as how often he changes to a new wife, and whether his spoiled wife is particular about it. At the end, Joey couldn't stand it anymore. He got up angrily and hurriedly pushed Hoffa out the door. Boy, when you grow up, it's not too late to ask me these questions. Boom. As soon as the door closed, Hoffa was knocked down outside the treehouse. When the cold European winter wind blew, he became a little sober. Then I remembered that I didn't agree to Aglaia to watch her Quidditch game. Why suddenly came to discuss polygamy with old Joe? He climbed down the tree trunk sullenly and fell into the knee-deep snow. He suddenly felt that life seemed to have an extra goal out of thin air. After graduating from Hogwarts, he went to the United States to become a modern Waziobeo. As he walked, he seriously pondered the feasibility of this issue. When he reached the exit of the Forbidden Forest, Hoffa turned to look at the woods. He felt that he couldn't let this old guy just give up his job at Hogwarts hunting ground. I have to keep him. Inder gave him 60 Jinyarons last time, and he should be able to go to Diagon Alley to customize an Arizona climate blanket. But before that, I should go back to the Quidditch stadium first, and I don't know if that boring game is over. The snow is heavy and the snow is deep. In the distance, the audience stand of the Quebec Stadium stands tall, 4 huge college banners are flying in the sky, and the pillars of the stadium are faintly visible in the heavy snow. The game should not be over yet. Hoffa covered his eyes, 1 foot deep and the other shallow, hurried to the Quidditch pitch. But just in the middle of the journey, he saw a vague figure standing alone on the snowy ground in the distance. It is a bit abrupt on the white snow all over this time. Someone is standing on the snow. Hoffa thought for a while, and walked towards that person with some curiosity. Why would anyone stand alone on the snow when someone else was playing? Is the opponent just like him and not interested in Quidditch? Without taking a few steps, the figure in the distance suddenly raised his head. It saw Hoffa. The two looked at each other from a distance through Feng Xiu. Then it turned around and ran, fast. Hoffa was puzzled for a second, then was greatly horrified, and suddenly realized something. The place where that guy just stood is the location of the teleportation array. This person has a problem. He squeezed his legs out, and Hoffa ran on the snow with hands and feet. Stop! Hoffa shouted. But the other party didn't stop at all. Instead, the speed got faster and faster, and his figure became more and more blurred in the snow as his robes flew. Hoffa drew out his wand and stumbled to where the figure stood. Sure enough, the snow was almost completely lifted over, revealing the dark brown turf below. There were pits and pits on the turf, and the huge abandoned teleportation array buried under the grass was turned over again and suffered unprecedented destruction. Every rune was blown to shreds, and the air was full of violent magical elements. Just now, this land has suffered at least 10 violent curses. I caught you. Hoffa glanced at the blurry back. He had completely turned into a grey spot at this moment, after flashing a few times in the heavy snow of goose feathers. Disappeared. The direction of disappearance is the Quidditch Stadium. Hoffa didn't want to catch up. This guy is the culprit that caused him to be chased by Schmidt. If it were not for the destruction of the teleportation array, Yinder would not come to Hogsmeade to find himself. If Yinder did not come to find himself, he would not provoke 3 German black wizards for no reason, let alone encounter a black wizard in the Forbidden Forest. Escaped twice in a row. This guy is the root of everything. Who is it? Is it Schmidt himself? Hoffa ran hard while thinking about the identity of the other party. Seeing the figure ahead is no longer visible. Ghost walk. Hoffa directly opened up the ability. As the world changed color, he disappeared into the wind and snow. In the shadow state, his speed increased extremely quickly, and he left a series of shallow footprints on the snow after a step of more than 3 meters. When he jumped out of stealth state 10 seconds later, he did not hesitate to turn on his ability again. Running at a high speed for 20 seconds continuously brought him close to the grey figure flashing in front of him. Right at the entrance of the Quidditch Stadium. Hoffa followed his footsteps and rushed all the way into the Quidditch pitch. The moment he jumped out of stealth, Hoffa pressed his hand on the opponent's shoulder. Hey! The man turned his head abruptly, and pushed Hoffa away. At that moment, Hoffa saw a mask, a paradoxical pale mask. He stood there for a moment, and with a dazed effort, the masked man rushed out again in the blink of an eye. Hoffa was so excited that he wanted to chase him again. However, at this moment, there was a burst of cheers in the stadium. Everyone stood up, and some even jumped off the tower, trying to hug their team members. Bright blue ribbons are flying in the sky, and the Eagles logo shines in the wind and snow. The narrator shouted in a hoarse voice. Aglia, the young Ravenclaw's backup seeker, stepped forward to catch the golden snitch when the team was 100 points behind, and saved the team from the crisis. We dream of everything. Unimaginable superb technique. It is unbelievable. It is foreseeable that for a long time in the future, the Ravenclaw team will have another trump card of their own. Of course, the Slytherin team performed. The narrator talked endlessly on the stage. The people at Ravenclaw ran and cheered with excitement. The people in Slytherin were downcast and annoyed. While Hoffa stood pale at the entrance of the stadium, the footprints on the snow were rushed by these enthusiastic fans, completely without a trace. The vague figure completely disappeared from the crowd. In the air, some ribbons and colored paper fell and hung on Hoffa's face. Aglaia held the golden snitch and his teammates flying around in the sky, slowly landing on the ground, and the crowd cheered even more. But their cheers did not affect Hoffa in the slightest. He has seen that person. Have seen it. A few months ago, in the Violet Society's secret chamber, the man who taught himself the magic curse. Aglaia raised the golden snitch in the compliments of the people, her face flushed red with triumph. Hoffa stood stunned in the crowd. Suddenly a hand pulled Hoffa out of the crowd, and drew it to the front of the crowd. Miranda reproached, "Where have you been? Looking for you for a long time." Hoffa recovered, but didn't know how to answer. At this time, Aglaia excitedly brought the flashing golden snitch to Hoffa. "Did you see it? Did you see it? The last move I made to ride the broomstick backwards." Hoffa nodded slowly. "You are the best seeker I have ever seen." "Ha ha ha ha. Aglaia smiled triumphantly. Chapter 50, Violet. In the next few days, even though the weather was getting colder and colder, Ravenclaw's common room was filled with a festive atmosphere, and everyone admired Aglaia's actions to turn the tide. And Aglaia was also immersed in the joy of pretending to be successful. She dangled with pride every day, like a courting male peacock patrolling her territory. Whenever she occasionally passed by Hoffa, she deliberately brought the subject up to Quidditch. The subtext seemed to say to Hoffa, "Come to me, and praise me again." Hoffa couldn't imagine how much he would hate this swelling peacock without Schmidt-Rudloff. Fortunately, he has gradually gotten used to all this now. If this product comes down to a low profile one day, it will be abnormal. Of course, Hoffa would not just fulfill her wish and really praise her. The miss of the masked man kept Hoffa in an inexplicably disturbed mood. After the death fight in the Forbidden Forest, he has made up his mind to take the initiative to do something to change the status quo and get rid of the shadow of the Dark Wizard. But in practice, Hoffa found that it was not that simple. He has returned to that club countless times, trying to find the masked man. But all this is totally useless. He didn't know anything about that guy, neither her name nor her identity, and he didn't know how to speak if he wanted to report it. The portrait of that club has long been empty, and no one can enter. Thinking of Schmidt, who is still on the run, and thinking of the murderous intent against him in the Forbidden Forest, Hoffa always felt a thorn and a lump in his heart. He must find that guy. Finally, the semester is over. In a quiet morning, Hoffa, who stayed alone in the dormitory, ushered in his first Christmas holiday at Hogwarts. Early in the morning, he woke up from his sleep, feeling a heavy object on his body. When I got up, it turned out that the weather blanket I bought for Maya arrived. Hoffa got up and opened the blanket. Suddenly the temperature of the entire room rose a lot, and it even felt as dry as being in a desert. On the carpet is brown soil, which changes colors when bathed in sunlight. Depending on the strength of the sun's rays, the color of the rock is sometimes dark blue, sometimes brown, and sometimes red, changing endlessly. Above the blankets were some depressing dark clouds, and muffled thunder sounded in them. In the desert under the thunder, there are columnar cacti and mini owls hiding on the cacti. There are some wild boars in the Western Hemisphere, sand turtles, large scorpions, rattlesnakes, and frightening giant lizards in the cactus forest. A completely reduced version of the Arizona climate. Hoffa was very satisfied. It was the Joey owl he bought from Diagon Alley not long ago. After reading the weather blanket, Hoffa was about to take it to Maya, but found that there were 2 small boxes under the blanket. This made Hoffa feel a little strange. He neither had the habit of spending Christmas, nor did he expect to receive gifts from others. Is it possible that someone else fails to give him a gift? Putting down the blanket, Hoffa opened the 2 boxes on the ground. The first box was paper and crumpled with snow on it, as if it had been delivered from a long distance. When I opened the box, there was a letter inside. There are only a few small prints on the letter. Because of Duo, privately. Opened letters. There are only 2 thin sheets of paper in the letter. The first sheet of paper. Merry Christmas, Hoffa, I hope you are well. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye last time, I dare not contact you with earrings. Because Hogwarts still hasn't found anyone to destroy the teleportation array, it is not safe now. Goshawk and I reached an agreement to transfer the teleportation circle from the hunting ground to the observatory. But I am not sure if this works. Because even the help of Hogwarts could not prevent the spread of the war. The outside world is not optimistic. I have moved to New York in the United States. If you have time in the future, you can come to New York to meet me. In Duo. In addition, Schmidt may still be in the UK, so he must be more careful. He has weird abilities. Never leave the confines of the school. After reading the first letter, Hoffa took out the second note. That is not a note, but a ferry ticket. The ticket is painted with a beautiful and lively port, as well as a glass building and floating bottles on the beach. Thames Port, London, UK. Manhattan Port, New York, USA. You can board the ship at any time with this ticket. After reading the gift from Ender for Christmas, Hoffa pouted, a little bit dumbfounded. A ferry ticket? Don't know why, he suddenly thought of Red and Andy in Shawshank's Redemption. The other party is Andy. After escaping from prison, didn't you forget to send yourself a ferry ticket to yourself in jail? It's really chic, but I have cheated myself so much, and I want to find you by myself. The beauty you want, in duo. However, receiving a letter from the other party made Hoffa's grievances against him a little extinguished. You know, these days, whenever he thinks of a scam ferry, he gritted his teeth with hatred. After receiving the letter and the ferry ticket, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to another box on the ground. Compared with Ender's rough packaging, this box is very delicate. The box is made of mahogany and is inlaid with a strange silver pattern. After flipping the box for a long time, he didn't find the signature, so Hoffa took a look at it with curiosity. Inside the box was a blue cup for Gargle, and a moving mountain monster was painted on the cup. The mountain monster was Gargle by the river with a cup. A dumb look. Hoffa's face suddenly became a little ugly. He tucked the cup back into the box, then tucked the box under the bed, vowing that he would never touch this thing once in his life. After checking the gifts, Hoffa went out with his blanket in between. Outside the common room, snowflakes swirled outside the window, flapping the icy window lattices. The stair railings were wrapped in holly and metal foil, the armor helmet was shining with bright candles, and a bunch of mistletoe was hung at every other section of the corridor. Hoffa thought he had to go to the treehouse in the forest to see Joey, but he thought too much. When he walked to the hall, he found that Joey was alone waving his wand and moving the Christmas tree into the auditorium. He had already moved 11. Joy! Joey jumped when Hoffa got out of the mistletoe. Joey was a little unnatural. What are you doing? I didn't prepare a gift for you. It's okay, you can save, and when I reach adulthood, pull me into Mormonism as compensation. Enough! Joey said angrily. We've already discussed this topic. Don't blaspheme my beliefs, okay? I won't let you believe in religion just because of your young fantasy. Hoffa laughed, and when he finished laughing, he stuffed Joey with the blanket in his hand. Okay, this is for you. Go back and take care of Maya. If you need help, you can write to me. Joey took the blanket, and before he could open it, Hoffa disappeared under the mistletoe. After the things were given to Joey, Hoffa did not rush back to the common room. He has one more important thing to do. Go to the Society Tower at Hogwarts. He has been doing this for more than half a month. For Hoffa, finding the masked man is the most life and death goal at the moment. The enemy is in the dark, already in the light, this feeling makes him extremely uncomfortable. To go to the club tower, you have to go through the school auditorium. When passing the auditorium, he saw Tom Riddle holding his arms at the entrance of the auditorium, talking to a few green-robed Slytherins. When Hoffa passed by, he chuckled, "Merry Christmas, Hoffa." Hoffa was not happy at all to receive the blessings from the future Voldemort. He just replied mechanically, "So are you, Tom." The weather was cold, and it was snowy outside the window. The silence as thick as snow on the ground enveloped the entire club tower. Since 2/3 of the students had returned, it was much deserted than usual. Out of cautious consideration, when Hoffa came here, he blessed himself with the phantom spell. Although he was not sure whether the phantom spell had an effect on the masked person. Walk all the way along the tower to the corner. No one appeared on the road, and even the surrounding oil paintings were empty. Finally, when Hoffa came to his destination. There is no difference from what I saw every day for half a month. Inconspicuous corners, empty oil paintings. Hoffa turned twice and was not surprised by a day without gain. Whether he has it or not, he decided to come once a day. He was going back to the common room. However, as he walked down the stairs and turned the corner, he saw a completely unexpected visitor. This is an old man in a grey robe. He buckled his waist, his head was half convex, and his eyes were dark. Armando Dupit, the current principal of Hogwarts. The moment I saw him, I saw Principal Dupit also turned his head and looked straight towards where he was invisible. Hoffa secretly said that it is not good, it is better to do more than to do less. He was invisible to guard against the masked person, but he didn't want to be dragged by the principal for questioning. He immediately entered the ghostly wandering state without hesitation. Principal Dupit frowned suddenly. After about 5 or 6 seconds, he rubbed his eyes. Old. He muttered and passed Hoffa in the shadow state. Hoffa's cold sweat almost came out. Is it the basic ability of Headmaster Hogwarts to see through invisibility? Harry Potter's cloak of later generations did not seem to have any effect on Dumbledore. However, he hadn't waited for Hoffa to sigh with emotion of the principal's powerful eyesight. What the opponent held in his hand attracted Hoffa's attention. I saw Armando Dupit walking forward with his hand in his hand, but his right hand was holding a bunch of flowers. A bunch of vivid violets. Chapter 51, Invite. Seeing the bunch of flowers in the headmaster's hand, Hoffa was stunned, and his whole person was struck by lightning. Memories came like an explosion, and he thought of a scene of lightning flashes on the Quidditch arena. Thinking of the weird society with only one person, and the masked man who slowly changed flowers in the secret room of the society 3 months ago, and the masked oil painting on the wall. Are you alone in the club? If one person can do things for 10 people, the existence of the other 9 is meaningless. Wow, you really did 10 people alone. Hoffa gritted his teeth. Damn it! What is the relationship between that guy and the Principal Dupit? Is the destruction of the teleportation array planned by the principal alone? How could it be possible? This doesn't make sense. The reason? What's the cause? There was no reason at all. Seeing the principal holding the bunch of violets going further and further, Hoffa gritted his teeth and forcibly suppressed his urge to follow. No, he can see through ordinary stealth. The ghost walk can only be used 3 times, each lasting only 10 seconds. If you follow, there is a high probability that the principal will find out. Hoffa did not advance but retreated, he watched from a distance. Until the principal Armando Dupit opened the passage of the violet secret chamber. After disappearing in it, he slowly followed. The woman in the portrait still hasn't come back, and the whole portrait is blank. Hoffa didn't know how Dupit got in. But he couldn't help but imagine what Dupit was doing in the secret room. Like the masked man, change the withered flowers in the vase? Why does he want to do this? After all, who brought the dark wizard in? Damn it! The mystery began to entangle, and the unknown shadow began to spread. Hoffa pressed his forehead, looked at it for a while, then turned away unwillingly. When everything is unknown, he dare not make the slightest change. Back at Ravenclaw's tower, Hoffa was still thinking about the weird society. In the common room, a group of girls were sitting in the corner chatting. They were dressed very formally. Some were wearing long skirts and gowns. They seemed to be preparing to attend a party. Aglia and Miranda were among them. Hoffa didn't pay much attention to them, all he was thinking about was the Principal Dupit and the bunch of violets in his hand. Seeing Hoffa passing by, Aglia just glanced at him quickly, then turned to continue talking and laughing. But Miranda walked out of the girls' group and stopped Hoffa. And he stretched out his hand and shook it in front of her. Lost my soul. Hoffa raised his head and noticed Miranda. Today, she wore a simple short ponytail and an elegant tuxedo, which looked much cuter than usual. What's happenin'? Miranda first looked back at the group of girls, and then smiled and said, Are you free tonight? Hoffa thought for a while. Yes, everyone is free today. I want to ask you a favor. What? Slughorn invited me to his Christmas dinner, and we can take people there. It took a while before Hoffa reacted. Slagenhorn's Christmas dinner? This is in line with his style. He glanced at Aglaia among the girls in dresses. But the old guy actually invited Miranda, who had a mediocre grade, because she was the granddaughter of Goshawk. And then, "Are you going with me?" she asked generously. Hoffa's eyes widened first, then he shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but you'd better go by yourself. He is really not in the mood to attend Slughorn's dinner. On the one hand, he and the potions teacher are really at odds and don't want to participate in his activities. On the other hand, he is full of dipiters. The back of Violet. He prefers to attend the school's formal dinner, maybe at the school Christmas banquet, he can see Dipiter again." He was eager to find the secret between the masked man and the principal. Hoffa's decisive refusal stunned Miranda. After a second, she shrugged. "Okay then." After speaking, she returned to the center of the group of girls. At night, in the one-person dormitory, Hoffa woke up from meditation and decided to attend a school banquet. Speaking of which, he still has a little look forward to the Christmas party. After all, after the banquet at the opening ceremony, he has not attended other banquets. When passing by the auditorium, under the 12 Christmas trees that Joey placed during the day was crowded with students. They talked with each other excitedly, and Hoffa took a look. It turned out that there were piles of gift packages under the tree. Each student can get one. Learn about the novice gift package. Hoffa gave a weird smile. I don't know if opening it will give me a pill of experience or a great sword of cheats. He also led one behind his classmates. Of course, when he opened the gift package, he did not get the magical cheats he imagined. There was only a squeaky hamster, 3 crackling wizard salutes, and a spring horn. It's a good toy. If I were a few years younger, I would jump with excitement, Hoffa thought. And at the bottom of the gift, Hoffa saw a mask, a Santa Claus mask. Obviously it was just a very ordinary mask, but Hoffa couldn't help but think of the masked man in the snow. He rubbed his temples helplessly. I really have lost my mind, don't you want that guy to die one day? Many students around happily opened the gift bag, put on all kinds of masks in the gift bag, and laughed at each other. Someone included Santa Claus in their gift bags. Like Hoffa, they would have a lot of white beards. There were people wearing reindeer heads with long antlers, jingling bells on the antlers, and sleighs and socks on their heads. These wizard toys are made alive, much more real to wear than Muggle masks. Seeing the classmates laugh happily, Hoffa frowned more and more. It was strange that he couldn't feel any happiness from his classmates' jokes. The shadows cast by those big antlers on the wall made him feel very uncomfortable, and he had a weird sense of thirst. This made him couldn't help shaking his head. After a while, Hoffa, who had recovered from that weird feeling, was about to go to the auditorium. But at this moment, he smelled an inexplicable and familiar smell in the air. A familiar but forgotten taste. It's the same breath as last time in the rain on the hunting ground. He shook his head vigorously again. There are some details that I have never remembered. The meditation started to work. The tentacle of spirit rummaged through every corner of memory. Hoffa finally remembered the smell. The Chamber of Secrets. It is the floral scent of violets. He turned his head suddenly. At the same time, in the middle of a group of jogging students, he saw the figure. It was staring at itself with its head tilted. Thin, short, and fuzzy. The figure under the mask is incompatible with the surrounding environment. As if everyone around couldn't see its existence. The expression on the pale mask. Is it a shame? As if pressing the ejection start switch, all the gifts in the gift bag fell from Hoffa's palm, and the little hamster squeaked in fright when he landed on the ground. Stop! He roared, shocked that everyone around him looked at Hoffa. He exploded the Christmas mask with one foot and ran after him. This time, he will never let the opponent run away. He must know who is calculating himself in the dark. The other party just tilted his head, turning around and silently disappearing sideways behind the pile of people. Hoffa banged away a few students with gifts, and ran away with the figure from behind. The man seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact he was very fast, and Hoffa could only follow the opponent not far away. Even so, Hoffa did not use ghost walks. Ghost walk consumes too much, and he has to keep his whole cards to guard against threats to him. They passed through the magnificent, candle-filled auditorium, through the magic corridor under the mistletoe, and through the school vacant lot filled with snowmen of all kinds. Coming to the spiral staircase of another tower, a group of Hufflepuff students walked down talking and laughing, and the masked man slid past them, turning sideways. Hoffa said anxiously to them, "Stop it and help." However, the group of Hufflepuff students were dumbfounded. They stared at each other and looked at Hoffa with lunatic eyes. "Stop what? Who are you chasing? Why not go to the banquet?" Seeing that the figure has a tendency to disappear again, Hoffa could only scold these Hufflepuffs as blind men. He forcefully squeezed out of the crowd and continued chasing. Go through 3 towers all the way. Gradually, the location of the two became more and more remote, and there were fewer and fewer people around. The figure runs higher and higher on the stairs. It has no purpose at all, but it stops every